In the tranquil expanse of a universe, a train quietly halts amidst the sea of stars, embodying the spirit of exploration. The starry train, once graced by the presence of the pioneering deity Archibald, continues its journey despite his fall from grace. The enigmatic entity, known as the Nameless Traveler, personifies the will to explore, traversing this tumultuous galaxy and linking countless worlds. This is the grand mission we, as the Nameless Travelers, are entrusted with. A girl with pink hair stands proudly, hands on her hips, addressing the newly boarded gray-haired girl with enthusiasm. Yet, the bravado of March 7th dissipates almost instantly as she grins mischievously. So what do you think? Isn't it incredibly cool? Faced with March 7th's eager gaze, Xing, who has just emerged from the Black Tower space station, ponders for a moment, her crimson lips parting slightly. It sounds rather exhausting. May I take a break? What do you mean, as a nameless traveler, you wish to slack off? Do you not possess even a shred of determination to contribute to the galaxy? With a decisive thud, March 7th leans forward, her hands pressed against the table, glaring at Xing intently. Xing shakes her head slightly. Not at this moment, no. One cannot expect a child, yet to celebrate her first birthday, to unravel the intricacies of the solitary wave algorithm. After all, Lady Black Tower at my age couldn't even manage to change her own diaper. Wait a moment. Does this imply that I've already surpassed the Black Tower? Xing feels she has stumbled upon an epiphany. Enough of that, little March. Xing has only just boarded the train and has yet to embark on a single expedition. She cannot possibly grasp what you are saying. Jizzy chuckles softly, observing the playful banter between the two by the coffee machine. As she spoke, her enchanting gaze fell upon the stars, and she felt a surge of emotions within her. Since the fall of Akivali, this train had not been so lively for an unknown duration. Although it could not compare to its peak, is not a promising beginning a splendid thing? At that moment, the train conductor, resembling an oversized plush doll, stood at the entrance of the carriage, his expression grave. Ahem, esteemed passengers, please take your seats. The train's transition is now ready to commence. Kindly remain seated to avoid any unforeseen incidents during the transition. The Astral Express is about to depart. On Yalalo 6 in Belloborg, Lady Cocolia, the supply of Earth essence in Belloborg is critically low. If we do not replenish it soon, it is projected. I am aware. Watching the door of the Research Institute slowly close, Cocolia sighed helplessly within her office. Earth essence, Earth essence. This substance is a source of energy. In a normal world, even a temporary lack of energy would not plunge one into such a crisis at most. Life would be fraught with inconveniences. Yet, Yalalo 6 is different. A frigid wave envelopes the entire world, and the overcast clouds obscure the sunlight. Even the upper districts, where sunlight can be basked in, rely on Earth Essence's warmth to ensure everyone's survival. Indeed, survival, not merely existence. Earth Essence, energy, Cocolia murmured softly. Belloborg is fortunate beneath it lies an immense vein of geode minerals that has sustained the city through the ages. However, even the most colossal of deposits will eventually be depleted, and the outside world is shrouded in ice and snow, making the quest for new vitality akin to reaching the heavens. Perhaps this path is the only salvation for Belloborg. With her lips slightly parted, Cocolia's once uncertain gaze began to solidify with resolve. At that moment, a sudden, urgent cry pierced the air, its shrillness resonating in Cocolia's ears, the most haunting sound she had ever encountered. Cocolia froze, her pupils constricting. She recognized that voice all too well. It was the very hope that had safeguarded Belloborg amidst the raging blizzards. What has happened? Her frantic inquiry received no response, as if the other party had slipped into an instant of silence. Meanwhile, the Astral Express, currently in transit, was facing an unforeseen crisis. What on earth is happening? March 7 exclaimed in despair, gripping the window frame tightly, her feet sinking beneath her as she glanced down. Stop clutching my leg so tightly, or you'll break it. On the opposite side of the carriage, Walter firmly planted his cane on the floor, struggling to maintain a calm demeanor. He glanced down at Pam, who was clinging desperately to his thigh. What's happening to the train? I don't know. We were transitioning smoothly when suddenly a powerful surge of energy disrupted our trajectory, and the train was directly affected. At this moment, Pam's emotions were in turmoil. Having previously encountered the Antimatter Legion at the Black Tower space station, she had anticipated that the next exploration destination, the renowned star of the Gala in the galaxy, would be a delightful venture. However, upon exiting the space station, she found herself confronted with an unexpected situation, in stark contrast to the safety she had always experienced before. Suddenly, Danheng furrowed his brow and shouted, "Be careful! A powerful surge of energy is approaching." As soon as he spoke, everyone instinctively closed their eyes tightly, gripping anything around them that could provide stability, bracing themselves for the impending impact. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Star opened her eyes in confusion, her hands still firmly clutching March 7's foot. She suddenly felt a chill in her abdomen. Looking down, she noticed that a corner of her clothing had lifted, exposing her fair belly against the floor. Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, a soft radiance flooded the cabin, and the hurried heartbeat, quickened by the sudden tremors, began to calm under the influence of this enigmatic light. It felt reminiscent of childhood, lying in her mother's warm embrace, reluctant to open her eyes, simply wishing to drift into a deep slumber accompanied by a melodious tune. "I apologize." A voice imbued with sanctity resonated within the cabin, which had mysteriously returned to normal. The group turned toward the sound, witnessing a dazzling light flickering, revealing a figure that emanated holiness, quietly suspended in the air. Like sacred tendrils of a divine branch, they complemented each other, swirling around several streamlined stones inscribed with mysterious runes, each moment radiating a holy light that left onlookers in a state of reverie. A new guest aboard the Astral Express, a celestial being traversing through time and space. Puni. With a slight bow, he gazed at the bewildered star and March 7, who, upon regaining their composure, shot a disgruntled glare at Pam and eyed the vigilant Kiko. Puni spoke softly, "I apologize for any inconvenience my arrival may have caused you." Kiko exchanged a glance with Walter, nodding slightly. This esteemed guest is warmly welcomed by the Astral Express, which embraces every individual with goodwill. "If you would permit me, may I inquire if you are in need of assistance?" Kiko's bright eyes locked onto the unfamiliar visitor. This figure, never before seen in the galaxy, had not graced the pages of any tome she had encountered. Yet, the radiant aura surrounding him instinctively drew her favor. The unprecedented nature of this phenomenon left her somewhat perplexed regarding the current situation. Surely, this uniquely adorned race could not harbor ill intentions? Chapter 2. The thrilling core of stars long ago. Puni was not yet Puni, but merely an ordinary individual. One fateful day, he was abruptly transported, transforming into his current form. Throughout endless epochs, he relentlessly pursued strength, subduing all who defied him. The passage of time was exceedingly protracted, and his former name lay buried deep within memory, overshadowed by the illustrious reputation of Puni, the king of celestial spirits. Now, he emerged as the one who reigned supremely over the cosmos, quelling all dissent, the sole true deity of the celestial universe, the authentic sovereign of the spirit lineage, the apex to which all beings aspire, the king of race values, surpassing 6 layers with 7. Puni. After a thorough comparison of circumstances by both parties, clarity swiftly emerged. Transcending the boundaries of time and space, Puni has successfully established a temporal node upon the silver tracks of the Astral Express. The emergence of this temporal node on the train's pathway was an unforeseen development for Puni. The misunderstanding has been resolved, and all is well. Walter chuckled lightly, a sense of relief washing over him. Although unfamiliar with Puni and having never encountered any mention of such a life form in the annals of the galaxy, the mere presence of an intrinsic aura surrounding Puni was sufficient to signify its extraordinary nature. Not to mention, its ability to traverse the galaxy using its own power was remarkable. An entity filled with such enigmatic qualities indeed inspired trepidation. Acting impulsively would undoubtedly lead to an unfavorable outcome. Thus, seeking a peaceful resolution was the prudent choice of adults. "By the way, where are we now?" March 7th inquired, peering curiously through the window. "It feels so heavy," Star exclaimed, also leaning toward the window with intrigue. There's a gigantic ice sphere out there, March 7th noted. That is Yalolo 6, Kizuna remarked, following their gaze with a sense of nostalgia. I never imagined that after hundreds of years, Yalolo 6 would come to resemble this. Kizuna recalled the first time she encountered descriptions of Yalolo. At that time, Yalolo 6 was quite renowned throughout the galaxy, a planet deemed suitable for habitation after retiring from its former glory. Now its form lay buried beneath ice and snow. The flames of civilization extinguished a lamentable sight, indeed. To think that civilization could endure in such harsh conditions is nothing short of a miracle. Startled, Kizuna turned to look at Puni, who had just spoken. Is there still civilization on Yalolo 6? Puni was about to speak when suddenly he froze, his gaze piercing through the atmosphere enveloping the planet, reaching deep within. Has the recent fluctuation finally registered? He murmured to himself, then turned to GZ and the others. If you need to travel to that planet, I shall await your arrival there. With those words, Puni transformed into a streak of light, darting through the wall and heading towards Yalolo 6. At that moment on Yalolo 6, Kokoria pressed her hands tightly against her head, her beautiful face contorted in anguish. What on earth is happening? Ever since that calm consciousness had uttered those urgent words, her mind had begun to throb with unbearable pain, and the emotions of that consciousness grew increasingly frantic, incessantly urging her to move towards that location, the site of the core's existence. But can you at least pause for a moment before demanding I go there? Kokoria nearly gritted her teeth as she spoke. This was as absurd as waking up the next morning to find the relentless cold that had plagued Yalolo for centuries had suddenly vanished, the earth rejuvenated. Such torment rendered her utterly incapable of action. Just then, the door swung open, and a tall, exquisitely featured young woman stood at the entrance, her hand resting on the doorknob. Mother, what is wrong? Upon seeing Kokoria in distress on the ground, Bronya's expression changed dramatically, and she hurried forward to support her. Kokolia parted her lips, and in the next instant, the voices in her mind crescendoed once more, this time with a far greater urgency. There's no time. There's no time. Like an antelope helplessly gazing into the gaping maw of a hyena, it could only sense the scent of blood wafting towards its nostrils, struggling in vain against the grip of terror. Before Kokolia could restrain herself from cursing this maddening star core in front of Bronya, the temperature in the room plummeted, delivering a heavy blow. Accompanying this was the howling blizzard, which could be distinctly heard even within the confines of Creeper Fortress. Struggling to rise, Bronya helped Kokolia to the window. The snowstorm roared, a true blizzard, far more immense and piercingly cold than any previous snowfall. It surged towards the heavens and the very marrow of the earth. In that moment, the geothermal heater seemed rendered ineffective, the cold encroaching ever closer. What is happening? Why has the cold wave intensified so suddenly? With wide eyes, Bronya gazed in disbelief at the unimaginable scene before her. There have been numerous instances of intensified cold waves recorded in the history of Belloberg, yet none had been as severe as this one, according to the surviving records and video comparisons. Even the upper districts, protected and warmed by geothermal heaters, could not shield against such an overwhelming chill. Could this be the harbinger of Belloberg's impending demise despite everyone's diligent efforts? And although the geothermal resources were strained, under full operation, they should have been able to hold out for a considerable time. Despite being a formidable guardian, Kokolia's physical prowess is commendable, and she has since recovered. Gazing skyward, the relentless wind and snow swirl violently, shrouding the heavens of Bellobog in a misty gray. In the distance, Kokolia perceives the alarmed cries of citizens and the incessant chatter of the Silvermane guards patrolling Creeper Fortress. What is it trying to do? Kokolia murmurs, lost in thought. This sudden turn of events momentarily overwhelms her mind, causing her to speak aloud, even with Bronya by her side. Upon hearing this, Bronya slightly parts her lips. Danger, danger, danger. If one were to describe the current sentiment of the Stellarons, it would be akin to a glaring light bulb pulsating with blinding red light. Ordinary Stellarons are the cancers of the multiverse, with nearly every world they infest becoming a hunting ground torn asunder. Yet, This one is unique amidst a multitude of stellarons that only know how to wreak havoc upon the world. It has evolved, gaining consciousness. With this newfound awareness, it incessantly entices the guardians of this planet, particularly the current guardian, whose susceptibility to its influence will soon allow its brilliance to permeate the entire globe. Everything was progressing favorably until a unique individual of the stellarons that such profound destructive desire. Amidst the swirling tempest, a voice not belonging to this world gently descends, and at the moment the final word falls, a sacred power begins to unfurl, swiftly transforming into a new radiance that illuminates the heavens and the earth. The thick veil of snow, under the illumination of this radiant light, offers no resistance. Purification is its sole destiny. As the snow curtain is drawn aside, the concealed star core is instantaneously laid bare. The clouds part to reveal the sun. This is the literal essence of the phrase. In this moment, the figure that quietly hovers at the center of brilliance inevitably becomes the new sun of this planet, bestowing hope from the heights above. A slight gaze descends upon the star core, which radiates an intense aura of unease. The emotions that ripple constantly across its surface are evidently unwelcoming towards this unfamiliar visitor from the sky. However, this is not for you to decide. Chapter 3. The Star Core. Instant Refinement. The Enemy. The energy surrounding the star core trembled, and unlike its companions, it was gripped by a profound fear of this sudden intruder due to its awakened consciousness. The incessant emanation of divine radiance was eroding its power, instilling a sense of panic within it. This was the price of possessing awareness. It was no longer the emotionless entity that once wreaked havoc upon the world. It had transformed into a conscious force of destruction. If nothing unforeseen occurs, one fateful day, it would break free, extinguishing the last embers of civilization on this planet. Yet, at this critical juncture, an unexpected event unfolded, and the situation intensified. It was terrifying, instilling dread, but as the cancer of the myriad realms. Even with the birth of consciousness, surrendering to fear was an option forever beyond its purview. The energy surged, and the power belonging to the star core began seeking a suitable vessel. In the next moment, a resonant boom echoed. Thundering forth was a colossal mechanical body. Breaking through the ice, bathed in divine light, it glimmered with a steel hue. The creation engine, a remarkable product that had existed since the era of Ariello 6 nearly a millennium ago. These massive machines had once belched flames and roamed the earth, mending the scars and hills of Ariello 6 before the calamity struck. In the wake of disaster, these constructs, originally intended for construction, were all thrust into the battlefield to fend off foes from beyond the stars. Now, confronted with a formidable threat, this machine, which was meant to restore and safeguard its homeland, was forcefully commandeered by the star core, repurposed to confront the impending crisis from the cosmos. Confronted by such a colossal machine, Puni merely observed, akin to watching a naive child brandishing a plastic sword in his direction. He pondered. His previous exertion had been excessive. As he beheld the completely liberated star core, Puni fell into a contemplative silence. Its power was immensely formidable. The force that sealed the star core was insignificant in his presence. Just moments ago, when he had dispersed the wind and snow with his might, he inadvertently siphoned away the very power that confined the star core. This was the reason the star core could directly manipulate the creation engine. Yet, this was but a trivial concern for Puni. He never allowed such matters to weigh upon his mind. Bang! The creation engine, infused with the star core's power, cleaved through the air with a mighty fist aimed squarely at Puni. As he felt the gentle breeze caress his face, Puni raised his gaze slightly, extending a singular tentacle at a leisurely pace. Halt! When the fist was a mere half-meter from him, it came to an abrupt stop. More precisely, it was rendered immobile. A slender tentacle, seemingly composed of gathered light, gently pressed against it, rendering it unable to move. Then, with a soft touch, a mournful mechanical wail erupted as the aging steel frame could no longer bear the strain. Its legs gradually buckled, crashing thunderously to the ground. The immense weight created two profound craters in the earth. Throughout this entire sequence, Puni's actions were remarkably simple. The star core forcibly initiated the creation engine, while he dispersed the power that had been used for its control. Naturally, the long-neglected creation engine, rendered immobile, reverted to its original state. Faced with such an illogical maneuver, The anthropomorphized star core quivered momentarily, its emotions stirred. Do you harbor any further thoughts? Puni calmly stated that challenging the strong was merely one of his interests. Thus, he was quite pleased to see the amusement the star core could provide him. The star core felt a deep sense of insult. If Puni were willing to grant it a chance, it would not mind retreating temporarily, but it was evident that Puni had never regarded it with any seriousness. How could such a magnificent entity as the star core, the bane of all realms, endure such humiliation? It must preserve its essence to ensure future sustenance. Just as it prepared to flee, the star core suddenly realized that it was enveloped by Puni's formidable power, clearly indicating that Puni had anticipated its every move. This was no ordinary confrontation. It had escalated into a life-and-death struggle. Bearing the honor of the star core, it could not afford to lose. Its momentum surged abruptly, and, having attained consciousness, it instinctively grasped the philosophy of fighting against the odds. The overwhelming power of the star core surged forth, manifesting under its resolute control. Gateways to other dimensions appeared spontaneously due to the expansion of energy, and within mere minutes, a multitude of fearsome dimensional creatures emerged. Phantoms and machines, many resembling the entities already present on Allurlo 6, poured forth. With a sudden, resounding crash, Puni turned towards the sound and beheld two deep craters formed by the engine of creation, from which an uncountable number of phantoms surged forth like a relentless tide. These were remnants of the Antimatter Legion that had once invaded Allurlo 6, now released from their icy imprisonment due to the star core's power. The phantoms were devoid of rationality, driven solely by a desire for destruction. Even with the architect of their previous entrapment now boldly gathering energy, they paid no heed, directly locking onto Puni as their target. Why are there so many from the Antimatter Legion here? The hastily arriving train crew happened upon a breathtaking scene. Witnessing the dense throngs of the Antimatter Legion and the Rift creatures, March 7th gasped in astonishment, instantly revitalized. Jeezy, she spoke solemnly. Yalalo vanished from the galactic view following the invasion of the Antimatter Legion. It appears that the star core may still play a part in this, though the origins of that event remained shrouded in mystery. The moment Jeezy laid eyes upon the star core, a multitude of conjectures surged within her. The moniker of the star core as the cancer of myriad realms is not unfounded. Yalalo VI's prolonged endurance likely owes much to this very core. Nevertheless, the star core poses an imminent threat to the final ember of civilization in Yalalo. Xing placed a hand upon her chest, where the star core resided, pondering, so, is it the same entity that resides within me? In this brief span, the star core had amassed considerable power. The formidable energy of the star core cascaded like a torrent from the heavens, rushing tumultuously toward Puni. Below, the awakened Antimatter Legion, rising from their icy slumber, refused to be outdone. The Windbringer drew back his bow, while the Eraser, the Usurper, and the Trampler surged forth towards Puni. Is this all there is? Puni raised her gaze slightly, observing the onslaught converging upon her, her lips parting ever so slightly. Holy light, the sacred light, shall purify all evil. This declaration perfectly encapsulated the scene at hand. Centered around Puni, the majestic and sanctified holy light replaced the sun, expanding at an unfathomable speed. Any entity that came into contact with the holy light, be it the Antimatter Legion or the Rift creatures, could not withstand even a second before being utterly purified. The tide of darkness was quelled, gradually dissipating. The sudden upheaval caught both the star core and the members of the train crew off guard. In the next moment, the star core sensed a binding force. Unknown to it, Puni had approached, a tentacle firmly ensnaring it. In that instant, the star core discerned the disdain reflected in Puni's eyes, reminiscent of the descriptions found in human literature. A primal instinct for survival compelled it to attempt to deceive, akin to the manipulations of past guardians. But then, crack, the tentacle tightened gently, divine energy flickered, and the malignant entity known as the cancer of all realms, the root cause of the chilling calamities plaguing Allurlo for centuries, was reduced to mere fragments, fading into obscurity. Gulp. Witnessing this brutal spectacle, the star instinctively clutched its chest and took a step back, shielding its companions. Chapter 4. I do not wish to be labeled invincible. Yet the enemy remains unyielding. The cancer of all realms, which has brought devastation to countless worlds, could not be eradicated by any known means. It could only be sealed. Yet, before the train crew's very eyes, a tangible instance of the star core's destruction unfolded. Particularly, within the newly joined nameless entity lay a sealed star core. And considering the events transpiring before them, it was somewhat, at the very least, March 7's gaze fixed upon the star's chest, her expression betraying an eagerness to act. What are you planning? What do you intend to do? Kiko, look at her. The two youngsters might frolic and jest, but adults are bound by a different, more tedious reality. Even Walter, with his stoic demeanor, found it increasingly challenging to restrain his facial muscles at this moment. The star core was crushed effortlessly. Gazing at the figure radiating divine light from within, Walter fell into deep contemplation. The star core, as a pioneer traversing the path of exploration, is something one has inevitably encountered. Walter himself had previously intervened to seal one, and now with the discovery of the star core on Yalolo 6, he was prepared to act once more. However, all of this followed the conventional protocol. At present, a rather extraordinary deviation from the norm lay before him, presenting the galaxy with an entirely new method to confront the star core, to crush it with bare hands. Such an approach surely resides outside the realm of rational consideration. GZ, exasperated, placed her hand on her forehead, at a loss for words. She felt a sense of relief that Puni did not board the Astral Express with malicious intent. Otherwise, the sheer force behind this technique might spell disaster for the entire crew. At that moment, a voice laden with curiosity emerged from behind. Excuse me, who are you? GZ turned to see a silver-haired girl and a golden-haired woman accompanied by a retinue of soldiers. The golden-haired woman gazed blankly at the sky, captivated by the serene Puni. Craper Fortress. Cocolia respectfully invited Puni and the crew back. How did you manage that? Could you teach me? March 7th inched closer to Puni, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she whispered. After all, it was a star core. It is well known that each star core can summon countless troubles, without absolute power to suppress it. Any civilization facing what is dubbed the cancer of the multiverse could only pray for timely aid from beyond the stars. The fact that such a perilous object could be crushed was astonishing. March 7th was utterly eager to learn this skill. If one were to master this skill and showcase it to the world, would it not bestow upon them the illustrious title of the Stellar Conqueror? However, that title seems ill-suited for the clever and charming Xiaoya. Perhaps the Celestial Beauty? She recalled a dazzling technique from a place she had visited before. What was it called again? Ah, yes, the Siberian Titan Dragon's ability to crush asteroids with bare hands. She yearns to learn this too. I wish to learn it as well. Meanwhile, Puni, sitting beside her, shared the same gleam of excitement in her eyes. After the initial panic, the mischievous spirit coursing through her veins ignited. What does it matter to crush a star core? It is not as if she would be obliterating her own. Rather, if she were to master that move, wouldn't she be able to capture star cores effortlessly, turning them into her loyal subordinates? Merely envisioning the scene of 6 star cores swirling around her filled her with elation. Observing the two without a trace of trepidation, Danheng let out an inconspicuous sigh. At times, he truly envied them. Even after weathering such a tempest, they maintained this unwavering mindset. He believed that had he possessed a slight understanding of the past, his impression of Puni would have remained constant. Cocolia, with her hands clasped on her lap, exhibited signs of anxiety, her lips pressed together, fidgeting restlessly. Thank you immensely for your outstretched hand. On behalf of the entire Belobog, I express my gratitude as the Great Guardian. Belobog is forever grateful, Bronya stated earnestly, bowing her head slightly. Puni, using her tentacles to support the two lively spirits, softly replied, I am merely fulfilling my duty. No thanks are necessary. His puissance emanated from the Holy Spirit, with which he had been contending against malevolence for eons. In the Sail universe where he resided, no ambitious person dared to emerge. He harbored no particular prejudice against those who wielded the powers of darkness. When confronted with iniquity, he was certain to strike with the force of a maelstrom. It was not out of idleness, but rather, as his own power ascended to a certain zenith, the more frequently he witnessed nefarious acts. Endowed with the power of the holy light, he could never stand idly by in the face of wickedness. Upon hearing these words, Cocolia became increasingly uneasy. Cocolia's heart, which was already fraught with tension due to the sudden frenzy of the stellar nucleus consciousness, soared exponentially upon witnessing Puni's actions. She was the Grand Guardian, burdened with the responsibility of leading the populace of Belobog to survive. Yet, she had ultimately been beguiled by the stellar nucleus. She was not privy to how the previous Grand Guardians had handled it, but there must have been many who did not compromise, whereas she. At present, Cocolia's state of mind was in a transcendent state. The stellar nucleus consciousness that had seduced her mind was no more. and the perpetrator who had nearly annihilated an entire civilization was being crushed with bare hands before her very eyes. She now felt an unprecedented lucidity of mind. Bronya gazed at her mother, who was no longer composed, and then at Puni, whose expression she could not discern, only sensing a profound holiness. She was somewhat perplexed. The stellar nucleus crisis that had plunged Jarilo into the abyss had clearly been resolved, so why was her mother wearing such an expression? In truth, Kokoria herself was at a loss as to why she felt this way. Once composed and resolute, she had never allowed external influences to sway her easily. Yet, before Puni, amidst the naturally radiating holy light, her past missteps evoked an overwhelming sense of shame that she found difficult to suppress. "Mr. Puni," she said, taking a deep breath, her earnestness evident in the astonished gaze of Bronya. "I have strayed from my path. How might I atone in your esteemed eyes?" Puni immediately discerned Kokoria's current state. The intertwining feelings of enlightenment, shame, and responsibility had shaped her present mindset, a scenario he had encountered frequently. "I have no intention of intervening in the internal affairs of civilizations. Such decisions must be made by you," Puni replied with calmness. Throughout his years traversing the celestial universe, aside from a few initial forays driven by a fervent sense of justice, he had refrained from meddling in the political intricacies of civilizations. Politics is a complex web. Often, conflicts arise from internal disputes. Regardless of the actions of others, any rash intervention merely reflects one's subjective desires. Thus, he primarily dealt with the malevolent entities that intruded from beyond the stars, who, upon seeing him, would often abandon their original objectives to engage him in battle. Many of Puni's accolades had been passively acquired in this manner. I do not wish to be deemed invincible, yet the adversaries do not heed counsel. Chapter 5, The Cosmic Stride on the Planet Yalalo 6 in Beloborg, a world that had endured nearly a millennium of frigid onslaughts. Life was now rejuvenated under the witness of the nameless guest. The source of this revival was meandering through the upper district, accompanied by the secretary. Clad in a pair of white ankle boots, with glossy black stockings and impeccably styled black-rimmed glasses, the secretary, Pelagia Sergievna, gazed nervously at the otherworldly being before her. "Greetings. I am Pelagia Sergievna, but you may call me Pelia. Lord Kokolia and Bronya are currently preoccupied with pressing matters, and thus I shall serve as your guide in Beloburg." At this moment, Pelia's heart raced with anxiety. The immense commotion caused by the Puni and the Star Corps had reverberated throughout Beloburg. Unlike the many bewildered citizens, she, as the secretary, was acutely aware that the formidable and sacred presence before her was none other than the hero who liberated Yalalo from the frigid tide, vanquishing it with absolute and overwhelming power. The mere thought of standing before such a potent entity filled her with genuine trepidation. Surely, no number of Silvermane guards could contend with such might. What if he harbored any discontent towards Beloburg? No, Pelia, you must rally. You are more than capable of fulfilling this assignment. The great guardian entrusted you with this task for a reason. Yes, Pelia, you can do this. Puni tilted its head, observing Pelia as she fervently motivated herself, utterly perplexed by her thoughts. Even the king of the celestial spirits, who suppresses the cosmos, could not fathom the mind of a girl unless one possessed the gift of telepathy. Yet, these were trivial concerns. His traversal through time and space stems from his unparalleled dominance in the seer universe, where he found himself bereft of worthy adversaries. His persona had proliferated across numerous civilizations, leaving only the foolish, whose minds were infiltrated by malevolent forces, capable of providing a modicum of amusement. Otherwise, he found no semblance of joy. Upon arriving in this new universe, amidst the grandeur of the galaxy, his long-lost interest was rekindled. After recalibrating his mindset, Para began earnestly to illuminate the historical significance of this city, sustained in the icy expanse until now. This is the Eternal Winter Monument, erected in honor of Elisa Rand's contributions to this planet. The Golden Opera House, even within the bleakness of relentless snow, witnessed the unwavering pursuit of art by the forebears, a spirit that continues to inspire resilience among all. The History and Culture Museum, although Beloburg has lost much over the ages, houses an array of extraordinary artifacts from the past 6 centuries. Would you care to behold them? Puni meandered through the streets of Beloburg like a genuine tourist. To speak candidly, Beloburg lacks excitement. This sentiment is not his alone. Many within Beloburg share this perspective. A city enduring in the snow for nearly a millennium indeed possesses a legendary allure. Yet one can only fathom the true essence of such an experience when immersed in it. Regardless of exploration, One cannot stray from the predetermined path. Any fleeting impulse is swiftly quelled by the howling blizzards. However, this notion was short-lived, soon extinguished by external factors. A furtive blue silhouette, upon catching sight of Puni, swiftly bent down, turned, and tiptoed, attempting to stealthily slip into an alley. In an effort to guide this misguided masked fool onto the right path, Puni extended a tendril, seizing the back of his collar. The latter's legs flailed about, as if attempting to waltz in midair. The moonwalk, a peculiar form of movement, creates the illusion of advancing while actually retreating. Although Sambo had not been formally trained, he managed to master it instinctively. The moment his feet touched the ground, Sambo immediately pivoted, rubbing his hands together in a sycophantic manner, exclaiming, "Good afternoon, esteemed sir. How may I, Sambo, be of service to you?" While his words rang true, a sense of dread gnawed at him internally. Why has this esteemed figure taken an interest in me? Did I neglect to check the calendar before venturing out today? He could not afford to miss that grand spectacle. After all, he was seated in the VIP section, second only to the train crew. He recalled that he had ventured out for supplies amidst a fierce storm, the blizzard nearly blinding him. Then, suddenly, a stellar core made its dramatic entrance. Though that was not the crux of the matter. Just as the stellar core was flaunting its might, a powerful figure emerged, shattering the core with sheer force. Yet, that was not the entirety of the tale. Even the antimatter legion that had attacked Yalalo centuries prior was resurrected, facing retribution in the present day, ultimately revitalizing the entire Yalalo 6, ushering in a season of renewal. With the Amber King reigning above, could such phenomena genuinely exist? Thus, encountering Puni instilled in Sambo the sensation of a mouse confronting a cat. Nonetheless, this was merely a facet of Sambo's whimsical nature. A jester shall never be a slave. Para stood nervously behind Puni, casting a warning glance at Sanbwa. Her impression of him was scant. Yet the few impressions she held suggested that this blue figure before her was anything but stable. Sanbwa had always maintained a place on the roster of the silver-maned Iron Guard. Her sole prayer at that moment was for Sanbwa to refrain from any reckless actions that might incite the wrath of this formidable being from beyond, who had bestowed great blessings upon the entirety of Yalalo. Puni immediately discerned that Sanbwa did not genuinely wish to flee. Perhaps the desire to escape was indeed present. Yet the reluctance to do so was equally true. "It appears you are seeking me," Puni stated calmly. Sanbwa's expression stiffened, and he offered an awkward smile. "I knew I couldn't hide anything from you, esteemed one. My name is Sanbwa, and I reside in a rather remote area. I usually assist the elders of the lower district in procuring food and drink. With your recent visit to Yalalo for a thorough inspection, I thought to inquire when the issues facing the lower district might be addressed." Puni regarded Sanbwa, the holy light shimmering subtly around him. His words bore the weight of sincerity, nearly overflowing with earnestness. "However, I do not involve myself in the internal politics of civilization. Perhaps this young lady can provide a more suitable response." Para observed the obsequious figure before her with a complex mix of emotions. She had not anticipated that he had come for the sake of the people in the lower district. "I assure you, Lady Kokoria is already taking steps to address the issues in the lower district. It merely requires some time," Para asserted firmly. To Sanbwa, Para's expression was utterly transparent. Forcing a smile that felt strained, he could only sense a profound weariness. Is this solely for the lower districts? With such a formidable figure present, who can ascertain what might provoke their ire? Given the immense force of a star core, how many encounters can the Alarilo 6 withstand? This time, it is not merely a matter of the Antimatter Legion being frozen by a star core. The star core holds no sway here. Chapter 6, Silver Wolf, Overtime. Meanwhile, the train crew was similarly invigorated by the enchanting sights of Belloborg. The clouds parted, revealing a rolling sea of mist. The scenery, familiar yet elusive, is a beauty that many inhabitants of Belloborg may never behold in their lifetimes. However, from this moment forth, life on this planet shall bask in sunlight for all eternity. Alarilo 6, which had vanished from existence for far too long in the distant past, has now been witnessed in its revival, a truly wondrous experience. Standing atop a tower, gazing down upon the bustling streets, Kiko couldn't help but reflect. This embodies the essence of exploration, regardless of the time or place. There will always be those unwaveringly treading this path, allowing us to witness vistas we have yet to behold. Walter chuckled softly, yet soon fell silent as a particular figure caught his eye. Puni. It is indeed the esteemed Puni. Who is that blue figure? Kiko glanced sideways at the excited March 7 and offered a resigned smile. Walter turned to Danheng and inquired, "What do you think, Danheng? Does the train's think tank have any leads?" Danheng shook his head slightly. "No. Neither the train's records nor my access to the company's network yield any information regarding Puni. It is as if his race has not graced the galaxy in the annals of time. As a descendant of the dragon who oversees the train's think tank, Danheng has been investigating since the outrageous actions of Puni, attempting to uncover any records pertaining to her. This galaxy possesses a limited variety of immortal species, and Puni's formidable and stable power clearly indicates she cannot be a short-lived entity. However, a new question arises. If Puni's distinctive image truly existed, there should be no lack of documentation. Danheng traverses the vast expanse of the Astral Express's think tank, as well as the interstellar peace company network that has expanded to every corner of the galaxy. Few exist within the galaxy capable of evading the intelligence capture of these two powerful forces. Is there truly nothing? This somewhat surprises me. Herta crossed her arms, her expression contemplative. She understood Danheng's capabilities. The fact that even he could not find any records suggests that indeed there are no records of Puni within the train's archives, though perhaps the company has some. The emergence of every extraordinary being within the galaxy signifies a substantial upheaval. The power Puni previously demonstrated is sufficient to claim a place on the galactic stage, and it is evident that this is not her full strength. As the navigator of the Astral Express, Herta must ensure the safety of the crew during their journey. At the very least, she must ascertain whether there are any taboos associated with Puni to avoid inadvertently provoking her. Despite this, after experiencing the divine light firsthand, Herta does not believe Puni to be a force of chaos. Perhaps I have encountered her before. Just as Herta was mired in her thoughts, a murmured voice entered her ears at the opportune moment. Lifting her gaze, she saw Walter, his brow slightly furrowed, lost in contemplation. Herta and Danheng remained silent, patiently awaiting Walter to emerge from his thoughts. After a considerable time, "Apologies, I vaguely recall an impression of Puni's visage, yet at this moment, it eludes my memory." Walter sighed. "There is no need for haste. If you truly have a recollection of Puni, it will eventually resurface," Danheng reassured. Perhaps the effect would have been more profound had he not maintained that indifferent expression while offering comfort. Walter nodded slightly, his brow still furrowed. He was certain he indeed had an impression of Puni's unique appearance. After all, even without considering the power and the ever-present holy light, the distinctiveness of her form was unforgettable. Where could it be? By the way, where is Xing? Herta glanced around, suddenly pausing, instinctively voicing her thought. Upon hearing this, the remaining three individuals simultaneously looked up, their gazes fixed on the spot where Xing had just been standing. "I recall she was just here." March 7 blinked, her mind filled with questions. "Oh, great one, please teach me. I am willing to pay tuition." At that moment, a gray-haired girl descended from above, blocking Puni's path. Pella, caught off guard, found her position usurped. Her foot suspended in midair as she stared in bewilderment at the gray-haired girl who had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Upon closer inspection, the girl, with her pure, untainted white eyes, looked up at Puni with a pitiful plea. She opened her mouth, raised her hand, then let it fall, observing Puni's customary reaction. Ultimately, Pella abandoned her intention to obstruct the girl. Witnessing the Star Corps spirit, who seemed on the verge of prostrating in reverence to her father figure, was indeed a novel experience even for someone as seasoned as Puni. In the realm of the Sayer universe, he has encountered the despicable, the malevolent, and the shameless. Yet, he has never before witnessed such unabashed audacity. Wait, that seems incorrect. After gazing at the star for a moment, Puni suddenly realized the truth. Strictly speaking, this Star Corps spirit had not even completed its first year. What is a face? Nevertheless, Puni harbored no disdain for her actions. Who would quarrel with a child? Moreover, this child was playfully coaxing him. For Puni, who had subdued the Sayer universe for countless years, the spirit's behavior resembled that of a great-grandchild who had just learned to walk, joyfully stumbling towards him with affectionate familiarity. After all, he had traversed time and space to confront formidable foes, seeking greater amusement. "My powers are not suited for you," Puni spoke softly. "Oh." Upon hearing this, the star lowered her head slightly, pouting with a sense of grievance. "But I can teach you how to wield the power within you." Ding! Observing the star's eyes sparkling with excitement, Puni gently waved his tentacles, a smile gracing his face. A Star Corps spirit adept in harnessing the power of the Star Corps would surely bring forth many intriguing events to this galaxy. Meanwhile, in a distant galaxy, The urban beauty and the hacker girl strolled nonchalantly amidst the soldiers sent to capture them. Suddenly, the urban beauty paused. What's wrong? Surely you didn't have a restless night? The hacker girl lazily stretched, catching sight of Kafka in her current state. However, Kafka did not engage in their usual playful banter. Instead, she slightly turned her gaze, her beautiful eyes scanning the throngs of people under the influence of the word spirit. Silver Wolf. There seems to be a minor issue with Elio's script. Overtime is required. What? Regardless of the tumultuous storms outside, the rejuvenated Yalalo remains impervious to their chaos for the time being. In Creeper Fortress, Bronya gazes at Cocolia with a complex expression, her delicate lips pursed, ultimately unable to restrain her words. Mother, are you truly going through with this? Bronya's sentence hangs unfinished, interrupted by a slender finger raised before her, blocking the continuation of her thoughts. I know what you wish to say, Bronya. The golden-haired beauty exhales softly, her shoulders slightly slumping, her expression not dimmed, but rather one of acceptance. Chapter 7, Star, New Edition. I am not a worthy guardian. Cocolia lifts her gaze, her eyes wandering over the portraits adorning the walls. These are the likenesses of past guardians, chronicling each notable governor who has left an indelible mark on Beloborg. They never surrendered, none did. Cocolia murmurs softly, yet I gave up. I succumbed to the deceit of the Star Core, nearly committing a grave error. Mother. Cocolia interjects, locking her gaze onto Bronya's eyes, which reflect both reassurance and determination. There is no need for further words, Bronya, without a doubt. You are the one most suited to lead Yalalo towards revival, both in the past and the future. Cocolia harbors immense confidence in Bronya. Resolute, daring, and responsible, most importantly. Her will is unyieldingly steadfast, impervious to even the harshest of storms. Entrusting Beloborg to Bronya, she feels complete assurance. As for her, the inadequate grand guardian and mother, she silently supports Bronya from behind. Under the reassuring gaze of Cocolia, Bronya hesitates, ultimately falling into silence. Since her mother trusts her so deeply, how could she, destined to become the next grand guardian, ever let her down? Thus, everyone arrives at a joyous conclusion. The following day, at the Silvermane Iron Guard training grounds, Puni sought permission from Cocolia, which ultimately came from Bronya. Puni was instructing Star on the effective utilization of her powers. The strength within you is immense and stable. Yet it is precisely this stability that makes it challenging to harness. Star nodded vigorously, having sneaked out as a proud nameless guest. She was determined to silently grow stronger and astonish everyone, especially March 7th. As part of the younger generation of the Astral Express, a friendly rivalry was certainly not out of the question. While speaking, Puni attentively sensed the sealed Star Core within Star. Unlike the previous shattered Star Core, this one remained remarkably tranquil, quietly residing within Star, continuously emanating power in a subtle manner to support her various abstract endeavors. This included, but was not limited to, instinctively grabbing a bat and swinging it when faced with trouble. Although Star could not directly summon the Star Core's power, it was always there, aiding her. However, this alone was insufficient to unleash the full potential of the Star Core. Its recognition as a malignant force across the multiverse by the galaxy speaks volumes of its might. To put it bluntly, Star had yet to even develop 1% of the Star Core within her. Had she never attempted to harness it? Well, that was no concern. Sealing. Now that was a skill I possessed quite well. The stone slabs encircling Puni are not mere decorations. He considers his mastery over the seal to be quite commendable. Emptying his mind, he will guide you on how to harness the power within you. Xing nodded repeatedly, promptly closing her eyes, obediently awaiting the sensation of power surging throughout her body. A formidable divine energy transformed into threads, entering Xing's being and initiating its operation. The seal encasing the Star Core is exceptionally powerful, consistently and stably channeling the core's energy, nurturing Xing's body, allowing her to effortlessly wield a baseball bat while rummaging through trash bins and engaging in direct confrontations with various adversaries. For the circumstances at that time, it was a perfectly devised seal. However, Puni looked upon this seal with dissatisfaction. The builder's skills were lacking, though the Star Core remained stable. The output of energy was merely a trickle, utterly incomparable to the vast power contained within the core itself. But it mattered not, for he had arrived. A slight adjustment here, and another there. Let us create an opening here. This side is unnecessary. The Langdao family. Guardians of Beloborg for generations, has each member borne with the noble duty of safeguarding the city. The contributions of the Langdao family have been indispensable in maintaining stability in the face of the recent cold wave, ensuring the well-being of Belowberg's inhabitants. Thus, as a member of the Langdao family, I must remain vigilant, even after the cold wave has receded. So spoke Japard Langdao. You, with your slightly dyed blonde hair and trendy attire, can only sigh in exasperation. Observing her brother, who appeared no better than a piece of wood, Silwa expressed her helplessness. I am not suggesting that you abandon your duties. It is my sister who might consider such an option. However, now that the heavy snow has finally receded and the world outside begins to bloom, you must grant yourself a respite and indulge in some relaxation. Moreover, the perpetual tension of the Silvermane Guards is not beneficial. This would also serve as a break for them. The Silvermane Guards have their own holiday arrangements. Before Japard could finish his thought, he found his sister, hands on her hips, suddenly exuding an imposing presence. With a low tone and narrowed eyes fixed upon him, Silwa interjected, "Is the holiday of the Silvermane Guards not under your purview? What, have you resigned from the Silvermane Guards after just a day apart? I will not hear it. With such splendid weather, you must take a break. Even if Kokolia were to come, it wouldn't matter." Silwa's stance was unwavering, disregarding all else. It was imperative that Japard rest today. Should Belowbog still be ensnared by the tempest, perpetually threatened by dimensional creatures, Japard, as a member of the Landau family, would have kept his reservations unspoken. But now, with the dimensional rifts completely vanished and the cold wave dissipated, how could one not seize such a rare opportunity to rest for a few days rather than continue to toil? Did not the news from Kryper Fortress declare that the cold wave has truly come to an end? Yaliluo has been saved, my foolish brother. Very well. I shall take the afternoon off. Faced with the undeniable authority of his blood-related sister, Japard chose wisely to acquiesce. After all, she was his elder sister. There was no need for trepidation. Of course, it was also due to the genuine conclusion of the cold wave, as relayed from Kryper Fortress. After enduring for centuries, the Silvermane Guards, including Japard, were finally granted a new holiday. Yet, he remained steadfast in his commitment to the Landau family as principals, refusing to lower his guard. Which was precisely why Silwa had come to seek him out. Do you truly believe you have grown wings? I shall return to the training grounds to retrieve my equipment, and then I will head home. This is more like it. Go ahead. Silva nodded in satisfaction, waving her hand to hasten Japard's departure. She watched as Japard slowly made his way to the training area, and just as his figure vanished from sight, a resounding boom echoed, "Japard." Within the training grounds, the once orderly environment remained unchanged. Puni's gaze shifted slightly, catching a glimmer of gold nestled in the corner. Ah, so there is indeed something. The child had entered unexpectedly. Although Puni sensed his presence, the power of the stellar explosion was insufficient to harm him. At most, it would merely lull him into a brief slumber. Thus Puni chose to safeguard this training ground. Redirecting his attention, Puni observed the expression of delight on Xing's face, who appeared to be reveling in her newfound toy. At this moment, Xing's gray hair cascaded down to her ankles, her eyes faintly shimmering with golden light, and her toes pointed slightly downward, hovering 2 centimeters above the ground. Chapter 8. Courageous Langdao Faces Adversity. I feel wonderful right now. As the ceaseless surge of power coursed through her being, Xing felt an unprecedented expansion within her. I am the son of this world. This is what is happening. In the corner, Japard clutched his head, propping himself against the wall as he unsteadily rose. Before him lay a haze of confusion. He recalled preparing to return to the training grounds to collect his equipment, and then, nothing. That segment of memory seemed to have been erased, leaving no trace behind. Japard, how wonderful that you are unharmed. While Japard remained in a daze, he heard a familiar voice continuously calling out to him. Observing the seemingly unscathed Japard, who might have had a slight lapse in judgment, Silvera patted her chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, as long as he was unharmed, that was all that mattered. Not far away, Star, poised for action, blinked and tilted her head slightly, her mind momentarily blank. He was fine. Puna's calm demeanor served to soothe Star's immature heart. Japard's sudden intrusion, though a display of raw power, would not truly pose any threat to him, and Puni felt no concern for Japard. Although Japard had never departed from Yalalo, the forces of destiny continually illuminated the path of Yalalo. For Japard, who had embarked on the path of preservation, even the most basic attacks could barely shift him, let alone the surge of power that Star had just unleashed, which stemmed from Puna's modifications to the Star Core seal, entirely safe. Upon hearing that he was unharmed, Star exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. She had no desire to experience the sensation of being a fugitive. Mr. Puni, Miss Star. Just as Star was about to approach to greet them, she noticed that Japard had already joined Silvera, with his indomitable defenses on the path of preservation. Japard now stood before them, completely unrecognizable from moments before when he had been flung away. Looking at Puni, Japard felt a surge of excitement. Sister, this is Mr. Puni, the benefactor who rescued Belobog from the Tempest. Mr. Puni, this is my sister. Upon hearing Japard's words, a flicker of astonishment passed through Silvera's eyes. She had heard whispers about the cessation of the cold wave and its connection to an otherworldly visitor, yet she had not anticipated that this visitor would possess such an exquisite presence. Was this the uniqueness of an extraterrestrial being? Are you in training? Japard inquired, his gaze curious as he regarded the levitating star. He had encountered the nameless miss, and at first glance she appeared utterly unremarkable. However, she had now taken flight, merely unlocking the latent power she possessed. Puni responded softly. Is that so? Japard nodded slightly, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Should you require assistance, I can serve as a measurer. Japard was well versed in the history of Urilo, aware that in ancient times, otherworldly beings frequently descended upon it. Yet now, Urilo was compelled to remain isolated for nearly a millennium, while civilizations beyond its borders continued to evolve. Urilo, in contrast, had stagnated. He yearned for an opportunity, a chance to comprehend the advancements occurring outside. The recent surge of power from the star undoubtedly represented the optimal choice, as its abrupt manifestation indicated that she had yet to master it fully. Thus, training was imperative. As a guardian of Belobog, the shield of the people, he needed to grow stronger. Upon hearing Japard's suggestion, Sylvia shook her head slightly, fully aware of his intentions. She could only remark that the individuals from the Longda family possessed an overwhelming sense of responsibility. Well, if they agree, let Japard give it a try. If not, we shall take a break. Moreover, gazing at Puni, who emanated a divine aura from within, Sylvia felt a surge of curiosity. What kind of power did this otherworldly visitor, who had put an end to the cold wave, possess? Adjusting their positions, only the star and Japard remained in the arena. Japard, be cautious. And if it becomes too much, do concede. Sylvia called from outside the arena, waving her hand. There is no need for concern. I have set up protection for him. Puni replied softly. As the sole true deity reigning over the celestial universe, Puni understood better than anyone the significance of practical combat. In the realm of gaming, the current state of Star can be likened to a character whose stats are maxed out, yet struggles with execution, faced with nimble and unpredictable adversaries. She is prone to being easily outmaneuvered. It is highly probable that those capable of deftly exploiting Star's vulnerabilities would never truly confront her. Conversely, while the disparity in strength between Japard and Star is immense, under the aegis of his protective abilities, he can certainly hold his ground against her, who is still grappling with the nuances of her own power. Within the arena, Japard inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. He gripped the barrier tightly, channeling the protective energy to enhance his own capabilities. In the name of Langdale. Moments later, with a resounding boom, he soared once more into the air. His trajectory followed by those watching, including Sylvia, who instinctively remarked upon Japard's third flight. The contest between him and Star had indeed been dominated by an overwhelming outcome. During the initial round, Sylvia harbored concerns for Japard's safety, yet upon witnessing him emerge unscathed under the protection of Puni, she momentarily set aside her worries. Are there truly such formidable beings beyond the starlit sky? She pondered softly, observing Star as she continued to manipulate her powers. Has Belobog truly fallen behind by nearly a millennium, while the outside world has progressed to such a state? It seems a daunting task for Belobog to catch up. To my knowledge, most worlds are not more formidable than Yalalo. You need not fret, Puni responded calmly. Sylvia refrained from pursuing that line of inquiry, instead gazing at Puni with a spark of curiosity. In the recent battle, Star had displayed overwhelming strength, rendering Japard, a sentinel, utterly defenseless, all while still unfamiliar with her own abilities. Once she becomes adept at wielding her power, it will be exceedingly difficult for Japard to even approach her. Such is the power. Puni merely offered a protective charm, rendering Japard utterly unscathed. Silwa found herself intrigued by Puni. In response, Puni stated, I am but an ordinary interstellar traveler, lacking the formidable strength they possess. Silwa rolled her eyes in genuine disbelief. Although she had never ventured into the cosmos, she was no naive child swayed by a mere sweet. If ordinary interstellar travelers wielded such tremendous power, the galaxy would have long been at peace, and the invaders from centuries past would not have dared to encroach upon them. Meanwhile, in the lower district, a conversation unfolded. Sambo, is what you said true? Has the cold wave truly vanished? In the clinic, Natasha's beautiful eyes widened instinctively, gazing at Sambo in shock, momentarily forgetting to breathe due to the stunning news. Of course, how could I fabricate such significant information? It would be immediately exposed. I, Sambo, would never engage in such self-sabotage. Moreover, not only has the cold wave dissipated, but even the snow has melted away. Is it not the same in the lower district? With Sambo's affirmation, Natasha felt a surge of mixed emotions. The retreat of the cold wave and the melting of the snow heralded the dawn of hope for the lower district. Chapter 9. Communication between upper and lower districts. Mr. Suero, the snow has indeed vanished. Does this signify the end of the cold wave? Amidst a throng of mechanical beings, a towering figure stood resolute, exuding an unparalleled sense of authority with every movement. Beside him, a petite girl with bare feet clenched her fists tightly. Her face flushed with excitement as she gazed up at Suero with eager anticipation. Upon hearing Clara's words, a flash of crimson light flickered in Svarig's eyes as he engaged in the monumental task of data processing and calculation. Clara, based on the information at hand, confirmed that the cold wave had indeed come to an end. Truly, Svarig nodded in affirmation. He adhered strictly to the facts, relying solely on data and computational results. The transformations in Belloberg were not merely superficial. The previous beam of sacred light had swept through, causing the ice and snow to melt away, seamlessly integrating into the earth, nourishing it as fertile soil. Various signs indicated that the cold wave had genuinely concluded. At that moment, a mechanized soldier adorned with red and green lights hurried towards Svarig. The Silvermane Guards. Coincidentally, the long-absent Silvermane Guards reappeared in the gathering spots of the lower district, announcing to the startled residents an astonishing piece of news. In the upper district of Belloberg, March 7th stood against the eternal winter monument, her right hand forming a peace sign, while her left captured a photograph. Click. A flawless portrait. Indeed, she was quite photogenic. Alas, I wonder where Star has vanished to, so mysteriously absent, not accompanying me on this adventure. Humph. Nearby, Herta gazed cheerfully at the lively March 7th, with Bronya standing beside her. Rest assured, Miss Bronya, we shall not miss your inauguration as the Guardian tomorrow, Herta assured. Upon receiving this response, Bronya smiled in gratitude. Observing Bronya's somewhat youthful visage, Herta suddenly spoke. By the way, Miss Bronya, have you decided to lift the blockade on the lower district? The blockade of the upper and lower districts is well known among the people of Belloberg. Even a slight inquiry from the train crew can uncover the truth. From a certain perspective, the notion of dividing the city into upper and lower districts is somewhat sensible, especially in times of absolute crisis for civilization. One can place faith in the power of the people, yet it is wise to trust in one's own discernment regarding the intangible nature of wisdom. After all, Belloberg is home to a presence of nobility. Were supplies to be freely released, it is likely that Belloberg would not have endured until now. Just as one can always rely on the capabilities of certain nobles to stir the pot, I am resolute in my intentions. In the past, even if I had desired to lift the restrictions on the lower district, I would have relinquished that wish under the weight of survival. But now, things have changed. Belloberg is imbued with newfound hope, and the inhabitants of both the upper and lower districts should unite. Moreover, Bronya paused and continued. My mother has spoken to me. I, too, emerge from the lower district. If I can become the Bronya I am today, then the people from the lower district can also aspire to a brighter future. Furthermore, the resource scarcity that plagued Belloberg previously was exacerbated by the cold wave, leading to a dramatic increase in consumption. With the cold wave now receded, the stored supplies in Belloberg are more than sufficient to last until the harvest season. That will mark the true revival of Belloberg. Each time Bronya reflects on this, she feels a profound gratitude for that radiant figure who exudes a divine light. So, I shall wish you all a soaring ascent into the starry seas. 3 days later, before the monument of eternal winter, the crowd swelled with a vibrant assembly of elegantly dressed individuals mingling with those in simpler attire, creating a picturesque scene. After such an extensive passage of time, the impressions between the upper and lower districts have grown indistinct. Many of the newly born youths are encountering so many peers for the first time. For the children of the lower district, the upper district appears enchanting. The ceiling, which they call the sky, gleams brilliantly, rendering them somewhat bashful. However, there exists little barrier among the elders of both sides. age is but a number, and many among them have previously acquainted one another, naturally reminiscing about the past as they grow older. This is indeed the upper district, bustling with life, and it is the first time Hook has witnessed such a throng. Amidst the crowd, Hook, holding a drilling machine, gazes in awe at the lively scene before him. The lower district has never experienced such vibrancy. Indeed, the upper district is the right place to be. The upper district. Humph. A tall girl with slightly bluish-purple hair folds her arms defiantly, letting out a derisive huff. Come now, Sierra, regardless of anything. Today is a momentous occasion. You ought to relax. Holding everything in is not beneficial, Natasha, with her striking beauty and gentle demeanor, remarks while standing beside Sierra. She understands the roots of Sierra's disdain for the upper district, yet urges her not to let it sour her mood. After all, today is a day worth chronicling in history. The day the children of the lower district behold the sky. Mr. Schwero, this place is so beautiful. Do you think Clara will feel out of place here? Clara speaks timidly, her demeanor apprehensive, particularly as the conversations of her upper district peers nearby unsettle her. Though her voice is soft, the words drift on the wind, reaching their ears. Suddenly, their expressions froze as they glanced at Clara and then at Svaler before bolting away. It's all right, Clara. They do not harbor any animosity towards you. Svaler had indeed overheard their conversation and was about to comfort Clara. In reality, they had been discussing themselves. Clara nodded, preparing to say something to Svaler when she suddenly noticed his vigilant demeanor directed towards the rear. Instinctively, she turned around. Oh, the lights brightened slightly. It was Puni. Puni had activated the holy light. He was comparing data. No matching image detected. State your intentions. As Svaler beheld this unfamiliar entity, his control systems operated at full capacity. He was uncertain of the other's strength, yet, despite his reliance on data analysis to gauge an opponent's fundamental capabilities, he sensed an overwhelming force emanating from Puni. This revelation jolted his database. Even in the distant past, he had never encountered such a formidable target, one that instilled fear. Even in machines, such a being should not exist in the upper districts. Barlowberg should not harbor such formidable power. Clara bit her lip, cautiously observing Puni. This, sir, Mr. Svaler did not mean any offense. Please do not be angry. She was at a loss as to how to address this creature, which bore a slight resemblance to a certain vegetable. In the presence of the adorable young one, Puni exhibited remarkable patience. He nodded slightly and spoke. I come not with hostility, but rather out of curiosity regarding your existence. The mechanical entity articulated emotions, making it a remarkable being in this universe. Chapter 10. Today's harvest. The two Star Core hunters and the emotional module of the cell robot cannot be compared, of course, but they remain rather abstract. It is only after encountering Clara that Schwero reveals his emotional logic and thought processes. To a certain extent, Clara serves as an anchor for Schwero's human emotions. Such a miraculous and elusive manner of existence piques Puni's curiosity. Schwero remains silent, analyzing the authenticity of Puni's words. After a series of complex calculations, he discovers that, remarkably, Puni's tone can rival that of the most genuine humans he has encountered. Lacking any hostility, he decides to set this aside for the time being, recording it in the database for future analysis when more data becomes available. Gently lowering his head to observe the bewildered Clara, Puni softly advises, maintain your current mindset, and you shall journey farther. With that, Puni gracefully departs. Truly ethereal. Clara gazes at Puni's receding figure, perplexed by his meaning. What on earth was that, Schwero? She questions, sharing a wary expression as she watches Puni leave. As a member of the Earth Fire, having grown up amidst conflicts, she possesses a unique ability to discern danger. Damn it, I actually sense a threat from a mere onion head. When did Belloborg harbor such peculiar beings, frequently venturing out to eradicate rift creatures and scavenge for supplies? She considers herself well-versed in these entities. Yet, the sensation that the recent onion head evoked was entirely unlike any rift creature. Its almost overwhelming aura of sanctity and the instinctual sense of peril before a superior existence ushered her into a strange perception. Schwero shook his head. The database holds no record, suggesting that this is not a life form of the Aeroloth. One should not underestimate the database of an ancient robot. There is no cause for concern. The mere fact that he can appear in the upper district indicates all is well. Let us revel in the current festivities. Natasha interjected at the opportune moment, interrupting Shire's spiraling thoughts. In her view, this was a form of affliction. Shire, harboring an intense distrust of the upper district, exhibited a heightened vigilance towards all that she did not understand. Considering the weight of responsibility upon her shoulders, her actions were justifiable. Shire had played a significant role in the development of the Earth Fire into its present state. However, Natasha wished for her to relax a little. There was no need to confront those detestable rift creatures any longer. She hoped Shire could embrace some of the youthful exuberance befitting her age. Before the Everwinter Monument, amidst the intertwined gazes of the upper and lower district citizens, and under the watchful eye of Kokolia, who had already announced that she would be succeeded by Bronya. Bronya took a deep breath, stepped forward decisively, and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, I, Bronya Rand, shall officially assume the role of the Grand Guardian." Stepping forward into the future alongside Belloberg. At this moment, her voice surged, trembling slightly with an indescribable excitement. Although she had rehearsed the words countless times, the overwhelming emotions surged like ocean waves, difficult to contain. I, Bronya Rand, hereby declare that the cold wave has ended, and the calamity that has plagued Eraloth for nearly 1,000 years is behind us. We have successfully seized the present. The future is upon us. After a brief silence, the venue erupted into a tempestuous roar of applause. Bronya beamed with genuine joy, and after a moment, she gestured with her hands to calm the crowd and continued speaking. Here, I must formally express my gratitude to a certain individual who has rescued Yalalo from the prolonged grip of ice and snow. Yalalo shall forever remember the kindness of this hero. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the side, where Puni was watching the spectacle alongside the train crew. "Mr. Puni, Belloberg will eternally cherish your benevolence." Puni waved a tentacle in acknowledgement. It was not that he lacked emotion, rather. He had encountered similar scenes countless times throughout his long existence. His Holy Spirit's magical brilliance often garnered gratitude from a ravaged world each time he purified a wicked soul. To this day, he himself has lost count of how many worlds he has aided and how many have sung his praises. The gathering in Belloberg today was merely another experience for him. His presence here was also a testament to Bronya's heartfelt invitation. What intrigued him more was training the star, allowing her to become more adept in harnessing the power of the star core within her. Suddenly, Puni noticed two rather interesting figures. The ice and snow of an entire planet had inexplicably vanished, a rare occurrence indeed. Leaning against the railing, Silver Wolf lightly swayed her legs, observing the scene below with keen interest. While her understanding of Yalalo 6 was limited, she recognized this location as a pivotal point in the Elio script. Thus, she had retained some memory of the planet's distinctive frozen landscape. She had not anticipated that her visit would coincide with such a lively gathering. With a subtle sidelong glance, Silver Wolf spoke. "Nakafka, what shall we do now? That onion-headed individual possesses the capability to crush a star core and can melt a millennium's worth of accumulated ice and snow on a planet without altering the planet itself. This is indeed a rather formidable predicament." Despite her words, the eager expression on Silver Wolf's face was unmistakable. Danger? The very essence of a star core hunter is to seek danger. As a legendary hacker of Punk Lord, retreating in the face of minor troubles would only serve to invite ridicule. Furthermore, what does danger signify if her ether editor is non-existent? Kafka rested her elbow on the railing, gently cradling her delicate chin in her palm, her vacant gaze fixed on the conspicuously prominent Puni amidst the crowd. Her perspective was akin to that of Silver Wolf. After all, they were confronting a formidable adversary capable of crushing a star core with bare hands. This singular achievement spoke volumes. Any rash actions would merely precipitate a cascade of repercussions. Yet, he was not scripted within the AI Leo narrative, yet still held the power to influence its progression. Kafka muttered softly to herself. What troubled her most was this very matter. Confronting a being capable of altering the storyline required not just brute force, but also patience. They could not allow him to affect the narrative before the issue at hand was resolved. "We must devise a swift solution," Kafka asserted. "Who shall we resolve? Do you require my assistance?" "Thank you, but that is not necessary." Instinctively picking up the thread of conversation, Kafka suddenly realized and turned to look back, locking eyes with those calm, ancient orbs. In her peripheral vision, Silver Wolf, whose feet were thrashing in the air, clutched her mouth tightly with her hands, desperately attempting to convey a signal to Kafka. "Perhaps we could sit down and have a proper conversation?" Kafka inquired tentatively, donning a smile that was anything but impolite. Puni nodded slightly in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment. Indeed, this was not an appropriate venue for discourse. Today's acquisition consisted of 2 star core hunters. Chapter 11. The Silver Wolf, who had never endured such humiliation. The Star Core Hunters are a mysterious organization that traverses the cosmic seas in pursuit of star cores. Their ranks are sparse, yet each member is an elite, a formidable force capable of incapacitating entire planets. To date, the galaxy's perception of the Star Core Hunters has been limited to a handful of their members, and the identity of this enigmatic organization's leader remains shrouded in mystery. What is certain, however, is that the appearance of the Star Core Hunters likely signifies the presence of a star core beneath your very feet. If one wishes to survive, it is prudent to flee post-haste. Yet, the current predicament is, we cannot escape. Gazing up at the ceiling, the Silver Wolf's eyes dulled with disillusionment. Who could elucidate the reasons behind the unfolding of events in such a manner? Initially, she had anticipated a straightforward operation, believing that any deviation in Elio's script would not hinder their efforts to rectify it. After all, she considered that no one in this galaxy was capable of capturing her. In truth, things were not so dire. They had successfully infiltrated the premises. Kafka surveyed the exquisite reception room with keen interest, devoid of any other emotion. Having emerged from the esteemed Tianyi 5, she was uniquely positioned in this regard. What was fear? Fear was something she was exceedingly eager to experience. Heh! The Silver Wolf rolled her eyes, acknowledging that the method of their infiltration was simply different from before. With a slight furrow of her brow, the Silver Wolf gazed intently at the serene Puni and spoke. What is this thing? It can actually withstand my abilities. This was precisely what unsettled the Silver Wolf. Her formidable ether manipulation was rendered utterly ineffective before Puni. Initially, she had contemplated withdrawing through ether manipulation, only to discover that the surrounding space had been forcibly anchored by a mysterious force, impervious to her invincible ether abilities. Sensing the persistent attempts to disrupt her power, Puni gently advised, do not bother. Your strength cannot breach this barrier. The Silver Wolf's ether manipulation was exceedingly excessive, to the point where, barring her own reckless actions, only a handful of beings in the galaxy could pose a threat to her. Yet, even the most overwhelming power relies on the skill of its wielder. Challenging Puni, who had subdued the Ser universe for countless ages, was akin to throwing an egg against a stone, an endeavor marked by futility. Once the Silver Wolf had thoroughly succumbed and ceased her commotion, Kafka spoke with a light-hearted tone. Sir, why has someone as extraordinary as you never made a name for yourself in the galaxy? Is there perhaps a hidden reason behind it? As she spoke, Kafka's jewel-like, radiant eyes were fixed intently upon Puni, as if attempting to pierce through his very essence. It is worth mentioning that Kafka had already removed her exquisite contact lenses. The Silver Wolf cast a disdainful glance at the unusually compliant woman, curling her lip in derision. As seasoned companions traversing the galaxy, she could confidently thump her barren chest and assert that her knowledge of Kafka could fill an extensive tome. Clearly, the recent encounter had taught her a lesson in humility, bringing her to a newfound understanding. Indeed, Kafka radiated an enchanting charm, reminiscent of a captivating neighbor engaging in conversation before preparing dinner. Yet, this was merely a veneer, concealing her profound confusion and bewilderment. The ethereal editor that ensnared the Silver Wolf remained impervious to her incantations. Such a formidable entity surely warranted a name, as Ilias scripts had never featured such a distinctly marked presence. You may call me Puni, she stated, leaning in slightly, her tone even. Have you not been observing me all along? The Silver Wolf raised his right hand, hopeful. So can we depart now? No, she replied with a dismissive glance at the retreating Silver Wolf. Mr. Puni, we have not imposed any influence upon you, have we? As for your visibility, to be candid, your presence would captivate attention in any corner of the galaxy. Perhaps you might consider adopting a different guise if you wish to evade scrutiny. We have arrived with a mission, and the essence of that mission has been disrupted by your actions. Our intent is merely to ascertain where the issue lies, not to oppose you. Indeed, Puni nodded slightly. If you could temper your readiness for confrontation, it would lend you considerable credibility. Kafka smiled unabashedly, releasing her left hand from behind her back. I am indifferent to your actions, Puni remarked nonchalantly. No matter the design of the Star Core Hunters, as long as it does not involve malevolence, I remain unconcerned. Disrupting your narrative was never my intention. This is the truth. Puni had never been particularly invested in the trajectory of the Star Core Hunter script. Perhaps it contained numerous accounts intricately linked to the future of this universe. Yet Puni remained unfazed. The prolonged experience of suppressing the cell universe had imparted a crucial lesson to maintain an interest in the future of the world. One must refrain from interference and inquiry. This realization stemmed from Puni's own experiences in the Cell universe prior to arriving in this realm, and it was a significant source of his enduring vitality. Kafka remained noncommittal. So what does Elio's script entail? Ultimately, Puni gleaned nothing regarding the story of the script from the two of them. According to their accounts, each rendition of the script emerged at pivotal moments, and during the interludes, even they were in the dark. In other words, this period was akin to a holiday for them. They would engage in work only when required. Puni was not disheartened. His inquiry arose primarily because the Star Core hunters had presented themselves, and when no one was around, he found it tedious to ask. With them now before him, was it not regretful to remain silent? Having not received the answers he sought, Puni did not press the two further and turned to leave. Did he simply walk away? Evidently so. How could two conspicuous Star Core hunters like us simply let him walk away? What do you expect to happen? Observing the visibly exasperated Silver Wolf, Kafka chuckled lightly. This fellow certainly holds others in contempt. After all, it's merely an onion head. What is there to be so proud about? Just wait until my skills improve, and I shall reclaim my dignity. Clenching the cushion tightly with both hands, Silver Wolf puffed up his cheeks, grumbling in discontent. What scenes had she, a distinguished Star Core hunter, not witnessed? Even the top-tier powers tread carefully in her presence, wary of inadvertently falling into her trap. Yet this onion head, remarkably, didn't he even spare her a glance. So what if he banned the ether editing? Just you wait. When my skills are enhanced, I'll transform your colors to purple. Sensing the overwhelming resentment emanating from Silver Wolf, Kafka covered her mouth with a soft laugh. Her gaze drifting towards the direction in which Puni had departed, her eyes filled with curiosity. What exactly is he? Chapter 12. The 7 Layers of Destiny Sealing the Power of Destiny. Beneath the moonlight, Puni meticulously sensed the omnipresent mysterious energy surrounding him. Preservation, expansion, abundance, destruction. He could feel all known powers of destiny. It wasn't that he could simultaneously align with so many concepts of destiny, but for him, the cosmic power of destiny was nearly transparent, rendered useless. As his tentacles gently brushed the air, Puni remained unfazed. Should he choose to disseminate the visions within his sight, a considerable uproar would surely ensue. Indeed, destiny walkers are exceedingly rare. Although nearly every destiny path possesses its own distinct forces and appears numerous, those who can truly embark upon such paths are exceedingly rare. Take, for instance, the Celestial Vessel Alliance, where the long-lived species are most abundant. The number of individuals who undertake the path of hunting is not only scarce, but also minuscule when juxtaposed with the Alliance's vast population. However, who decrees that the members of the Celestial Vessel Alliance are confined solely to the path of hunting? With the radiant light revealing portions of the power of destiny, various hues of destiny energy swirled around Puni, a kaleidoscope of colors. Observing these energies sparked a thought within Puni. Preservation, destruction, memory, abundance, wisdom, joy, and gluttony, 7 distinct powers of destiny began to converge slowly, with a graceful movement of his 2 tendrils. The power of the holy light guided them toward the sealing stone tablet enveloping Puni. This shall be my course of action. The energies of destiny flowed incessantly into the sealing stone tablet, and a look of satisfaction graced Puni's features. This method indeed proves viable. His concept was straightforward: to seal the powers of destiny within the stone tablet, thus forming a unique creation of the crumbling iron universe. Furthermore, he would place the defenses created from the destiny energy on the outside. Should anyone manage to breach these 7 defenses, they would then confront the true seal. Essentially, to challenge Puni within the crumbling iron universe, one must be prepared to face 14 seals. As the 7 powers of destiny accumulated to the level of formidable energy, Puni ceased his efforts. This should suffice for most scenarios, he nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, however, Puni sensed the energies of destiny within the tablet depleting at a visibly rapid pace. Confronted with this situation, Puni remained completely unperturbed. In the next moment, the omnipresent force of fate instinctively replenished the fleeting fragments, once more forming an impeccable defense. This cyclical process continued endlessly, showcasing the exquisite essence of Puni's seal. He did not seize the power of fate, unless he sought to cultivate the pathways of the fallen star gods. Any attempt to forcibly harness the power of fate would undoubtedly attract their attention, leading to inevitable conflict. Puni had no desire to confront the star gods, not out of fear, but simply out of preference. He relished the challenge of confronting formidable opponents, Yet to directly grasp the power of fate would equate to waging war against the star gods, akin to intruding upon someone's home and wreaking havoc, only to engage the homeowner in a fierce battle. Such conduct was inconsistent with Puni's principles of sanctity. At that moment, in a nearby tower, Kafka, who had observed the entire spectacle, widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Was he really drawing upon the power of fate? It did not seem quite so. Born of the ethereal fifth realm, she lacked feelings of fear, yet emotions such as astonishment and confusion resonated within her, compounded by her insights as a Starcore hunter, leaving her utterly speechless. The joyous star god above, was it truly possible for someone to simultaneously manipulate such an abundance of fate's power? Surely, this could not be mere trickery. Well, it's finally over. So, Kafka, did you witness anything intriguing? Kafka raised her alabaster arms skyward and then let them fall to her sides, observing the victorious tally on the screen. Silver Wolf nodded in satisfaction, turned to Kafka, only to discover that she had entered an indescribable state. A sudden pang stirred within her. Could it be that your mind has deteriorated? With a slight arch of her brow, Kafka disregarded the impudent thoughts swirling in Silver Wolf's mind, as her own brain was still processing the images she had just received. After a moment of contemplation, carefully choosing her words, Kafka tentatively inquired, Silver Wolf, may I pose a question? If, and I emphasize if, there exists a being capable of simultaneously harnessing the power of 7 destinies. What are you talking about? Silver Wolf interrupted, gazing at her in astonishment. Oh no, could it be that her mind has truly faltered? I always knew that onion-headed one had ulterior motives. Puni slightly lifted her head, her gaze piercing through the wall to glimpse the 2 individuals behind it. Silver Wolf appeared to be bubbling with a bit more energy. Meanwhile, far away in the endless light years of Bayer Point, the colossal Interstellar Peace Corporation was continuously emanating a terrifying force. In the private office of Ms. Topa from the Stoneheart 10, within the Strategic Investment Department's Special Debt Enforcement Team, the professional debt collector, Ms. Topa, lounged with her ivory-like legs crossed, her slender fingers teasing a beautifully crafted special piggy bank, indulging in her afternoon tea with an air of languor. Bang, Ms. Topa. There is a debt issue that requires your attention. Well, vacation time is over. Accepting the report, Topa glanced over it briefly, suddenly raising an eyebrow. Yalalo 6? I recall that this planet had vanished from the interstellar charts hundreds of years ago. As a professional debt collector, Topa possesses an intimate understanding of the business that the company has disseminated across the galaxy, with particular attention to exceptional cases like Yalalo 6, which she holds close to her heart. Conventionally, such unique circumstances would be deemed as bad debts. After all, the company already has its fair share of those. One more or one less hardly matters. However, the situation has shifted. Recently received signals indicate that Yalalo 6 has resumed traces of civilization, suggesting that the civilization once thought lost may have survived. Intriguing. A subtle smile graced her lips as Topa shook the report in her hand and declared, I will personally handle this debt. Let me uncover what has transpired on Yalalo 6 over the centuries. The staff member nodded in acknowledgement. It was widely recognized within the company that their leader was a hands-on practitioner, having personally recovered numerous obstinate debtors, ensuring success was all but guaranteed with her involvement. At that moment, Topa pondered the implications of Yalalo 6. If remnants of civilization truly existed there, the planet, ravaged by antimatter legions and various calamities for centuries, would certainly require assistance. In a sense, the ability to rekindle the flames of civilization after so many years, coupled with the company's detection of a certain level of societal advancement, would indeed render this world miraculous. And if it is a miracle, then surely it deserves to be further ignited, does it not? Right, debts? Chapter 13. Debts accumulated over nearly a millennium until the following day. As she enjoyed breakfast in the dining hall, Kafka remained engrossed in contemplation of this matter. Then, the Starcore hunter. Greetings. Upon hearing the commotion, Kafka cheerfully raised her right hand and waved gently. GZ and Walter regarded the woman with a wary gaze, while the silver wolf, adorned with pronounced dark circles, was conveniently overlooked. What do you intend to do this time? Have you come for the Starcore? If that is the case, you have arrived too late. There is no need for Lady GZ to concern herself. We are merely at leisure for the moment. We heard that Yalalo boasts picturesque scenery. Hence our decision to indulge in a holiday. Kafka chuckled softly. Her words met with skepticism from GZ, who did not trust a single punctuation mark of her statement. The reputation of the Star Core hunters across the galaxy is notorious, bordering on malevolent, particularly the man wielding a blade and the mech. They are categorized as high-risk targets. To brazenly vacation in Yalalo, a place long removed from the star charts, with the company offering a generous bounty, is something even March 7th would not dare to attempt. Walter spoke in a low tone. The Star Core hunters are remarkably well informed. Just as Yalalo 6 emerges from its crisis, you appear. The Silver Wolf, whose altitude fell below the average of the gathering, tilted its head, observing this way and that, until it could no longer contain itself. Forget about our purpose for being here for a moment. Do you know what that onion-headed creature is? Onion-headed? GZ replied, momentarily taken aback. The one called Puni. As the train of thought continued down this path, GZ and Walter fell into an unspoken silence. A chilling realization struck. Images of the effortlessly crushed Star Core flooded their minds. Their awareness sharpened instantly. You Star Rail are known to traverse the cosmos. Surely you must know what it is and whether it possesses any weaknesses? GZ took a step back, silently observing the eagerly expectant Silver Wolf. It was peculiar. Although she had only just encountered them, it felt as though she had witnessed the two suffering considerable misfortune under the command of Puni. I have some inkling about this. Yet the details elude me, Walter stated calmly. After returning, he had repeatedly reflected on the matter, firmly convinced that at some point he had indeed seen records pertaining to Puni's unique image, yet he could not recall the specifics. As for whether speaking out would attract the attention of the Star Core hunters to his homeland, if they truly intended to do so, they should certainly take him along. With Silver Wolf's presence, the atmosphere in the room lightened considerably. At the very least, GZ could temporarily believe that the Star Core hunters were not here to instigate trouble, or perhaps they sought to cause a disturbance but had been quelled. In this strange ambience, an extraordinary scene unfolded in the restaurant. The nameless explorer and the infamous Star Core hunters shared a table, gazing at one another. A remarkable spectacle within the galaxy. The silence did not linger for long. Wonderful. Miss GZ, Mr. Walter, there you are? Para approached briskly, slightly breathless. Her hair a bit disheveled, her expression filled with surprise as she regarded the two. However, she quickly turned her gaze to the two seated opposite them in confusion. Are these two your acquaintances? We met on the way. Miss Para, is there something you need? Oh, I apologize for interrupting your meal. Miss GZ. The Grand Guardian has an urgent matter to discuss with you, she replied. The current Grand Guardian, Bronya, chuckled lightly and inquired, may we partake in this discussion? Observing the young lady's apparent urgency, perhaps we could offer some insight. As soon as the words left his lips, GZ let out a barely perceptible huff. Rising and turning away. No need to trouble yourselves, thank you. Watching the trio depart, Silver Wolf blinked in curiosity. Kafka, what shall we do now? I find myself rather intrigued by her current activities. At this moment, within the office of the Grand Guardian at Craper Castle, Bronya furrowed her brow. Her hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Her gaze, sharp as a needle, fixated on a note resting upon the desk, exuding an aura of chilling intensity. Reminiscent of an impending cold wave. It was an IOU, specifically a remnant from centuries past, left by the builders of Bellowburg who had braved the cold tide. This document had been unearthed by Cocolia, the former Grand Guardian. While she was sorting through the multitude of disordered files that had accumulated during her time ensnared by the Star Core's allure. Initially, neither of them regarded this IOU with much significance, considering it a relic of history. Given that the creditor who signed it might no longer be among the living after nearly a millennium. However, everything changed upon encountering the term Interstellar Peace Corporation. Bronya's expression turned somewhat menacing as her focus became laser-like. She had gleaned considerable knowledge of the corporation from the Star Rail, recognizing it as a vast network spanning countless worlds, shrouding the entire galaxy, a truly colossal enterprise. If the once frozen Urilo were still under the grip of the cold tide, there would be no cause for concern regarding debt collection, as Urilo would have been non-existent on the star map during that era. However, the frigid wave that once enveloped Yalalo has dissipated, allowing civilization to once again flourish with vibrant life and competition. According to the findings that Bronya obtained after inquiring with Kiana about various galactic knowledge for the advancement of Bellowburg, it appears quite likely that the other party has detected Yalalo's signals. As for this promissory note, even Bellowburg managed to preserve it. Buried beneath a pile of precious documents by the builders, there is even relevant data documenting its existence. It was through such records that Cocolia was able to restore this note. It is hard to fathom that a colossal enterprise spanning the galaxy would not have similar preparations in place. Most crucially, This promissory note is signed in the name of Yalalo, which implies that as long as Belloberg remains on Yalalo and desires to retain this sphere, this matter cannot be overlooked. Now, Bronya can only hope that this promissory note has become void and is no longer recognized. Unfortunately, Miss Bronya, this note remains valid to this day. How could this be? The last flicker of hope has been extinguished, and Bronya instantly dons a mask of anguish. After centuries of debt, what can Belloberg, just liberated from a survival crisis, possibly use to repay this? Miss Kiana, is it possible to repay this debt gradually? Bronya lifted her head, her hopeful gaze flickering slightly. Kiana shook her head gently, sighing, given the company's nature, it seems quite difficult. Well then, hope has been dashed once more. However, with nearly a millennium of debt, Yalalo 6 currently lacks the capacity to repay. And this obligation has likely become a bad debt within the company, so there should be no cause for concern. This is the experience accumulated by Jeezy as she has followed the train's expansion to this day. Unless the company intends to take the entire Yalalo away, this debt will undoubtedly become a bad debt, ultimately going unpursued. The individuals who originally signed this debt with the company and Yalalo are most likely no longer present. And as long as no one idly rummages through it, the debt should pose no issue. Chapter 14. More to see. The debt collectors arrive in the lower district of Belloborg. It is uncertain what Sister Jeezy and Uncle Yang are occupied with. They seem quite busy. Despite the fact that no problems have arisen in Belloborg, March 7th scratched her head, her clear eyes filled with confusion. Donhing spoke up, suggesting, perhaps Miss Bronya requires assistance. With the capabilities of Lady Jeezy and Mr. Walter, it should not be a problem. I understand, but it feels a bit unfortunate. After all, everyone finally gathered. And now Sister Jeezy and the others have to attend to their tasks, March 7th sighed. Suddenly narrowing her eyes and tilting her head slightly to observe the obedient Xing beside her, her brow furrowing. Something feels off. Why have you been so quiet lately? From March 7th's perspective as a new generation of train passengers, it is impossible for a first exploratory journey to be tranquil. More precisely, it is inconceivable for a nameless guest to remain undisturbed, especially considering Xing's previous behavior, which firmly established her image in March 7th's mind. Hearing March 7th's words, Xing, who was engaged in a series of complex maneuvers utilizing her stellar core power, snapped back to reality, casting a disdainful glance at March 7th. Humph. I have serious matters to attend to. A sudden impulse surged within me, a desire to press her head to the ground. At that moment, a vibrant blue figure fluttered past like a butterfly, casting a cold glance at the trio of train passengers. What brings you here? She inquired, her demeanor icy. There are outsiders. March 7 shot a glare at Xing, leaving an unspoken message of we shall see. Turning back with a smile, she said, hello. I am aware of your identity. The newly appointed Grand Guardian has mentioned you, nameless visitors from the outskirts of Yalalo. However, that is not my question. What is your purpose for coming to the lower district? Before March 7 could respond, Herta interjected, her tone sharp, momentarily at a loss for words. March 7 exchanged a glance with Dan Heng, silently conveying her resignation before stepping back. With a reluctant sigh, Dan Heng addressed the young lady, Miss. We are merely here to observe the lower district. We harbor no ulterior motives. Observe? Who would wish to visit such a place? Herta's bright eyes shone with unmasked skepticism. Is there more? Xing keenly noted the undertone in her words. After a brief silence, Herta coldly stated, if you wish to observe, follow me. But do not stray from my line of sight. Natasha has been quite busy lately. The residents of the lower district all have their share of ailments. And with the barrier between the upper and lower districts now breached, the supply of medicine is no longer an issue. Natasha has been diligently tending to the sick. Everyone is occupied, and the safety of the lower district must be guarded by us. The three exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. What should we do? Dan Heng. Let us follow. This young lady appears to be quite wary of outsiders. Can I still rummage through the trash? In the lower district of Belloberg lies an expansive subterranean realm, capable of accommodating numerous inhabitants while still possessing vast space. As the cold wave recedes and the snow melds with the earth, many regions once shrouded in frost once again breathe with the presence of humanity. At this moment, within the old weapons testing ground, a figure radiating a divine light stands alongside several others, gazing at the warehouse before them. Clara's mouth slightly agape. Her face a portrait of astonishment, observes as the concealed warehouse in the valley is unveiled, revealing an endless array of mechanized soldiers quietly awaiting within. Time has etched its marks upon their exteriors, signifying that these machines have lingered here for many years. Data scanning, data analysis, in progress. Conclusion: weapons forged during the era of the builders. Clara's eyes widen with a sense of awe at the historical significance of these machines, yet confusion soon follows. With so many robots at their disposal, why did the builders not utilize them? Too late to employ them, or perhaps no one had the capability to do so. Puni softly elucidates. Not long ago, Clara had urgently sought him out, wishing for his insights as an interstellar traveler to discern certain matters. In a sense, he indeed is an interstellar traveler, yet his previous journeys bore no relation to this universe. His gaze sweeps across the silent mechanized soldiers within the warehouse, their appearance and technology unmistakably embodying the essence of the builder era. It is rather impolite to say, but the technological sophistication of the mechanized soldiers here surpasses that of the current Belloborg by a considerable margin. After all, nearly a millennium has passed. While Belloborg has managed to persist with some technological advancements, it is severely constrained by resources, making it fall short in many aspects compared to the era of the city builders. The most evident example of this is the mechanized soldiers. Were resources abundant, there would be no need for the Silvermane Iron Guards to risk their lives battling dimensional creatures. Puni may not be an expert in technology, yet he possesses the remarkable ability to swiftly analyze the technical structure of these mechanized soldiers. The robots of the Seer universe are far more complex in their architecture, even exhibiting emotional expressions that could momentarily overwhelm his mind. Puni, Suero, Clara, I have returned. These three are individuals from the Astral Express, claiming to have come for a visit. Just then, Shire approached with three small companions. Clara greeted the trio with a smile and a wave, while Suero cast a brief glance. Puni, you're here too. Upon spotting Puni, Xing's hair stood on end in a delightful manner, as if a radar had locked onto him instantly. Their relationship is exceptionally close. Puni is a genuinely good person, and no one can dissuade him from that. Sensing the power within Xing's body, Puni nodded slightly, his mustache gently fluttering. Indeed, the three pairs behind him are actually mustaches. Puni simply employs them in a manner akin to tentacles. Your strength has gradually matured. What remains is for you to master it. March 7's perplexed gaze flitted back and forth between Puni and Xing. Why does it feel like these two are concealing something from her? It must be an illusion, certainly an illusion. So many robots. On the 7th of March, she slightly parted her lips, instinctively exclaiming, "We were engaged in a discussion about why the builders did not employ these robots, yet we had not reached a conclusion." Clara elucidated. Donheng appeared contemplative. After arriving at Yalalo 6, he had diligently perused the records regarding Yalalo, particularly intrigued by the company's involvement. Considering the resources and finances of Yalalo 6 at that time, could such numerous projects truly be erected? While he pondered this, he suddenly heard a voice nearby. "Look, the debt collectors have arrived." Instinctively raising his head, Donheng's eyes widened in astonishment, quickly shifting to a defensive stance. "Starcore hunters, what mischief are you plotting this time?" March 7th cautiously stepped back a pace, poised to draw her bow. March 7th's actions did not faze Kafka in the slightest, who cheerfully greeted Star. "I advise you not to be deceived by her." March 7th called out to Star without turning around. You have not heard a word of this." March 7th scowled at Star, who was amiably conversing with Kafka. "Hey there." Donheng inquired in confusion. "Debt collection? Is it meant literally, or is there a deeper meaning?" Moreover, he sensed an odd impression. These two Starcore hunters seemed somewhat honest. Silver Wolf activated a virtual panel, deftly maneuvering his fingers across it. Before long, a horizontal line began to rise on the panel, accelerating until it soared past a certain critical point, swiftly darting over March 7th's head. This is too much. The literal meaning. Ignoring the accusations from March 7th, Silver Wolf calculated. According to the records in the most basic database of Yalalo, after the invasion of the Antimatter Legion, the builders of Yalalo borrowed a sum of money from the company, and if we consider the interest accrued until now, it amounts to this figure. It was a string of numbers that dazzled the eyes at a mere glance. Xing extended her hands, counting on her fingers. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands. How could a baby, not even a year-old, comprehend this? Clara was also counting her delicate fingers, her confusion intensifying, mirroring that of Xing. March 7th wore a perplexed expression. "It's been hundreds of years. It should be fine, right?" Silver Wolf slightly nodded, agreeing. Under normal circumstances, that would be the case. The crowd watched her intently, And then they heard Silver Wolf shift her tone, continuing. However, there is an abnormal situation. 15 systems ago, some idle individuals in the company unearthed some long-standing debts and coincidentally detected the signal from Yalalo number 6, where a starship was departing, carrying information indicating that it was the company's professional debt collector, Ms. Topa. Wait, how do you have such detailed information? Do not pose such foolish questions to a hacker. March 7th recognized the issue. Silver Wolf launched an intellectual attack on March 7th. Hundreds of years of debt, how much could that possibly be? Clara's mouth fell slightly agape, having given up on reasoning. In other words, all these mechanized soldiers were constructed using the company's funds. March 7th's gaze swept over the densely packed mechanized soldiers, and she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Several centuries have passed, yet they come to collect debts now. Why did they not arrive during the harsh cold? Hill expressed her discontent. In other words, the company is preparing to recover the debts of Yalalo 6. Is that correct? Donhing pointed directly to the crux of the issue. Silver Wolf chuckled softly, raising an eyebrow. That Lady Topaz has certainly pried open the coffers of many debtors for the company. Can Yalalo 6 withstand it? Surely it cannot, right? We ought to seek out Sister Herda and brainstorm solutions. Upon hearing Silver Wolf's words, March 7 could no longer remain seated. Isn't this an act of extortion? It is blatant opportunism. Mr. Suero. Clara's small face was troubled as she looked up for Suero's response. Suero shook his head slightly. This debt has exceeded what Yalalo 6 can currently bear. However, in his calculations, the revival of Yalalo 6, which is already flourishing, is merely a matter of time. The choice lies between seeking assistance from the Interstellar Peace Company, a colossal enterprise, or embarking on the path of civilizational revival in the presently picturesque Yalalo 6. Both options are being fervently analyzed in his database. Puni, however, paid no heed to their discussions. He was contemplating a question while observing the mechs quietly stationed in the warehouse. The company's aid plan includes the construction of these mechs. So the question arises, why are so many mechs still intact, showing no signs of damage except for the marks of time? Could it be that the company did not provide the control codes? The gaze of the Star General turned towards Puni. Does the esteemed leader have a solution? I do not involve myself in the internal affairs of civilizations, Puni replied nonchalantly. Moreover, in this galaxy, the universal currency, whether it be the credit points or the alfalfa coins of Penacony, he truly possesses not a single unit. With the influence of a certain Star Corps hunter, the issue of Bellaborg's debts has swiftly escalated into a source of distress for both the Astral Express and the decision-makers of Bellaborg. Sister Kiko, is there truly no way out? March 7 gazed at her with hopeful eyes, seeking the answer she yearned for, but Kiko could only shake her head gently. Little March, this is not a simple matter of confronting the Rift creatures. Since the company has discovered the situation with Yalalo 6 and dispatch collectors, we must achieve results. Contemplating that astronomical figure, even Kiko felt a slight tremor in her heart. If the train crew could secure such funding, they could navigate the ensuing Amber Era with remarkable ease. What if we quietly bring her down? March 7 suggested, her voice barely above a whisper. That would instantly transform us from debtors into terrorists. March 7 shot her a glare, muttering, and with the company's firepower. Who has to say who would teach him a lesson? Do not underestimate little March. While she often indulges in lightheartedness, she is far from naive in critical moments. The mere presence of a commanding officer from the company could suppress 99% of the issues, and the remaining 1% could certainly be resolved with credit points. Speaking of which, Kiko suddenly recalled someone. What does Puni think about this matter? Although their time together had been brief, the young guardian Bronya's aspirations for the future tugged at Kiko's heartstrings. Should the company truly come forth to flaunt its power? One can only speculate how the situation might unfold. The esteemed leader has proclaimed a disengagement from the internal affairs of civilization. Xing, with her head bowed, spoke in a subdued tone. She subtly nodded in agreement. At this very moment, the entity known as Puni hovered majestically above Clipper Fortress, its wings radiating a celestial light. Standing out starkly against the tranquil night sky, its gaze drifted upward, quietly contemplating the vast expanse of the cosmos. What are you doing here? They are strategizing, a voice, akin to a specter, suddenly pierced the silence, followed by a digital particle effect as Silver Wolf appeared beside Puni, perching casually on the wall. Her delicate legs swinging gently as she widened her eyes, following Puni's line of sight. All that lay beyond were stars, not even a solitary bird could be discerned. A palpable aura of destruction was advancing towards them, Puni disclosed without hesitation. The aura of destruction? Silver Wolf blinked in surprise, striving to widen her eyes yet perceiving nothing. Are your eyes truly that keen? She did not doubt the veracity of this peculiar figure, for the shimmering holy light incessantly attested to something significant. Moreover, Puni's formidable strength was undeniably daunting. It was not merely the power of fate, leaving her perplexed as to the source of such might. In her bewilderment, she resolved to leave it be. The essence of destruction seemed more befitting of the Antimatter Legion rather than the Oblivion Gang. But enough of that. Those rascals were a disgrace. Offering her conjecture, Silver Wolf inquired, "Where are they now?" "Ah, they are still approximately 1 galaxy away," came the response. Chapter 16. Astonishing. The two-star figures are indeed extraordinary. Unbeknownst to the bustling crowd, engrossed in their scheming, the prominent figures above were grappling with their own perplexities. Yet, there would always be those with a keen sense who could detect the brewing emotions within. In the perpetual motion workshop, Silwa delicately manipulated the mechanical trinket in her hands. Her thoughts adrift. There is something amiss in the atmosphere of Creeper Fortress lately. Each member of the Langdao family possesses their own unique talents. Silwa, with her sharp intuition, had previously discerned the culprit behind the devastating cold wave that afflicted Yalalo 6 through her research. Should I consult Cocolia? Silwa pondered as she gazed at the sunlight streaming through the door. Initially, her thoughts had turned to Jeopard. As the guardian of Bellowberg, he was privy to many secrets. However, every time she met his clear gaze, she understood that inquiring would be futile. Once she had an idea, she acted upon it without hesitation. Silwa was always a woman of action. Upon stepping outside, she was immediately enveloped by a vibrant atmosphere. The lively sounds filled her ears. And before her lay a scene bustling with activity. Even with the geothermal heaters, the heavy garments that had to be worn were now cast aside, replaced by lighter attire. From the snippets of information Silwa gathered, it appeared that most of these garments had been hastily produced, with many still donning their old clothes beneath. The first signs of change following the cold wave had already emerged. Young girls, once bound by fate, now confidently flaunted their legs, exuding the spirit of youth throughout Creeper Fortress. Cocolia is currently occupied with various matters requiring her attention. Since her resignation from the position of Grand Guardian, she has been diligently tending to the livelihood of Bellowberg. With the prestige she amassed during her tenure as Grand Guardian, coupled with her considerable power, the surviving nobles hardly dare to defy her. Silva, with a boisterous demeanor, pushed open the door, her voice preceding her entrance. Hearing the commotion, Cocolia lifted her gaze from her cluttered desk, her fatigued visage betraying her recent lack of rest. Hasn't the cold wave ended? You shouldn't be pushing yourself so hard for the sake of progress. Your current condition seems even worse than mine, Silva remarked, standing before Cocolia and observing her weary appearance. Shaking her head in exasperation. Although Silva had distanced herself from Cocolia during the latter's temptation by the Star Corps, she still held some affection for her. At that time, Cocolia acted for the benefit of Bellowberg, and Silva was not so petty as to confront her once she grasped the truth. However, upon closer inspection of Cocolia's unusual pallor and heavy demeanor, Silva's suspicions deepened. The cold wave had concluded, and the rift creatures had been eradicated. Even the Antimatter Legion buried beneath the snow had vanished into nothingness under that resplendent holy light. Given Cocolia's abilities, she ought to be considerably less burdened, rather than appearing so drained. At that moment, a slightly anxious Pella hurriedly entered. Cocolia, Miss Silva is also here? Pella inquired. Pella, is there something you need? Cocolia asked directly. Pella snapped back to attention, hastily responding. Lady Cocolia, the Grand Guardian has sent me to inform you that the company representatives have arrived. Upon hearing this, Cocolia's expression sharpened, her weariness instantly dispelled, replaced by the commanding presence befitting the Grand Guardian. Let us go, Sylvia. You stay here for a moment. Hey, wait for me. I'm coming too. In Bellowbog, an expansive training ground lay empty, where the Silvermane guards had taken their positions early, with Jeopard personally overseeing the surroundings. Bronya and the crew of the Astral Express awaited them. What should we do, Sister Himiko, Uncle Jan? They are coming soon. And you, Daunting, think of something quickly. Glancing at the anxious March 7th, who seemed more restless than herself, Bronya felt a sense of confusion about how to express her own feelings. Despite being a local of Bellowbog, March 7th appeared more concerned than she was. Star-gazed upward, her thoughts wandering. She was still contemplating her brilliant idea. If only she could resolve their issues, then everything would no longer pose a problem. Of course, it did not involve violence. She was not that merciless. It was merely about engaging in meaningful dialogue with the newcomers to secure more time. After all, she was just a child. How could she harbor such brutal thoughts? Miss Bronya, do you not need to invite individuals from the lower districts to join us? Walter inquired, observing Bronya standing alone. I extended invitations to Lady Natasha from the underworld and others with whom I could converse, but they all declined. Miss Herta wished to join, yet Lady Natasha prevented her. Bronya explained. Natasha declined the invitation, asserting her identity as merely a physician. To speak candidly, the populace of the lower district holds no sway over the decisions made in Kleeper Fortress, especially since she has never engaged in such communications and fears becoming a vulnerability for the other party. As for intercepting Shire, she would feel more at ease if the girl were unarmed. Noticing Bronya's inner tension, Hiko offered words of comfort. Do not worry, Bronya. Miss Topa has always maintained a commendable reputation, and with us by her side, she is likely to extend some grace. This should allow us to postpone the collection of that debt. Bronya nodded, her hands clenching tightly before relaxing. In the midst of their conversation, Cocolia and her companions arrived on the scene. After Cocolia had inundated her mind with history, Sylvana was engulfed in a whirlwind of confusion. But why, pray tell? Does Belloborg owe such an enormous sum to a colossal force that dominates the universe? It would take nothing short of discovering a perpetual motion machine to repay such a debt. Side March 7th. Star nodded in agreement. Even as her mastery of stellar energy increased, she still found herself unable to catch a glimpse of Supine in battle. To hope for such an encounter was sheer folly. Yet, she pondered her current strength and what level it might occupy within the galaxy. Star silently mused, still concealing her true capabilities, awaiting a moment of revelation that would surely astonish March 7th. Meanwhile, the much-discussed Supine stood quietly at the side of the creation engine, gazing at the starry sky and sensing the impending aura of destruction drawing ever closer. Glancing sideways, I observed the Star Corps hunters who appeared as if they were on vacation. Aren't you going to take a look? Kafka chuckled lightly, brushing aside her hair, tousled by the gentle breeze. Perhaps not, if the company personnel were to see the Star Rail and the Star Corps hunters together. Tomorrow's interstellar peace report would surely create quite a stir. Shocking. Two entities with the star symbol in such proximity. Chapter 17. Did you not anticipate this, March 7th? I am no longer the person I once was. In the Yalalo star system, a starship emblazoned with the logo of the Interstellar Peace Company traversed the cosmic expanse, journeying solely to collect debts. Ugh, I have grown weary of this monotonous starry sky, Topa remarked, turning to the operator. How much farther? According to the star map, another jump would bring us to Yalalo 6. Upon hearing the reply, Topa nodded and declared, advance. Let us witness what the civilization that has endured the onslaught of the Legion looks like. The starship began its propulsion, the jump sequence initiated, energy nodes activated, and safety checks confirmed. Engage. What kind of world awaits us? Topa pondered with anticipation. If given a choice, she would undoubtedly select Yalalo 6. A civilization that had suffered setbacks yet retained its spark, capable of swiftly resurrecting its former glory. This was not an impossibility, rather. It was the very likelihood that fueled Topa's eagerness. She had managed numerous projects, many of which mirrored the past splendor of her homeland, where countless individuals struggled to survive amid increasingly depleted and harsh environments. Conversely, the worlds that have been invaded and besieged, if they managed to endure for centuries, likely still possess remnants of civilization. Otherwise, they would have long since vanished. Presently, the sight of Yaliluo 6 instills such hope in Topa. As the leap begins to descend, the spatial nodes connect and brilliance flickers. Topa opens her eyes, her beautiful gaze searching for the silhouette of Yaliluo 6. Where is it? Clutching her belongings, Topa's eyes dart about. Director Topa, we have arrived. Arrived? Topa is momentarily taken aback. All she sees is a lush, vibrant planet. So, please do not tell me that this very planet has been valiantly resisting the ravages of the Legion and crises for hundreds of years. According to the feedback from the star map, indeed. Huh. In the gaze of many, Topa, with a serene expression, gracefully disembarks from the spacecraft. Her companion, Jiang, takes small steps, closely following, always maintaining the same pace as Topa. Prior to this journey, I envisioned numerous scenarios, such as Yaliluo 6 being riddled with scars from its prolonged resistance. Please do not misunderstand. This is merely based on my accumulated experience from work. I have witnessed too many worlds ravaged by the fires of invasion, each displaying the same desolate ruins. Only a few have survived the calamity to await corporate aid. Yet regardless of how fiercely they ultimately triumph, their civilizations have long been in shambles. Thus, witnessing the flourishing visage of Yaliluo 6 astonishes me. How, indeed? Have you managed this? Observing the individuals whose expressions concealed a sense of vigilance, Topa unabashedly conveyed her curiosity. Her gaze lingered on the train crew, with lingering questions still clouding her mind. It was precisely their capture of the Astral Express signal that prompted their decision to land here. Regardless, having this group of warm-hearted, nameless patrons assisting in negotiations would undoubtedly steer matters in a favorable direction. Although certain actions of the company might incite the distaste of these nameless patrons, she couldn't help but wonder, have there been any accounts of prosperous followers among them? Ah, Ms. Kizuna, is it? The nameless patrons are indeed quite benevolent. I never anticipated encountering you all here. It seems today is my fortunate day. Topa remarked with a light laugh, her eyes catching a glimpse of a vibrant red amidst the crowd. Meeting Miss Topa, one of the 10 of Stone Hearts, is indeed my fortune as well. Kizuna responded with a smile. Setting aside Topa's rank within the company, the Topa stone she possessed was not to be underestimated. Each member of the 10 of Stone Hearts bore a gem symbolizing their code, which sealed the authority of department heads and contained 1/10 of the powers of the Protectorate Envoy, as long as they did not encounter an envoy-level adversary. This fraction of authority would suffice to address most crises within the galaxy. Oh, but with such a grand welcome, did everyone already know of my arrival? Topa beamed, her gaze flitting over the individuals by the Astral Express, resting on those with the most serious expressions. This must be the current ruler of Bellowburg, quite youthful indeed. In terms of pure positioning, although Bronya is young, her standing at the forefront is sufficient to affirm her status. Therefore, you should understand the purpose of my visit. Upon hearing this, Bronya, feeling the weight of her youth, could no longer contain herself and spoke up. Miss Topa, I am the current Grand Guardian of Bellowburg. I would like to discuss the matters you have mentioned. Miss Bronya, we can certainly engage in discussion, but you must also grasp a fundamental principle, replied Topa, her face adorned with a gentle, yet distant smile. It is only natural to repay one's debts. This struck a chord with Topa, who found herself in a precarious situation. Strictly speaking, the debt of Arillo 6 was indeed a dubious one, setting aside the exorbitant interest that had accumulated over centuries. Far exceeding the principle, the mere fact that Arillo SIXS signal had vanished from the star chart previously would have sufficed for the company to write off the debt. The only reason it resurfaced was due to the detection of a signal from Arillo, a unique circumstance typically assigned to a special envoy. However, it could not possibly fall to the stone-hearted Topa. If another envoy were dispatched, it was highly likely that the planet would face a harsh suppression, with the surviving inhabitants coerced into various forms of labor to repay their debts, primarily for the purpose of accumulating credit points. Topa, on the other hand, harbored a greater desire for this weathered planet to be rejuvenated. Having experienced a similar plight in her own homeland, she approached with a heart full of hope for salvation. Yet, who could elucidate to her the nature of this verdant, vibrant state, teeming with life? A myriad of thoughts flooded her mind, causing Topa's astute intellect to momentarily falter in the face of this unprecedented situation. The onlookers refrained from disturbing Topa's contemplation, as they held a consistently discerning perception of her and recognized the formidable prowess of the 10 stalwarts who had emerged victorious in such a fiercely competitive environment. It was evident that Miss Topa was now deliberating on the most advantageous strategy for herself. Regardless of the circumstances, they must persevere. Amidst the tumultuous crowd, Xing appeared bewildered, her clear eyes starkly contrasting with the complexity surrounding her. Turning her head, she caught sight of March 7, who bore a similarly innocent gaze, and felt an immediate sense of relief. Thankfully, March 7 had not betrayed her. Suddenly, Xing lifted her gaze to the sky, sensing something ominous approaching from beyond the horizon. A sensation she found eerily familiar, as though she had encountered it not long ago. Something was indeed on its way. Little did you expect, March 7, that I am no longer the person I once was. Chapter 18. Rules are meant to be broken. The Antimatter Legion, harbingers of destruction, thrived under the boundless dominion of Nanak. Driven by an instinctual urge for annihilation, they would obliterate all forms of life with unbridled ferocity. The realms traversed by the Antimatter Legion lay in ruins, marked by desolation and despair. Director Topa, we have a situation. An Antimatter Legion is approaching Yalalo 6, and their numbers are substantial. The alarmed exclamation from her earpiece disrupted Topa's train of thought. Instinctively, she inquired further, her mind racing as she surveyed the perplexed faces around her, her tone laden with gravity. Ladies and gentlemen, Iarlo finds itself in dire straits. Oh? March 7th tilted her head slightly, her eyelids drooping. Is not your presence the greatest trouble for Iarlo at this moment? My associates have detected a battalion of antimatter forces advancing toward Iarlo 6. Their intentions need no elaborate introduction, I presume. Topa's expression turned grave. The disappearance of Iarlo from the star charts centuries ago is no secret. Although it remains unclear how they managed to endure the onslaught of the battalion and rejuvenate Iarlo 6. It does not imply they can dismiss the threat posed by the antimatter forces. It is worth recalling that once, Pierpoint was besieged by an antimatter battalion at their stronghold. And it was only through the utilization of a clandestine weapon that they prevailed, even with the aid of the Astral Express. Truly repelling such a battalion seems a daunting task. The antimatter battalion, why must it be them again? March 7th wore a look of disdain, only to swiftly replace it with curiosity as she tugged at Star's arm and inquired, "How do you know this? Have you secretly mastered some martial arts? I implore you. Do not keep secrets from me. Enlighten me on your methods." Dan Heng pondered briefly before concluding, "It is likely that life signals have been detected near Iarlo 6. The battalion excels at destroying living worlds, including those previously encased in snow. This is highly probable, and given our prior encounters with the battalion, it is not difficult to ascertain Iarlo's plight, considering the battalion's keen sensitivity to life." Walter nodded in agreement. Topa gazed in a trance, undaunted by the news of the impending invasion. Rather, he appeared remarkably composed while discussing the motives of their adversaries with a few others. Meanwhile, the individuals from Belloborg exhibited signs of anxiety. However, such a reaction seemed illogical. "Are you not concerned?" Topa inquired with confusion. Upon hearing Topa's bewilderment, Walter and Kiko exchanged a glance, momentarily silenced. How to articulate it? Even in the absence of the deity Puni at Iarlo 6. An analysis of the current combat capabilities there suggested that unless the Armageddon Monarch personally led the Legion, any force sent would likely meet with annihilation. The two-star Corps hunters, the Nameless One, coupled with the proximity to the Black Tower space station, rendered it feasible for the Black Tower to arrive instantaneously upon confirming coordinates. Furthermore, the train crew had previously assisted the space station significantly, making it relatively easy to persuade the Black Tower to intervene. Nevertheless, deliberation was still required before taking action. Reliance solely on Puni would be imprudent, despite his holy light perpetually proclaiming his disdain for evil. Surely, there would be no Endbringer this time? March 7 felt a twinge of anxiety, detesting the notion of such creatures. She turned towards the direction of the star station and remarked, "You must be careful this time." "Huh, where is everyone?" Suddenly, Star found himself standing atop the colossal robot he had previously observed. Instinctively glancing around, he was relieved to see Puni behind him. "Boss Puni, what is happening?" Puni slightly lifted his head, a tendril pointing towards the world beyond the sky. "Your first trial has arrived." "Trial?" Star was momentarily taken aback, but his realization dawned. He felt a surge of eagerness. Meanwhile, the train group stood still as March 7 stared blankly at the position where the stars had just been. Suddenly, everything changed. The tranquil sky was engulfed by ominous clouds, and a palpable aura of destruction surged forth, the pressure noticeably diminishing. Everyone understood that the Legion responsible for annihilating countless worlds had arrived. Encountering such peril during a routine mission was unexpected, and Topa felt it was time to take action. With a slight lowering of his gaze, he spoke solemnly. This task was merely a simple debt collection, and none anticipated a confrontation with the Legion of Destruction. However, Topa harbored doubts. Why had they not detected the Antimatter Legion signal upon arrival? The destructive force of an entire legion, unless overly apparent, should not have gone unnoticed. At this moment, everyone braced themselves for a direct confrontation with the Antimatter Legion. Walter tightened his grip on his staff, and flickers of violet-black electricity danced ominously. Just then, a brilliant silver light pierced the sky, soaring upward. Most of the gathered were wanderers traversing their fates, and in a daze. They heard a voice accompanying the ascent of that silver beam. "Rules are meant to be broken." Bang! The iconic shout echoed in their ears, and both March 7 and Dan Heng fell silent. After a prolonged pause, as the silver light gradually dispelled the dark clouds, March 7 could no longer contain her frustration and cried out to the heavens, "Who can tell me what is happening?" Beyond the heavens, amidst the cosmic sea, an endless legion of antimatter swirls, exuding an aura of annihilation. Countless phantoms within this chaotic mass writhe and claw, their sights set upon the distant verdant planet. Those who are not destined for destruction can palpably feel the oppressive atmosphere of doom. The wise, seasoned souls instinctively steer clear of the Legion's path, wary of drawing attention. Most beings, unless compelled by their own motivations to engage, choose to turn a blind eye. Such is the choice of those with the sagacity born of experience. Suddenly, a silver-glinting phantom bat descends with a fierce strike, cleaving a gaping breach into the disorderly Legion. The figure of the star flits through the chaos, the bat swinging relentlessly, each blow delivering a heavy toll upon the Legion. The exhilaration of battle is intoxicating. Each impact is accompanied by raucous exclamations. Witnessing the phantoms fall like ants in waves evokes a sensation akin to dashing to the refrigerator on a sweltering summer day to retrieve a long-chilled cola. The first sip revitalizes, the second quenches the soul, and the third leaves a lingering potency. In this moment, the star's appearance has shifted slightly. Her gray hair cascades freely, enhanced by the energy of the core, flowing down to her ankles. Behind her, 3 pairs of silvery wings flutter gently, each movement akin to a breath, dispersing the core's power throughout her being. These wings are not a natural gift of the core, but rather a meticulous creation fashioned by the star herself. A testament to her artistry. Dashing. Chapter 19. The doomsday beast that speaks human tongues. It seems as though events have spiraled irreversibly into the realm of the abnormal. Within the confines of Yalalo, through the ethereal medium of editing, Silver Wolf and Kafka bore witness to Star's meteoric maneuvers, cutting through the annihilative aura of the Antimatter Legion with reckless abandon. Silver Wolf smacked his lips, sensing an unsettling dissonance. Something was decidedly amiss. Under normal circumstances, Star would still be that girl rummaging through trash bins. Yet, upon awakening, she had transformed into a cosmic superhero. Wielding a baseball bat and adeptly harnessing the power of the Star Core, charging headlong into the fray against the Antimatter Legion. Perhaps this is rather entertaining. Brimming with vitality, Kafka chuckled softly, her eyes, now adorned with colored contacts, closely tracking the streak of silver that cleaved through the starry expanse. The deviation from the script was indeed vexing, yet the resulting spectacle was remarkable. Puni's gaze lingered upon the 3 pairs of antennae fluttering behind Star, nodding slightly in approval. The enhancement of control was commendable. Truly, she was a Star Core elite, exhibiting extraordinary growth across all dimensions, even in her penchant for scavenging. Though, of course, no ordinary human could possess a Star Core. Suddenly, Puni's gaze shifted slightly. Those witnessing this battle were not limited to only the trio. Thanks to the docking of Star's ship, which escorted Topa and others, the inhabitants of Clipper Fortress also beheld this celestial confrontation. More precisely, it was a light show exclusively belonging to Star. Her agile form trailed silver luminescence, akin to a comet imbued with life, mimicking the graceful descent of falling leaves. Each charge was an ode to the very essence of life itself. The web of destruction, interwoven and fragmented under the onslaught of silvery light, symbolizes hope as the dawn responds to the sacrifices of the stars. Topa, utterly at a loss for words, weakly covered half of her face with her hand. Her soft cheek offered no clarity to solve the conundrum before her. For this problem was, in essence, unsolvable. That force, if she was not mistaken, must be the stellar core. Surely it was the stellar core. She made the same decision as someone else. Her gaze fixated on the 3 pairs of antennae continuously radiating the power of the stellar core, so blatantly converging that energy upon themselves. Was she truly human? No. Even the ancient beasts would not dare to act so boldly, would they? The origin of the stellar core catastrophe remained a mystery, as did its cause. Yet everyone was acutely aware of the peril it posed. It could be described as a tragedy forged from the lives of countless individuals. Yet, amid such perilous power, there were those who wielded it with ease, seemingly burdened by nothing at all. Suddenly, Topa felt that the experience aboard the Yalalo No. 6 brought her not only a vibrant surge of life, but also an unparalleled, colossal hammer poised to shatter her understanding. What was happening to her? March 7th found her pupils entirely beyond her control, wide with astonishment as she beheld the star wreaking havoc on the screen. Though both were the youngest members of the train crew and shared a sisterly bond, she was the pioneer. She was the youngest. But could anyone explain why this girl had suddenly sprouted wings, wielding a bat to rampage through space? Was this reasonable? This was certainly beyond her capacity to achieve alone. Rubbing her forehead, Jeezy spoke. She had faith in Xing's abilities, yet despite her belief, she found it hard to accept that such a level of power could be solely developed by one individual. She would rather believe that San Yuqi would return tomorrow with a university acceptance letter. Given this, there was only one possibility. A figure enveloped in holy light simultaneously emerged in their minds. If even the star core could be crushed effortlessly, it was conceivable that wielding its power was not beyond reach. Dan Heng murmured softly. His voice was faint, yet all the Fate Walkers present could hear him clearly. Topa's pupils contracted. Could there be another master? In her astonishment, Topa's keen intellect began to churn. The fundamental reason she had taken on this project was her recollection of her home, once ravaged by disaster. To be honest, even if the project succeeded, it would yield no benefit to the company. Her colleagues had warned her before her arrival that this endeavor held no profit. Nevertheless, Topa's primary concern remained the reconstruction of the battered Yalalo No. 6. However, all of that was now in the past. After witnessing the nameless guest effortlessly utilize the power of the star core and soar into the sky, she began contemplating various possibilities. It was evident that a top-tier powerhouse was behind this. Could it be Lingshi? The only entity Topa could think of, capable of so adeptly manipulating the star core, was Lingshi, standing at the pinnacle of fate, aside from the star gods. Or perhaps it was a genius at play. The truth of the matter remained elusive. As time passed, the ominous clouds above swiftly transformed, morphing into a silver comet that relentlessly scattered the darkened skies. The speed of this transformation was so rapid that even the starship amidst the cosmos could not react. The enemy, once targeted, was obliterated in an instant. The situation was looking promising. No, wait. Walter furrowed his brow, adjusted his glasses, and stepped forward. Something seems to be approaching from afar. In the scene, within the depths of the profound starry sky, a colossal figure was hastily advancing towards them. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the increasingly nearer silhouette. That is, the Doomsday Beast, March 7th exclaimed. Among those present, she was undoubtedly the most familiar with the Doomsday Beast, after all. Just a Doomsday Beast? Walter murmured to himself. If it were merely a single Doomsday Beast, he did not foresee any significant consequences. Previously, the Astral Express had collectively defeated a Doomsday Beast at the Black Tower space station. Now, with the enhanced combat capabilities of the stars and the formidable Lady Topaz, who wielded the authority of 1/10 of the commanders, alongside 2 stellar core hunters and the restrained Puni, this assembly could easily handle more than just a weakened Doomsday Beast. Furthermore, if this Doomsday Beast were indeed a member of this Annihilation Army, why was it arriving so late? Just as this doubt lingered, the group heard a voice emanating from the Doomsday Beast, an intriguing flesh, capable of containing the power of the stellar core. The Doomsday Beast can speak? March 7's mouth fell agape, her face a canvas of disbelief. No, Himiko suddenly realized. How could the Doomsday Beast possibly speak? It was engineered solely as a weapon of war. The only possibility that would allow the Doomsday Beast to articulate words is the presence of the Lord of Annihilation. In the starry expanse, Xing, gripping a baseball bat, prepared to deliver a decisive blow to the approaching Doomsday Beast. The shimmering silver wings quivered with a hint of humanity. The clear, bright eyes blinked, and the small face wore a look of bewilderment. Can the Doomsday Beast speak? Reflecting on the one encountered at the space station, could it be that Doomsday Beasts vary from one another? While lost in thought, the Doomsday Beast spoke again. Such an intriguing physique. How could one not take a closer look? Little sister, join me in the glorious evolution. Chapter 20. A casual remark. The Doomsday Beast can speak? A new breed? A spark of curiosity ignited in Xing's eyes. A talking Doomsday Beast, how fascinating. In response to her intense gaze, the Doomsday Beast, which had intended to move forward, instinctively hesitated. What is with this child's expression? Shouldn't a normal person react to a Doomsday Beast with panic, fear, and trepidation? Why does she seem eager to come over and give me a whack? Soon, it realized that this was not mere fanciful thinking. Stay? With a light command, the 3 pairs of wings behind Xing suddenly burst forth, radiating an even more dazzling silver light than before. Xing transformed once more into a silver comet, charging fiercely towards the Doomsday Beast. Observing this scene and feeling the overwhelming force of the star core collide with it, the Doomsday Beast revealed a hint of human-like expression in its eyes. Though this child seemed somewhat impulsive, perhaps even lacking in intellect, it mattered not. This robust physique was immensely enticing, capable of harnessing such vast star core power. It could hardly contain its eagerness to unearth the mysteries hidden within her body. As the Doomsday Beast drew ever closer, Xing suddenly felt her body grow heavy. a profound fatigue enveloping her. The sensation was akin to being dragged into an all-night gaming session by March 7, only to be unceremoniously kicked back to her room, yearning to collapse onto the floor before even reaching her bed. At that moment, the feeling was strikingly similar. Her eyelids fluttered downwards, instinctively welcoming the arrival of sweet dreams. The doomsday beast emanated an air of determination. Despite its lack of any visible expression, it conveyed its intentions to anyone who beheld it. Yes, indeed. Such a splendid vessel of flesh succumbed to the depths swiftly. It whispered softly, its dulcet tones reminiscent of a lullaby before slumber, tender and disorienting. Just as Xing prepared to close her eyes and drift into the realm of dreams. Buzz. The sacred light cascaded across the realms, its divine essence obliterating all malevolence. The celestial music resonated in harmony with the emergence of the holy light. In that instant, as the radiant light appeared, Xing jolted awake, breaking free from her eerie mental state. What just happened? Puni. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, her eyes were drawn to the figure emanating holy light. Exclaiming in delight, with a slight tilt of her head, Puni acknowledged Xing's astonished expression, then shifted her gaze to the doomsday beast. Her eyes darkened, the sacred light surged forth, ensnaring the beast from all directions, rendering it immobile. Such a dense aura of malevolence, tainting the world. The apocalyptic beast does not conform to Puni's definition of evil. It was born devoid of wisdom, merely a weapon forged for battle. As a mere instrument of destruction, it is impossible to label it as inherently malevolent. Those who traverse the path of annihilation may also engage in acts of salvation. The declaration made by Puni stems from an entity currently inhabiting the beast, exerting control over its actions. A flicker of spiritual fire, to be precise, a fragment specifically birthed to manipulate this apocalyptic creature. Puni sensed the malevolent thoughts ablaze within this spiritual fire, purest malice, solely driven by a desire to dominate, watching the dawn below as it relentlessly waged war on its behalf. Embodying the essence of unadulterated evil, it met the criteria for obliteration. What is this? The shadowy figure behind the curtain, controlling everything, gazed with astonishment at the unexpected interruption of her spell casting. This being did not belong to any race within her comprehension, radiating a holy light that invoked an innate revulsion deep within her. Let the loathsome entity be engulfed in the grandeur of destruction. Acting on instinct, the shadowy figure commanded the apocalyptic beast to concentrate its entire destructive power into a singular force, capable of fracturing celestial bodies. Yet, sensing this meager power that could barely stir a ripple, Puni remained unfazed. Such strength could not even shatter the first seal of destiny. But that did not imply she would allow her to act with impunity. With a slight contraction of its wings, the overwhelming holy light converged in an instant. It did not last long, indeed, far quicker than the beast's gathering of power, arriving before it could unleash its might. The fury of divine illumination. In a fleeting moment of bewilderment, she was struck by the realization that the celestial dome before her was obscured by an inexhaustible radiance of divine power. At that instant, the apocalyptic beast under her command found itself immobilized, forced to witness helplessly as a perilous assault descended, sensed by instinct alone. A roar. Two distinct cries echoed almost simultaneously, as the formidable form of the apocalyptic beast disintegrated under the purifying light at a visibly rapid pace. When its body had diminished to half, a vibrant green flame abruptly erupted from within, quivering violently and targeting Puni. The flame bore a human-like countenance, its expression grotesque. Fixated on Puni, who remained composed and unperturbed. As the word escaped, the flame was instantaneously obliterated under the sanctified light, leaving not a trace behind. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the fury of divine radiance, the remaining antimatter legion was swiftly transformed into stardust, utterly vanishing. A nonchalant strike, cleansing the cosmos. The entire universe fell into a profound silence. Puni, what was that just now? In the wake of Puni's triumph over the adversary, Star, who had been anxiously fluttering her silver wings, approached curiously. While observing the battle, she had employed her clever mind to deduce the reality of the mental assault she had endured. Otherwise, no matter how carefree she was, it would be impossible to succumb to slumber upon the battlefield. This realization underscored her absolute acknowledgement of self. A mere clone, insignificant, should we encounter it again. It shall be purified by the holy light, Puni remarked, slightly bowing her head to meet Star as eager gaze. Your mastery over your abilities is still lacking. That mental attack could have endured far longer. Oh. Star lowered her head slightly, pursing her lips. She yearned for words of encouragement. Yet, her thoughts were admirable. Her actions swift and commendable. Hooray! The scene of Bellowberg, where the holy light purifies all, was crystal clear even within the confines of the planet. That figure, akin to ripples dispersing dark clouds, cast an aura of sanctity over the entirety of Yalalo, bathing it in divine radiance. Topa's eyelids twitched slightly. She felt a lingering sense of danger in the presence of such a small number of people daring to venture into Yalalo. As her thoughts began to wander, two figures, one gold and one silver, gradually descended from the heavens to grace the earthly realm. This was Topa's first close encounter with Puni. Sacred and noble. It seemed as though every word that could describe the holy light coalesced within this being, evoking deep emotion. From a lofty vantage point, it surveyed the surroundings with a disdainful gaze. If a deity were to descend to the mortal realm, it would undoubtedly assume this magnificent stance, she mused. Observing Puni in this manner, along with the 3 pairs of antennae behind Star, the earlier display of Puni's abilities in the starry sky echoed in her mind. Walter suddenly gasped, his pupils constricting, his expression instinctively shifting to one of disbelief. Chapter 21. Yalalo, fortune beyond my initial expectations. That was indeed the absolute Annihilation Lord, wasn't it? It had to be the absolute Annihilation Lord. Initially, she had perceived this mission as straightforward, despite the setbacks posed by the Antimatter Legion. It seemed merely a minor interlude to the assembled crowd. However, upon the subtle unveiling of the entity controlling the Doomsday Beast, Topa instantly felt an urge to shield her comrades. With her position within the company, she was privy to certain secrets beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The Lord of Annihilation, with her ethereal presence, excels in confounding existence through her formidable psychic abilities. Her method of destruction involves inciting suspicion and conflict among worlds, gradually leading their very essence into ruin. A truly nefarious approach. The Golden Jade, which holds merely a fraction of the commanding authority, does not serve as her protector. The Lord of Annihilation does not concern herself with the backgrounds of the worlds she obliterates. Conversely, should her adversaries become aware of her existence, they would not only cease to fear her, but might even revel in the challenge. Fortunately, the opponent was repelled. After a moment's contemplation, Topa recognized that it was merely a fragment of the Lord of Annihilation's while exerting control, a feat not particularly arduous for a commander adept in the realm of the mind. Yet, what of it? That was but a mere echo of her intent, which Puni effortlessly dispelled. Topa doubted her own capacity to so easily vanquish a fragment of a commander's will, while conversely, the task of her adversary in overcoming her would likely prove more challenging than before. With a polite smile and a relaxed demeanor, she gently raised her gaze to meet the towering presence of Puni. Greetings, she began. After her thoughts had settled, Topa, drawing upon her exceptional training as one of the Stoneheart 10, reactivated her cognitive faculties. I am Topa from the Interstellar Peace Corporation, here to address the debts of Arillo. I appreciate your timely intervention. Puni averted her gaze slightly, and the sacred light emanated naturally, enveloping Topa and her companions in a radiant embrace. Within this divine illumination, they felt their souls undergoing a purification, dispelling the fatigue that had settled in the depths of their minds from their arduous journeys. Puni, recalling this matter which had previously held little significance for her, nodded slightly. The matter of contracts must be adhered to strictly. Yet your intentions do not seem aligned with that purpose. Your approach, however, is acceptable. Upon hearing Puni's words, Topa felt a tightening in her heart. But as she listened further, a sense of relief washed over her. With her keen intellect, she naturally grasped the underlying meaning of Puni's statement and could not help but feel fortunate that it was she who had arrived, rather than resorting to violent coercion. Or rather, not yet beginning that course of action. Puni acknowledged the contract, and a contract once established should be adhered to with utmost rigor. However, the situation with Aliro was somewhat distinct. According to her understanding, the company had indeed lent a sum of money to the builders at that time, which was also utilized in the construction of the mechanical soldiers. Yet, when the cold wave descended and the company's personnel evacuated, they failed to hand over the keys to the builders. This resulted in an awkward predicament where the constructed mechanical soldiers remained idle, gathering dust in the warehouse. At that juncture, the company deemed Bellowberg beyond salvation. Should they choose to provide assistance, the cost would be exorbitant, and since the money had already been lent, it was reluctantly categorized as a bad debt. Meanwhile, The condition of Belleborg was hardly any better. Upon looking back, the company had retreated, leaving them to endure the frigid wave in solitude. In summary, both parties bore responsibility for the events of the past, while Belleborg should indeed repay its debts. The company would not be justified in resorting to violent collection methods. Nevertheless, it must be said, reason does not equate to strength. Previously, the company wielded greater power, but now, Puni's radiance shone even more broadly. Should Topa have opted for violent measures from the outset? Even with the intention of aiding Aliro in the reconstruction of his homeland, Puni's light would not remain passive. That would be an act of subjugation of one force over a civilization. Puni's light would not be indifferent to the lamentations of the wicked. Fortunately, it was Topa who had arrived. The sudden crisis of attack was resolved, and the tense atmosphere in the arena dissipated instantly. Topa exchanged a glance with Zhang, then turned towards the train group and Bronya, who was still pondering over the dead issue of Belleborg, and smiled warmly. Madame Bronya, perhaps we can discuss this matter gradually. Trust me, the company will not make any unwise decisions regarding Yalalo. All right. March 7th, casting a glance in their direction, leaned closer to Dan Heng and whispered, Dan Heng, how should we describe this? From arrogance to servility. Meanwhile, in a tranquil corner of the starry sky, an eruption of anguish cries filled the air. The fox girl clutched her head, her once beautiful visage now twisted in agony. Damn it, what is that abomination? It can obliterate my thoughts. Never before had she considered the possibility of someone overcoming her on a conscious level. For she was a being of celestial essence, having ascended to the throne of the great annihilator. In matters of the mind, she would accept second place only to the memory envoy, with each merely employing different methods. After a brief respite as the pain in her head subsided, her hazy eyes narrowed as she recalled the recent events. That creature was exceedingly peculiar. How was it that I was unaware of such a being in any galaxy? Moreover, the holy light she had just encountered, though undeniably powerful when cast upon an ordinary virtual soldier, had erupted with astonishing intensity when it fell upon her. In this day and age, even holy light seems to play favorites. This grudge shall be noted for the time being. Once my perfect form is complete, I shall personally extinguish that loathsome light of yours, replacing it with a hue of purple. Furthermore, I am exceedingly curious about that corporeal vessel capable of wielding the power of the Star Core. Even when the fox girl's visage contorts into a fierce expression, she remains breathtakingly beautiful. Meanwhile, within the walls of Creeper Fortress, is what you say truly accurate, Lady Topa? The debts of Belleborg are indeed. Bronya and Kokolio were unable to maintain their composure, their eyes widening in disbelief as they gazed at Topa. The train crew, who had arrived alongside them, also regarded Topa with astonished expressions. Meeting the collective gaze, Topa smiled confidently. Of course, the debts of Yalalo should have been deemed a mere burden. However, it was only upon the sudden detection of Yalalo's signal that they came to light. To be frank, this project holds no lucrative prospects and is quite a laborious task. I can take the initiative to sign a contract for subsequent matters with Belleborg, ensuring that it will not interfere with Yalalo's autonomy or way of life. You still choose to take on such a burdensome task? March 7th inquired, perplexed. Topa chuckled softly, responding with candor. My homeland once suffered immense devastation, rendering it uninhabitable. It was the company that came to transform the planet anew, allowing me to witness the azure skies of my homeland and the resurgence of civilizational signals from Yalalo. Naturally, I believe this place has endured considerable ruin and is in dire need of restoration. Thus, I have arrived. To be frank, for Yalalo, who has just been liberated, repaying this debt seems utterly impossible. Initially, my intention was for Yalalo to emerge as a figure of significance, while the company simultaneously rectified the environment surrounding Yalalo. Yet, it now appears. Topa cast a sidelong glance at the expressionless Puni, a tranquil smile gracing her lips. Yalalo is indeed more fortunate than I had anticipated. Chapter 22. Wasn't it promised that good sisters would be together for life? The matters concerning the two factions require a period of deliberation. Therefore, Bronya graciously arranged for Topa to rest adequately before resuming discussions. Puni remained indifferent to the final negotiations between Yalalo and the company. When the holy light fails to detect malevolence, he typically acts according to his whims. Should a challenger approach, he would find a modicum of amusement in the encounter. At this moment, only the train crew and Puni remained in the venue. Xing had maintained an air of triumph since returning, appearing as though he had accomplished a great feat. Stop posing. March 7's eyes flashed as she seized Xing's shoulders with the ferocity of a hungry tiger, shaking him vigorously. Quickly tell me how you managed that. The memory of his earlier bravado, striking down foes with ease, made her teeth itch with anticipation. Wasn't it said that good sisters would remain together for eternity? Why did you soar away? Basic operation, Xing waved his hand dismissively, though the corners of his mouth could not suppress their upward curl. Observing the lively antics of the two, Kiana couldn't help but smile, only to quickly compose herself and turn her gaze towards Puni, asking with genuine concern, Mr. Puni, regarding the transformation of the stellar body. I have made slight modifications to the seal within her, and now the stellar core not only enhances her physical capabilities as it originally did, but it also allows her to gradually master the core's power as she gains control over her abilities. Did she not inform you? Puni expressed his confusion. He recalled that he had not instructed Xing to conceal anything, and even initially sought out Jeopard as a training partner. Hearing Puni's response, Herta narrowed her eyes slightly, casting a fleeting glance at Xing, who was still showing off to March 7th. In an instant, she returned her gaze to Puni and continued her inquiry. Will such modifications have any impact on her? A pair of antennae intertwined and then separated. Puni contemplated for a moment before responding. Her original seal is remarkably robust. I have merely released a portion of the core's power. The modified seal will allow her to gradually acclimate to the stellar core's energy without adverse effects. The results, as you can observe, are quite suitable. Reflecting on the soaring silver comet from earlier, Herta nodded in agreement. Indeed, if there were any issues, Xing would not be able to wield her powers so freely, and the strength she displayed far surpassed her capabilities at the space station, clearly indicating a significant advantage. With the power of the stellar core, if it were truly detrimental to Xing, the repercussions would have manifested sooner, rather than remaining concealed for so long. After all, this stellar core does not possess consciousness like the unique core of a Lero. Danheng pondered thoughtfully, murmuring softly, mastering the power of the stellar core certainly sounds quite extraordinary. This is the power of the star core, an uncontaminated force beyond the grasp of even the most formidable factions. Walter let out a sigh of relief after attentively listening to the entire discussion, nodding with a smile. This is indeed a favorable turn of events. Having the star core sealed within her was always a latent risk, and now that it can be harnessed as her strength, it is nothing short of a blessing. As for whether factions akin to corporations would reach out to explore the secrets of the star core, Walter harbored no concerns. It is worth noting that the star is a nameless wanderer, and the contributions made to the galaxy, along with the friendships forged along the journey, are sufficient to deter many ambitious souls. Even the star itself possesses ample means of self-preservation. No one is inclined to test whether they could withstand the impact of a star core's earth-shattering force unscathed. Unfair. This is utterly unjust. I want one too. Came the lament of March 7, akin to the whimper of a defeated creature. The crowd turned to see the star revert to its previous combative stance, its 3 pairs of shimmering silver wings glistening, occasionally fluttering adorably. Coupled with its long, flowing hair cascading down to its ankles, March 7 found herself utterly captivated. Nearly drooling at the sight, overwhelmed with desire, she let out a cry and lunged into Kazuna's embrace. Wah, Kazuna, I want one too. Kazuna displayed a look of helplessness. March 7's words were both a jest and a genuine wish. If it were possible, she truly longed to possess one. However, setting aside the issue of the star core's scarcity, even if she were to find one, she would not dare to place it against March 7's chest. Not everyone possesses the unique constitution that allows them to accommodate a star core. One need only recall how Lady Black Tower of the Black Tower Space Station has shown great interest in such phenomena. By the way, speaking of Lady Haida, they have specifically commissioned this genius to assist in the investigation of the mystery surrounding the identity of Supni, as the genius's repository of knowledge undoubtedly surpasses their own. I wonder what she has uncovered, thought Kiko. At that moment, in the guest room, Topa embraced her ledger, deep in contemplation. What creature could it possibly be? Just as she pondered, the communication line connected. What is it, Zyolina? Have you encountered difficulties? A soft, melodious voice, laced with an alluring charm, reached her ears, instantly awakening Topa. Ms. Emerald, how are things on your end? Oh, there is no need for such formality between us. As for me, all is well. I still have some final tasks to attend to. A light laugh emanated from the other side before she inquired. And you, Zyolina? I recall that you were dealing with that troublesome account from Yalalo 6. How is that faring? Not well at all. Upon hearing the inquiry, Topa's expression soured, her heart racing anxiously. Oh, is there truly a problem that challenges you? If it were merely the Yalolo issue, that would be one thing. But this world deviates somewhat from my initial expectations. However, that is not the crux of the matter. Shortly after my arrival, I encountered the Antimatter Legion. The Destruction Legion? Are you all right? Topa, still clutching her ledger, replied with a smile. Rest assured, I have yet to lay eyes on even a single phantom soldier. The ledger can attest to that. However, Topa shifted the conversation, stating, I have encountered a peculiar life form here, whose appearance does not belong to any known civilization within the galaxy. Yet, it possesses the power to effortlessly shatter the consciousness of the Annihilation Sovereign. The moment Topa uttered these words, the tone of Emerald on the other end of the communication was tinged with astonishment. Even the 10 stalwart members of the Stone Heart, with their leader being the Guardian Envoy, were not on equal footing with the Envoy. Each Envoy had the potential to forge a formidable power, contingent solely upon their desire to do so. The mere act of dispersing consciousness spoke volumes of the opponent's strength, and she did not overlook the significant information embedded in Topa's statement. Effortlessly dispersing. It seemed that this being was indifferent to the dead issues between the company and Yalolo, yet keenly interested in the methods employed by the company, indicative of a lawful demeanor. Reflecting on her brief encounter with Puni, Topa astutely discerned that he was primarily concerned with the intensity of the company's tactics. Drawing from her experiences and knowledge, she temporarily categorized Puni's actions as a distaste for malevolent deeds. Chapter 23. Invincible, a life form of ambiguous origins, suspected to be at the envoy level. Emerald meticulously mulled over the intricate information embedded within Topa's succinct words. Envoys are not to be taken lightly. Given the inherent power of an envoy and the paths they choose to pursue, it is nearly impossible for them to leave no trace within the galaxy. Just as the bountiful envoy would undoubtedly seek the bountiful miracles, distorting various forms of life, similarly, that bountiful envoy led a coalition in a grand invasion of the Celestial Vessel Alliance, solely to obtain the Celestial Tree. The existence of a protectorate order ensures that one will not idly stand by in the face of injustice. This principle equally applies to the nameless traveler traversing the starry seas. Consequently, a being of the rank of a protectorate cannot remain entirely elusive as long as they adhere to their destined ideals. However, the galaxy is not devoid of ancient entities, for a protectorate can easily conceal their presence. In fact, apart from falling due to external forces, a protectorate typically faces no issues regarding longevity. If Topa were to fortuitously encounter a deeply concealed ancient being, with narrowed eyes, the emerald brain of the lady underwent countless combinations and reboots in a brief moment, calculating various possibilities. Ah, Lady Emerald. Topa's voice pulled her back to reality. The current task in Eurillo was destined for failure. A gentle smile graced Emerald's lips, her gaze reflecting a soft resignation. You have always known that it is a sum that can never be settled. Topa remained silent, chuckling softly. Had it been the previous company, you would likely have been demoted, but that is of little consequence. Regardless of Topa's demotion, they could never be forcibly stripped of the Stoneheart 10. For their leader is a diamond, one of the only 2 protectorates publicly recognized by the company. And Taravan of the Materials Logistics Department does not truly believe in the protectorate. This indeed weaves a most intriguing tale. No matter how fierce the internal strife within the company, any attempt to move against the Stoneheart 10 necessitates confronting a protectorate directly. Topa comprehended Emerald's intent and smiled confidently. And now I have discovered a suspected presence of a protectorate. Those individuals cannot even achieve this minimal effort. At best, they can only forcibly balance their merits and demerits. Discovering a new protectorate is already a significant accomplishment. No one wishes to provoke a formidable entity while wandering in unfamiliar territories. To take a step back, even if the opponent is not such an entity. The ability to effortlessly dispel the consciousness of the Annihilation Monarch is nearly equivalent to their presence. The emergence of such a being, quietly stirring trouble, is a source of immense concern, regardless of how powerful the company may be. During this period, I shall remain at Yalolo number 6, and if possible, I hope to inquire about some information. Exercise caution. If it proves unfeasible, retreat. Since the other party is willing to extend their protection to civilization, it indicates they do not align with the forces of chaos. It is of no consequence if we are unable to uncover any news. The account raised its 2 forelegs and bid farewell to the emerald. On the other side, Aboard the Astral Express, Puni departed. Their precise destination remains unknown. Yet his exit heralded the commencement of another meeting. Phew, I was nearly terrified, thinking we were about to confront the Annihilation Monarch directly. March 7th gently patted her chest, exhaling in relief. Nonetheless, this development elucidates why that legion was advancing in a straight line towards Yalalo. Danheng calmly analyzed the situation, stating that it was evident the Annihilation Monarch had detected the life signals being reactivated on Yalalo number 6. Otherwise, without any leader, the Legion's behavior would likely have led to the invasion of all worlds in their path. It remains uncertain whether this Annihilation Monarch is the same one that has previously invaded Yalalo. At last, matters have reached a conclusion, and the next agenda is the internal meeting aboard the train. Kasiki, she said softly, Walter, have you made any discoveries? She turned her gaze towards Walter, inquiring. Is my expression so conspicuous? Walter replied. Ever since that divine light dissolved the Antimatter Legion along with the consciousness of that Annihilation Monarch, you have maintained this demeanor. Have you recalled any information regarding Puni? Jizi nodded affirmatively and then inquired. Upon hearing Jizi's words, everyone turned their curious gazes towards Walter. The enigma of Puni had always lingered in their minds. Such a formidable presence, coupled with the natural aura of time it exuded, indicated that Puni's existence was not a recent phenomenon. Yet, Danheng could find no relevant records in the archives. Their curiosity about whether Walter possessed knowledge of Puni was palpable. Walter slightly inclined his head, revealing no reluctance as he articulated the answers that resided in his heart, along with new uncertainties. To be honest, I am not entirely sure if this is true. If I were to voice this speculation, I would likely question my own sanity. Come on, Uncle Yang, do tell us, what is the situation with Puni? Urged Xing and March 7. Their expressions filled with eagerness. They were desperate to know. My only recollection of Puni is its representation in a game from my homeland, which later even spawned an animated series. Oh, really? The crowd reacted with varying degrees of surprise. So, are you saying that Puni is actually a character from a game or an animation? March 7 exclaimed. It sounds like something a fictional historian might concoct. After all, they excel in such narratives, Danheng mused thoughtfully. But that can't be right. Xing raised her hands, asserting firmly, if it were the work of some historian, how could I possibly wield the power of the Star Core? Just look at how adorable my 3 pairs of wings are. As she spoke, she summoned her silver mustache-like wings, showcasing them before March 7. The fictitious historians, a group fervently dedicated to distorting history, or rather, to orchestrating history to unfold according to their own narratives, engage in a myriad of astounding manipulations. Should some inexplicable events arise within the galaxy, one should not hesitate to identify the masked fools or fictitious historians as the culprits. Of course, such a notion seems implausible. Walter chuckled, explaining, what I ponder is whether it is conceivable that Puni descended upon my world long ago, establishing a connection with the people of my homeland for some reason, leaving behind a record of their likeness. Ordinary folk remained oblivious to the calamity known as the collapse, save for the unfortunate souls caught within the eruption of the collapsed beasts. Thus, many cultural tales continued to flourish. Kiko nodded slightly, analyzing, this is not without possibility. Similar occurrences have transpired frequently within the Celestial Vessel Alliance. After all, what distinguishes an ordinary celestial vessel inhabitant from a deity upon their arrival in uncharted interstellar realms? The legends they bequeath are countless, compelling the Celestial Vessel Alliance to expend considerable effort in addressing these matters. And what do you know of the records concerning the great Puni, Uncle Yang? Star blinked, deftly shaking her mustache-like wings, showering March 7 with a silken cascade of silver. Just as March 7 was about to express her ire, she noticed Walter deep in contemplation, compelling her to momentarily suppress her fury, to be addressed another day. After a brief pause, Walter spoke. I am not well acquainted with the records concerning my homeland. I have merely caught glimpses a few times. Those days were indeed arduous. However, I vaguely recall that the work's depiction of Puni was. With a slight frown and deepened thought, Walter suddenly remembered. Invincible. Chapter 24. Revenge is a distant dream. Pop. The bubble blown from the chewing gum burst without a hint of surprise. As she continued to chew the gum, the sweetness danced chaotically in her mouth, leaving Silver Wolf feeling utterly bored. After chewing for a while, she unexpectedly stretched her arm toward the sky, and with a thud, she fell into the soft embrace of the sofa. How How could that scoundrel be so powerful? The previous battle, compared to the live broadcast available to Bronya and the others aboard the company starship, undoubtedly offered a more profound understanding of the intricacies for the two ethereal editors, the Starcore Hunters. The radiant light that dissolved both the Antimatter Legion and the consciousness of the Obliteration Monarch exhibited an entirely different effect on the ordinary virtual soldiers than on the Obliteration Monarch's consciousness. In terms Silver Wolf was familiar with, it resembled a special attack tailored to the enemy's level, with its power contingent upon both her own level and that of her opponent. A higher level allowed her to clear the field of lesser foes while also adapting flexibly to the specific values of different units, the higher the level, the greater the damage endured. Wasn't this cheating? I don't even play games like that. Revenge feels far off now. A faint sound of fine materials brushing against one another emerged from the wardrobe, as Kafka held up two coats, comparing them while laughing. Isn't this quite splendid? At least we did not suffer from that attack. The Yalalo coat brand is rather impressive. It seems that even amidst the cold wave, there are those dedicated to artistry. It sounds quite fortunate. Yinlang rolled her eyes and replied with irritation. However, Kafka shifted the topic, gently closing the wardrobe. With a smile upon her lips, the task must still be accomplished. Though he occasionally heard whispers of the turmoil stirred by Puni, he never paid it any heed. Countless rumors surrounded him. The immortal legend, the solitary deity, he is the sovereign of legends, needing not don the crowns of the earthly realm. He is the immortal miracle, requiring no pursuit of cosmic power. The age of gods has concluded, and the one true god has emerged. Immortal and unique. He possesses many titles, some begrudgingly or willingly bestowed by vanquished foes, which Puni accepts with equanimity. Others are honors offered by worlds he has rescued in gratitude, which he does not refuse. For he is Puni, traversing the cosmos, suppressing all malevolent forces. Boss Puni, let us proceed. Coming to her senses, Xing stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes gleaming with aspirations for a brighter tomorrow. Boss Puni, is there truly no way? Look at us, I can do it too. March 7's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with hopeful light, fixated on Puni. It has now been 2 days since Topa arrived at Yalalo No. 6. Xing continued her recovery and training with Puni, who exhibited ample patience towards the young cub. Quiet and obedient children often receive more affection from adults. The unruly ones may roll away. As for March 7, she gazed longingly at Xing, who freely wielded the power of the Starcore. In response, Puni remarked, "Your body is not suited to embrace this power. Ha ha ha. A mere March 7 cannot possibly contend with the galactic bat hero. It is best to concede." Oh. March 7, feeling dejected, shot a fierce glare while placing her hands on her hips and laughed heartily, reveling in her triumph. Yet, Supni remained unfazed. He could forcibly suppress a star core into March 7's being, but truth be told, she already harbored immense power within herself. And the six-phase ice was not merely a superficial manifestation. Her inherent strength was sufficient to bear much, and the manner in which it would be unleashed depended solely on her own resolve. Really? Upon hearing this, a spark ignited in March 7's eyes. Who is Supni? He is a being capable of effortlessly suppressing the consciousness of a commander. Rounding up, he is akin to a commander himself. Moreover, could an ordinary commander not crush a star core without allowing its power to taint the world? This was something she had never encountered before. His words were tantamount to bestowing her with the recognition of a powerful figure. She, too, was acknowledged as someone of significance. Observing March 7, who seemed to rejuvenate in an instant, Supni offered a slight smile. His existence spanned ages, and his unparalleled strength made nurturing the next generation a delightful pastime. Then how shall I cultivate my own power? March 7 asked, her gaze fixed in confusion upon the bow in her hands. She felt as if she could command it effortlessly, yet the power Supni spoke of eluded her senses. Supni shook his head gently. The time had not yet come. March 7's power appeared to be intertwined with her memories, which Supni held in great esteem. Memories are the strongest testament to one's existence in this world, and unless absolutely necessary, he would never tamper with anyone's recollections. Upon hearing this, March 7's expression fell. Well, this hardly constituted a response at all. No, wait. This is even worse than saying nothing at all. If one were unaware, there would be no such worries, but now that awareness has dawned, the lack of direction is even more disheartening. The clever mind, not certain which frequency it is tuned into, finds itself in a moment of clarity, yet wears a facade of discontent. Just then, a gentle voice interrupts the gloom. instantly lifting the melancholy from March 7's heart, as she turns her gaze towards the newcomer with a hint of wariness. A charming woman in professional attire greets them with a smile, accompanied by a seemingly displeased genius girl. Particularly, the woman who smiles as she greets them exudes the archetype of a cunning femme fatale, one often depicted in literature and television as calculating and manipulative. Moreover, they have set their sights on Xing. It is best to ignore such nefarious women. Hai Xing raises her palm and responds with a smile. Puni observes the two, his instincts whispering that their approach is not without intention. Are you busy? Kafka inquires softly. What do you want? Puni's question implicitly contains the answer. Kafka tilts her head slightly, her gaze now encompassing March 7. What is it? March 7 crosses her arms and fixes her stare upon her. No, I merely find Miss March to be quite adorable. Kafka replies with a slight shake of her head, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. Ugh, even if you say that, my guard against you remains steadfast. Despite her words, Xing notices Kafka's cheeks gradually reddening, sensing an air of insincerity enveloping them. We are here for her this time. Me? Turning her gaze towards Kafka, Xing points to herself with her right index finger, blinking innocently. Puni nodded slightly, patiently awaiting Kafka's response. According to the script, she was meant to acquire the power of preservation on this planet known as Yalalo, but circumstances had diverged from that path. Kafka slowly articulated the scenes recorded in the script. Although the current narrative was utterly transformed, it was akin to the impossibility of anyone anticipating the ability to manipulate the power of the stellar core at will. Kafka had little to do. Reality need not unfold with the same perfection as the script, yet she hoped that the power she was entitled to would remain intact. After all, it represented the force she could wield in the future, forming a crucial aspect of her self-protection. Chapter 25. A meeting of gazes. Me? Xing tilted her head, her clear eyes reflecting confusion. She was well acquainted with the power of fate. During her time at the Black Tower space station, she had caught a glimpse from Nanak, thereby obtaining the power of destruction. But could one individual truly possess multiple powers of fate? For others, it might be challenging, yet for her, it was not impossible. Observing Xing's adorable demeanor, Kafka chuckled softly. Engaging with the power of fate is akin to embarking on a romance. If you are to pursue it, do so wholeheartedly. What is the point of being half-hearted? Moreover, unlike the consequences of a discovered half-hearted romance, violating fate can lead to genuine calamity. For ordinary fate walkers, the repercussions may be milder. At worst, they lose the power of fate. However, for a being at the pinnacle like the star god, a fall from grace would be imminent. Puni nodded slightly. Kafka's suggestion was quite reasonable. Merely acquiring the power of preservation seemed effortless. Wait. As the conversation veered toward topics beyond her comprehension, March 7th hastily raised her hands, her expression one of bewilderment. Though it is said that she must acquire the power of preservation, how might one achieve such a feat? The force of destiny is not a mere puppy that can be summoned with casual beckoning. It is not something that can be conjured so easily. However, there is no need for concern. The final boss has been prepared. With one hand on her hip and fingers dancing swiftly across the virtual keyboard, Silver Wolf cast her gaze towards the imposing figure standing silently on the ground in the distance. The creation engine. A colossal machine, once utilized for pioneering and later repurposed for the campaign against invaders. Now, only one creation engine remains on Yalalo 6, currently in a dual phase of maintenance and exploration. You intend to use it to complete a trial? Silwa dangled from a steel beam with one hand, while the other grasped a wrench. Adorned with a safety helmet, her exquisite features appeared somewhat disheveled, with sweat causing her hair to cling to her cheeks. Slightly bowing her head, she acknowledged the sudden arrival of several individuals, landing gracefully on the ground. Once steady, Silwa spoke. It is not impossible. But this behemoth is currently immobile. It has long been neglected. And to think it could be repaired after being frozen for so long is already a stroke of good fortune. At this point, Silwa wore an expression of resignation. Having some resources at home is a blessing. Yet mere observation of these resources does little good, and keeping them here is rather troubling. Upon hearing this, Silver Wolf's lips curled into a confident smile. A minor issue, just give me a moment. With that, her fingers began to dance across the keyboard. Seizing the opportunity, Star and March 7 approached Silwa, inquiring curiously about her presence here. Do not forget the shop I own, Silwa replied with a hint of exasperation, tapping the creation engine behind her, producing a resonant sound. Such a magnificent creation beckons my curiosity. How could I possibly resist the temptation to explore it? Furthermore, The current state of Belobog demands expertise from various realms. With Bronya now in power, the restrictions imposed by that wretched Cocolia have naturally lost their efficacy. She has entrusted me with the task of examining this colossal entity, hoping to extract some innovative technologies from it. As I delve into my areas of interest, I can see a profound enthusiasm reflected in Sylvana's eyes. Despite Belobog's present condition, their ancestors once basked in opulence, and it would be a travesty to let such a remarkable treasure languish unused. Even if Bronya did not extend an invitation, I would have eagerly volunteered. If all else fails, I might stealthily approach it for my own research. After all, with Cocolia ousted, Bronya, being the kind-hearted person she is, would surely not hold it against me, especially considering her sacrifices for the future of Airlith. Puni raised her gaze slightly, observing the recently awakened creation engine. The last time this colossal machine stirred to life was solely due to the forceful propulsion of stellar core energy. It had sustained damage during that battle, though none of it was inflicted by me. At that time, the Holy Light was primarily focused on the stellar core and the antimatter legion, leaving the creation engine untouched, a precise strike indeed. If you are capable of activating this behemoth, it would be a remarkable feat. I am eager to witness how this contraption operates. Perhaps I might uncover the secrets within. As Sylvana spoke, she tapped the dilapidated creation engine with a wrench. A resonant hum echoed. The energy ignited with a roar. The ground trembled as it rose. The sudden tremor caught Silwa completely off guard, prompting Puni to extend a tendril to help her regain her balance. Instinctively, Silwa looked up, and a colossal shadow obscured the sky, its vast silhouette enveloping her entirely. The enormous eye, shimmering with an energy hue, gazed down with a heavy metallic presence. All set. With a clap of her hands, the silver wolf lifted her small head, unable to suppress a confident grin. Well, this is your battle, so I shall refrain from involvement, March 7 chuckled, stepping back to nestle behind Puni, revealing only half of her small head to offer moral support. Leave it to me. Brandishing a baseball bat, Star stood tall and proud, dismissing the formidable robot before her. Behold, the Galaxy Bat hero. Bang! This intensity is off the charts. A tremendous force struck, causing Star to retreat a short distance. Feeling the tremors resonate through her palms, prompting her to shout downwards uncontrollably. Kafka glanced at the silver wolf. This is merely a consideration of her current strength. Naturally, the boss must be reinforced for an optimal gaming experience. Just a minor issue, she can handle it. The silver wolf waved her hand dismissively. Such a trivial matter. If I can't deal with this radiant being beside me, how could I not handle you? Taste my righteous iron fist. Meanwhile, in Creeper Fortress, the unexpected tremor startled Cocolia, who turned to gaze out the window. The massive creation engine was visible even from Baleberg. Assuming there was an issue with the engine, Cocolia prepared to rush to the scene, only to suddenly catch sight of a glimmering silver light, which brought her immediate relief. It seemed all was well. The conditions to attain the gaze of the star god are remarkably simple. One must possess the ideals and spirit inherent to their destined path. And should this conviction be sufficiently fervent, the gaze of the star god shall traverse mountains and rivers, spanning countless light years to arrive before you. Yet, fulfilling this requirement is far from effortless. Can one truly acquire the power of preservation in this manner? Casting a glance at the silver wolf, who seemed to harbor ulterior motives, March 7th turned to Kafka and murmured softly. While others may find this impossible, she is an exception. The acknowledgement from the nearby Puni corroborated Kafka's response. Through numerous confrontations, he discerned that the star was entering a certain state, yet lacked the most crucial key to genuinely unlock the door. Thus, he had no qualms about offering assistance. With a hum, a peculiar connection locked onto the star, and a weighty presence akin to a mountain silently descended from the void, imperceptible to most, yet Puni was among the few who could sense it. A giant more formidable than mountains and taller than the heavens loomed before them. Its gaze, more fervent than the stars themselves, descended, imbued with the resolve to protect all. Suddenly, it shifted its focus, locking eyes with another of its kind. Their gazes traversed endless light years, and Puni's vision met that of the colossal being. Chapter 26. This little one, I shall protect, understand? The concept of the star god is nebulous. They are composed of humans, animals, insects, machines, and perhaps entities beyond comprehension. The emergence of each star god signifies the opening of a new destiny, adding yet another path to the galaxy. The star gods diligently pursue the destinies they have initiated, unwavering in their course. Deviation from this path incurs a grave cost. It seems that the star deities are rather tragic, merely being swept along by the currents of fate. However, they are indeed the pioneers who unlock the very essence of destiny. How could they possibly suffer while embodying their own ideals? At this moment, the radiant Puni and the guardian Clipper exchange glances, and Puni perceives a profound will to protect emanating from Clipper, an intensity that cannot be achieved merely by being ensnared by fate. Time appears to stretch infinitely, yet it feels as though only a fleeting moment has passed when Clipper finally averts his gaze. With a resounding clang, the colossal hammer descends, embodying the essence of protection. The star has obtained a weapon that has long existed on this planet, untouched by any hand. It is the spear of the first Grand Guardian, Elisa Rand. Upon acquiring this formidable weapon, the star immediately harnesses its potential. Kafka, handle her. Take the shot. You glowing one, intervene. Do not let her escape. The silver wolf vigorously shakes her ivory white legs, occasionally utilizing ether editing to evade the relentless pursuit from behind. Not far away, Silwa's eyes gleam with determination as she taps away at the creation engine. If the star merely wielded 2 strands of destiny, the silver wolf could toy with her as one might with a small, unyielding tiger. However, those 3 pairs of antennae behind her are no mere decoration. This time, slowing down could prove perilous. Such chaos abounds. Observing the lively scene before her, March 7's lips twitch slightly. Wouldn't brandishing a blazing spear at someone lead to complications? Yet, this is not her primary concern. Compared to the uncertainty of being pursued by the sharp end of a gun, she was far more concerned about that individual not only obtaining a means of survival, but also possessing weapons of his own. Glancing at the bow in her hands, and then at the blazing lance in Xing's grasp, March 7 couldn't help but feel the disparity of the world. Some people toil tirelessly to strengthen their bodies, while others simply gain muscle while lounging on their beds. This world should not be so. It ought not to exist in such a manner. Oh, how I long for that too. Meanwhile, Puni and Kafka observe the exuberance of the youngsters, feeling a serene passage of time. As one ages, it becomes all too easy to lament the fleeting nature of youth. With a slight rise onto her toes, hands delicately clasped behind her, she raised her gaze to meet the fluffy clouds resembling little bear cookies. Kafka softly remarked, "Did you see that?" Kafka had been closely observing Puni. Xing was exceptional. She could grasp numerous destinies, yet each step required meticulous calculation. When the time was right, she would naturally gain the star deity's insight. This was only natural, for no one had ever contained a star core within themselves as she did, let alone wield its power. Even the star deity would likely find such a small creature intriguing, reminiscent of the moment when Nanak first caught a glimpse during their time at the space station. Engaging the stars in battle against the creation engine was intended to induce a particular state within her. As for why the outcomes against the creation engine, the effectiveness was not achieved in combat with Puni, a presence marked by a resolute will to protect. Puni did not conceal this. There was no need for him to do so. Seeing is believing, regardless of the implications or perils that may lurk beneath, such as his nature, or perhaps his. In the fleeting exchange of glances with Clipper, he sensed the other's skepticism, yet no action was taken. Supni glanced back at his antennae, radiant with holy light. Such a resplendent illumination should surely prevent anyone from associating him with chaos. As for Clipper, I recall the title bestowed upon him from the celestial vessel, the Celestial Herald of Restoration, a rather apt designation, for he indeed serves to erect the star walls, safeguarding against encroaching dangers. Once, he even employed 3 amber eras to witness the fall of the breeding star god. Truth be told, your ability to meet his gaze surprises me. Perhaps I ought to elevate my assessment of you. Kafka smiled gracefully, tilting her head slightly as she regarded Supni. A race unrecorded in history, possessing formidable power, effortlessly enabling others to harness the energies of star cores, now directly engaging in a gaze with Clipper. Such feats indeed transcend Kafka's understanding. After all, even the scripts of Elio are only revealed when necessary, and after laboring so diligently. This is the first time she has encountered such an extraordinary existence. A formidable adversary. Supni pondered this term. The celestial guardian is among the oldest of the star gods, with its true strength veiled within the vastness of the galaxy. The most recent conflict involved the concerted efforts of the star gods to vanquish the breeding star god, Tai's Euros. This deity, known as the Insect Emperor, battled Clipper for 3 amber eras before ultimately succumbing to a miscalculation. It would certainly be intriguing to encounter a being capable of instilling such dread in this star god, perpetually forging the star walls. Do you have any further matters to attend to? Puni inquired, sensing that Kafka had more to say. With a slight nod, Kafka smiled and remarked, "It is time for us to depart. Although the script has encountered some minor disruptions, the events behind it still require further development. Many unexpected occurrences may arise, yet we must proceed on our path." Puni remained noncommittal. He understood Kafka's sentiments. Despite having only just begun their journey, the narrative surrounding the Battle of Yaliluo No. 6 had already faced complications, but the story must continue to unfold. One cannot tread timidly, afraid to advance. The Stellaron's hunters are indeed reckless adventurers, and their actions may appear devoid of reason, yet in truth, they possess a certain illogicality. After all, not everyone is privy to the script of Elio, including themselves, who are oblivious to the forthcoming plot. However, one thing is beyond doubt. Their ultimate objectives will not bring harm to the stars. Moreover, Kafka would ensure that no misfortune befell them. Puni could sense the significance of the stars in Kafka's heart, to the extent that she was bold enough to keep Silver Wolf obediently in Yaliluo, merely to ascertain whether her actions would prove detrimental to the stars. In response, all Puni could say was, "My existence has spanned a considerable duration, and throughout these years, she has been quite fascinating. Under the protection of the holy light, she will undoubtedly flourish. In simpler terms, one might express it as, this child, I shall protect. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Puni's words, Kafka stifled a laugh, her delicate shoulders rising gently as her concerns dissipated. Her beautiful eyes followed the vibrant stars with unwavering attention. Truly, a lively child. Kafka. At that moment, aboard the Astral Express, Herta, who was grinding coffee, suddenly paused, gazing curiously out the window. "What is it, Pat?" Pam, carrying a set of cleaning tools, paused in her tracks, her brow furrowing in confusion. Shaking her head slightly, Kiko's eyes reflected her bewilderment. She sensed an air of mischief lurking nearby. Chapter 27. The Insect. The great insect, the data stream flickered, and moments later, a graceful figure appeared in the observation carriage, meeting Kiko's gaze. "Kiko, is that you?" Kiko calmly ground her coffee, not lifting her head. "I have little interest in conversing with the Starcore hunter. If you have something of importance, please be quick. I am pressed for time." Kiko remained vigilant towards the Starcore hunters, given their notorious reputation, now entangled with the train. Kafka, unfazed, responded with a smile. "Well, I shall be succinct. Do you know how far the vessel named Lufu is from Yaliluo?" "Quite near, indeed. At the speed of the Astral Express. It would only take a single leap to reach. A new Starcore crisis is unfolding there." Starcore? At the mention of this familiar term, Kiko could not help but look up, scrutinizing the woman before her. "Rest assured that Starcore is unrelated to us," Kafka said with a light chuckle. "Do you recall the doomsday beast we encountered earlier? The Lord of Annihilation, who controlled it to launch an assault on Yaliluo, is preparing to take action against Lufu. Just as she has previously destroyed countless worlds using the same methods. The vessel is not as united as it may seem." "Why are you telling me this?" "Certainly, it is because the Astral Express has always been eager to lend a hand. Moreover, upon acquiring intelligence regarding the Stellarons, one cannot help but ponder their implications, especially since the Stellarons have the capacity to obstruct the train's course. However, fret not, for the Stellarons have yet to enter the Lufu arc, granting you ample time for contemplation." With a final, enchanting laugh lingering in the air, Kafka vanished from sight. As Herta paused momentarily in her coffee grinding, she gazed at the spot where Kafka's projection had once lingered. How outrageous! How can they board the train without the conductor's consent? She mused, contemplating the necessity of installing an alarm system for the train. A disgruntled voice jolted Herta from her thoughts. She glanced down to see Pam, fuming as she stomped from behind Herta to the forefront, her fluffy ears twitching in agitation, wisps of steam symbolizing her ire visibly emanating from her. On a planet not far from Yaliluo, as Kafka concluded her thoughts and withdrew her projection, Silver Wolf cast a glance back at the star pulsating with life amidst the galaxy, her impatience palpable as she clicked her tongue. Still vexed, she mused. That glowing branch was hardly human. Oh, but then again, he was never human to begin with, so that was of little consequence. Yet, the frustration lingered. She, a legendary hacker of the Punk Lord, and a bounty hunter sought by the Interstellar Peace Corporation, had never endured such indignity before. Observing Silver Wolf's resolute expression, Kafka smiled in silence. It is natural for children to harbor dreams. Even delusions are not entirely without merit. The events aboard the train remain a closely guarded secret. While the vibrant life on the planet Yalalo 6 flourishes, it is the height of summer on Yalalo. How curious it is to feel, just a short while ago, I pondered whether I would ever rise again from slumber. Each ray of sunlight felt like a precious gift. Now, I find solace in the cool shade of the trees. The long-awaited sunlight makes working in this weather truly delightful. In the lower district, Seer, having just completed her tasks, languidly stretches her back, while Clara follows beside her, smiling as she speaks. Mr. Suero mentioned that this delightful weather is the result of melting snow, and Belloborg will enjoy such conditions for an extended period. However, once technology advances, they must consider the creation of cooling furniture. Clara remains barefoot, her delicate, pale feet unaffected even in the harshest of winters. Now that the climate has returned to normal, there is no cause for concern. Such is the value of a wayfarer's destiny. Those days are far removed from our reality, so there is no need to dwell on them. Seer waves her hand dismissively, indifferent to the thought. By the time Yalalo finds itself reliant on mechanical devices for cooling, she may well be long gone. Moreover, given the current population of Yalalo, it is uncertain how many generations would be required for such a drastic climatic shift. At least Seer does not believe she will live to witness that time. She is not some radiant savior, unlike the protagonists in novels and films, who seem to have lived for countless years as mere background figures. Mr. Puni, good afternoon, Clara greets with decorum. Ahem, suddenly choked. Sierra opened her eyes to the familiar embrace of holy light flooding in, her expression somewhat awkward as she greeted. How did you end up in the lower district? Natasha had once advised that when at a loss for conversation, one should inquire about the other's presence, thus allowing them to momentarily forget recent events. Puni slightly lowered her gaze, observing the two small figures before her, her tone imbued with gentleness. Just wandering about. How is the organization of the lower district progressing? This gentleness bore no ulterior motive. It was merely a nod to Clara's youthful innocence, perhaps with a touch of consideration for someone's less cultivated heart. After all, who would wish to linger in such a place when they could bask in sunlight? During this time, everyone has been occupied with moving. Although owning a home in Belloborg is out of reach, acquiring a plot of land for construction outside the city remains feasible. Yes, Clara has been helping everyone with the organization lately. The mechanical soldiers in the gathering area were of no concern to Clara, particularly not Suero. Upon hearing this, Puni recalled the vibrant scene she had witnessed on Education Star, teeming with civil engineers. Presently, the expanse of Yalalo is indeed sparsely populated, with Belloborg sustaining the entirety of the planet's inhabitants. Bronya was equally resolute. It was unacceptable to confine people underground during a cold wave and continue to do so once it had passed. Would that not render the cold wave futile? Thus, with a decisive gesture, she declared that constructing homes was permissible. After all, building materials must be procured. A team was dispatched to designate a plot of land. And once selected, a fee would suffice. After all, this pertains to urban planning. If the planning is inadequate, one might find oneself in a state of despair, wishing to tear out one's hair in frustration. Additionally, the silver-maned iron guards maintain order and occasionally lend a helping hand, creating a scene of vibrant prosperity. Clara was about to share recent events with Puni when she suddenly noticed him gazing at the sky. She recalled that their previous adversaries had descended from the heavens, and her delicate face tightened with anxiety as she cautiously inquired, "Are their enemies coming again?" Before Sheer could respond, Puni gently shook his head, assuring her, "There is nothing to worry about." Clara exhaled in relief, yet acknowledged that there were indeed matters requiring attention. Sheer, wielding a scythe, cast a brief glance, and Puni calmly remarked, "It is merely a small insect. There is no cause for concern." With that, his figure transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring towards the heavens, effortlessly breaching the lower district's dome. In the blink of an eye, only the two remained, their thoughts diverging as they gazed at the dome above. The cosmic locust plague, a cataclysmic disaster that once ravaged half of the galaxy, was initiated by the fallen breeding star god, Taiz Uroth. Though he has since perished, the swarms he left behind continue to wreak havoc upon the denizens of the galaxy. Among these cosmic insects, one can find individuals of colossal size, capable of lurking unnoticed, their gaping maws waiting for unsuspecting prey to wander into their grasp. Chapter 28, A Fleeting Encounter. The Train Conference, Pinaconi, or the celestial vessel Rofu. Within the rarely seen vessel, A strikingly handsome knight clad in silver armor bore a solemn expression as he endeavored to reassure the passengers before him. "What on earth is this place?" exclaimed one bewildered individual. "I am but an ordinary office worker, the sort who wouldn't dare sip water while their superior is serving food. How have I found myself in such a predicament? Mr. Villet, rest assured that bearing the name of purity, I shall undoubtedly safeguard your safety." Yet, despite this assurance, we remain utterly oblivious to our whereabouts, as this wretched place offers no discernible path to escape. Silver Branch pondered slightly. Indeed, this area was an uncharted direction previously unexplored. He merely followed the original route, only to find himself ensnared in this unfamiliar domain. The pressing dilemma now lay in his inability to locate an exit. While he sensed that the rare treasure was succumbing to unprecedented erosion, should this continue, drifting away from the rare treasure would be almost inevitable. He was indifferent to the situation. The trials of the pure knights were exceedingly arduous, and his will had long since solidified like a steadfast stone amidst the sea. However, Villet was different. An ordinary office worker would be swiftly educated in the ways of existence should he dare to linger even a moment in the desolate expanse of the cosmos. His intuition suggested that the key to breaking the impasse resided within this very area. Yet, encumbered by the need to protect Villet, he found himself at a loss for a solution that would satisfy both concerns. At this moment, a beam of holy light pierced the darkness, casting a glimmer of hope upon the barren world. Gradually coming to a halt, the figure of Puni emerged from within. His gaze extended toward a nearby expanse, where a colossal creature loomed in the starry sky, obstructing the path. The great true stinging insect, a member of the cosmic locust plague, possessed a size comparable to that of a planet, with certain individuals growing to an extent that defied comparison with celestial bodies. Indeed, the sight of this creature, sprawled across the navigational route with its mouth agape, seemed to merge seamlessly with the cosmos, for the colors of the starry sky bore no distinction to the ordinary observer. Crack, crack. It seemed to sense impending danger. The once tranquil giant true worm, which had been patiently awaiting sustenance, began to exhibit signs of agitation. As a creature of reproduction, the giant true worm lacked emotions, yet the instinct to seek advantage and avoid peril is inherent in all living beings. Its enormous eyes widened, gazing at the radiant figure illuminated by celestial light amidst the vast expanse of the starry sky, a mere speck compared to the surrounding cosmos. Nevertheless, a warning emanating from the essence of life incessantly reached out to it. From a lofty vantage point, Puni surveyed the restless giant true worm with an unperturbed heart. This creature was situated an immense distance from the Yalalo star system, so far removed that it could be considered unrelated. Yet, in Puni's perception, the life force of this being was strikingly pronounced. It appeared to have been in a state of slumber, only to be roused by the intrusion of two unexpected entities. He could sense two distinct life forces within the belly of the giant true worm, one profound and the other faint. The latter was merely a manifestation of weakness. As the holy light gently descended, countless hallucinogenic fibers were purified before they could approach Puni. Regarding such a being, devoid of thought and emotion, incessantly wreaking havoc upon the world, Puni's choice was perpetually singular: break the void. A blade of light, imbued with an inexhaustible sharpness, surged toward the giant true worm. It emitted a sudden, piercing wail, its colossal form thrashing through the starry expanse in a futile attempt to resist. The adversary not only refused to submit, but also dared to retaliate. Puni found solace in this display of bravery and watched as the break the void sliced through the giant true worm with the ease of a hot knife through butter. Seamless and smooth, cleaving it in twain. Like a planet, the colossal true jellyfish abruptly ceased its ominous thrumming, its massive form gradually cleaving in two under the force of impact. Within this division, a lavish yet severely damaged spacecraft slowly revealed itself. Inside the rare treasure, Villet crouched on the ground, his face a mask of terror. Are we to perish? That last tremor could not have indicated an encounter with some interstellar calamity, could it? No, I am still young. I do not wish to die. Silver Branch pondered briefly, gazing at the slowly parting ceiling, as the familiar starry sky unfolded before his eyes. And he seemed to grasp something significant. Mr. Villet, there is no need for alarm. Given our current predicament, it appears we must. The final word remained unspoken as Silver Branch stared vacantly at a figure in the distance. Have we been saved? Why have you ceased speaking? Villet, who had been listening intently, suddenly noticed Silver Branch faltering, driven by a sense of responsibility for his own life. He mustered the courage to open his eyes and peer outside. Nothing but emptiness greeted him. What on earth? He turned to inquire of Silver Branch, only to be met with the shocking realization that, where has he gone? Oh, sacred spirit, allow me to extol your beauty. Observing Silver Branch soaring towards him after their escape, Puni's delicate filaments momentarily stilled. Throughout the long expanse of time, he had been called powerful, sacred, a beacon of hope, and radiant. Yet, the notion of beauty was one he had never before encountered, especially not from a man. Your radiance outshines the stars, and your delicate wings exhibit an exquisite agility. In this vast expanse of the starry sky, your sanctity illuminates the resplendent Milky Way. It is not that Puni has never encountered a loquacious individual, but he had never before witnessed someone so unabashedly showering praises as though they were free. Judging by the fervor displayed, it seemed unlikely he would cease for at least a couple of hours. Although it was well known that Silver Branch's commendations of beauty were unparalleled, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different sensation. Nevertheless, such feelings were not unwelcome. Silver Branch's genuine attitude served as the finest catalyst. That said, it appeared that the individuals aboard your vessel were growing impatient. Observing the rare wondership as it departed towards its destination, Puni shook his head slightly. Had Silver Branch not previously assured Villet that he would safely escort him to his destination, that chap would still be extolling his sanctity before Puni. Occasionally, he would interject with remarks about Idlira's unparalleled beauty. However, he did not anticipate that the formidable true giant worm they were dealing with was the very one that had consumed Silver Branch. Yet, on the other hand, it seemed that Silver Branch's presence was expected wherever he might appear. Puni held a favorable impression of Silver Branch. The sacred light could sense the childlike purity of Silver Branch's heart. To be candid, such purity was something he had only witnessed in a select few. The star wandering about on Yalalo 6 was equally sincere, beyond description. One wonders if the hearts of newborns possess a purity surpassing all others. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Puni transformed into sacred light and sped towards Yalalo 6. In this moment, the world was tranquil. Now, let us cast our votes, Pinaconi or the celestial ship. Days later, aboard the Starry Express in the observation car, a pivotal vote was unfolding. This meeting would determine the train's next destination. Chapter 29, The Eternal Flame Mansion, Underworld. I inquired about certain connections, and indeed, the Xianzhou Luofu had encountered unforeseen circumstances. Consistent with Kafka's words regarding the Star Core, in a soft voice, Himiko relayed the information she had gathered. Originally, the train's next stop was the festive star, Pinaconi. But given the gravity of the situation, a thorough discussion was warranted. Of course, we must head straight for Luofu, Pam exclaimed, and almost immediately, Xing raised her hand to vote. She had not forgotten her 6-core drive. With a gentle laugh, Himiko turned to March 7th. What about you, March? Naturally, it's Luofu as well. According to Kafka, that Annihilation Lord has set his sights on us. As a well-meaning, nameless traveler, one cannot remain indifferent to such matters. I'll remain on the train. After all, my status in Xianzhou is somewhat unique, Danheng remarked. Himiko nodded slightly, acknowledging that Danheng's circumstances indeed made it unsuitable for him to appear before the Xianzhou. At that moment, March 7th suddenly expressed her confusion. By the way, isn't Punishing Light joining us? With the holy light present, that Annihilation Lord, who silently wreaked havoc with the Doomsday Beasts, would dare to show himself. Upon mentioning Punishing Light, Xing shook her head slightly, disappointment evident. Unfortunately, the boss said he wanted to check out the galaxy and wouldn't be joining us. However, she said, her spirits lifting, the boss did say that if I encountered any trouble, I should call him, and he would come to assist me. This must be something you processed yourself, right? Oh, this is of little consequence. Amidst playful banter, the ultimate destination of this gathering has been determined. The Celestial Vessel Alliance, the rosy celestial vessel onward. The train glides along the silver tracks, venturing into the unknown. Meanwhile, Lady Black Tower, having just calibrated the parameters of the simulated universe, returns to reality. Her attention is instantly captured by a message from Kiko. Let me see. What a unique life structure indeed. A brand new species. Born of nature or crafted by human hands? As she casually peruses this segment of information, a sense of languor and curiosity flickers in her eyes. Just then, wait, what is this? Crushing a stellar core with bare hands? Has that little rascal with the stellar core met his demise? Setting aside the latter, Black Tower's focus narrows to the most critical aspect of this information. Where is the individual? The universe is vast, and the galaxy is serene. Twinkling stars stubbornly assert their existence. Much like this expanse of starlit sky, sacred light pierces through various adversities, casting its radiance and bringing hope to a beleaguered world, sufficient to illuminate its own path. Puni meanders through this resplendent galaxy, basking in the gentle caress of starlight. Numerous worlds teem with life within the galaxy, yet fewer still can lay claim to traversing its realms, each a notable world in its own right. At Puni's speed, he can glide through these worlds unnoticed. Internal conflicts may abound, yet Puni pays them no heed, for they do not stem from enemies beyond civilization. However, at this moment, a sudden flash of fire appears before him. As he draws nearer, it reveals a sea of flames. Closer still, and he finds a burning mansion. A mansion of eternal flames, soaring through the galaxy and emanating a scorching aura. Puni narrowed his gaze, sensing the essence of combustion and devastation that radiated from the edifice, with one particularly searing malevolent presence overshadowing the entire structure. The mansion of eternal flames. The high-ranking Duke of Inferno raised his head slightly, his eternally burning fiery visage piercing the dome, where he beheld a figure aglow with sacred light not far away. The resplendent radiance unsettled him. He lowered his gaze to observe the children below. Before the obliterated space station, a new wave of destruction sought us out. Let us listen to a melody before the ruins of the space station. Without awaiting a response from the children below, a descending spirit of sanctity had already arrived, hovering at the dome above. Duke of Inferno, I remember you. Addressing the elegantly attired fire demon, Puni's calm voice resonated throughout the mansion of eternal flames. Spirit, you ought not to be here. The Duke of Inferno spoke in a deep tone. Evil resides here. Puni replied with serene composure. Duke Afrit of the Infernal Fire Clan, eternally ablaze, possessed a remarkably pure will, so untainted that Puni could easily pinpoint his tumultuous intent for destruction amidst the crowd. Puni never distinguished evil through mere strength. The Duke of Inferno worshipped annihilation, venerating the destroyer Nanak as emperor. This was of little consequence. What mattered was his relentless pursuit of destruction, driven solely by the desire to obliterate, not by instinct. Thus he had not attracted the disdain of the benefactor of the Fire Demon clan. With a slight turn of her head, Constance, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, stood at the forefront, her eyes reflecting a look of astonishment. From the moment of arrival, Puni had forcefully suppressed them with sheer power, and the absence of bystanders allowed their conversation to unfold seamlessly. Afrilet, too, perceived his children as minuscule before the suddenly appearing Holy Spirit, rendered incapable even of struggling or crying out. Yet, even so, he remained steadfast as a rock, slowly rising to meet Puni's gaze with his fiery pupils. The flames blazed ever brighter, and upon reaching a critical point, the entire eternal fire manor ignited. The earlier flames were merely an impression and immediate sensation of the manor, but now it truly caught fire, engulfing the estate in a fierce blaze, unleashing a force of destruction. The Holy Spirit, the Duke of Netherfire, uttered a deep admonition. From the very first glance at Puni, he understood that today would culminate in either the annihilation of the adversary or his own demise. There was no third possibility. The divine light flickering around Puni incessantly countered the destruction within him, and the eternal fire manor, once brimming with ruinous energy, was on the brink of transforming into a realm of light at his arrival. Thus, he had to charge forth without hesitation, even if the cost was his own life. The holy light cradled the music box before him, while behind Puni loomed a manor gradually succumbing to stillness. The Duke of Netherfire's assault could not touch Puni. He was undeniably dead. The force of annihilation did not necessarily require eradication, yet the Duke's actions were solely to appease the star god, an act of true malevolence. As for the music box before him, Puni pondered for a moment. How has this music box arrived at the Eternal Fire Mansion so swiftly? Upon reflection, the Starry Express is scheduled to halt for 7 days. Although the train has often lingered longer since the star became a nameless guest for various reasons. Considering the vastness of the galaxy, such tokens must indeed depart ahead of time. With a subtle glance, Puni retracted her focus from the music box, locking eyes with the quietly approaching woman wielding a knife. Her expression remained serene, as though the mansion held no significance for her. Could you hand me that music box? Huang Quan inquired calmly. Chapter 30. The endearing Huang Quan, the sweet peach void. Puni sensed an almost boundless emptiness emanating from Huang Quan. She felt herself plummeting. Instinctively, Puni reacted. Abnormal state detected. Activating holy light. A soft yet brilliant holy light flickered to life, momentarily startling Huang Quan. However, she felt no sense of threat emanating from the radiance. And in the blink of an eye, she found herself enveloped in light. The crisp sound of fruit separating was refreshingly delightful, lifting one's spirits. The woman with flowing purple hair delicately cradled a luscious, ripe peach, savoring it in small bites. Each morsel was to be chewed slowly, the sweet flavor blossoming in her mouth, causing her bright eyes to shine ever more brilliantly. So sweet, Puni observed quietly as she watched Huang Quan relish the peach, the gentle light perpetually illuminating her. "Thank you," Huang Quan expressed sincerely after finishing the peach, rekindling a long-forgotten sensation. Although she had never encountered such a race before, the radiant light undoubtedly liberated her from the shadow of the Nameless One, while she still traversed that path. Remaining in his presence allowed her to retain all that was rightfully hers as a human being. She recalled a forgotten past, a time she was reluctant to revisit. Yet it lingered in her memory incessantly. Puni nodded slightly and spoke. "If you still require assistance, I noticed several fruit trees upon our descent. They presently lingered on a life-bearing planet, devoid of civilization, yet flourishing with a healthy ecosystem." As for the gratitude expressed by Huang Quan, it stemmed from a simple act of kindness. The radiant light had instinctively emanated from him upon his sight of Huang Quan, serving the straightforward purpose of dispelling all negative effects. It was evident that the influence of 9 unequivocally fell into the category of detrimental effects, even if it did nothing. This influence was merely a casual consequence of its languid existence, yet it undeniably affected Huang Quan's life. Puni's action was merely to allow this fragmented girl to once again savor the hues of the world, colors that were rightfully hers. Although this approach astonished Huang Quan. "I am Raiden Wanchuan Shomei, but you may call me Huang Quan. If possible, could I have that music box? I promised someone I would go to the place where he once lived." After a brief hesitation, Huang Quan gently inquired. If it were the long-fallen Eternal Fire Estate, she would have unsheathed her sword without a second thought to retrieve the music box. However, having been pulled from the influence of 9 by Puni, she found herself unable to act in such a manner. However, she had promised someone it matters not. "I have no need for it." Puni nonchalantly lifted the music box into Huang Chuan's hands, observing the sudden appearance of the music box with a hint of innocent surprise in Huang Chuan's eyes. Eh. Upon hearing her subordinate's report, the mature foxwoman's eyes widened slightly, momentarily breaking her calm facade. "Are you saying that there is a member aboard the Astral Express who possesses the power of the Star Core and assisted you in dealing with the shadowy demon, Yunshi?" Each of these words could be effortlessly understood in isolation, yet when they were strung together, Yukuin found herself utterly bewildered. It was beyond doubt. Everything had been meticulously examined, and it was indeed a reaction of Star Core energy. This individual wielded the power of the Star Core with ease, and even boasted 3 pairs of wing-like appendages, which, upon scrutiny, were also products of condensed Star Core energy. Yukuin inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the shock within her. The ability to condense Star Core energy into appendages suggested that this was no mere reckless utilization of said power. The galaxy had truly descended into chaos. No, this galaxy had never known true tranquility. Yet, regardless, such a being was utterly unfathomable. No, Yukuin suddenly realized that such crucial information could not remain solely in her possession. "General, there are significant developments regarding the celestial vessel." Meanwhile, the trio, having just resolved a series of unexpected incidents, engaged in casual conversation, prompted by the Fox Girl's initiative. "You were quite reckless just now. You charged in without knowing anything, and I almost couldn't keep up." On the 7th of March, with her lips pursed, she suddenly noticed that Xing's attention was entirely elsewhere. Her eyes narrowed as she followed Xing's gaze. "What are you looking at?" Outside the window, a few agile birds flitted through the sky, and the pavilions and towers radiated a celestial charm, presenting a picturesque scene. However, based on her understanding of Xing, it was evident that this individual was not admiring the scenery. When it came to artistic appreciation, this fellow could not compare to her. The direction she was gazing at felt familiar, as if it were the Star Core. Xing touched her cheek and spoke. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached. The 3 turned to look, and a dignified foxwoman walked gracefully towards them. In the next moment, a flickering shadow appeared, revealing a handsome man clad in celestial armor. His gaze languid. Walter opened his mouth, about to speak, when suddenly a gray figure darted past him, followed by that signature wise voice. "I have located the Star Core. Let us gather it together." March 7 covered her face, and Walter fell silent. Yu Hang and Jingyuan exchanged glances, utterly unprepared for the turn of events. The turmoil of the celestial vessel could not reach the distant edge of the galaxy. An invitation from the family. Huang Quan slightly lowered her gaze, gently holding an exquisite music box. This is an invitation from a star of the grand event. Are you here for this as well? But what if there is no invitation? Huang Quan inquired, puzzled. I do not require an invitation. The event has yet to commence, and I may attend then. Puni replied softly. Huang Quan nodded slightly and asked again, who was its original owner? A being whose will commands solemnity and whose actions inspire disdain. Oh, Huang Quan nodded in a manner that suggested both understanding and confusion. Previously, she had pursued this invitation with great fervor, though her efforts had been somewhat tardy, and the path was unfamiliar to her. Fortunately, the vibrations emanating from the holy light guided her back onto the right course. As for the destination of the eternal fire mansion, she remained oblivious and indifferent. Huang Quan was loquacious yet succinct, her words imbued with meaning, as if she were unaccustomed to more elaborate expressions. I have forgotten much, but with your assistance, I have begun to remember, she remarked, her speech slightly awkward. At that moment, visions from long ago flickered before her eyes, rendering her somewhat dazed, her delicate features appearing adorably naive. Concerned that Puni might misinterpret her, she hastily offered clarification. Puni gently shook her head, the gentle radiance of the holy light continuously counteracting the negative effects that threatened to engulf Huang Quan in nothingness. The removal of these negative effects did not imply they would not resurface. Evidently, the burdens Huang Quan bore and her mindset perpetually connected her to the void. However, I excel in listening, Puni softly asserted. Negative effects? Merely another encounter with the holy light. After Puni and Huang Quan departed, a diminutive figure unexpectedly descended upon this uninhabited planet. The little black tower looked around at the world filled only with trees and animals, hands placed firmly on its hips. Where are the people? Chapter 31. The Snow Dumpling of Urkalon. Sweet. In the vast expanse of the starry sea, an array of masks bearing various smiles abruptly emerged, accompanied by a shadowy figure whose features remained obscured, supporting the masks. With their appearance, a resonant and heart-stirring laughter naturally spread outward. The effect of nihilism has surprisingly been banished, which is rather amusing. Let Aha accompany us to discover what other delights await. As the Sea Ranger, Huang Quan, there is no need to adhere to these formalities. If possible, please prepare some sustenance and water for us. Politely acknowledging the gratitude of the rescued fleet's leader, Huang Quan turned his gaze towards Puni after the fleet resumed its voyage. For certain reasons, I must refer to myself as the Sea Ranger. Understood. The Sea Rangers embody a pursuit of justice in their unique fashion. No, they cannot be classified as an organization. Anyone who shares the ideals of the Sea Rangers may assume this title. They are a congregation of pure-hearted individuals. They are en route to Orkron, and before the festivities commence, Huang Quan wishes to return to the place where he once encountered the nameless maiden from Tyre, allowing her spirit to bear witness to his present self. This is a blessing and expectation from a dear friend. The Obliteration sect bears no comparison to the Duke of Netherfire you mentioned. Reflecting on the Obliteration sect, which he had vanquished with a single stroke, Huang Quan softly remarked, those who fulfill their selfish desires in the name of destruction, driven by fear of death, are utterly incomparable in terms of will. The Duke of Netherfire may act deceitfully and wickedly, yet his unwavering resolve in pursuing the will of annihilation is as steadfast as rock, unyielding. The Obliteration sect, merely venting their internal malevolence, pales in comparison to him. Although the Eternal Fire Mansion is also affiliated with the Obliteration sect, the night over Orkron is thick with clouds, reminiscent of Huang Quan's initial ascent to Orkron, concealing the planetary rings within. Crimson-hued snowflakes drift gracefully, imbued with the essence of raspberries. Huang Quan has spent a remarkably delightful 30 days in this realm. Today she returns, accompanied by a newfound companion, to visit another friend. The towering silhouette of Puni strides alongside Huang Quan through a lush forest of snow-laden cedars. The pair pauses momentarily in their journey. The campfire crackles softly, and Huang Quan gazes dreamily at the flickering flames, her expression adorably innocent. Suddenly, a gust of warmth envelopes her. Instinctively, she looks up to behold a slightly charred marshmallow, glistening with the promise of sweetness. I found this among the items gifted by the caravan leader. It seems to hold significance for you. It's quite sweet. Receiving the marshmallow from Puni's outstretched hand, Huang takes delicate bites, her bright eyes seemingly reflecting memories of the past. The delightful sweetness cascades down her throat, ultimately warming her heart. She revels in the experience of savoring roasted marshmallows. They are truly delectable. Puni glances upward, the rings of planets twinkling above. The night on Orkaldrin is enchanting, the crimson snowflakes radiating warmth, contrasting with the stark chill of their white companions as they settle upon her shoulders. A soft rustling sound reaches her ears. Turning her head slightly, she sees a plump, charming snowball cradled gently in someone's hands, the snowballs of Orkaldrin. Lowering her gaze, Huang murmurs softly. Puni accepts the snowball, its icy surface seemingly imbued with a touch of warmth, and takes a small taste. It is a delightful blend of raspberry-esque tartness and sweetness. Huang smiles with a subtle laugh. The snow of Orkaldrin possesses a raspberry flavor. It's quite marvelous and very sweet. Amidst the serene cedar forest, the occasional crackle of the campfire punctuates the return to familiar grounds, accompanied by cherished companionship. As the flickering flames cast a soft glow, the delicate lavender eyes lifted slightly, while crimson snowflakes continued to drift down, imbued with the sweet and tart essence of raspberries. Fully BAS. I sensed the air infused with raspberry flavor. Beneath the night sky, a warm-hearted wayfarer murmured softly. Meanwhile, on the other side aboard the Lofuxian vessel, the trio of the Starry Sky train settled down under the arrangements made by Jingyuan, with only the train crew remaining on site. March 7 could no longer contain the curiosity that had been gnawing at her, glancing at Xing, who stood with hands on hips, deep in thought. "You've been looking down this entire time. What's wrong?" she inquired. "It's strange. Why isn't he coming with me?" Xing pondered aloud. Confusion overwhelmed her, as she had sensed the location of the star core and believed that all that remained was to rush over and resolve the matter with a quick touch. By acquiring the star core, the crisis for Lofux would be averted, an unequivocal win-win situation. Even if the Lord of Annihilation were to interfere later, that would be a concern for another time. They could regroup, prepare, and face the challenge together in high spirits. Why, then, did he refuse? March 7's lips twitched, rolling her eyes and choosing to ignore him. Every time she heard his words, it incensed her. Reality was not an RPG. Why should he receive rewards for completing a quest while she, a vibrant and invincible young maiden, was left empty-handed? How infuriating it was to see him flaunt his spoils before her. It wasn't he envy that he could fly. Those 3 silver, feathered wings were indeed splendid, trailing a shimmering comet's tail as he soared. Ugh! She puffed out her cheeks. Observing the 2 little ones, Walter chuckled lightly and began to speak. After all, the Celestial Vessel Alliance is a formidable power. A singular crisis concerning the Star Core cannot significantly disrupt its operations. However, this particular Star Core crisis bears the shadow of the Extermination Monarch. That fellow may be unaware, yet his intentions are shrouded in ambiguity, which could complicate matters for the Celestial Vessel. March 7, with her wise gaze, expressed her confusion. The Celestial Vessel certainly possesses its own considerations, regardless. This matter pertains to its internal affairs. It is highly probable that General Jingyuan seeks to draw out the puppeteer behind the scenes. Nevertheless, there is no need for excessive concern. Since we have entered this situation, we shall inevitably confront challenges. Walter elucidated, moreover, that General Luofu is perceived as a sagacious strategist. It is only a matter of time before he inquires about our intelligence, at which point we could propose a collaboration. General, this matter is internal to Luofu. Does your approach not risk becoming a source of amusement for outsiders? Within the confines of the Divine Strategy Bureau, a girl with pink hair styled in an elegant bun, her twin ponytails cascading down, adorned with a lavish yet intricate golden hairpin, radiated an aura of mystery. Her enchanting third eye sparkled brightly, and she gazed at General Jingyuan with a maturity beyond her years. "Oh, how could you say such a thing, fucking? How could I allow outsiders to mock us? The starry train has only just arrived at the celestial vessel. Should we allow others to witness that the illustrious Luofu is incapable of managing even a single star core? Would that not be the true source of ridicule? I propose this. If you cannot resolve this incident, why not pass the mantle of generalship to me? I assure you, I shall emerge victorious." General Jingyuan nodded repeatedly, expressing his admiration. "Fuxing undoubtedly lives up to my lofty expectations, the towering white pillars of Luofu. Merely hearing his name ignites a fervor within me. Humph, it is good that you understand. However, even if you flatter me, I shall not overlook your actions." With arms crossed, Fuxuan wore a proud smile. Chapter 32. I shall drink 3 cups. Fuxing is quite easy to persuade. Observing Fuxuan's retreating figure, Jingyuan pondered. As thoughts quieted, his astute mind began to analyze the current situation. The star core, the starry train, and those lurking in the shadows. It seemed he had caught a glimpse of the star core hunter's presence. A tumultuous time indeed. The present state of Luofu can only be described with this term. He picked up a chess piece, his gaze traversing the confines of the chessboard, before finally placing it down. With this irrevocable move, the entire board seemed to come alive, imbued with the essence of life. Luofu has long suffered from afflictions, now in dire need of potent remedies. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, lifting a strand of hair. General, I have returned. Huh, have you already made your move in this game? One day later, in the Divine Strategy Bureau, Qingyu led Walter through the corridor, arriving at a tea room where Jingyuan awaited. General Jingyuan, Mr. Walter from the starry train has arrived. With that, Qingyu withdrew, leaving the two gentlemen to converse. General Jingyuan, it is an honor to meet you. It is I who should express admiration to Mr. Walter. I envy the nameless traveler who roams the starry seas. Jingyuan chuckled softly. Since Walter entered, he has been observing Jingyuan's expressions. Noticing his gentle demeanor, albeit with a hint of secrecy, Walter felt a sense of relief. It was evident that the other party was inclined towards a cordial conversation. I possess crucial intelligence regarding the star core matter that I wish to convey to the immortal vessel. Oh, I am eager to hear more, Jingyuan replied, his brows slightly raised in surprise. Walter nodded slightly, speaking in a solemn tone, according to reliable sources. The mastermind behind the star core crisis in Luofu is none other than the sovereign of annihilation, Huanlong. I believe General Jingyuan is more aware than I of the deeds of the sovereign of annihilation. If we allow this individual to continue wreaking havoc in Luofu, the consequences will be incalculable. Jingyuan nodded in agreement. What you say is indeed correct, Mr. Walter, yet drawing Huanlong out poses a significant challenge. It came as no surprise to Jingyuan that the sovereign of annihilation was behind this crisis. After all, to create such chaos in Luofu, one must possess considerable strength. However, he also wished to swiftly apprehend the individual, not merely to imprison or eliminate him, but to impart a lesson and subsequently expel him from the immortal vessel. The dilemma, however, was that Luofu had no one to spare. If this incident escalated and led to an impeachment at the Alliance Conference, it would be of little consequence. Yet, Luofu, already severely wounded and yet to recover, would suffer greatly. Having traversed the galaxy for an extended period, Walter, with his vast experience, discerned the doubts lingering in Jingyuan's heart. To be frank, not long ago, the starry train had a non-conflict encounter with Huanlong. If General Jingyuan permits, the starry train is willing to assist Luofu in navigating through this crisis. Haha, Mr. Walter, your forthrightness makes it difficult for Jingyuan to decline. Notwithstanding, the smile adorning Jingyuan's face remained unwavering, even more sincere than before. May I inquire, Mr. Walter, if the ace up your sleeve for resolving this issue is that young lady who wields the power of the Stellar Core? Jingyuan asked curiously, for the radiant wings of the silver-haired maiden behind him were quite dazzling, and he had learned that they were nameless guests aboard the Astral Express. Luofu greeted their arrival with a degree of warmth, ensuring that communications were conducted appropriately and messages of safety were conveyed effortlessly. Upon hearing Jingyuan's words, Walter chuckled softly, adjusting his glasses, yet refrained from speaking. Meanwhile, within the group of young maidens, the elegantly attired fox girl was tiptoeing, gracefully waving her folding fan and speaking cheerfully. This place is. March 7th gazed at the shop behind the fox girl, her eyes sparkling with interest. This is the most renowned tea shop in Luofu, a must-visit spot for the contemporary youth. A must-visit spot. The very phrase held no resistance for the enchanting March 7th. Let us, she began, but upon turning, she intended to lead Xing to sample the delights, only to find that the person had vanished. I shall have 3 cups of star taro boba. The silver-haired girl raised her right hand, 3 slender fingers held high, her expression grave. With an exasperated sigh, March 7th placed her palm to her forehead. Well, at least she still remembers us. I shall have 3 cups. Hey, let us chat. On the Astral Express, Himiko habitually perused the Galactic Daily Report for the day. According to our station's report, a caravan near Orkron has fallen victim to an attack by the Obliteration Gang. Fortunately, 2 benevolent bystanders intervened, thwarting the nefarious plans of the gang. This marks the third rescue operation initiated by this duo since their emergence. We remain uncertain whether they fight for justice or against destruction. For further updates, please stay tuned to the official website of the Interstellar Peace Gazette. Here is your beloved Jimmy, with a special announcement. It is said that one of the rescuers belongs to a previously unseen race, extraordinarily radiant. However, we are left to wonder if they shine as brightly as Jimmy does. As she quietly listened to the broadcast, Kiko caught a glimpse of Dan Heng setting down his book, his gaze fixed upon the projection. With a soft chuckle, she remarked, "It sounds quite reminiscent of Puni's persona." Dan Heng nodded slightly, responding with calm assurance, "It would not be surprising if he were to act in such a manner." The Obliteration Gang? How many star cores do they possess? Yet, I wonder who Puni's companion might be. Nonetheless, to earn his recognition suggests that the individual is undoubtedly commendable. Lost in thought, he was suddenly drawn back to reality by a flash of crimson. Kiko gracefully settled down, skillfully commencing the grinding of coffee. The rhythmic crunching of the beans resonated softly, her voice intertwining with the sound of their pulverization, reaching Dan Heng's ears. "Don't you wish to take a look? I see you have lost interest in your reading." Given Dan Heng's pace, having not turned a page in 10 minutes, Kiko almost mistook him for March 7's return. With his gaze lowered, Dan Heng shook his head gently, replying with tranquility, "No more. My identity in the immortal vessel feels incongruous, particularly in Luofu." Jizi remained noncommittal, continuing to grind the coffee. After a brief moment, she suddenly spoke. "I have heard that the Star Corps hunters have also intervened in the Star Corps disaster of Luofu. I wonder where they are now. Without the suppression of Puni, they must be quite audacious." The Star Corps hunters. A flash of blood red abruptly appeared before Dan Heng's eyes. Blinking, he focused anew. It was a flower, a bloom as vibrant as blood. The Higanbana, which even in the present immortal vessel is regarded as a sight along the road to the underworld. He had a profound impression of this flower. Jizi. I shall go and rendezvous with them. After all, this pertains to the extermination sovereign. Be cautious. Dan Heng slightly nodded, closing his book, preparing to rise when, at that moment, wait a moment. Under Dan Heng's puzzled gaze, Jizi gracefully approached the refrigerator, retrieving 3 cups of an unidentifiable liquid. "I found these new coffee beans on Yalalo number 6, a newly developed formula. They haven't tasted it yet. Please deliver it to them. By the way, this is for you." All right. Chapter 33, The Solar Tides of 3 Stars. Cradling a puff of raspberry-scented air, Furibas prepared 3 snow dumplings. Departing from Erklong with the blessings of friends. Along the way, there were winds and snow, flowers and hope. Likewise, there were also remnants. The 1,000 flames of illusory light flashed. Countless rays of holy light manifested as tangible assaults, cascading down like a relentless shower of brilliance. The abundant life of an entire planet was reduced to ashes, unable even to escape its atmosphere under such a saturating barrage. Behind Puni, the delicate wings fluttered gently, his expression serene. This world was beyond salvation, reflected Huang Quan softly within the luminous veil. The bountiful blessings were fervently sought by myriad beings. Yet fate had already affixed a price. Transformation into immortal abominations was merely one aspect of this grim bargain. Their forms contorted, their consciousnesses devolving into primal savagery, inciting a wild, sacrificial frenzy across the galaxy, ultimately leading to their extermination by the Celestial Vessel Alliance. Puni's arrival merely drew the curtain on this inevitable conclusion prematurely. Huang Quan observed the scene with tranquility, devoid of any astonishment. She had witnessed Puni's many acts of salvation throughout their journey. The rescue of an entire world, as now, was not uncommon. Often, he sensed the presence of evil from great distances. She was not surprised by the formidable power he openly displayed. In her heart, she believed it was inevitable that he would unravel the influence of the sleepless, abysmal one upon himself. "I sense a nearby world brimming with life. Let us rest there for a while." Indeed, Berlin, a world of advanced civilization, where one could easily encounter affluent merchants, and the tendrils of corporate influence extended here as well. The 2 individuals, strikingly distinctive in appearance, traversed the throngs, standing out conspicuously. They appeared to belong to a company. Huang Quan noticed a few hesitant figures observing them from the street corner. "Pay them no mind," Puni stated matter-of-factly. With his towering height, he could easily distinguish the various individuals present at the scene. While meandering about, they encountered an acquaintance. "What a coincidence!" exclaimed the leader of the caravan they had previously rescued, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the 2. "I didn't realize you were also coming to Berlin. Had I known, I would have been able to assist you. This individual appeared to hail from a world renowned for its generosity, where business was often dictated more by camaraderie than cunning. The excitement of meeting his benefactors was palpable, and he was eager to express his gratitude. No need for that. We merely came to have a look and shall be leaving shortly. Is that so? The caravan leader's expression turned regretful. Then allow me to show you around. I must say, I am quite familiar with Barrelin. Puni glanced at Huang Quan, who nodded in agreement. Are you certain? Is that unfamiliar race the one mentioned by Supervisor Topa? The distinctive features left little room for doubt. It was improbable for two individuals to resemble each other so closely. Besides, one could even question whether he was human at all. Indeed, what should we do now? Supervisor Topa had explicitly warned against provoking the individual, and the higher-ups had instructed them to extend a warm welcome should they encounter him. The two company employees huddled together, deliberating. One of the younger ones suggested, "We should report this to our superiors. We certainly lack the stature to engage with such a prominent figure." You are right. We should refrain from meddling in this matter. While establishing connections with influential individuals can indeed aid in advancement, one must tread carefully, as missteps could lead to swift repercussions. The luminescent race, which had never been encountered before, prioritized the concealed risks over mere profit. This exemplifies the quiet resilience of the humble. Meanwhile, the two individuals were deepening their understanding of Barrelin under the guidance of the caravan leader. Barrelin is indeed unique. It is in close proximity to 3 stars. And thanks to its advantageous location, the Interstellar Peace Company has established a maintenance facility here. Otherwise, I would not have ventured to conduct business in this locale. Just as he enthusiastically described this planet, a rather charming female voice floated in from the side. Barrelin is indeed well suited for interstellar travelers, boasting picturesque scenery and a youthful ambience, with the company investing considerable effort here. The newcomer was a woman with pink hair, contrasting sharply with the lively March 7 known to Puni. This lady exuded an air of elegance and poise, her demeanor both graceful and unreserved. As she smiled and engaged with the group, Lady Emerald, the caravan leader, exclaimed with a mix of surprise and delight upon the sudden appearance of the enchanting figure. Emerald inclined her head slightly, her face adorned with a perpetual smile. Mr. Morris, the raw materials you have supplied to the company have always been of excellent quality. I hope we can continue to enjoy a pleasant collaboration. Indeed, the quality of the ores from our homeland has always been exceptional. Morris, brimming with excitement at Emerald's arrival, quickly discerned through his business acumen that she had come to pay respects to his two benefactors. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he graciously withdrew. After Morris's departure, Emerald displayed an expression of regret and softly remarked, "I apologize for interrupting your delightful conversation, but it is indeed a rare occasion to encounter you both in Barlerin. I simply cannot suppress my desire to engage in dialogue with you." As she gazed at the duo before her, a profound curiosity flickered in her eyes. Hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing. No matter how fantastical Topaz's descriptions might be, they pale in comparison to witnessing the reality firsthand. This was truly an unprecedented race. Observing the distinctly unique figure of Puni, particularly the gentle holy light that emanated from him at all times, she felt a cleansing sensation for her soul merely by standing in his presence. Emerald found it difficult to fathom which world could give rise to such a remarkable being as Puni. And then there was her, who was no ordinary individual either. The image of Huang Quan had appeared within the company on several occasions, and Emerald had a fair recollection of her. The convergence of these two was indeed intriguing. In the opulent hotel, Emerald warmly entertained the duo, engaging them in cheerful conversation. On the way here, she had heard tales of their chivalrous deeds in upholding order, which inspired admiration. With a light chuckle, Emerald remarked, "But this is merely the usual conduct of sea rangers." Huang Quan responded with indifference, her past experiences rendering her somewhat detached even from the influence of the void. Emerald refrained from expressing her opinion. Sea rangers, after all, were a group of individuals driven by a sense of justice who had not made an appearance for quite some time, and even she was somewhat curious about their current endeavors. As for whether Huang Quan was indeed a sea ranger, that was of little consequence. Regardless of the circumstances, it is indeed a stroke of fortune to encounter both of you amidst the vast sea of stars. Mr. Puni and Miss Huangchuan's arrival is serendipitous, coinciding with the once-in-a-decade special event at Barrelin. Even amidst my busy schedule, I have carved out time to witness this spectacle. However, this is mere pretense. The 10 individuals of Stoneheart are exceedingly occupied, not solely with their corporate responsibilities, but also in alignment with their ideals. The sole reason for Emerald's presence here is but a brief respite before proceeding to the next bustling location. A special program? Puni slightly tilted his head, his gaze traversing the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, beyond the kaleidoscopic light displays, settling upon 3 colossal stars. There appeared to be a hint of instability there. Emerald chuckled softly, her ruby lips parting. The special event at Berlin, occurring once every decade, involves the 3 stars in the solar tides. Chapter 34 features an incredibly engaging marble game. Even Aha is attending. Berlin is illuminated by the shared brilliance of 3 stars, a setting that is typically inhospitable to most races. However, given Berlin's strategic significance as a thriving trade hub, the company has allocated resources to construct life support systems. Behold, there it is. Following Emerald's pointed direction, one could observe the 3 stars arranged in a triangular formation, encircled by a colossal celestial structure that emanates a gentle luminescence, stabilizing the stars within. They appear somewhat unstable, Puni remarked, sensing the immense power accumulating within those 3 stars, yearning for release. This is the exquisite essence of this apparatus. The Berlin star would periodically release tidal energy, with the timing of these surges remaining a mystery to all. However, with the life support system in place, the continuously emanating tidal energy is accumulated and released at regular intervals every decade. Today marks the 10th year, the moment of the tidal release. What say you? I wonder if Mr. Puni and Miss Huangquan would care to join me for a performance? The emerald-hued figure tilted her head slightly, a playful smile gracing her lips. Huangquan remained silent, casting her gaze towards Puni, awaiting his decision. Puni's response was measured. He lifted his gaze towards the 3 stars, stabilized by the colossal celestial structure, and inquired calmly, "Are those also part of the solar tides?" His antennae pointed upward. Following Puni's indication, the 2 soon discerned a troubling sight. Thanks to the remarkable vision possessed by the Pathwalker, amidst the radiance of the stars, small, incongruous black dots stealthily approached the celestial bodies. That is, the Oblivion Gang. The emerald figure raised an eyebrow, her eyes reflecting astonishment. The presence of the Oblivion Gang here could only spell trouble. Should the life support system, with its decades' worth of accumulated tidal energy, be compromised, it would incinerate the surface of Berlin. The emerald figure calmly articulated a truth that would send an ordinary person into a frenzy. "Do you require my assistance?" Huangquan inquired. The emerald figure gently shook her head, a serene smile adorning her face. "How could I impose upon our guests? The life support system is able to stand boldly in the open, without any protective measures, precisely because it serves as the greatest safeguard itself. In fact, it is the most formidable defense facility in the Berlin world. In general, it is thus. With a thunderous roar, an intangible energy swiftly traverses the surface of Berlin, causing the temperature to rise dramatically in its wake. Countless individuals instinctively glance upwards, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and dread. They behold 3 colossal suns hanging in the sky, now flickering with an abnormal crimson hue, the aura of danger unabashedly radiating from them. Every witness to this spectacle feels a chill creeping through their limbs, despite the escalating warmth enveloping them. Beyond the starry skies, the distinctive stars of Berlin are experiencing a relentless surge in temperature, the searing flames nearly melting the rings that encircle them. How could it be? How could the Oblivion sect possibly reach the true essence of a star? Emerald delicately covers her lips with her fingers, her eyes widening slightly, as if perplexed and anxious about the unfolding scene. This is dire. The energy barrier of Berlin has yet to activate. Should the stars release a decade's worth of accumulated energy in an instant, the consequences would be catastrophic. It might result in the entire population of the planet transforming into gaseous entities, while those fortunate enough to have boarded their vessels would be reduced to mere iron calamari. Those hidden beneath the waters might fare somewhat better, becoming poached in the process. Yet, among these scenarios, neither Punisher nor Huangquan finds a place. Punisher glances at Emerald, who appears equally flustered, and remarks coolly, "There is no need for futile testing. The holy light remains indifferent." This does not align with your persona. Huang Chuan's gaze, tinged with an ominous intent, fixates on Emerald, his hand tightly gripping the hilt of his blade, his thumb pressed firmly against the guard. Observing the unperturbed demeanor of the 2 beside her, Emerald offers a resigned smile, her confusion and desire for connection dissipating. She lowers her hand and apologetically speaks. "Indeed, I cannot conceal the truth from the 2 of you. I beseech you, Mr. Puni and Miss Huangquan, to forgive me. This was not my intention." Your remarkable feats are numerous, capable of effortlessly resolving even the most formidable challenges posed by planets teeming with abundance. Although I am a member of the Stoneheart 10, the upper echelons of the company are not so easily swayed by such trivialities. Stoneheart 10 Huangquan recalled, understanding that the Stoneheart 10 also comprised the company's elite. Each formidable individual who ascends the galactic stage invariably attracts considerable attention, and the company is no exception. I sincerely apologize for my lackluster performance. It was never the will of the Stoneheart 10. I shall rectify this farce immediately. Emerald expressed her heartfelt apologies. Puni sensed through the sacred light that her words were indeed imbued with genuine contrition, devoid of pretense. As for the poor performance, that was undeniably true. From the very beginning, Emerald had not concealed her intentions before them, including inviting them to witness the spectacle of Berylin together. As for the reasoning behind this, did the upper management wish to test the waters, provoking the Stoneheart 10's involvement? Might they then bear the blame afterward? Farewell to that notion. She was merely passing through Berylin. The hastily assigned task hardly warranted such elaborate effort. It was evident that the Oblivion Gang was merely an unknowing ensemble in this performance, lacking even the most basic provisions. For this group of underprivileged performers, the company had long prepared countermeasures. The sudden surge of energy from 3 stars erupting was but a minor concern for the company. There was no need for such dramatics. Emerald glanced at Puni, her brow slightly raised. There will always be those who seek to comprehend the sacred light, daring to challenge the majesty of the divine. The divine majesty, is that a metaphor? Emerald pondered internally, though her visage remained composed. His gaze fell upon the 3 stars, eagerly poised to unleash a tidal wave of energy. Puni's expression remained impassive, as if before him lay merely 3 crimson glass orbs. He possessed ample experience with those who overestimated their abilities. You do not come here with malicious intent, Lady Emerald, Puni intoned softly. Since there are those who wish to witness the brilliance of the holy light, I shall oblige. The final 4 words resonated with profound authority, momentarily bewildering Emerald. Not only she, but Huangquan too, with her lips slightly parted, was taken aback. Having traveled alongside Puni for several days, it was her first encounter with such majesty. If one were to describe it, it could only be likened to a deity, a being distinct from the celestial gods, akin to the divine figures Huangquan envisioned in her youth. Buzz. In the world of Balaran, the rapidly rising temperatures threw everyone into disarray. Amidst this cacophony, a beam of holy light descended from the heavens, expanding like a cloud, piercing the sky and soothing troubled hearts. Under the holy light, the previous tumult vanished without a trace. Before anyone could fully comprehend the phenomenon, the void began to shower down sacred particles of light, converging like a tempest, manifesting a pure and holy figure. Like an enormous tree standing tall, it bore the weight of the universe. Puni. Huangquan tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with starlight as she beheld the colossal silhouette of Puni formed from the gathered holy light. As the figure extended, in the blink of an eye, a vast sanctity comparable to a star emerged amidst the sea of stars. With a slight bow, he observed the 3 stars, now pulsating and trembling with chaotic energy. Delicate tendrils, reminiscent of the Milky Way, gently reached out to cradle the stars. The moment they made contact, the previously restless stars instantly became as docile as kittens. The delicate wings were gently placed, the stars calm and obedient, following the established procedure, while the remaining 2 stars, equally docile under the uplifting presence of the Holy Spirit, ultimately detached from the vast stellar ring, rendering the impending surge of energy utterly non-existent. The 3 stars rearranged themselves, resembling a slender inverted triangle, shimmering brilliantly. A soft gulp escaped as the throat instinctively rolled, and Emerald suddenly awakened, realizing she had been entranced. She turned abruptly, finding Puni still by her side. And the magnificent Holy Spirit remained, resembling a celestial deity, lifting the great sun with an air of divine majesty. Emerald parted her lips, intending to speak. At that moment, the delightful sound of a marble game echoed, and Aha had arrived. A sudden, boisterous laughter reverberated through the starlit sky. Emerald's pupils instinctively widened, but before she could comprehend, she suddenly sensed the sky becoming even brighter. Raising her gaze, she was taken aback to discover 2 more radiant stars had inexplicably appeared above Berylin, aligning with the slender inverted triangle to form a smiling face. Just as she grasped this realization, Emerald heard laughter beside her. Aha's marbles shine brighter than yours. Ah ha ha ha. In disbelief, she turned back, only to see that beside Puni stood a person wearing a bizarre, laughing mask, exuding an overwhelming presence. Chapter 35. Aha wants to go out, but Aha cannot. Aha truly feels embarrassed. The joyful star deity is a remarkably unique celestial entity. Unlike other deities who walk their own paths, aloof and shrouded in mystery, if fortune smiles upon you, you might even encounter Aha selling balloons on the street. There are numerous accounts regarding him, with many events subtly revealing traces of joy behind them. As for whether the figures lurking in the shadows are mere masked fools or manifestations of Aha, that remains uncertain. However, one thing is clear. Puni casts a slight sidelong glance, and the mask etched with a smile unabashedly meets Puni's gaze. The joyous Aha belongs to the realm of chaotic neutrality, yet his essence of life also aligns with this chaotic neutrality. Retracting her gaze, Puni observes 2 additional stars in the sky. 5 suns hang in the air, forming a visage that seems to reflect Aha's smile. Whiskers flutter gently, extending outward. Aha tilts his head slightly, observing the whiskers draped over his shoulder, inquisitively voicing a question. In the next moment, whoosh. The mask on the face of the man with the title suddenly vanishes, and Emerald recognizes him as an employee of the company. A glance at Huang Quan reveals a familiar expression in her eyes, confirming Emerald's suspicions. Just moments ago, she had vaguely seen an ethereal black shadow expelled from this individual's body by Puni, soaring into the heavens, transforming into a radiant meteor within the galaxy. I need to attend to a minor matter, Puni declares to Huang Quan, casting a holy light to dispel negative effects before soaring into the sky. Transforming into divine radiance as she pursues that shadow, the 2 left behind exchange glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Gazing at Huang Quan's adorably perplexed expression, Emerald can't help but inquire, Miss Huang Quan, are you not concerned? Concerned? Huang Quan tilts her head, seemingly in contemplation, before gently shaking it. He will be fine. Upon hearing such unreserved trust, her emerald eyes widened slightly, even with the resolute demeanor of a seasoned individual. Lady Tsiyu found it challenging to process the overwhelming impact of the recent events. According to the law of conservation of energy, pondering who is truly in distress when one appears unaffected presents a profound inquiry. A star god stands before them, a being perceived by many as a pioneer who has ventured further along the path of existence. Typically, even if one were to inadvertently offend a star god, it would not be taken as an affront. However, that is merely the general rule. Taking a deep breath to steady her heart, which had instinctively raced at the appearance of the joyful star god, she directed her gray-blue gaze towards the last direction where Puni had vanished. A smirk playing on her lips. Those fellows in the company, always so keen to test the waters, have indeed stumbled upon an extraordinary powerhouse this time. For Puni, the distinction between a star god and a deity is negligible. Both are mere manifestations of a singular concept. The act of vanquishing a divine being is, in essence, rather simple. Generally, such entities are confined within the parameters of their own universe. By obliterating all entities that can embody that concept or by distorting the essence of that concept to contradict one's own path, the divine will inevitably fade. Yet, this applies only to those beyond the realm of taming. Aha has been cast aside, and Aha feels utterly humiliated. In the vastness of the starry sea, a colossal figure emerged, adorned with several beaming masks that abruptly appeared, as if it had always existed there. Suddenly, he cast a glance around, and a familiar figure emerged, filling him with delight. Clipper? Has he come to pay a visit, to welcome me? Before him stood an immense celestial deity, wielding a colossal hammer, methodically forging the starry wall before him. Clipper remained utterly unfazed by Ah's arrival. Throughout the lengthy epochs, I had visited him countless times, primarily to cause mischief. Especially during the existence of the cosmic rogue, Akivali, and he had formed a duo of cosmic tricksters, repeatedly subjecting the freshly forged starry walls to rigorous quality assessments. I wished to converse with Clipper when a flash of holy light flickered momentarily. Upon sensing this divine radiance, Clipper slightly lowered his gaze, recognizing it. The silhouette of Puni materialized from the sacred glow, lifting his head slightly to meet Clipper's gaze, offering a friendly greeting. May I borrow your space? No sooner had the words left his lips than I approached eagerly. So from where do you hail? I have never seen you before. I attempted to cozy up to Puni. Crack. Puni unleashed a whip-like blade forged from holy light. Ouch, that hurts, I exclaimed, feeling the sting of the unexpected strike. Utterly embarrassed, Under the tutelage of the divine radiance, darted back and forth across the starry expanse, the whip blade relentless in its pursuit, as remained indefatigable. Puni discerned that these attacks would not genuinely harm for he too was a celestial deity. Yet, cries of pain were not mere bravado, they were genuine. Concept? It was indeed a matter of concept. The radiant light cascades, as Puni, with great power, confines all occurrences within this lifeless expanse of the starry sky. After a while, continues to evade, accompanied by hearty laughter, as if the pain has transformed into a wellspring of joy for him. Regardless of Puni's assaults, he perceives it merely as a game, much like his own destiny. Laughter must abound, educating a mischievous child, perhaps. Puni's gaze is profound. Aligns with the chaotic neutral, and in the grand scheme of the galaxy, his existence merely adds to the farce without genuinely endangering life itself. Thus, Puni regards him as a troublesome child, pondering how one might educate such a spirit. Puni considers himself somewhat knowledgeable in this regard. As the whip-like blade dissipates, Puni floats serenely in the cosmos, a pair of antennae gently folding, gathering sacred light, awaiting Aha's own cessation. Before long, upon witnessing Puni's pause, also comes to a halt. Life is fleeting. Joy is paramount. Let us continue. Observing Puni fiddling with the sacred light, eagerly approaches, playfully exclaiming, "I have something more entertaining." Puni responds calmly, presenting the orb of sacred light before "Is this enjoyable?" Declares, "I want to join." With great enthusiasm, leans closer to the orb of sacred light. In the next instant, a resounding hum erupts. The resplendent sacred light explodes at the moment touches the luminous sphere, an infinite brilliance enveloping the starry sky, faintly revealing a towering figure cradling numerous masks within the sacred light. In a blink, it vanishes without a trace. Witnessing this spectacle, Clipper cannot help but lower his gaze, his expression a blend of confusion and astonishment, yet soon he resumes the task of constructing walls. As the holy light faded, only Puni remained. A seal resembling the stone plates that surrounded him floated before him, no larger than a fist, from which faint sounds could be discerned. Wants to go out, but cannot. Feels quite embarrassed. Observing the seal, Puni nodded with satisfaction. After securing the glowing orb, he bid farewell to Creeper. "May your walls remain unyielding for eternity." In the realm of Balaran, the two awaited Puni's return. It was only Huang Quan who genuinely anticipated his arrival, while Emerald merely wished to see if Puni would return safely and how he would fare upon his return. During this wait, Aha's voice echoed once more, is back." The familiar laughter resounded, and Emerald searched for Puni's figure, finding none. Was something amiss? Before Emerald could ponder further, Aha's voice rang out again. Is going to flick the marbles away. Truly feels embarrassed, unable even to play with marbles. Another burst of laughter erupted as two stars, journeying from afar, joined with the 3 stars of Balaran to form a smiling visage, only to vanish in an instant under a great force, as if they had never existed. Emerald's eyes widened slightly. The jovial star god had taken away his own amusement. Was it out of sheer enjoyment, or for some other reason? She could not ascertain. Nor could she know for now, as her thoughts were once again disrupted. The familiar holy light descended from the heavens, and Puni's divine figure reappeared, as serene as ever, amidst the gentle breeze and soft clouds. Chapter 36. Do you think you were funny? Emerald gazed alone at the sky illuminated by the 3 stars, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, the communication device chimed. It was a call from the company. Were they inquiring about the progress? Upon answering, Miss Emerald slightly parted her lips. As we anticipated, it was indeed an envoy of considerable rank, whom I had encountered in Barrelin. Before she could complete her sentence, her words were abruptly interrupted from the other end. We are already aware of Ms. Emerald's insights on this matter. The purpose of this call is to inquire if you're informed about the massive energy upheaval surrounding the Amber Kingstar Wall. The situation was rather unexpected. As Ms. Emerald raised an eyebrow, her eyes filled with confusion. Meanwhile, on the other side, Huang Quan followed Puni, her eyes shimmering with curiosity, fixating on a sphere that closely resembled the stone slabs surrounding Puni. Is this the star deity? Her innocent gaze reflected profound bewilderment. Huang Quan possessed a basic understanding of the star deities, yet it was not extensive. Due to the Sleepless One's influence, her knowledge was merely superficial, akin to an apathetic demeanor. Although she was aware that each star deity exhibited distinct behavioral logic, she had never witnessed one firsthand, until now. as Puni held a star deity sealed within a luminous orb. What kind of extraordinary power could possibly seal a star deity? Huang Quan was perplexed and profoundly astonished. Yet she chose to support Puni. He did not seem angry? Puni did not silence Aha's laughter. The seal merely diminished the sound when it echoed outside. Huang Quan faintly heard the resounding laughter from within the sealed sphere, accompanied by indistinct words. For instance, Aha is like a ball, rolling and rolling, until it tumbles into the abyss, only to spring forth with a resounding plop. Abstract, incomprehensible, yet deserving of respect. This is the reverence that the underworld holds for this celestial deity. Perhaps this is the very reason why the joyous celestial is deemed joyous. Its actions stem from playfulness and delight, rather than malevolence, murmured Puni. Or rather, it can be said that the celestial beings of this universe are predominantly benevolent. They adhere to certain concepts. It is merely due to the profound alignment of ideals and notions that they ascend to divinity, allowing their actions to be perceived as the universe itself. Preservation can lead to the extinction of life, while destruction may also serve to save others. One must judge by actions, not by intention. Therefore, let the procreation and gluttony be cast aside. Its previous antics were merely for amusement, causing no detriment to Berylin. Thus, I wish to see if it can redirect its playful pursuits towards the essence of life itself. In simpler terms, educate the mischievous child. This is not an arduous task, but neither is it impossible. As long as Aha finds joy in the endeavor, it suffices. After all, this entity is the deity of merriment who can, if necessary, treat the other celestial beings as mere sources of amusement. Previously, Aha had relocated 2 stars above Berylin without causing any disturbance. Indeed, to prevent the formation of a formidable energy field that could trigger an eruption and obstruct the assembly of smiles, Aha employed its power to bind them. Truly, it is a celestial being with an insatiable thirst for joy. Puni held no particular sentiments towards Aha's quest for amusement, as long as it did not fall within the realm of evil as defined by Puni's sacred light. At this moment, both Puni and the underworld could hear Aha's signature laughter resounding. And what shall we do now? Huang Quan gazed at Puni, awaiting his decision. The threat from Berylin had dissipated, and with the grand event yet to commence, a leisurely stroll was permissible. Huang Quan nodded slightly. Had they departed? Listening to the report from her subordinate, Emerald nodded subtly, not surprised. She had heard of the numerous life-saving exploits of the other party before her arrival. Such a remarkable being could not be contained within Berylin. She was occupied with certain matters. Suddenly, within the vicinity of the Amber King, a massive energy surge erupted, the magnitude of which was yet to be assessed, yet it remained perfectly contained within a specific star domain, showing no signs of leakage. Clearly, a formidable presence was manipulating events from behind the scenes. The pressing question was, who would dare to engage so close to the Amber King? That distance was merely a stone's throw away for him. Regrettably, they remained oblivious thus far. The company had stationed personnel along the path where the walls were being erected for the Amber King, prepared to listen attentively when divine decrees were issued. However, maintaining an appropriate distance was paramount. The company was not lacking in fervent devotees of preservation, should they encroach too closely and disturb the Amber King's construction. It would not require external intervention. His own followers would be all too willing to strip him of his skin. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, Emerald caught sight of a familiar figure. However, she should not have been present at that moment. Approaching the window, she peered outside and focused her gaze. There, in the very spot where the 3 of them had stood, a small figure with purple hair stood, arms crossed, expression obscured. Lady Black Tower? Observing a world devoid of the individual she sought, Black Tower's eyes narrowed slightly. Who could tell her why, after such a brief moment, the person had vanished? Where were they? Meanwhile, the celestial vessel of Luofu, much like the tumultuous universe itself, finds its current situation shrouded in ambiguity. Yet, an overall sense of tranquility prevails. In a narrow alley of Chang Letian, a swordsman stands with his eyes closed, exuding an imposing aura. It has been quite some time since his return. Will you not even offer a smile, Rin? Observing the unyielding demeanor of Rin, Kafka chuckled softly to rouse him. Upon hearing Kafka's words, Rin gradually opened his eyes, rebooting his focus, and replied coolly, "These sights bear no significance for me. My only concern is when he shall arrive. It shall be soon. Everyone is diligently investigating the most crucial locations, and I trust new developments will emerge shortly." That is reassuring, Rin acknowledged with a slight nod, his expression remaining indifferent. At that moment, a piercing cry echoed, "Ah, do not chase me any longer." Following the heart-wrenching exclamations, a small blue dragon swiftly darted past the alley's entrance, only to return, its tiny legs flailing with haste, eyes tightly shut as it scurried towards the depths of the alley. "Excuse me. Make way, make way." The two stepped aside, watching the diminutive figure zip past them, darting into an abandoned bamboo basket left behind. They exchanged glances. "My lord Bailu, please do not run any longer. Return with us." Several breathless members of the Ming clan rushed by, casting only a fleeting glance before disappearing into the distance. Once the commotion outside subsided, Kafka could only smile helplessly. What a lively scene. Rin remained silent. At that moment, a sound emerged from behind, and the two turned to see a pair of lustrous dragon horns quietly protruding, followed by a pair of crystalline eyes. The soft-spoken Bailu inquired, "Have they departed?" Kafka suppressed a smile, gently nodding. Meanwhile, upon hearing the commotion, Fu Xian slowly turned around, his lips parting slightly. Just as he began to utter a word, his eyes narrowed, gradually shifting upwards. There hovered a woman with hair cascading down to her ankles, suspended in midair, while Lord Taibu's small head barely reached her calves. "Hi," she greeted with a radiant smile. "Do you think you were quite amusing?" Chapter 37. Standing and still being shot at with a pout. San Yuqi shot a fierce glare at Xing, who was crouched defensively, then turned to Fu Xian, offering an awkward yet polite smile. "Ahem. When shall we commence our operation?" Returning to the matter at hand, Fu Xian temporarily set aside other thoughts and spoke. "Based on the intelligence you provided, I have deduced that the enemy is likely concealed within the Dan Ding division, and that the Star Core is stored within the Linyuan realm, where the Jinmu resides. Undoubtedly, the adversary is that formidable figure, the absolute annihilation sovereign, Huan Long. I still find it perplexing," Xing queried, emerging like a sprout after the rain. "Why would that individual, the absolute annihilation sovereign, target something so bountiful? That is undoubtedly due to the abundant divine power sealed within the Jinmu, which is forbidden to ordinary beings. Yet it is an exquisite treasure for a messenger traversing the path of destruction." As the crowd turned towards the sound, they beheld Jing Yuan striding forward, closely followed by Yin Qing. The words spoken earlier had indeed originated from Jing Yuan's lips. San Yu, her eyes wide with curiosity, inquired, "That is the Lord of Annihilation over there. Do we have enough people?" She had long wished to voice her thoughts. Why was this incident involving the entire Luofu? Yet the number of those exerting effort was so meager, it simply did not add up. Jing Yuan chuckled softly and clarified. "With the assistance of the esteemed members of the Starry Skiff, I believe that the illusory shadow shall not stir up much trouble. As for the issue of manpower, the expanse of the immortal vessel is vast, and most of our forces are occupied with maintaining order. Moreover, in battles of such magnitude, the contribution of ordinary soldiers is often negligible." Though his words were well articulated, Jing Yuan's heart was at odds with his thoughts. While it was true that powerful figures of the rank of envoy were indeed scarce, there were still a few scattered throughout the galaxy who could influence battles of such caliber. However, Luofu was currently devoid of usable personnel. One could hardly expect Fu Qing to use her mystical vision to eliminate foes, could they? Luofu had endured numerous tribulations, each time barely recovering before suffering further blows. Decades prior, they had engaged in a fierce battle against the abundant coalition, achieving commendable victories yet incurring significant losses. Presently, if one were to assess the combat strength of the immortal vessel, it could only be counted on the might of Jing Yuan himself, the imperial bow of the 7 heavenly generals. At that moment, Walter spoke up, "General Jing Yuan, may I inquire, why does Luofu not seek assistance from other immortal vessels? While the Lord of Annihilation poses a challenge, the immortal vessel alliance is not without its strengths." The reason was simply that time was of the essence. The illusory shadow had infiltrated Luofu alone, and by the time reinforcements arrived, she would likely have vanished without a trace. Jing Yuan shook his head gently, followed by a soft chuckle. "Thus, the expedition to vanquish the elusive phantom requires the unwavering support of the three. Should peril arise along the way, one's own safety must take precedence." No sooner had Jing Yuan's words fallen than Xing raised his bat high, brimming with determination. "Let us embark. Star Core, you, cease your antics." The Dan Ding Division, the principal medical establishment of Luofu, lies adjacent to the Lin Yuan realm of the Qi Ming clan. Its ancient charm resonates with a celestial aura, with the fragrance of medicinal vapors invigorating the spirit. Such a serene and beautiful environment naturally fosters the most fitting community for this locale. For instance, the secret transmission of the Medicine King. The secret transmission of the Medicine King. The secret transmission of the Medicine King. The compassionate Medicine King. Gazing at the immense furnace before her, Dan Shu wore a complex expression. At this moment, she was no longer clad in the attire of a Dan master. Her eyes were shrouded by a veil. Her feet lifted from the ground, delicate and frail, suspended in the air. The people of Xianzhou are unique. Without exception, they bear the blessings of the abundant apothecary. Even the newly born infants. The blessings conferred by the abundant apothecary upon the Xianzhou people are undeniably profound, enabling them to pass it down without reservation. Yet, such bounties are not without their costs. A tremendous price that Dan Shu preferred not to contemplate. She bore a slightly lesser burden of her own. From the moment each Xianzhou individual is born, their life's trajectory is irrevocably set. Like her, sightless as she is, though granted longevity, there exists no remedy. Even the exquisite prosthetic eyes crafted through Xianzhou's remarkable technology can only briefly offer glimpses of light before the agonizing pain of her body's self-restoration renders her life unbearable. Thus, in this prolonged darkness, she has embarked upon this path, gazing upon the flourishing phenomena wrought by the stellar core. Her long withered heart began to throb uncontrollably once more. Although she had already been apprised of the situation through the general's account, witnessing it firsthand was still beyond belief. Slow yet purposeful footsteps approached, and as she beheld the Dan Shu, safeguarded by the clandestine teachings of the Medicine King, Yin Qing spoke solemnly. She was not surprised by the presence of many from the Luo Fu at the Dan Shu, but upon turning to see only Yin Qing, her astonishment was palpable. "Are you the sole one to arrive?" Her impression of Yin Qing was limited. The latter had seldom ventured from the Danding CS celestial realm. Yet she was well aware of this prodigious swordsman. If all went as anticipated, this youthful genius, still in the bloom of youth, stood the greatest chance of claiming the title of the next swordmaster. Prodigy. The culprit's hiding place has long been divined by Fu Taibu, and the matter concerning the clandestine teachings of the Medicine King cannot be overlooked. Thus, I have come, Dan Shu, chief alchemist. The affair of the stellar core and the sovereign of obliteration bears immense significance. I must ask you to accompany me back for judgment. The Dan Shu shook her head slightly, and Yin Qing's gaze sharpened. The process had been set. She made her move. Those permitted to remain by the Dan Shu's side as guardians were the elite of the Medicine King's hidden teachings. Yet Yin Qing had set her sights on the elite. In a mere moment, the entire cadre of the Medicine King's members present was subdued, straining to lift her head, though her vision eluded her. The Dan Shu sensed the will emanating from Yin Qing, her lips curling into a barely perceptible smirk. Prodigy. Prodigy. Yin Qing's lips pressed together, for he was still but a youth, unable to disregard the inexplicable aura enveloping Dan Shu. Yet, the sins you have committed shall be judged by the general. With a soft exhale, Yin Qing prepared to advance and bring them back. At that moment, an unmistakable presence approached. Who goes there? Yin Qing warily watched as a figure emerged from the mist. It was two figures he knew all too well, the Starcore hunters, the wanted criminals of the Xianzhou. Yin Qing's gaze darkened, and he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Humph, is it just you, the lackey of Jingyuan? Yin Qing refrained from answering. His eyes fixed on Run. How dare you, a fugitive, swagger into Xianzhou? Once I subdue you, you shall face the general's judgment. As the words left his lips, Yin Qing surged forward, his blade slicing toward Rin. Unfazed, Rin stepped forward, revealing an ancient sword, parched and cracked like dried blood. Boy, has Jingyuan not taught you the meaning of humility? Before the words could fully escape his lips, Rin's sword met Yin Qing's. The sound of clashing steel resonating once more in the recently concluded conflict of the Danding division. Kafka observed Run, lost in memories, arms crossed, silently watching. Run. Yin Qing was a prodigy, yet he faced a genius who had already realized his potential. The outcome of this battle was all but predetermined. With a slight turn of his head, Kafka glanced toward the direction they had come from, letting out a light laugh. Are you not coming? No response came, but a solitary figure slowly ascended the steps, entering this battlefield. In the desolate realm of Linyuan, March 7 curiously surveyed the seemingly barren cave, suddenly recalling a mention of striking the stars with her elbow. It seemed she had heard someone say that Bailu was the dragon sovereign of this generation. Bailu? Xing blinked, beginning to reminisce. Walter, perplexed, inquired whether they had such experiences. Had these two children, having just arrived on the celestial vessel, already amassed such rich tales? At that moment, a burst of laughter escaped Jing Yuan, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, turning to gaze at Xing. I possess some knowledge regarding that dragon maiden who carries medicinal herbs. It is said that she has been prohibited from playing outside by the dragon master lately, and her cries can often be heard in the realm of Chongluo. Interestingly, this matter is somewhat connected to Miss Xing, huh? Me? Xing tilted her head slightly, her clear eyes filled with confusion. How could this possibly involve her? It was utterly absurd. Walter, however, quickly grasped the intricacies of the situation. After arriving at Luofu, he had not been idle. The time he had spent there was sufficient to clarify several important matters. According to his understanding, the current dragon sovereign was experiencing some minor issues, which had led to continuous admonishment from the dragon master. As for Xing, Walter glanced at her, who had already cast this matter aside, feeling a sense of helplessness. It was evident that the star core within her made the dragon masters uneasy, especially considering the current state of the dragon sovereign. If any mishap were to occur due to the star core, Walter dared not contemplate the chaos that would ensue. Chapter 38, March 7. Who is not involved in the Danding division, Yanqing retreated relentlessly under the unyielding assault of the blade. The blade's assault was bold and unrestrained, even deliberately exposing vulnerabilities, anticipating Yanqing's attack. Initially, Yanqing mistook those openings as opportunities to break through, only to find a formidable sword slicing down upon him with great force, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Was this individual a monster? His approach was one of trading injuries, seemingly unperturbed by the risks involved. Even though the physical prowess of the Xianzhou people was commendable, they could hardly withstand such an onslaught. Under normal circumstances, Yanqing would not dare to adopt such a strategy. Despite the ancient charm of Xianzhou's weaponry, the Yunqi army wielded technologically advanced arms. The flying sword at his back, for instance, was a vacuum-operated floating attack unit. In light of the formidable adversary known as the Bulerin, Xianzhou's weapons were meticulously crafted to suit their unique characteristics. Unfortunately, the traits possessed by the Bulerin were nearly mirrored by the Xianzhou people, rendering the specialized weaponry effective against them as well. This created an intricate predicament for Yanqing, who felt a pang of anxiety. If this continued, not only would capturing the wanted criminal become an insurmountable challenge, but he might also find himself outmatched, allowing someone trained by the Medicine King to escape. Suddenly, he noticed that the blade had ceased its assault and was gazing towards the rear. Following his line of sight, Yanqing recognized a rather familiar figure, but there was no time for contemplation. He urgently called out, "Hurry and leave." Although the individual appeared familiar, they were a wanted criminal whom he could not contend with. Becoming entangled in this situation would spell danger for him. To his surprise, upon hearing Yanqing's words, the blade chuckled softly, casting a sidelong glance, with a few strands of hair veiling his eyes, and inquired, "Young one, do you know who he is?" Dan Heng tightly gripped the blade, remaining silent, his gaze fixed intently upon its edge. The weapon slowly advanced towards him, each step unveiling his identity to Yanqing, a traitor to the celestial vessel, guilty of 10 heinous crimes, inciting great turmoil, and condemned to eternal exile. "Drinker of the moon, your majesty." As the last word fell, Dan Heng's pupils constricted, and the silhouette of the blade fragmented into a flurry of afterimages, rapidly closing in. Acting on instinct, he swiftly raised his gun to defend himself. The onslaught was relentless, each strike a lethal threat, causing Dan Heng's hands to tremble violently. "Do you think that by transforming into this form you can escape? Reveal your true self." Each spark ignited a heaviness in Dan Heng's heart. Due to his unique status, he had not made a grand entrance upon arriving at the celestial vessel. Trouble had found him shortly after, and once resolved, he learned that March 7 and others had ventured towards the scaled abyss. Contemplating the peculiar environment there, he set off, unaware that he would encounter this adversary along the way. The counterattacks grew increasingly frantic, and at a critical juncture, the blade was knocked away, forcing Dan Heng into a hasty roll on the ground. The blade refrained from pursuit. He sensed that this foe was beginning to reveal his true nature. Waters converged, heralding the arrival of a monarch. Approaching the scaled abyss, the ancient sea stirred. The azure dragon cleansed the world, drinker of the moon. Yanqing's pupils narrowed slightly as she tightened her grip on the blade. Completely unprepared for the unexpected turn of events, who could have anticipated that the one to disrupt the battle would be the eternally exiled drinker of the moon? At this very moment, the circumstances had changed dramatically. His mission was to escort the secret medicine of the Medicine King to the prison for the condemned. Engaging in battle with them now would likely result in failure, regardless of the outcome of the fight. Just as Yanqing found himself in a dilemma, a voice interrupted. Let us cease hostilities for the time being. The group turned their heads in unison, lowering them slightly to see Fu Xian, who had arrived unbeknownst to them. Hands on his hips, observing the farce with a solemn expression. Oh, Lord Tabu, Kafka greeted with a light chuckle, glancing at Fu Xian beside her. Humph, spare me the pleasantries. I am not here for your sake. With a dismissive snort, Fu Xian turned his attention to the liberated power of Dan Heng and spoke. In Yu Jun, I am here on the general's orders to await your arrival. Although I would very much like to hold you accountable for your unauthorized intrusion into Luo Fu, the general is willing to vouch for you. You may either depart or proceed to Lin Yuan to assist the divine vessel. Jing Yuan. A flicker of doubt crossed Dan Heng's eyes. Do not regard me with such suspicion. I am as perplexed as you are regarding how he acquired this information and informed me beforehand to guarantee those who would come next. Mentioning Jing Yuan made Fu Xian's teeth grind in irritation, muttering under his breath, what an audacious general. How dare he conceal such a significant matter from me and send me on this errand? Just wait until I become a general. I shall see to it that you face the consequences. There was a moment of silence before Kafka, with a light laugh, turned to Fu Xian. I wonder if the esteemed General Shun Su has mentioned our affairs. Fu Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Then we shall take our leave now, our Ren. Ren's gaze remained fixed on Dan Heng until he finally crossed past him. As Yanqing was about to step forward to intervene, he was halted by Fu Xian. Master Taibu, what is the meaning of this? Yanqing was perplexed as to why they were allowed to leave, and what of Junin Wei? The one deemed a sinner exiled from the celestial vessel? Why this leniency? Facing Yanqing's unabashed gaze, Fu Xian scoffed softly, crossing his arms and turning his head away. How would I know the reason? If you seek an explanation, consult the general. He is the one who will dispatch someone. Were it not for the fact that Jing Yuan was likely already ascending the Lin Yuan realm, Fu Xian would have been inclined to leap up and deliver a sharp reprimand. I, as the Taibu of Luofu, possess unparalleled divination skills, and this is how I am treated? Nonsense. Once I ascend to the position of general, I shall revisit these grievances one by one. Putting aside his thoughts for the moment, Fu Xian's gaze fell upon Dan Heng. My companion is also there. After a moment of silence, Dan Heng provided an answer. While he was unaware of the circumstances surrounding Jing Yuan, the train group already en route to the Lin Yuan realm compelled his presence there. Yanqing also wished to venture to the Lin Yuan realm, yet Fu Xian obstructed him once more, gesturing towards the secret transmission of the Medicine King lying on the ground. Very well. Within the Lin Yuan realm, all eyes were fixed upon Xing, who in turn concentrated on the area beneath the Jinmu, where the Xian Jin resided. I can assert with utmost certainty that the star core is located there. Having pinpointed the location of the star core, the question now arose. Where was the great lord of absolute destruction? The journey thus far had been remarkably tranquil, devoid of any adversaries obstructing their path, proceeding as smoothly as if one were returning to their own home, which was indeed unsettling. What are you all doing standing here? General, we believe it is imperative that we engage in a thorough discussion. Two distinctly different voices emanated from behind. Upon seeing the newcomers, the train crew exhibited expressions of astonishment. Dan Heng, March 7th radiated a smile, then, what is this? With an impassive face, she pointed at the decorations adorning Dan Heng and the peculiar object atop his head. Dan Heng was taken aback. March 7th, her face devoid of emotion, let out a cold chuckle. What a commotion! Even Dan Heng has unlocked a new form, hasn't he? Meanwhile, as the group reunited, a graceful figure lurked in the shadows, observing the scene. It seemed that he was not present. Her gaze flitted back and forth, confirming his absence, ultimately focusing on the most striking shade of gray within the crowd. Since he is not here, I shall not hold back. Chapter 39. The holy light approaching the battlefield, her beautiful eyes partially concealed behind a folding fan. She fixed her gaze on the gray figure amidst the throng. Huang Elling never concealed her desires. Just moments ago, upon acquiring a vessel capable of entering the celestial vessel, she suddenly sensed a pulse of life emanating from a nearby star system. She randomly selected a doomsday beast to control and set forth to investigate. As a sovereign capable of obliterating a civilization from within, Huang Elling possessed ample patience to gather intelligence. This exploration led her to a delightful surprise. A corporeal form capable of housing a star core. How exquisite! Elated by the find, Huang Elling resolved to incorporate it into her body sculpting scheme. After all, her reconnaissance indicated that the civilization harbored a handful of living beings, and then there was nothing more to consider. The mere thought of the entity that had extinguished a fragment of her consciousness made Huang Elling narrow her eyes. Once the perfect physique is completed, I am eager to discover your origins, the characteristics of life that do not belong to her understanding, along with your peculiar powers. Ignite a curiosity within Huanxing about which civilization you hail from. Facing the seemingly betrayed gaze of March 7, Danheng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. March 7, narrowing her eyes, scrutinized him from head to toe, pointing at his attire, which was markedly different from his usual garb. Care to explain? The explanation, in truth, was rather simple. It was a power he inherently possessed, akin to unlocking his past, which was entirely distinct from directly assuming a new form alongside the stars. Yet, Danheng's intuition urged him to remain silent at that moment. Hey, little March, when did you change your clothes? Meanwhile, on the other side, Fu Xian approached Jing Yuan, exasperated. General, do you know who he is? If the alliance seeks accountability. Before Fu Xian could finish, Jing Yuan interjected, if the alliance demands accountability. Simply state that he arrived as the nameless guest to assist Luo Fu through its trials, and all will be well. That's absurd. Who would believe such a tale? Fu Xian gritted his teeth, suddenly awakening to a realization, continuing, what about the Stellaron's hunter? Compared to the absolute eradicator, the Stellaron's hunter appears much more amiable, does he not? Jing Yuan chuckled softly, adding, moreover, there is ample evidence proving that this star core was not brought aboard the celestial vessel by the Stellaron's hunter. Thus, rather than incurring the wrath of formidable adversaries, it would be wiser to focus on addressing the greatest threat. Moreover, the Star Core Hunter has led such an extraordinary army to the immortal vessel, which has proven to be immensely helpful. Fu Xian let out a soft snort, momentarily sparing this individual, her delicate brows furrowing as she spoke softly. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that this is indeed a formidable annihilation lord. Is the general truly prepared to confront it alone? The 7 heavenly generals wield the divine bow bestowed by the Imperial Bow Department, which ranks them at the level of emissaries. Yet the adversary is a seasoned annihilation lord, one who has endured countless devastations. Meanwhile, Jing Yuan has always been regarded as a strategic mastermind, and with age weighing upon him, the comparison is indeed worrisome. He chuckled lightly, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Fu Qing, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in taking over the General's position. Rest assured, General, I will ensure the immortal vessel is rejuvenated. There is no need to bear such heavy responsibility. After conferring with Fu Xian, Jing Yuan turned his gaze towards Dan Heng, who met his eyes. A multitude of memories surged forth, ultimately crystallizing into a singular request. Do me a favor. I can assure you that on this Luo Fu, Dan Feng will utterly perish, leaving only the nameless traveler, Dan Heng. Very well. Bearing the power of the dragon sovereign and shouldering the name of the general. Both understood the myriad of unavoidable factors entwined within this endeavor, yet at this moment, they were determined to fight side by side. In the hall of the Manifest Dragon's Great Rite, to reach the location of the Xianzhen of the Jianmu, one must wield the power of the dragon sovereign to part the ancient sea and unveil the true sealed Grand Hall. Taking a deep breath, Dan Heng's eyes narrowed as he ascended into the air, his right hand slowly raised, unleashing the power of the dragon sovereign. Boom! To the ears of the gathered crowd, the ancient sea resonated with a thunderous roar, crashing against the steadfast rocks, producing a resounding echo throughout the architecture. In the realm of the celestial vessel, under a gaze filled with nostalgia and emotion, and amidst the scrutinizing observation of the train group, the concealed roots of the Jianmu, long hidden beneath the sea, now reveal themselves. These roots, fortified through generations by the illustrious dragon sovereign, constitute the very essence of this cave heaven. Jing Yuan, with a contemplative demeanor, watches as Dan Heng gently descends. Upon turning around, he inquires, what are you looking at? A familiar gray hue meets his eyes, and Dan Heng, puzzled, regards the star that scans him curiously. The star, intrigued, examines Dan Heng, particularly his horns, reaching out to touch them, but Dan Heng discreetly evades the gesture. It is rather remarkable that despite merely changing his attire and acquiring horns, Dan Heng appears significantly more formidable than March 7. The star exclaims in astonishment. then turns to the still bewildered March 7, asking, "Can you freeze this entire sea with a single arrow? Please, think of something practical." At this juncture, they arrive at the most critical moment, where success or failure hinges on this very act. Jing Yuan's voice resonates with steadiness. "Hooray, I'm coming for the Star Core." Walter adjusts his glasses, letting out a slight sigh as he casts an apologetic glance towards Jing Yuan. Temporarily disregarding the unusually excited star, Walter surveys the surroundings. A mix of vigilance and confusion evident in his demeanor. It is indeed peculiar. They are drawing ever closer to the location of the Star Core. Yet the formidable Great Lord of Annihilation has inexplicably left no guards behind, which is quite unsettling. This is certainly unusual, yet we have no choice but to proceed proactively. Which is rather displeasing. Jing Yuan strides forward confidently, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the Jianmu roots reside, the very source of the Star Core, which has sparked the resurgence of Jianmu, the root cause of the upheaval that spans the heavens and the earth. Remain vigilant, for a group approaches swiftly, unhindered along their path. It is peculiar that there is no guard stationed within. Could she have stepped out? March 7's clear eyes brimmed with confusion. How could the person at the center of such a critical moment be absent? It seems illogical. After all, it is quite natural to seek fresh air after being cooped up for too long, especially when everyone is occupied and idleness is frowned upon. Suddenly, a light and enchanting voice emerged, causing the already alert hearts of the group to race. "Ah!" March 7th let out a startled cry, swiftly placing Star before her. Upon recognizing the newcomer, she was momentarily frozen in place. Miss Tingyun, behind where March 7th had stood, a charming and resplendent fox girl gracefully concealed half her face with a folding fan, her lively eyes sparkling with mirth. "Be cautious, she is not Miss Tingyun. There is a familiar aura about her." Walter and Star instantly became alert, particularly Star, who sensed a strangely familiar essence emanating from this incarnation of Tingyun, one that had not been present before. Within the two closely following star rings, Puni abruptly halted to admire the scenery, turning her gaze towards a corner of the galaxy. "Is there something there?" As Huangquan, influenced by Puni, pondered in a daze while gazing at the pristine peach pit in her palm, she regained her focus. Time was of the essence. There was a fire that needed tending. "I shall accompany you," Huangquan murmured softly. Puni nodded slightly. With the ceiling stone ball containing Aha rolling about inside, Puni enveloped Huangquan in holy light and descended into the sky. Glug glug. Chapter 40. She the one who bullied me. Confronted with such an enigmatic situation, the star's choice was resolute. "I care not what you are. Take this." "What nonsensical prattle is this, you impostor masquerading as Tingyun? Prepare to meet your end." With a resounding thud, a peculiar artifact from the Black Tower space station, imbued with the power of the Star Core, struck directly at the forehead of the false Tingyun. She stood her ground, a smile gracing her lips as the bat descended. At the very moment of impact, lo and behold, the bat pierced through, igniting the false Tingyun's form in a vibrant green flame that swiftly encircled the bat, ascending rapidly as it neared the star's hand, before soaring into the air. Amidst the fiery blaze, a face beamed back at her. Then, it veered off course, hurtling toward the Jinmu. The speed was so astonishing that the onlookers could scarcely react. The instant that inferno enveloped Jinmu's profound roots, a singular star ignited, radiating boundless brilliance. The Star Core. Danheng summoned the power of the Dragon Sovereign, intent on invoking the ancient waters of the Sea of Antiquity to hinder his opponent's actions. Yet, the ephemeral specter was swifter still. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the Star Core's power unleashed in full force, infusing Jinmu, ascending towards the heavens. It dangled among the celestial constellations. Such is the celestial vessel's description of Jinmu's transcendent reach. It aptly applies to the present moment. At this juncture, within the various realms of Luofu, Jinmu surged with a velocity that defied the human eye, exuding a rich essence of life that permeated the air, allowing one within its vicinity to feel the vitality encapsulated in the atmosphere. Jinmu, within the palace of Sikhen, the expression of the Skydriver, tasked with stabilizing the situation, grew grave as Jinmu blossomed with an overwhelming might. Observing this scene, the anxious Yanking, having successfully escorted the secret transmission of the Medicine King, exhibited signs of restless anticipation. The commander, skilled in aerial navigation, inquired about the appropriate course of action. Now that the generals have arrived in the realm of Linyuan, It is evident that the emergence of the sacred tree is a consequence of their battle against the villain. Our immediate task is to stabilize the situation across the various celestial domains. The remnants of the Medicine King's secret sect, the seekers of the elixir who have come aboard the celestial vessel, and the ordinary populace all require our attention and manpower. Yanqing, the valiant guardian, I implore you to keep those nefarious individuals in check. It is our duty. Yanqing clasped his hands in acknowledgement and then leaped from the windowsill, wielding several flying swords. Observing Yanqing's swift figure racing into the distance, the commander felt a weight upon his heart. The situation was dire. The windowsill would suffice for now. At this moment, within the sealed space of Lin Yuan, the gathered individuals raised their heads, fixated on the colossal figure before them. This being, steeped in ancient existence and embodying the essence of annihilation, had caused the collapse of at least 120 worlds over nearly 6 centuries, an absolute villain. The absolute annihilation monarch, Huanlong. Just now that was. Dan Heng's gaze sharpened. Indeed, the essence of the absolute annihilation monarch Huanlong is the celestial essence known as Suyang. This unique form has laid a solid foundation for her to seize the bountiful power within the sacred tree. Jingyuan spoke gravely. That creature is enormous. San Yueqi glanced at the bow in her hand, and then at Huanlong's formidable form. This cannot be right. It simply defies logic. The miraculous abundance is indeed as renowned as its name suggests. With a subtle motion of her delicate fingers, despite her vast size, she exuded an enchanting allure, and her dark purple hue added a distinctive charm. Huanlong admired her new form with satisfaction. Perfect. The powers of abundance and destruction intertwined, together forging such an exquisite physique. Such formidable power stirred within the ethereal mirage, inciting her to unleash the destructive desires that lay dormant in her heart. After all, she was the embodiment of the Son of Ages. How could one celebrate the acquisition of a corporeal form without revelry? Her gaze shifted, resting upon Star. The vessel capable of containing the stellar core piqued her curiosity. Perhaps the benefactor would allow her to draw nearer for a closer inspection? With a gentle laugh, Mirage waved her hand fan, summoning an abundance of power that transformed into countless tendrils, surging towards Star. Upon witnessing this, Star hesitated not, summoning the might of the stellar core. In the next moment, 3 pairs of silver wings re-emerged, and the overwhelming force of the stellar core clashed with the tendrils, obliterating them in an instant. If you wish to see, then behold, Star proclaimed, channeling the immense energy of the stellar core into a bat, which she raised high. A colossal phantom bat loomed in the sky, ready to strike down with immense force. Boom! Mirage, sensing the impending strike, conjured a massive lotus that appeared from thin air. Absorbing the impact of this formidable blow, Star had already surged forward, and the others were not to be left behind. The hidden scales reveal themselves. Glorious spirits, heed my command. In the name of the world, a dazzling golden light emerged, accompanied by the divine might of the god of radiance and the dragon born of the dragon of fortune, charging fiercely toward Mirage. Walter, brandishing his staff, cleared the path from the obstructions created by Mirage's abundant power. Each display was nothing short of magnificent. March 7's eyes widened slightly as she observed the grand manifestations of power, glancing down at her bow in realization. So, you all possess similar abilities? The onslaught was fierce, yet Mirage remained unfazed, her demeanor languid and unperturbed. From the perspective of a young woman, all of you appear as insignificant as ants. Jing Yuan's expression was grave, the divine presence looming above, exuding an overwhelming aura, yet it struggled to contend with the ethereal force wielding the powers of both abundance and annihilation. He was not a warrior. In terms of martial prowess, he was rather mediocre. But now he had no choice but to confront the great sovereign of destruction with this inferior strength. Do you possess a method to break the stalemate? Asked Dan Heng, who had settled beside Jing Yuan, his voice low and serious. The ethereal entity, embodying the powers of ruin and plenty, would not yield easily. However, her corporeal form was derived from the sacred tree, Jinmu. If it could be destroyed, it was likely that she would be unable to reconstitute herself in a short span of time. Dan Heng nodded slightly. Now that a plan was in place, how should they proceed? Heh, do you truly believe you can annihilate this perfect vessel of mine with the general as feeble strength? The ethereal being scoffed, her attention increasingly drawn to the starry essence. The long hair, cascading to her ankles, surged with the overwhelming power of the star core. and each strike resonated deeply within her. For the sun's end, the corporeal form was paramount, and this body perfectly matched her desires. "Come closer, benefactor. Let me have a good look at you," she chuckled lightly, her palm descending like the heavens, a torrent of force approaching swiftly. At that moment, a resounding command echoed. "By my decree, let the divine essence shine." The ethereal being sensed the formidable power surging from behind, her expression shifting as she swiftly waved her hand backwards. With a thunderous crash, a massive lotus suddenly materialized, directly obstructing the impending strike. It seemed the young woman first needed to quell the tumultuous energies around her. With her eyes slightly narrowed, Huanhong suddenly reached out towards Jing Yuan. Caught off guard, Jing Yuan had no choice but to envelop himself in the power of fate. Huanhong seized him, yet failed to refine him instantly. The intertwining forces of abundance and destruction made it difficult for Jing Yuan to break free. He stared intently at Huanhong, still restraining himself. As one of the 7 generals of the Imperial Bao, although he was not adept in combat, he was a formidable envoy traversing the path of the hunt. If he were to unleash his full strength against Huanhong, he could momentarily force her to retreat. However, such a cost would result in the near total destruction of Luofu, leaving the entire Linyuan realm in ruins, and would adversely affect the nearby cave heavens. Xing, gasping for breath, observed the dire situation with a grave expression. It was utterly unfair to contend with an opponent that could neither be defeated nor killed. The recent confrontation had made her realize that Huanhong was beyond her current capabilities, and Jing Yuan seemed to be holding back, not unleashing his full power. In contrast, Huanhong was unrestrained, and this impasse could only lead to their eventual demise. Is this what it means to be an envoy? The edge of the hunt truly seems frail. Huanhong lowered her gaze, looking at Jing Yuan, who kept the forces of abundance and destruction at bay. And with a light laugh, she mocked, "With this body, I have already ascended to the pinnacle of Luofu. I am now the king of Luofu, and nothing will hinder my actions." She tilted her head back, reveling in her triumph. Just then, she thought it best to withhold further words for later. "No, you will have no chance left." "Who?" Huanhong was suddenly alarmed. This voice was familiar to her. Was there someone among her acquaintances capable of approaching her vicinity without a sound? Before she could ponder, a radiant halo of sacred light traversed the ethereal sky at an incomprehensible speed, breaching the Rofa barrier, which could ward off most assaults from the galaxy, rendering it utterly ineffective against such brilliance, akin to a shooting star descending. Xing gazed in astonishment as the light fell before her, revealing its form. Reacting faster than she could think, she waved her hands repeatedly, exclaiming, "Puni, the leader. She has bullied me." Chapter 41. This star core contains sacred light. Within the sacred illumination stood 2 figures resolutely. The once languid and complacent Huanlong suddenly sensed an intense feeling of crisis, akin to the ominous signs preceding the rending of the starry sea, instilling in her a sense of restlessness that she could not ignore. All of this was instigated by his arrival, along with the unforeseen circumstances that had just unfolded before her. Huanlong feigned indifference as she cast a glance at Puni, partially veiling her face with her fan, and inquired with a smile, "It has been some time. How have you been?" Puni, catching sight of San Yuqi waving at her from the periphery, nodded slightly in acknowledgement before shifting her gaze back to Huanlong, responding in a calm tone. "The galaxy is beautiful, yet there are always pests that mar this beauty." Pests? Upon hearing this, Huanlong clenched her silver teeth, her eyes brimming with ire. Such a stunning figure, possessing a beauty capable of captivating all beings, dared to brazenly utter the term pest. If this exquisite form is considered a pest, then what are you? An onion? Internally seething, Huanlong's fury did not cloud her judgment. As a sovereign adept in the spiritual annihilation of civilizations, she was equally proficient in the realm of perception. She sensed an overwhelming sense of crisis emanating from the radiant figure before her. Clearly, the adversary possessed a power that matched, if not surpassed, her own. Her ethereal eyes narrowed slightly as her vigilance surged to its peak. Such power cannot belong to an inconspicuous individual. I wonder which celestial deity has dispatched this envoy. The only entity she could associate with such strength was an envoy. Meanwhile, she overlooked Huang Quan, who stood beside Puni. She felt no threat emanating from Huang Quan. This insignificant creature was not worth her concern. Previously, she had assumed that Puni's powers were merely unique and could only dispel a fragment of her consciousness, nothing more. For the body of the Doomsday Beast was ultimately too frail. However, Upon witnessing the true form of her own essence, that notion was swiftly cast aside. The patrolling celestial being, the radiant figure, and the motley crew of the astral train presented a rather precarious situation for her. Turning away, she gently rubbed her cheeks to ensure her facial muscles remained agile and ready. With a flick of her wings, she approached Puni, her curiosity piqued by the silent and composed Huang Quan. Pouting, she expressed her grievance. Puni, that fellow has absorbed the power of the Jinmu tree. He cannot be slain. Cannot be slain. Puni pondered for a moment. What if I were to sever her in one strike? Huang Quan replied flatly. Star couldn't help but glance at her, intrigued by this individual who could utter such fierce words with such a tranquil tone. No need. Puni gently shook her head, turning her gaze to Star. You shall do it. Me? Star blinked in innocent confusion, raising her left index finger to point at herself, soon joined by her right hand. Me? Their conversation unfolded without the slightest veil, and Huanhong could hear it distinctly, her expression hardening, fury flickering in her brows and eyes. The blatant disdain was impossible to ignore, even for Huanhong, particularly now that she possessed the most perfect form. How dare they belittle her, the formidable absolute extinction monarch, especially after Puni's earlier remark likening her to an insect? New grudges and old grievances intertwined. Such arrogance warranted a lesson on the respect owed to a monarch. With a fierce whisper, Huanhong began to summon the power of the tree of creation within her being. A magnificent confluence of abundant and destructive forces erupting in this celestial realm, scattering countless visible energy particles. To what extent could the power of a summoner reach? The capabilities of summoners varied greatly, shaped by their distinct fates. Yet one truth resonated universally. All summoners had bridged their shortcomings and optimized their strengths, becoming formidable entities. At this level, even those lacking in destruction could obliterate a galaxy. It was merely a matter of time. And now, I wield the power of abundance. Annihilating Luofu is but a trifle. The destructive force that Huanhong had previously kept hidden surged forth, merging with the power of abundance to form an extraordinary coalition. A tempestuous wave akin to the ocean. The celestial realm trembled, not an illusion, but a palpable reality. This sanctum, designed to seal the tree of creation and reinforced by past dragon sovereigns, quaked under the might of the absolute extinction monarch. In the external realm of the Linyuan domain, the ancient sea churned violently, waves crashing tumultuously, and the earth fissured. The mere release of such power was sufficient to obliterate this celestial cave. This is dire. Danheng furrowed his brow, his speech rapid. The celestial cave of Luofu was exceptionally unique. Some even harnessed stars as their energy source. From the outside, it appeared only slightly larger than a planet. Yet the internal space of the celestial vessel had been meticulously compressed and expanded through various means. One could say that the force capable of shattering celestial bodies was hardly remarkable within Luofu. If an annihilation monarch truly sought to destroy the celestial vessel, it would merely be a matter of time. No, is there no way to counter this? Upon hearing Danheng's explanation, San Yueqi was utterly dismayed. At this moment, Huanlong seemed to embody the towering world tree, exuding two utterly contrasting essences, both enchanting and otherworldly. Xing, standing beside Puni, felt the sacred light shield her. Yet she could not discern the level of power Huanlong was wielding, though she could perceive the entire celestial cave trembling violently. If this continues, it will collapse. Puni. Is there any way to halt her? Disregarding Puni's earlier words about confronting Huanlong, Xing was now intent on striking Huanlong with a bat to cease this perilous behavior. Without needing Xing's prompt, Puni had already commenced action. Xing observed as Puni's whiskered wings slowly lifted, and then, seemingly from an unknown corner, produced a stone sphere. Gazing at the familiar patterns on the stone sphere, Xing's eyes darted between Puni and the stone slab beside her. What is this? With a gentle toss, Puni hurled the stone sphere, and in the next instant, Yahoo! What? In the depths of her hazy vision, a flicker of astonishment passed through her. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a mask adorned with a broad smile suddenly appeared before her, nearly engulfing her entire field of view. Could it be that there were individuals among the minions of destruction who possessed intellect? This was rather entertaining, albeit not as delightful as the antics of Aha. Then came a resounding burst of joyous laughter. The pupils of the hazy figure constricted sharply. The previously determined and languid demeanor vanished entirely. Was this a mere illusion? Surely it must be an illusion. She repeated this mantra in her mind, too fearful to open her eyes, hoping it was merely a figment of her imagination. With each blink, still aha. Curiously, she halted. March 7th's lips parted slightly, her gaze fixed in bewilderment upon the scene. What was that sphere? She observed Puni throw a ball, and then the hazy figure ceased, her expression resembling that of someone who had encountered a specter. The onlookers exchanged glances, their confusion mirroring that of March 7th. Seizing the opportunity to escape the influence of the hazy figure, Jing Yuan wore a perplexed expression. Even the brain of the strategist struggled to comprehend the current circumstances. He turned to March 7th and Walter, inquiring with curiosity, "That gentleman, is he a friend of yours?" Puni, unfazed by the unfolding events, directed her attention toward the eager and inquisitive Xing. Eager, indeed? While slightly puzzled, Puni chose not to dwell on it and spoke up. "In the meantime, allow me to instruct you on how to more profoundly harness the power within you." Xing nodded enthusiastically. Puni's gaze settled upon Xing's chest, directly at the core of her being, a tranquil star nucleus. Unlike ordinary star nuclei that merely signified destruction, this particular nucleus radiated with holy light. Chapter 42. Despair. Utter despair, the term the cancer of all realms, aptly underscores the corrosive nature of the star core itself. Many star cores manifest abruptly, erupting silently, ultimately leading to the annihilation of an entire world. Typically, the inherent power of a star core remains immutable. However, when influenced by superior forces, even without direct intervention, subtle transformations may ensue. Puni amended the seal of the star core, allowing the power of holy light to flow ceaselessly into the being of star. Yet, the efficiency was alarmingly low, the influx meager, and lacking dedicated instruction. Star could not actively materialize this force. Consequently, as the origin of this sealing power, Puni commenced to impart knowledge on its utilization to her. Star nodded repeatedly, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. In this cavern, once steeped in tension, Puni began his unobtrusive teaching. He harnessed the power of holy light to connect with the faint traces of holy light within her, linking it to the star core, and guiding the latent holy light to the surface. This process unfolded seamlessly. Star exhibited remarkable comprehension, and with Puni's meticulous guidance, the power was drawn forth in mere moments. Brilliant golden light began to manifest and gradually extend. Puni gazed upon this scene with satisfaction, nodding slightly. Such laborious effort was not born of idleness. It was partially motivated by this very reason. He was far more intrigued by the transformations this star might bring to the galaxy. Simultaneously, emanating from the holy light, this galaxy was vast, harboring countless nefarious entities. Despite Puni's repeated purging with holy light, malevolence would inevitably resurface one day, much like a young dragon slayer who, upon vanquishing the evil dragon, may unwittingly become the new malevolent force. Thus, Puni aspired to cultivate Xing, nurturing her into the paramount enforcer of order within this galaxy. This decision was not a mere whim of Puni's. After comparing the three candidates, he suddenly realized that Xing was the most fitting choice. Her mind, a harmonious blend of maturity and innocence, rendered her exceptionally pure. Furthermore, she currently roamed the cosmos as an unknown traveler aboard the Astral Express, a condition that made her a natural guardian of order. Suddenly, Puni paused, his gaze drawn to the sacred light gradually enveloping Xing. The power of this divine aura began to ascend towards her wings, etching golden lines upon the silver feathers, each line a symbol of the holy light. Abruptly, the golden lines receded, the wings returning to their silvery hue, while the golden threads condensed, compressing until they were infused into a bat. Puni remained silent. Without wielding a weapon, even he could not fully grasp what it signified to those who did. However, he did not perceive Xing as one who regarded her weapon as an extension of herself. Therefore, her intentions were, my magnificent bat is complete. As the final rays of sacred light converged, Xing suddenly opened her eyes wide, her hands raised triumphantly, grasping the shimmering, golden bat. Huang Quan tilted her head slightly, her pure gaze curiously scrutinizing Xing. Initially, she had not understood why this gray-haired individual was chosen by Puni, but witnessing the scene before her, she began to comprehend. The process was commendable, the outcome favorable, albeit the manifestation might appear somewhat different. Puni fell into a brief silence, swiftly casting aside this peculiar sensation. Never mind. The manifestation of the holy light merely reflects the diverse pursuits of individuals. The whimsical thoughts are indeed quite intriguing. Below, as laughter resounds from the stars, Dan Heng remains speechless, while March 7 rests her forehead in exasperation. I knew that her presence would inevitably stir up some chaos. At the very least, the outcome is favorable. Walter chuckles softly. He no longer feels the initial tension and urgency he once faced when confronting the duality of fate's elusive nature. In truth, the moment Puni made her appearance, his heart had already eased by 80%. The remainder merely consisted of his anxieties regarding the uncertainties of reality. However, from the results observed, regardless of whether Puni is as formidable as he remembers, at least the phantom does not instill a sense of pressure in him. This truly is to be expected. Exhaling deeply, Walter relaxes both body and mind. His understanding of Puni is rather limited. As a competent mecha enthusiast, his impressions of Puni are primarily confined to the various forms of robots, and he could only recall Puni due to her distinctive image. On the other side, Jing Yuan, unusually silent, fixates on Puni, who exudes calmness and relaxation. He finds himself utterly perplexed, completely bewildered. He is acutely aware that the celestial vessel has traversed 8,000 years. Yet there is no information regarding Puni's race within the think tank. Such a powerful being could stir up waves with the slightest movement, and any disturbance would undoubtedly be detected by the celestial vessel, prompting a response. It is impossible for Puni to have only recently appeared, is it? With a soft sigh, Jing Yuan slightly shakes his head. He will set this concern aside for now. The immediate priority is to address the phantom. So, what exactly is it? With a gaze filled with bewilderment, Jing Yuan curiously observed the petrified stone sphere that ensnared Huan Hong. Upon returning, a gurgling sound echoed as the star grasped the sacred light. Puni extended its wings, and the sealed stone orb began to float back, accompanied by the whimsical voice of Aha. This was a timely retrieval. He could sense Aha's restless anticipation. Soon, this entity would undoubtedly devise a way to coax Huan Hong into providing more amusement, so it was best to remain subdued. As the suffocating pressure dissipated, Huan Hong did not feel any relief. Instead, a deeper terror enveloped her. A monster. A monster. Clenching her silver teeth, disbelief, trembling, and fear intertwined in her eyes. A tumult of emotions surged within her. How could the star god permit such an affront? No, that was incorrect. To coexist with the star god. What manner of creature was this wretched being that caused her immediate discomfort? Huan Hong was oblivious, nor did she wish to uncover the truth. All she desired was to survive. She was enamored with destruction, yet terrified of it. As the Lord of Annihilation, she could not perish. She had only just acquired this gratifying form, and she absolutely must not die. Her visage, born of her inner turmoil, contorted into a fearsome mask. Yet it failed to instill terror in others. Conversely, those present could only sense the palpable dread radiating from Huan Hong. I shall not perish here, no? In a moment of reckless abandon, Huan Hong suddenly erupted. The power of fate surged forth, and the overwhelming force of annihilation in that instant reverberated throughout the entirety of Luofu. Every soul within Luofu felt the weight of this pressure. Should this force go unchecked, it would manifest as a cataclysmic assault upon Luofu, ensuring its utter disintegration. Jing Yuan instinctively felt a jolt of alarm, not due to any external factors, but purely as a reflex in response to the overwhelming force of destruction. In the next moment, Huan Long let out a resounding cry. A fusion of abundance and annihilation surged skyward with unparalleled swiftness, far exceeding her earlier pace. Indeed, the explosive power emanating from Huan Long was not meant for a direct confrontation. Being adept at mentally obliterating civilizations, she was all too aware of the current predicament. If she did not flee swiftly, becoming mere crumbs would be her most favorable outcome. Xing abruptly raised her head, her gaze fixed anxiously on Huan Long, who was soaring into the heavens. Puni, with a serene demeanor, gracefully floated to Xing's side, gently fluttering her wings as she spoke. Follow my lead. Xing nodded, uncertain of the course of action but trusting it must be for the best. Divine Spirit. Puni slightly lifted her gaze, her eyes trailing Huan Long's form, as holy light began to coalesce before her. Divine Spirit. Xing, do as instructed. Magic flash. As the holy light gathered to a significant intensity, countless beams transformed into heart-stirring attacks, racing forth at a speed that far surpassed Huan Long's escape. Wait a moment. Puni suddenly paused, her eyes narrowing as she instinctively excluded her own divine spirit magic flash from her line of sight, revealing only Xing's batons. Following the divine spirit magic flash emitted by Puni, a series of baton-shaped attacks closely trailed behind, creating a moment of confusion amidst the chaos. Glancing slightly, Xing also turned to look. Aha! Hey, you little Starcore rascal! Huanlong's heart screamed in desperation as she was on the verge of escaping the confines of Luofu. The boundary of Luofu was tantalizingly close, within her grasp, yet her heart felt incomprehensibly cold. Behind her, the radiant holy light that enveloped the sky warmed her body. Yet it could not soothe the frantic beating of her heart. She is the Son of Ages, elevated to the status of the Supreme Monarch. Generally, even when her form is shattered, she can depart unscathed. However, this is not a typical circumstance. In her despair, her figure was ultimately enveloped by the sacred light, radiating brilliantly. Boom. Chapter 43, March 7th. A heart weary of kindness. No. I am immortal, endowed with the power of abundance. The resplendent sacred light dazzles, illuminating the entire scale abyss. The cries of unwillingness and fear are rendered inconspicuous beneath the purifying glow. What is that? At that moment, observing the situation from outside, Su Xian suddenly noticed the light ascending from the direction of the Jianmu, his gaze sharpening. How blinding. Within the scale abyss, the Jianmu sealed space melted away under the sacred light, revealing the illuminated realm of scale abyss, while the ethereal figure had completely vanished. With a sigh of relief, Jing Yuan relaxed his shoulders, the pent-up tension that had coiled between his brows dissipating entirely. The celestial ships embarked on their maiden voyage with 9 grand vessels. Majestic and imposing. After 8,000 years, only 6 remain. The Tsangqing celestial ship fell upon the activated planet, devouring world Rahu. The Daiyu celestial ship perished in a catastrophic explosion during the battle against the abundant people's flesh in the year 1200 of the star calendar, crashing into Isima Island. The Yuanjiao celestial ship lost control and veered into a red giant during the Wall War. Nearly, the Luofu celestial ship would have become a part of history as well. Such monumental changes even make it difficult for a general like Sun Tzu to fully regulate his heartbeat. At over 800 years of age, he is a primary target for observation by the 10 kings, mere millimeters away from the demon shadow. The uproar at this moment is truly overwhelming. After a brief moment of relaxation, Jing Yuan regained his composure, gazing up at the figure in the sky, his pupils slightly dilating. Regardless of whether Huanlong was dead or gravely injured, it was fortuitous news for Luo Fu, and the pivotal role played by this Holy Spirit was particularly crucial. Who in the galaxy could confidently ensure the preservation of an absolute annihilation monarch? Moreover, that divine light had been skillfully controlled. Jing Yuan observed keenly that aside from the exceptional brightness emanating from the sacred energy, the Lin Yuan realm remained entirely unscathed. With even the outer walls of the cave heavens untouched, the power to wield such force must be immensely formidable, a terrifying prospect indeed. Jing Yuan's gaze deepened as his mind began to sift through the vast knowledge accumulated over centuries as an immortal, yet he found no record of such an individual. An entity of this caliber should not languish in obscurity, and what path of destiny could possibly harbor such strength? Or perhaps it was not a matter of destiny at all. Hooray! Under the clear blue sky, Xing raised her hands in jubilant celebration. She was oblivious to the complexities of her companion's thoughts. All she knew was that this mission had culminated in resounding success. The absolute annihilation monarch had transformed into a display of fireworks. Yay! Suddenly, Xing froze, her jubilant cheers abruptly silenced. Wait a moment. If the absolute annihilation monarch has turned into fireworks, then my star core. Here. Before the sorrow could fully take root in Xiao Hui Mao's heart, Puni, with his feathered wings, presented a pristine star core to Xing. I always knew Puni was the most formidable. Below, Jing Yuan could hardly contain his expression upon witnessing this scene. In a fleeting moment, the ability to stabilize and preserve the star core is nothing short of remarkable. This power transcends the notion of merely extracting benefits from perilous situations. Such an assault not only left the Lin Yuan realm unscathed, but also allowed the star core to be maintained in a state of stability. Observing this through a narrow lens, he found himself at a loss for words. As he watched the small gray creature receive the star core, Puni remained calm and collected, feeling a certain level of familiarity with the child. The bat still radiated a holy light. Suddenly, Puni cast a fleeting glance, his gaze traversing the sealed space to a vacant area within the Lin Yuan realm. A messenger, appearing in the form of memory, was recording the unfolding events in a manner that was distinctly not her own. Sensing Puni's gaze, she subtly lifted her head, meeting his eyes. In the Dan Ding division, Fu Xian awaited anxiously. Although Jing Yuan had mentioned before his departure that if anything were to happen to him, she would be the only one capable of temporarily assuming the position of general, she fervently hoped he was not truly dead. She had yet to become general and had plans to address the laziness of this fellow. Lord Taibu, how was the situation earlier? A young man stepped into the Cloud Rider. It was Yin Qing, the valiant guard, who reported that the current general and the reinforcements from the Starry Train were still within the Linyuan realm, and thus, the circumstances remained uncertain. How could this be? Upon hearing this, Yin Qing's brow furrowed, his mind stirring. Despite Fu Xian's youth, she was already capable of holding the position of Taibu, demonstrating her own set of insights. Do not think of rushing into the Linyuan realm to provide support. The adversary is the Annihilation Monarch. Even with the assistance of a divine lord, utmost concentration is required. Should you recklessly venture in, it would only serve to complicate matters further, Fu Xian reminded him. Then inquired about the secret transmission of the Medicine King to divert his attention. The principal members of the Medicine King's secret transmission had been captured at that time, leaving only some peripheral personnel. I apprehended a few, while others fled in various directions aboard celestial vessels. But it was merely a matter of time before they were caught under the scrutiny of the Cloud Cavalry. Fu Xian nodded slightly. Indeed, the Medicine King's secret transmission was concealed so deeply that it was fortunate they could no longer restrain themselves. Merely contemplating the existence of such a group conspiring in the shadows while Luofu could only respond to threats with force rendered Fu Xian quite perturbed. It was a pity for the alchemy division. She lifted her gaze slightly. Ginkgo leaves fell to the ground, exuding an ancient charm and profound elegance. Fu Xian sighed internally. The alchemy division had gradually fallen into disrepair for various reasons, and among the 6 sovereigns, it was arguably the most inconspicuous, with the position of the chief alchemist remaining unestablished for a long time. With this incident, it was likely to descend further into obscurity. Step, step, step. The steady and powerful footsteps resonated softly against the ground, prompting Fu Xian to look up instantly, only to see Jing Yuan smiling at her. I knew assigning the management of Luofu to Fu Qing was the most astute decision. All was well with Luofu. General, how is Huan Long? Fu Xian did not forget the objective of this operation. General, Yin Qing exclaimed in delight. Jing Yuan nodded slightly, chuckling softly. You have performed admirably. Fu Xian's gaze swept over the returning individuals, and the tension that had gripped her heart finally dissipated. Thankfully, none were lost. Wait. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed as she observed the radiant Puni and the composed Huang Quan, both emanating holy light. Why are there 2 additional individuals? As Fu Xian noticed Puni and another individual, Jing Yuan smiled and introduced, "This is Mr. Puni, whose formidable assistance was indispensable in resolving the matter of the illusory fog." He emphasized the term formidable, causing a subtle flicker in Fu Xian's eyes, who understood Jing Yuan's implication. As for the young lady, Jing Yuan hesitated momentarily, for Huang Quan had spoken no more than 5 sentences since her arrival, leaving him unaware of her name. Fortunately, Huang Quan interjected calmly, "I am Huang Quan, the Sea Ranger." Upon hearing this title, Jing Yuan's interest peaked. Clearing his throat, Fu Xian coughed lightly, prompting Jing Yuan to chuckle softly as he addressed the assembly. "You are all esteemed benefactors of Luofu. I apologize for the lack of hospitality and having you linger here after your recent exertions. Please, follow me. Allow yourselves to rest and rejuvenate." With the conclusion of this announcement, San Yuqi gazed skyward, feeling utterly drained, not from physical fatigue, but from emotional exhaustion. Chapter 44. The luminous moonlight. After escorting everyone back to Chonglitian, Jing Yuan excused himself, citing pressing matters that required his attention. The others understood well, for Jing Yuan was indeed preoccupied. Although the issue of the illusory fog had been resolved, the ensuing chaos would not dissipate so easily. The Jade Realm Gate remained on high alert. Within the Shinsa mansion, individuals awaited his return. Jing Yuan gradually resumed his seat, consuming the meticulously prepared tea by Qing Su in a single gulp, appearing thoroughly worn out. However, Fu Xian was not inclined to indulge him, urgently inquiring, "General, what precisely transpired within the Lin Yuan realm, and what is the situation regarding the 2 unexpected arrivals?" Upon hearing the words of Fu Xian, Yukong displayed a look of perplexity. Are there truly other experts? From Fu Xian's tone, it seemed that the 2 additional individuals were not adversaries. However, the Lin Yuan realm was originally the territory of the Ji Ming clan, which had gradually fallen into desolation due to the bounteous Jianmu and other factors. Who would dare to venture there during the invasion of the Annihilation Sovereign? Were they courting death? Jing Yuan regained his composure and turned to the assembled company, addressing their inquisitive gazes as he recounted the circumstances within the Lin Yuan realm at that time. As he elaborated on the troubles encountered, the expressions of the few remained unchanged, for such developments were anticipated, until it became apparent how that Mr. Puni managed to bypass the defenses of the celestial vessel and directly descend into the Lin Yuan realm. In a single encounter, he subdued Huan Long, and thereafter took the time to instruct the unnamed miss bearing the star core in honing her strength, effortlessly defeating Huan Long, leaving her fate uncertain. As for the lady who introduced herself as the wanderer of the underworld, Huang Quan, I am not well acquainted with her either. To defeat Huan Long with a single blow. Upon hearing Jing Yuan's words, both Yukong and Fu Xian exchanged looks of astonishment. A true master. Wait. Suddenly, Fu Xian narrowed his eyes and tentatively inquired, was his attack luminous? Oh, you saw it too? Indeed, quite clearly, Yanqing interjected. General, since we are unaware of Huan Long's current whereabouts, should we not continue to seal the cave and ascertain the situation? Jing Yuan gently shook his head. For the time being, that is unnecessary. Luo Fu has been sealed for too long. Further delay may lead to unforeseen complications. My only concern lies in whether Huan Long is truly dead, for the circumstances at that time did not suggest she could have survived. Without further ado, the anguished cry of Hu N-L-ing amidst the holy light lingers vividly in Jing Yuan's memory, imbued with myriad meanings. Moreover, Puni's subsequent silence only reinforces his inclination to believe that Hu N-L-ing has indeed returned to the cosmos. After all, it is quite peculiar to unleash such a formidable assault without sensing Hu N-Ling's movements. There exists another reason. Should Hu N-L-ing truly be unharmed and merely concealed, given the current circumstances of Luofu, the task of uncovering her whereabouts seems daunting. Ahem. One must ponder how she managed to infiltrate in the first place. Ying furrows her brow, contemplating the necessity for a significant upgrade to Luofu's defense systems. If Suen appears lost in thought, it seems that Puni shares a profound connection with the Astral Express, possessing the strength to counter the emissaries. This suggests that a more thorough examination of the relationship between the celestial vessel and the Astral Express is warranted. The nameless guests have always maintained amicable relations with various factions across the starry seas. However, following the fall of Archimedes, their expansion has faced limitations. And many nameless guests have encountered unforeseen circumstances, not due to sabotage, but rather the inherent unpredictability of their exploratory journeys. It can be asserted that the Astral Express lacks the utmost pinnacle of power, yet now, that power has been restored. From F. Suen's perspective, the fact that Puni has been instructing the stars in the cultivation of strength in such a context illustrates her significance. After articulating these key points, Jing Yuan continues to inquire about the current state of Luofu. The Jianmu tree has rejuvenated its former condition. However, aside from the secret teachings of the Medicine King and the meddling of certain opportunists, all is well aboard the celestial vessel. With most of the secret teachings having been captured by Yanqing, Ying articulates this information, and Jing Yuan casts an approving glance at Yanqing, who, as a young individual, is instantly uplifted by the praise. By the way, General. Suddenly, Fu Xian spoke up, inquiring about the whereabouts of the Star Core. Aside from the formidable Lord of Annihilation, another Star Core was responsible for all of this, and this particular core was of utmost importance. Upon hearing Fu Xian's question, Jing Yuan slightly tilted his head back and pondered for a moment. Instead of providing a direct answer, he remarked, Fu Qing. Huh. Fu Xian placed her hands on her hips. Do you remember the orb that Miss Xing was toying with? Of course I do. Fu Xian instinctively nodded, her head bobbing halfway before suddenly realizing, her eyes widening in astonishment as she met Jing Yuan's gaze, her delicate lips parting slightly. Huh. Her mind began to clear, recalling that Miss Xing had indeed possessed a glowing orb at that time, even demonstrating a playful dolphin ball trick. The realization that the object passed around like a toy was, in fact, the Star Core, caused Fu Xian's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. Yanqing initially did not grasp the situation, but with a slight mental shift, her expression mirrored that of Fu Xian's. Yukong looked at the three with a puzzled expression, suddenly feeling as though he was being excluded from the conversation. Was it merely an illusion? Rubbing her forehead, Fu Xian felt a twinge of discomfort in her jaw. When did the star core become a mere plaything? Observing Fu Xian's expression, many of the questions that had previously weighed on Jing Yuan's mind began to dissipate, allowing him to relax momentarily. Indeed, Fu Qing remained kind-hearted. Luo Fu had also managed to navigate through this ordeal, yet there was still much to address to minimize the subsequent repercussions. The group nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware that their burdens had not yet completely lifted. Jing Yuan exchanged a glance with Yin Qing, who responded with a slight nod. As he began to allocate the upcoming tasks, Jing Yuan delved into contemplation. Such great grace, how should Luo Fu repay it? Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Xu Feng gazing at him with an expectant look. What is it, Xu Qing? General, you appear weary. It would be prudent to entrust the numerous trivial matters to me. You should take a moment to rest. In the realm of Chang'e, Puni and Huangquan strolled through this bustling paradise, the sight of which had never graced the Milky Way, piquing the curiosity of passers-by. This is the Luofu celestial vessel. Huangquan examined this world-renowned ship with intrigue. As the largest gathering place for the immortal species, the celestial vessel attracts visitors from all corners of the galaxy. Not long ago, Luofu had engaged in a fierce battle against the fertile folk. Having secured victory, it now leisurely navigates through flourishing star domains, engaging in trade and diplomacy, and has signed a mutual market agreement with the Interstellar Peace Corporation, while also aiding in the restoration of ecosystems devastated by the fertile folk. It can be said that Luofu is the most suitable celestial vessel for all seekers of remedies and travelers to appreciate its splendor. Immortal species, blessings of abundance. Observing the thronging celestial vessel inhabitants, Puni spoke softly. He sensed a vibrant vitality within these celestial beings. That nearly immortal essence of life is precisely the blessing of abundance that has troubled the denizens of the celestial vessel for millennia. With his keen insight, it was evident that this blessing was the purest form, devoid of any side effects, unlike the chaotic blessings that the offspring of abundance might invoke. However, while the blessing is indeed beneficial, the physical constitution of the celestial beings cannot bear it. The accumulation of vast memories over the years has fragmented their consciousness, resulting in the dreaded demonic shadows that the celestial beings fear. The form of bodily mutation is influenced by external factors. The true essence of the demonic shadow can be described, in the simplest of terms, as a mental illness. Huangquan let out a soft exclamation, and Puni also turned to gaze in that direction. In their sight, a luminous moonlight gradually ascended. Chapter 45. Oh no, a surprise inspection of assignments. At a distant end, a tall woman with a cool demeanor, her eyes obscured by a piece of black silk, lifted her gaze toward another side. What lies there? Beside her, a young man with golden hair, strikingly handsome, spoke as he observed Jing Lu's sudden movement. He bore a coffin on his back, which seemed somewhat incongruous with the vibrant life that surrounded him. Two powerful auras. Jing Lu slightly parted her lips, two remarkably strong presences. Oh? Luo Cha appeared somewhat astonished. His time traversing the starry sea alongside Jing Lu was not extensive, yet he possessed a fair understanding of the combat prowess of this former sword master of the immortal vessel. To an ordinary foe, she could easily render them incapable of withstanding even a single strike. For her to acknowledge such strength meant that the individual she referred to would undoubtedly be a paragon, even among the vast cosmos. Has Luofu's defense reached such a level that during the confrontation with the Annihilation Sovereign, it could allow such formidable powers to remain uninvolved? No. Jing Lu gently shook her head, a ripple of emotion surfacing beneath the silk veil covering her eyes. The previous incident of illusion dissipated precisely because of him. That sacred aura, even from a vast distance, was palpable to Jing Lu, as though she was enveloped within it. Could it be reinforcements summoned by Jing Yuan? This was the only thought that came to her mind. Jing Yuan's martial talent was not particularly remarkable. Despite extensive guidance, she had yet to grasp the essentials. Even if one were to gain the favor of the Divine Lord, it merely places them within this stratum, rendering their combat prowess far from exceptional. Indeed, a significant portion of the strength resides within the Divine Lord. Seeking external assistance emerges as the most prudent choice, perfectly complementing his feeble martial capabilities. Has the general sustained an injury? Qing Hu anxiously observed the seemingly dazed Jing Yuan, expressing concern. No, it is nothing. Jing Yuan shook his head, his expression one of confusion. It felt as though someone was just speaking of me. Who could that be? Huangquan inquired, his gaze tinged with curiosity, that ethereal presence. akin to moonlight illuminating the world, felt almost tangible to them. Yet why did Luo Fu not wield such formidable power against the absolute annihilation lord? Do not dwell on it. This should pertain to Luo Fu's internal matters, Puni gently interjected, shaking his head slightly. The moment that characteristic, chilling moonlight manifested, he recognized who it was. The emergence of such strength within Luo Fu at this juncture could only signify an intention to apply pressure on Jing Yuan's mirror stream. The other party adheres firmly to their own path, typically refraining from unnecessary disturbances. Luo Fu is vast, yet also diminutive, as long as the other remains within Luo Fu. An encounter is inevitable. Before that, let us explore this celestial vessel traversing the starry seas. Meanwhile, the train crew, having been in constant motion since boarding the celestial vessel, finally welcomed a moment of respite. Tonight, I shall retire early, sleeping until the sun rises, without a care. As she entered the lounge, March 7 propelled herself into the air with a spring, landing with a soft thud into the sofa, exuding an indescribable languor. Dan Heng quietly observed the familiar layout of the room and the mess made by March 7. Walter smiled warmly at the playful antics of March 7, while Xing was deep in thought, gazing at the star core in his hand. After staring at the ceiling for a while, March 7 suddenly sighed, expressing her disbelief that Miss Tingyun, who had been traveling with them, was actually a disguise of Huanlong. Where could the real Miss Tingyun be now? And how was she faring? Huanlong was adept at masquerade, and Miss Tingyun, being a fox person, was rumored to embody exceptional luck. Perhaps she was simply recuperating somewhere. Preparing to return to Luofu, Walter consoled. Dan Heng crossed his arms, silently scrutinizing Walter. The fox people of Xianzhou symbolize luck, do they? I was unaware, remarked Xing, scratching his cheek awkwardly as he fiddled with some components. In hindsight, he regretted not allowing Huanlong a moment to disclose Miss Tingyun's whereabouts. However, considering that she was the Lord of Annihilation, he dared not hold back. One could never predict the extent of her capabilities, and if she were to escape, it would be disastrous. Mentioning Miss Tingyun cast a pall over the group, each member's expression growing somber. Given Huanlong's seamless disguise, the portrayal of Miss Tingyun reflected her everyday demeanor. It was hard to fathom what kind of circumstances the bright fox girl might currently be enduring. Clearing his throat to break the silence, Dan Heng noted the atmosphere's weight, even affecting the usually boisterous duo. When I disembarked the train, Hiko entrusted me with some items to deliver to you. What are they? It is evident that Sister Jizi holds us in great esteem, surely mindful of our arduous efforts. On March 7th, in perfect synchrony, her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she turned to Danheng. Under the gaze of the three, Danheng, with an unflinching demeanor, produced 3 cups filled with an enigmatic liquid. Jizi pondered that you must have endured considerable hardship and thus prepared coffee especially for you. The sun had slightly shifted, and within the confines of the Divine Strategy Bureau, Jing Yuan awaited the day's esteemed guests. The sound of boots echoed crisply against the ground, revealing legs as white as jade, more resplendent and gentle than the luminous moon itself. An unanticipated chill enveloped the Divine Strategy Bureau, causing the surrounding cloud knights to instinctively retreat a step. It was unbearably cold, a chill that even the physique of the celestial beings could not withstand. With each step forward, Jinglu uttered another name, the Emperor's Bao. The command of fate, the ancestor of pestilence and calamity, the ancestor of destruction. These were the titles bestowed upon the star gods by the celestial beings. Jing Yuan's gaze deepened, and the heart that had remained steadfast in the face of external matters quickened at this moment. Indeed, today is a splendid day, with Danheng, Jinglu, and Yingxing present. Only one more person is needed to gather together for a few drinks. Taking a deep breath, Jing Yuan's gaze grew resolute as he addressed Jinglu and Luo Cha. His tone solemn. Your elaborate preparations must surely extend beyond mere entry into the Rofu. He had long harbored suspicions regarding Jingliu's intentions upon her return. Yet until she articulated them, there remained an air of uncertainty. Fortunately, Jinglu was not one to beat around the bush. This time, we shall ensure abundance meets its demise. With a gentle parting of her lips, words imbued with an unwavering resolve flowed from Jing Lu's mouth, akin to her eternal will, shadowing the past. Jing Yuan remained silent. To place a celestial being in a state of demise? What a tumultuous season this is. With a slight closing of his eyes, Jing Yuan sighed inwardly. Yet, he swiftly adjusted his mindset, turning his attention back to the 2 individuals, and spoke. Regardless of your intentions, after your actions, I cannot allow you to depart unchallenged. Jing Lu chuckled softly. Perhaps this was precisely their aim. Observing her long-absent disciple, time had transformed the once youthful figure into a general, his lifespan of over 800 years nearing the explosive onset of demonic shadows, almost rivaling her own. Noting the steadiness that had deepened with the passage of time, Jing Lu suddenly inquired, "When was the last time you practiced your swordplay?" "Oh no." A surprise inspection. Chapter 46. Dan Heng remained silent, lost in contemplation. The following day, at the Divine Strategy Bureau. I wonder what reward Jing Yuan will bestow upon us. Having rendered such significant assistance, we surely deserve to reap great benefits in the Luofu, don't we? It's truly exciting. March 7 beamed, cradling her face with glee. Star leaned closer to Puni, eagerly asking, Puni, do you think I look all right like this?" Puni regarded Star's presentation. The previously acquired Star Core was now peacefully embedded in the center of Star's uppermost wing, radiating a soft, shimmering light. The design was strikingly evident. Puni nodded slightly, yet noted there were still some imperfections. Having spoken, Puni extended her antennae and gently brushed the surface of the Star Core. In an instant, a flash of brilliance occurred, and the previously flickering Star Core swiftly converged, transforming into an intricate mark that melded into her antennae, adorning it with mysterious patterns. Now, it was seamlessly integrated. Should the need arise, one could unseal it to harness its latent power. Initially, the star had merely housed the Star Core, akin to an ornamental embellishment. However, after this delicate stroke, the power of the Star Core was now accessible for her manipulation. Observing the remaining antennae, Puni could easily surmise the star's intentions. Indeed, 5 more Star Cores were required. The star, initially delighted by the enhanced beauty of the antennae, promptly sensed the power within her, and, as expected, detected another Star Core's energy quietly residing within the antennae, perfectly harmonized with the original Star Core. Hooray! Hooray was prohibited here. March 7 pouted slightly, enviously gazing at the even more exquisite antennae behind the star. Reinforced once again. Noticing March 7's expression, Puni tilted her head slightly. Huang Quan stood calmly among them, her expression serene. Walter, deep in thought, pondered the identity of Miss Huang Quan. The Sea Voyager had long since vanished, and those who could be collectively referred to as the Cosmic Street Wanderers typically appeared alone. Thus, Huang Quan's identity remained unverified for the time being. He was more intrigued by the whereabouts of the other Sea Voyagers. Such a significant disappearance clearly indicated that something monumental was afoot. The simultaneous mobilization of such a vast number of Sea Voyagers was indeed concerning. At that moment, a steady yet slightly hurried sound of footsteps interrupted everyone's contemplation. "I sincerely apologize for the delay. I appreciate your patience." Under the protection of Yanqing, Jing Yuan greeted everyone with a warm smile. His gaze briefly wandered over the mustachioed wings behind Xing, a flicker of astonishment glimmering in his eyes. They resolved the matter in such a manner. Arriving late, according to the rules of the celestial vessel, warrants a self-imposed penalty of 3 cups. Xing, hands on her hips, exuded an air of spirited confidence. There is no need to learn such customs. San Yueqi, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. It is indeed my fault for being late, but alas, I have no wine to offer. Let my gratitude to you all suffice in its place. Jing Yuan chuckled. Upon hearing this, Yanqing's mind momentarily faltered. It seemed their purpose for coming was merely to present their tokens of appreciation. Shaking his head slightly, Yanqing surveyed the crowd. His gaze lingered on the knife held by Huang Quan for a moment before finally settling on Puni. This individual is the formidable force capable of causing the fall of a supreme lord. Sensing the innate, compelling aura of strength emanating from Puni, flames flickered in Yanqing's eyes. However, this occasion was not suitable for proposing a spar. He had to suppress his excitement. Suddenly, San Yueqi voiced a query. "General, you appear somewhat unwell. Have you been overworked lately?" "Ahem, indeed. Recent affairs in Luofu have kept me exceedingly busy, which has worn me down." Jing Yuan nodded, then cleared his throat to steer the conversation elsewhere. He rubbed his subtly aching arms, feeling helpless. After all, one must appease the one with the demonic shadow. Looking at the assembled company, Jing Yuan's expression turned solemn as he spoke. "As you are all aware of the events that transpired in Luofu some days ago, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Here, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for the assistance you have offered to the celestial vessel." Jing Yuan turned his gaze towards the train group and solemnly declared, "In the name of General Luofu, I vow that wherever the celestial vessel arrives, Luofu shall open its doors wide, welcoming all esteemed guests. Should you encounter any troubles or feel fatigued along your journey, do not hesitate to return to Luofu, where I shall always have fine tea prepared, awaiting your arrival. After delivering these courteous formalities, he ensured that all promised benefits were duly provided. Then, Jing Yuan looked towards Puni, the one who had decisively shattered the nebulous conspiracy. He gently lifted a brocade box from the table, within which lay 2 tiger talismans, exuding an air of utmost formality. Mr. Puni, the great favor you have bestowed upon Luofu shall never be forgotten. This is the Alliance Jade Token, the celestial vessel, and you shall each possess one. Should you require assistance, simply invoke the Jade Token, regardless of your location or the identity of your adversaries. The celestial vessel shall pierce through the sea of clouds to clear your path of enemies. As he gazed at the Alliance Jade Token presented before him, Puni fell into a moment of contemplation. After all, he was the true hero who had vanquished the nebulous threat, and it was only fitting that Jing Yuan bestowed the Alliance Jade Token upon him. If an ordinary person were to receive such a token, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with excitement. Even a formidable entity like the Interstellar Peace Company would rejoice at the prospect of acquiring such a treasure capable of summoning the celestial vessel to their aid. There exists a prevailing stereotype about the celestial vessels within the cosmos. While they profess a love for peace, they do not hesitate to unsheathe their blades mercilessly when faced with adversity. If your homeland were to suffer an invasion by the bountiful creatures, as long as you manage to escape, there is no need for concern. Simply arrive at any celestial vessel, even one in the midst of recuperation, and report the tumultuous situation in your homeland. Without the need for a second day, you would witness a multitude of battleships and starships, accompanied by sky riders, descending upon you with overwhelming force. Nodding in affirmation and shaking one's head in denial, one discovers abundance. Let us proceed. However, this artifact, the Jade Token, is truly unnecessary for Supni. A fleeting glance at the sealed stone sphere reveals that even within its confines, Aha remains in a state of joyous revelry. The feeble adversaries require no celestial vessel, and for Supni, even formidable foes render the celestial vessel of no aid. Thus, might this Jade Token be transferred? Jing Yuan paused momentarily, then smiled. Indeed, it may be transferred, provided we have the permission of Mr. Supni. This Jade Token will wield power indistinguishable from your own in anyone's hands. Furthermore, Mr. Supni may signal the celestial vessel at any time in the future. Jing Yuan's declaration resonated with conviction. General Shinsu, a figure of authority, was particularly eager for an outlet for his pin-up energy. Moreover, Jing Yuan understood well that Supni's displayed strength was sufficient to position him at the zenith of the galaxy, an undeniable apex. Which force in the galaxy? Which envoy could threaten to obliterate a supreme sovereign in the blink of an eye? Supni achieved that. Even the Lin Yuan realm emerged unscathed. With such prowess, he could only speculate on the nature of the adversary should Supni summon the celestial vessel. Supni nodded slightly, then, with wings extended, presented the Jade Token to March 7. Me? March 7 exclaimed, startled by the unexpected warmth in her hand, her eyes widening in disbelief. Is this truly something she can possess? Dan Heng remained silent, his gaze fixated on the Alliance Jade Token, unable to divert his attention. Chapter 47. Solitude. We too have a precious treasure now. On the way back, March 7 excitedly played with the Alliance Jade Talisman, a precious artifact capable of summoning the celestial vessel for assistance. Its texture surpassed that of ordinary objects, and the more March 7 touched it, the more she cherished it, her delight growing with each caress. Her starry eyes narrowed slightly, lost in contemplation. With the celestial rhetoric she had learned over the past few days, she pondered whether this action could be likened to polishing walnuts. She wondered if the Alliance Jade Talisman could develop a patina. Suddenly, a spark of enthusiasm ignited within her. Dan Heng glanced over, clearing his throat gently before speaking. The Alliance Jade Talisman is a means to call for celestial aid. Mr. Pony gifted it to the train, making it quite significant. It would be wise to keep it safe for future endeavors, especially should the train encounter difficulties. That way, it can be utilized whenever necessary. Not to worry, Star declared, thumping her chest confidently and lifting her chin. I will take action if the train truly faces issues. My 6-core drive combined with my own core will amount to 7 cores, surely allowing me to shine brilliantly. In that moment, my star core will connect with my mind, and my bat will serve as a substitute for thought. Besides Mr. Pony, No creature has yet emerged capable of withstanding my 7-core power. Dan Heng found himself momentarily at a loss for words, nearly overlooking such a significant treasure. Walter walked ahead, his thoughts divided as he kept an eye on the cheerful, pink-haired girl bouncing behind him, unable to suppress a smile as he glanced up at the ever-vibrant celestial tree that had remained lively since its awakening. Youth indeed brims with vitality. In the rear courtyard of the Divine Strategy Bureau, where the general conducts planning and operations, the entire layout of the bureau is meticulously designed. Its vast expanse could indeed be deemed the most extensive of the Luofu. In the backyard, Jingyuan delicately pinched a black chess piece between his thumb and forefinger, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yanking, do you harbor any confusion within? He inquired. Sitting across from him, Yanking appeared to be contemplating strategies. It was, in truth, absorbed in seeking an opportune moment to spar with the practitioners of the Suoni and the Starry Train. The sound of Jing Yuan's voice roused him from his reverie, and he replied somewhat dazedly. Yanking held no doubts regarding the decisions made by the general. Jing Yuan shook his head slightly, a wry smile playing upon his features. You ought to cultivate some strategic acumen. One cannot simply charge forth with a sword at every problem, can they? If there exists an enemy that your sword cannot vanquish, it surely indicates a deficiency in your cultivation. Henceforth, you must redouble your efforts in training. Jing Yuan paused, his hand resting on the chess piece, and smiled with understanding. Indeed, Yanking was still young. Yet, at such a tender age amidst a congregation of geniuses and the proliferation of long-living beings, he had already established himself as the foremost expert of his generation in Luofu. Many seasoned veterans, long overshadowed by time, could not contend with him. He possessed both the right and the means to utter such a statement. The term tender age typically refers to youths aged between 8 and 14. Indeed, having bested all rivals in Luofu, Yanking, still not yet 15, found himself feeling discontent when compared to the previous generation. In the eyes of the immortal denizens of the celestial vessels, he was akin to a mere child of the short-lived species, just beginning to run. It can only be said that his formidable talents, paired with the longevity of his kind, rendered him exceptionally fearsome. As the pieces on the chessboard multiplied, Jing Yuan's already agile mind surged with vigor. He found resonance in the words of Jing Lu from that day. The situation in the galaxy had undergone myriad changes, now reaching a phase where various former junctures converged and culminated, and indeed, some had begun plotting the audacious act of slaying the star deity. In the face of an impending future marked by uncertainty, the already talent-deficient Luofu must carefully consider each path forward. It is within Puni that he perceives an invincible demeanor, a presence that seems to dominate the world. The essence of such momentum is elusive. It cannot be seen or touched, yet it is profoundly felt. The training with Jing Lu, which had been long overdue, indeed aimed to subdue the magical shadow of Jing Lu, but it was the arduous battle with Huan Long that exacerbated his exhaustion. Caught off guard, he found himself in a contest with Jing Lu, and the frailty of his aging body became increasingly apparent, deepening his understanding of Jing Liu's current aura. Although Puni's aura was not fully unleashed, the naturally emanating presence instilled in Jing Yuan a sense of awe, as if he were gazing up from below. Perhaps, this was not merely an illusion. With a slight lowering of his gaze, Jing Yuan recalled the scene of Huan Long's unwilling cries. Just then, the general announced, "The diviner has arrived." Qing Shu approached gracefully, softly stating, "Fu Qing has come. Please, take a seat." Jing Yuan smiled warmly at Fu Xian. "Let us dispense with pleasantries. Here is the information I have gathered regarding Puni. As for more details, I am still in pursuit." Fu Xian presented the consolidated data, continuing, "However, the information available pertains only to recent events in the galaxy. There are no leads concerning Puni's past. Even with my direct involvement, not a trace can be found." "Oh, even Fu Qing cannot uncover anything?" Jing Yuan remarked in surprise as he examined the documents in his hand. The diviner oversees the navigation of celestial vessels, determining auspiciousness and selecting the most suitable routes. The young and talented Shuangguan's appointment as the chief diviner speaks volumes about her exceptional abilities. However, even she struggles to uncover information about Puni from earlier times. It is merely a lack of information. Once I clear my thoughts, I shall surely succeed." With a dismissive huff, Shuangguan turned her head away, clearly perceiving her inability to find relevant details as a personal failure. Jing Yuan did not shy away from Yanqing, whose angle allowed him to glimpse the object in Jing Yuan's hand. After a brief scan, he was astounded. The ability to simultaneously adjust the positions of 3 stars while ensuring that surrounding civilizations remained unaffected was indeed remarkable. Moving stars is not an insurmountable task, as certain celestial realms utilize stars as energy sources. However, to exert personal power to shift 3 stars simultaneously requires the accumulation of a decade's worth of energy tides. Yanqing became even more invested in confronting Puni. After flipping through the pages for a moment, Jingyuan suddenly chuckled. It seems the company has noticed something before us. Although the depiction of Lady Tsiyu was merely a few strokes, Jingyuan was not convinced that the appearance of one of the 10 stone hearts was mere coincidence. Noticing that Jingyuan had finished his observations, Xuanguan spoke softly, "General, regarding Tingyun." Yukong appeared somewhat unwell. Jingyuan shook his head slightly and sighed. The matter concerning Miss Tingyun is undoubtedly a source of heartache for the immortal vessel, and Yukong is particularly affected. Let her take a good rest during this time. Xuanguan and Yanqing nodded in agreement. The lifespan of a fox person is 300 years, and Yukong is now nearing that age. Tingyun, whom she has raised since childhood, shares a bond too profound for words. It can be said that it is the sorrow of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired one. Such grief cannot be fully comprehended by those who do not experience it. In the starry sea, Puni's captivating figure traversed gracefully, accompanied by Huang Quan, who held a delicate pink peach in her hands, nibbling at it daintily. The celestial vessel's distinctive peaches, often misrepresented as divine fruits in many worlds disconnected from the starry expanse, were deemed exquisite by Huang Quan, who possessed a profound understanding of peaches. Suddenly, Puni halted, raising her gaze slightly to look ahead. Huang Quan instinctively followed her gaze. There, upon a lofty platform of Lu Yundu, a slender silhouette leaned quietly against the stone railing, gazing at the Jade Realm gate, emanating an aura of solitude. Was that the Lady of Sky Control? Huang Quan tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with curiosity. Although she had not encountered the foxwoman often, she was aware that this figure was the helmswoman of Tianbua. With the celestial ship engrossed in numerous tasks, did she not have work to attend to? It seemed that Miss Tingyun shared a close relationship with her. Oh, so that was it. Huang Quan nodded slightly, understanding dawning upon her. Chapter 48. The great joy of holy light, the Jade Realm Gate, the portal to Luofu, had now lifted its restrictions on entry and exit. Even with the recent opening, the number of starships traversing was alarmingly high, a testament to its bustling nature. Yet, this vibrancy remained unseen by some. With a soft sigh, the already expansive heart of Yukong felt another piece of support slip away. Suddenly, her ears perked up, and she instinctively turned around. Was that Mr. Puni and Miss Huang Quan? Upon recognizing the two, Yukong quickly adjusted her mindset and offered a smile. "You seem troubled," Puni remarked gently. Yukong's smile faltered momentarily, while Huang Quan blinked innocently. Though it had been a long time since she had comforted anyone, was this truly the way to provide solace? Indeed, it seemed Mr. Puni was not easily deceived. With a soft sigh, Yukong's gaze dimmed. She raised her eyes slightly, observing the endless flow at the Jade Gate, yet the radiant figure she once longed to wave goodbye to was now forever out of reach. I had witnessed the youthful yearning for the sky in Tingyun, who eventually soared through the starry seas on her own. As a fox person with a lifespan of 300 years, I find myself among the elders of my kind. And never had I imagined that one day I would bid farewell to her in such a manner. Yukong's words were tinged with a sense of twilight. This feeling was not merely a consequence of nearing the end of her fox life. Long ago, her heart had already died. The only tether keeping the name Yukong alive was a series of vibrant lives. Yet now, she faced the necessity of personally sending off one such life that had illuminated her existence. Deep down, she refused to believe it. She sought the aid of acquaintances through various means, hoping to find the elusive life that could survive the annihilation wrought by the great annihilator. She remained uncertain, yet unwilling to accept the truth. Puni and Huang Quan listened in silence. Huang Quan had endured the void longer than anyone before, sensing Yukong's sorrow. Though it did not stir her deeply, her resilience was remarkable. Puni, having traversed the ages and witnessed numerous extraordinary scenes, had encountered sorrows even more profound than Yukong's. Furthermore, Miss Tingyun was not in any grave danger. Puni's sudden declaration jolted both listeners into alertness, particularly Yukong. Was what Mr. Puni said truly the case? A whirl of emotions, anticipation, fear, longing, intertwined to shape Yukong's present state. Puni reminisced briefly. Though the current state of Tingyun remained uncertain, it was clear that she was well. at least capable of returning. She nodded slightly, offering affirmation. The three engaged in conversation for quite some time. In the pent-up gloom in Yukuin's eyes gradually dissipated. It was only as the sun began its descent that Yukuin reluctantly took her leave. Once Yukuin's figure vanished from sight, Wangquan cast a puzzled glance at Puni. Just now? A flicker of holy light surrounded Puni. The sorrow within her intensified her physical decline. Wangquan nodded slightly, comprehending. Puni had not anticipated that Yukuin's emotions could indeed reach a level sufficient to trigger the dispersing holy light. Achieving the condition of a heart rendered numb is an arduous task, yet sorrow at its zenith can indeed provoke such unexpected phenomena. Yukuin's heart had long since succumbed to desolation, but the myriad fragments of life had pieced together a renewed drive within her. It could be said that the people supporting Yukuin and her sense of responsibility reignited her zeal for life. Under normal circumstances, even if Puni reassured Yukuin that Tingyun was well, Yukuin would likely dismiss it as mere comfort. However, the gentle holy light dispelled the shadows within her heart, at least for the time being, allowing Yukuin to harbor hope regarding Tingyun's return. The efficacy of the holy light was sufficient to sustain her until Tingyun's arrival. At that moment, she was enveloped in profound sorrow, and the shimmering holy light surrounding Puni was not merely for show. Under its gentle radiance, even the most malevolent entities would dissolve upon approach. To transform such sorrow into a river, achieving the triggering condition was no small feat. Therefore, it was best to proceed. What of Miss Tingyun? Wangquan inquired. Indeed, she remains unharmed. Oh. Upon hearing this response, Wangquan nodded slightly, unperturbed. Although she was unaware of how Puni had come to know, she was not surprised by Puni's awareness of the matter. Once again, the radiance of holy light manifested, bringing Puni great joy. Just then, a voice interjected. If you pursue me any further, I shall be quite displeased. My lady, Bai Lu, do return with us. I cannot bear the wrath of the Dragon Master. Please, no? I have not had the chance to enjoy myself in ages. I merely made a new acquaintance. In the Sikhen Palace, a bustling group paused to observe Yukuin, who had completed her tasks early and stepped out for a breath of fresh air. Her previously furrowed brow now relaxed. Lord Yukuin, Shikue began, intending to suggest that Yukuin might be concerned about their ability to manage the workload and to encourage her to rest. Yet, the words faltered on her lips. Noticing Shikue's expression, Yukuin comprehended her apprehension and spoke reassuringly. There is no need for worry. By the way, how is the work in Sikhen Palace progressing? We have completed the majority. The tasks are not particularly challenging, though the volume is somewhat overwhelming. Is that so? Yukuin nodded slightly and declared, everyone is busy. As the steward, I cannot afford to be idle. I shall assist as well. Shikue opened her mouth, harboring reasonable doubts about Yukuin's intent to mask her sorrow with work. And indeed, her suspicions were wholly justified. Earlier, during her conversation with Puni, she had discerned the shift in her own state. As a premier pilot, it would be a grave failure not to recognize such changes within herself, despite having been away from the skies for quite some time. However, this did not deter her from choosing to immerse herself in the situation. She, who was initially unwilling to believe that Tingyun had met with the worst fate, was now entirely willing to embrace that notion. Prior to this moment, she had repeatedly urged herself to maintain faith, to believe that Tingyun was still alive. Yet, the mere thought of the formidable enemy, the Annihilation Monarch, weighed heavily upon her chest like a boulder, rendering her unable to enter a state of calm. Just then, Puni appeared, and his radiant light gradually soothed her troubled heart, bolstering her conviction that Tingyun was safe. Indeed, she must believe even more fervently, in the not-so-distant future, that fiery red fox girl would surely return, her bright and charming smile directed at her once again. As she observed Yukong hastening towards his duties, Shikue's lips parted slightly, and a flicker of confusion crossed her mind. Lord Yukong, is he glowing? Meanwhile, within the Celestial Vessel Alliance, the recent significant event concerning Luofu naturally warranted the Alliance's attention. Of the original 9 celestial vessels, 3 had now fallen, and each experience of narrowly escaping destruction was invaluable. Presenting in projection form at the meeting, Jing Yuan began to elaborate on the recent occurrences. The situation was generally as follows. Regarding the Annihilation Monarch, Jing Yuan pondered for a moment. Most likely deceased. Upon hearing this shocking news, the attendees exchanged glances, causing a lively discussion to ensue. Haha, I truly wish to meet this Puni you speak of. From what I've heard, he sounds like a formidable and admirable figure. A white-haired fox woman seated beside Jing Yuan laughed heartily. Chapter 49. Find a time for purification. I have compiled all the information regarding Puni's recent appearances, yet I have only located recent accounts, with none from further back. The speaker is General Yunk, known for his somewhat unconventional demeanor among military leaders. Previously, there had been no record of such an existence. Huayan stroked his beard, pondering slightly. The celestial vessel has always maintained harmonious relations and fostered friendships. The individual who has greatly benefited the celestial ship must not be treated without due courtesy. Thus this matter shall be entrusted to General Shentz for resolution. Rest assured, Elder Yen, Jingyuan will handle it well. Jingyuan nodded with a smile. He has known General Zhiyuan for a long time, to the extent that one might say the latter has watched him grow, creating a stable link that serves as a bridge for their communication. After their discussion concluded, Fei Xiao spoke again, inquiring about the aftermath of the chaos that had ensued. Jingyuan smiled gently and responded, "Given the significant occurrence at Luofu, I intend to convene the Starry Sky martial ceremony, inviting all parties to participate." At this, Fei Xiao's eyes brightened. "That sounds splendid. Yao Qing will surely come to support." However, the Fenghu is presently unable to navigate. General Fubo, Xinquan, stated matter-of-factly. "Such a pity. Yunk is too distant to make it in time." Yu Guang feigned regret. As they exchanged words, Jingyuan chuckled softly, his gaze lifting slightly to meet Huayan's, who nodded in acknowledgement. In the Shentz residence, Jingyuan rested his head on the desk, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. After a moment, he sighed lightly. Ultimately, it is indeed the gap in talent at Luofu that troubles him. At the recent meeting, his proposal to hold the Starry Sky martial ceremony was not solely aimed at reassuring the anxious populace of Luofu, nor merely to showcase its prosperity to the Milky Way, but also to address the doubts harbored by certain factions within the alliance regarding his capabilities as the General of Shentz. The annihilation of the Great Lord is one matter, yet it involves an individual whose unwavering assurance guarantees that no issues will arise. The crux of the problem lies in the flourishing celestial tree, coupled with the long-concealed secrets of the apothecary king from the lofty peaks of the Luofu, all originating from the alchemical division. It seems that during this gathering, both Tiao Yaoqing and Zhu Ming are burdened with a particular task. With eyes wide open, I slowly rise and approach the window, resting my hands upon the frame. The position of the Divine Strategy Bureau is exquisite. Through this window, one can behold half of Changle Tian, a sight that brings tranquility to the mind. Currently, the challenge confronting Luofu is a significant gap in talent. While there are many individuals, they remain in their formative stages, and the pivotal figures who can shoulder the responsibilities are nearly extinct. Even with my relentless efforts as the general of Luofu, it is impossible to manage everything single-handedly. The only viable strategy is to endure, holding on until Yanqing and her cohort mature enough to inherit this heavy burden. Just as the thought of Yanqing crossed my mind, Jingyuan abruptly halted, suddenly regaining his focus. "Ah yes, where is Yanqing?" In Jinren Alley, there exists a quaint establishment that has thrived for 3 centuries. The petite and endearing dragon maiden voraciously devours the delicacies in her bowl, her fierce demeanor prompting one to question whether she is indeed a dragon maiden or a gluttonous beast. At the very least, Huangquan is intrigued. This child certainly does not appear to hail from a family unable to afford a meal. Thank goodness, not with you all around otherwise. They would have dragged me back again. Bailu, while savoring her food, expresses her grievances. "Do you seem to know me?" Puni inquires, observing the little dragon. Bailu nods in affirmation. "Indeed, I recently befriended a person from outside the realm, who spoke highly of you, claiming you to be remarkable with a distinctive appearance, easily identifiable in a crowd. Initially, I was skeptical, but now I am convinced." As she spoke, Bairu's gaze was filled with astonishment as she beheld Puni. It was her first encounter with such a race. Their appearance, albeit somewhat peculiar, exuded an air of sanctity. "Friend," Puni pondered briefly, and an image of a small, gray-furred creature sprang to mind. Indeed, if it were her, the rigid demeanor of the Rofu Dragon Master would certainly prompt such behavior. The current Dragon Sovereign, Danfeng, had only half the power of the Rofu Dragon Sovereign due to his reincarnation, and it was the healing aspect of his power that left the Dragon Masters feeling quite discontent. At that moment, an unidentified creature, harboring a stellar core within, approached with the intention of befriending this fragment of Dragon Sovereign's power, naturally raising concerns among them, fearing an undesirable cacophony akin to the sound of an alarm clock. Dragon Masters. Puni's eyes narrowed slightly. He was unaware of the appearance of dragon masters aboard other celestial vessels, but those on Rofu were predominantly unsavory characters, driven solely by their selfish desires. Typically, members of the Ming tribe, upon reincarnation, would have their memories erased, reincarnating like pure jade. In contrast, the dragon masters, through special methods, retained their memories and continued to wield authority. Were it only a struggle for power between races, it would be one thing. But those individuals seemed unwilling to confine themselves to such bounds. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek purification at some point. Lost in contemplation, Puni suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Ah, Lord Tabu is being quite unreasonable. I am merely a library administrator, the most junior of diviners. Yet he expects me to undertake so many tasks." The curtain was drawn back, revealing a disheartened Qin with a sulky expression, raising her right hand. "Boss, I would like to order a." As Qin was about to place her order, she suddenly noticed a glowing figure in the restaurant. Blinking in confusion, she looked up, her gaze meeting that of Puni's. Their eyes locked. "Just moments ago, I had concluded my work." Nearly dozing off amidst the documents of the Taibu office, Qin cast a resentful glance at Puni, her frustration palpable. Were it not for this individual exposing her casual card games to Taibu, she wouldn't have to toil so hard. Puni sensed the tension, noting that it had yet to reach the threshold of divine intervention, so all was well. Beside them, Bai Lu, who had been listening to Qingqiu's lament about her arduous work, shuddered, her gaze filled with sympathy. So, the work at Taibu was indeed so taxing. Indeed, Qin concurred. All she had done was sneak out for a few rounds of cards after finishing her duties. Did Lord Taibu really need to react so severely? Suddenly, an idea struck Qin, and she looked at Puni. "On my way here, I encountered Yanqing Xiaowei, who was hurrying to the Gongzhou office, muttering about wanting to challenge Puni and compete with Miss Huangquan." Upon hearing this, Puni and Huangquan instinctively exchanged glances. In the Dragon Master's residence, those who had previously pursued Bai Lu stood in a line, not daring to breathe, their heads bowed. "Dragon Master, my subordinates are incompetent. We failed to bring back Lady Bai Lu." As these words were spoken, the air in the hall seemed to chill. The leader of the Chiming clan quickly shouted, "Lady Bai Lu is with that peculiar race from the Shun Su Fu. My subordinates dared not act recklessly. Hence we return to report to you, Dragon Master." "Understood. You may leave." Upon receiving permission, several individuals hastily exited without taking a moment to breathe, their heads bowed. Once they departed, one of the Dragon Masters seated above let out a cold snort. How absurd it was for Jing Yuan to notify us regarding an outsider. It seems that fellow is merely resorting to desperate measures. With the revelation of the Medicine King's secret teachings, dissatisfaction within the alliance toward him will undoubtedly intensify. Is he attempting to rally allies for himself? Chapter 50. The night in Luofu is splendid, as the sacred light dispels all unease. The discontent among the Dragon Masters was palpable. Following the resolution of the illusionary incident, Jing Yuan busied himself with subsequent tasks, participated in alliance meetings, and even took the time to inform them to avoid provoking that celestial visitor. And this is in Luofu. Their clan has significantly contributed to the construction of the immortal vessel. Now, with only half of the Dragon Sovereign's power remaining in Luofu, how could they not be worried? Jing Yuan, that reckless youth, is hardly a reliable strategist. Haven't we learned enough from the chaos of the Star Corps? Yet, he allows such a perilous being to roam freely in Luofu. The outrage was palpable. Just as the crowd began to vociferously denounce Jing Yuan, a Dragon Master unexpectedly interjected. "So, who will retrieve the Dragon Maiden?" The fervent outcry abruptly ceased, leaving the individuals exchanging glances in silence. The Dragon Masters are proud beings, members of the everlasting species, often looking down upon the mortal realm from their lofty heights. In the eyes of ordinary people, they are indeed exalted figures, firmly backed by the immortal vessel, and wielding unparalleled authority on their own territory. Yet, should they seek to provoke the formidable Punis, even the audacious emissaries of the celestial vessel would not hesitate to strike their foes with lethal precision. However, if they were to instigate such powerful adversaries, the celestial vessel would not merely exact vengeance. Sparing them from utter humiliation would already be a mark of grace. The place where the sovereign of annihilation fell is none other than the sacred ground of the Jiming clan, the abyssal depths, where its lingering might still resonates. Had it been the emissaries of the company or the luminous memory pavilion, they could have ventured forth, for the matter concerns two factions, and the emissaries who emerged into the light are somewhat known. Yet, Puni's is different. None can ascertain the temperament of this sudden powerhouse capable of slaying the sovereign of annihilation, unless absolutely necessary. It would be prudent to tread carefully until the truth is revealed. This is the celestial vessel, and one can only presume that the dragon maiden remains unharmed. For it is unlikely that the adversary would dare to offend the celestial vessel. A dragon master from the Jiming clan spoke up. The others nodded in agreement. Yet the matter could not simply end here. I am eager to see whether that fellow, Jing Yuan, can still command authority. One dragon master scoffed and prepared to confront Jing Yuan, pondering how one could intimidate a mysterious powerhouse, yet not him. The turmoil in the Luofu region gradually subsided. Although undercurrents still surged, the surface became increasingly tranquil. In stark contrast, the tempest of the galaxy erupted with ferocity, a world enshrouded in destruction, where the specter of the void looms and the beasts of doom roar. Cast in a grim palette that has become the prevailing theme of existence. Life has vanished, and verdure is no more. This is the world that emerged after the descent of the Legion of Annihilation. As one gazes upon the desolation, an enchanting figure gracefully ascends a towering spire, quietly savoring this exquisite moment of obliteration. Suddenly, her expression faltered, her eyes widening slightly, and her lips parted in astonishment. Is Huanlong dead? As she spoke, surprise and disbelief flickered across her features. The relationship between Xing Xiao and Huanlong was not particularly close. In fact, there was little connection even with the Lord of Annihilation, with their encounters limited to mere chance meetings. After all, for them, engaging in conversations with colleagues paled in comparison to pursuing their own philosophies of destruction. Nevertheless, the fall of Huanlong still delivered a considerable shock to her. Was it the company? Or perhaps the celestial vessel? Yiting? No. Yiting was solely concerned with memories. The Sea Patrol? It was possible. She had managed to take over the position from Zhu Luo thanks to them. Yet, they had not made an appearance for quite some time, and in contemplating this, Xing Xiao was startled to realize she had no clear suspects. Or perhaps there were too many potential culprits for her to pinpoint. Shaking her head slightly, she decided to set aside her conjectures for now. After all, an entity capable of causing the downfall of a lord would surely leave a notable reputation across the galaxy, and she could investigate further then. She held no interest in avenging Huanlong, but the thought of obliterating the being responsible for Huanlong's demise was undeniably enticing. Such a moment of annihilation would surely be exquisite. With this thought, a faint smile graced Xing Xiao's lips. Roar! The doomsday beast swept through the void, leaving a resounding echo in its wake. At that moment, in a silent star system, a once stable star suddenly erupted. The energy released in the explosion swept through the civilizations that had emerged around it, searing heat radiating through the cosmos. A proud figure stood defiantly amidst the inferno, arms crossed, embodying an air of arrogance. Huanlong has actually been slain. The demise of a colleague was at stake, yet for the fervent harbinger of destruction, Feng, there was not a hint of sorrow. Rather, it heralded the call to arms for annihilation. The demise of Huanlong is indeed a significant event, as it has unveiled a formidable adversary worthy of obliteration. A remarkable achievement indeed. Where might the one capable of slaying Huanlong be? To vanquish that elusive being, one must possess immense strength, alas. She failed to convey the identity of her assailant before her untimely end, and his impatience has reached a crescendo. The clamor of the galaxy does not disturb Puni, who finds himself in the serene realm of Luofu. At this moment, he has meandered to the enchanting Changel Heaven, while Bailu has taken up her duties at Changel Heaven, and Qingke has finally concluded her labor. She cannot afford to squander this rare opportunity. Thus, Puni has returned to his partnership with Huangquan. The night at Changel Heaven is breathtaking. Unlike ordinary planets that rely on celestial bodies, the days and nights of Luofu are governed by a mastery of techniques that allow the immortal vessels to capture stars, utilizing them as sources of energy in secluded realms. If one possesses leisure, they could even let a star serve as the sun for these celestial abodes. On a lofty platform designed for travelers to rest, Huangwan stands with her hands gracefully folded, leaning against the railing, her lavender eyes gazing down at the bustling streets below. The illumination creates a mesmerizing atmosphere, warming her cheeks. The lively scene evokes a sense of nostalgia in Huangquan, as the warmth of human existence envelopes her heart. What do you think? Puni whispers gently, his soft radiance harmonizing with the lights below, blending seamlessly into the vibrant tapestry of life. With slightly parted lips, Huangquan hesitates momentarily, but ultimately nods softly, responding, The night in Luofu is truly beautiful. There are so many people. Puni glances sideways. Although Huang Quan cannot see him, he perceives her trepidation and fear with clarity. The power of the void influences everything in its path. The longer it lingers, the more it affects the surroundings. In certain special locations, even a brief stay can lead to the collapse of that realm. Thus, Huang Quan is always in a hurry, seldom lingering in one place for too long. Naturally, this warm scene is particularly precious in her memories. Puni remained silent, slightly lifting her head as the bright moon shone down, illuminating everything with sacred light. Huang Quan felt the strange emotions she had previously experienced gradually dissipate. Following her intuition, she glanced to the side, where the holy light extended from her antennae, radiating an unparalleled sanctity. Puni was not a psychologist. He excelled in purging evil and protecting the weak, and he could also safeguard the strong. Even though the influence of the void was dispelled around him, her past continued to ensnare her, leaving her fearful of taking a step forward. In such circumstances, Puni remained reticent, believing only in the power of holy light to dispel all unease. This holy light would banish every trace of discomfort. And thus it was Puni. The following day, Puni, I wish to challenge you. Chapter 51. The Invincible Club. My Sword. Challenge. Typically, challenges come in two forms. One can challenge a stronger opponent or one of equal standing. Yanqing naturally chose the former. A flush of excitement graced her fair face. Her breath slightly quickened, and her eyes sparkled with brilliance. She grasped the sword sheath with her right hand and raised it before Puni, proclaiming loudly, "This is the new sword forged with the assistance of Mr. Gongsun from the Artisan Bureau, and I wish to challenge you with it, Mr. Puni." Beside them, Jing Yuan smiled wryly. To forge a new sword in the name of respect and to issue a challenge. The craftsmanship of the Ministry of Engineering speaks for itself. A brand new sword as a token of respect for the challenge seems entirely appropriate. No wonder Yanqing hurriedly exited the Divine Strategy Bureau. He was, after all, on his way to receive this new blade. While he acknowledged Yanqing's spirit in challenging the strong, as the general of Luofu, he could not simply stand by and watch Yanqing act recklessly. Clearing his throat, Jing Yuan stepped forward and feigned seriousness, stating, "Yanqing must not be impolite. Mr. Puni is a distinguished guest of Luofu. Would this not contravene the principles of hospitality?" Yet, despite his words, Jing Yuan secretly yearned to witness Puni accept this challenge. Part of him was eager to observe Puni's methods, for throughout Puni's appearance until the retreat of Huanlong, he had only truly displayed his techniques once. The nature of the sphere that was thrown remained a mystery, but some techniques could still be discerned with the naked eye. Moreover, it was clear that Puni's displayed strength would not be adequate for a contest against Yanqing. Otherwise, it would not be a competition, but rather a game of find the difference, as Yanqing would likely be left in ruins. Puni slightly lowered his head, gazing at Yanqing, who was cradling the sword with hopeful eyes. As Puni glanced over, Yanqing blinked, his anticipation intensifying. In response to such earnest eagerness from a young aspirant, Puni naturally pointed to the side at the small gray creature watching with curiosity. Me?" Star's little face looked adorably perplexed, mouth agape, and head tilted slightly. He needed a rival from the younger generation. An excessively towering peak could easily undermine his self-confidence. His gaze settled upon the two individuals confronting each other in the training arena, and Puni spoke calmly. He was quite willing to guide polite children. As from his elevated perspective, it was evident what Yanqing was sorely lacking. A genius is deemed a genius precisely because they can ascend to the pinnacle of power through methodical practice. Young individuals like Yanqing, brimming with confidence, require battles that are evenly matched and exhilarating to truly stir their spirits. Strong adversaries? There is no shortage. If Jing Yuan truly wished for Yanqing to experience the sensation of formidable opponents, he could certainly unleash him to encounter the might of General Luofu in advance. In plain terms, Yanqing's current state renders him invincible among the younger generation of Luofu, while the older generation, barring a few prodigies, cannot withstand him. His innate talent is nothing short of astonishing. As for the whereabouts of the geniuses who have already matured in Luofu, that is also a matter of concern for me. Yanqing's journey has been remarkably smooth, yet alas, it is indeed a challenge to find someone among Luofu's youth who can engage him in a worthy contest, which leaves me quite troubled. Jing Yuan sighed softly, shaking his head in resignation. Huang Quan appeared contemplative, his gaze slightly lowered as he regarded the blade in his hand, lost in thought. Might it be that Mr. Puni, in nurturing the Miss Woman so carefully, seeks to make her your successor? Jingyuan jested. Puni turned his gaze slightly, responding with an air of indifference. The galaxy is rife with strife and malevolence. My actions are solely to ensure that the holy light illuminates all realms, rendering evil powerless to hide. A noble cause, indeed. Sir. Jingyuan rose with respect, then remarked, however, it seems somewhat laborious if only Mr. Puni and Miss Xing wish to eradicate the malevolence from the Milky Way. I wonder if Mr. Puni has a more precise plan. I am willing to cooperate wholeheartedly. Puni narrowed his eyes slightly, a vague idea surfacing in his mind. On the arena, though he felt regretful for not being able to compete with Puni, Yanqing remained fully energized, eagerly observing his opponent. He had heard of Miss Xing confronting the illusory mirage in the Lin Yuan realm. Missing the chance to witness the talents of the nameless guests on that day was indeed a pity. To engage in a contest with Miss Xing today could be seen as a remedy for the regrets residing in Yanqing's heart. And he hoped she would not hold back. Rest assured, I am not familiar with the concept of holding back, Xing replied confidently, lifting the bat with one hand. Upon the bat, intricate golden lines formed mysterious runes, subtly emanating a radiant glow. The tension in the air thickened as both poised for combat, and in the next instant, their figures vanished simultaneously, leaving only afterimages as they charged toward one another. One was the youthful hero of the immortal vessel, bestowed with military rank at a tender age. He had slain the bountiful beast Feng Fengyan, alongside Jing Yuan, dismantled the greedy wolf iron formation of the step-away man, vanquishing 3 nest fathers, engaging in fierce combat with the winged creator, and sinking the cloud-shrouded ship, the Na Yun. The other was the smallest, nameless guest of the starry train. Coveted by those at the Black Tower of the space station, quick-witted and pioneering, he was the inheritor of the holy light. The clash between these two could certainly ignite a fervor in the hearts of onlookers. The resonant clang of metal echoed across the vast arena, a constant symphony. Their movements were as swift as lightning, flickering incessantly. Jing Yuan gazed in awe at this battle, laughing in delight. Miss Xing, true to her name as the nameless guest, shone brilliantly in her battle against Huanlong, indicating that Yanqing has finally encountered a worthy adversary. Jing Yuan was genuinely astonished. Yanqing was virtually invincible at Luofu, effortlessly cutting through all opposition from Chang'e to Sui Yuan without batting an eye. Yet this time, despite exerting all her might, she achieved not a single victory. A sight indeed rare. Furthermore, upon observing Xing's unassuming appearance, Jing Yuan realized she had not utilized the power she previously employed against Huanlong. Moreover, she had acquired the star core that awakened the Jinmu, amplifying her strength exponentially with the dual cores. At present, it seemed she had yet to unleash her full potential. While Jing Yuan pondered these thoughts, the battle on the field had already reached a fever pitch. Splendid. It was Yanqing's first time competing with a peer so exhilaratingly. A normal human at your age should be rummaging through trash cans. Listening to Yanqing's oblivious remarks, Xing retorted, shouldn't someone not yet 15 be considered a mischievous child who would wield a sword to battle in the starry seas? Yanqing chuckled lightly and proclaimed, if this continues, we may never determine a victor. Why don't we each unleash a single strike to settle the outcome? One strike to decide the victor? Xing raised an eyebrow, glancing at the ball and smiling faintly. Very well. The two stood poised, their energies coalescing. Yanqing inhaled deeply, a surge of chill coursing through her body, infusing her sword. In the next moment, the visible coldness converged into a vortex, enveloping the blade in layers. When this force reached its critical point, Yanqing called out, wind and clouds converge. The Milky Way releases dreams. The power of fate coalesced into several flying swords that soared towards Xing amongst the swords. The treasured blade, tightly grasped by Yanqing, slipped from his hand and mingled with the others. Who dares to claim that youth lacks cunning? Faced with the encroaching chill, Xing remained unfazed, raising his bat high. In the next moment, the intricate golden patterns etched onto the bat erupted with resplendent holy light. The sacred radiance converged, illuminating the entire bat, which transformed above Xing's head into an immensely colossal holy light bat. As the brilliance reached its zenith, Xing uttered a soft command and swung down with vigor. The invincible bat of divine light descended, reminiscent of the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, or the sun plummeting in the west, stirring the hearts of all. At the moment the bat met the sword, a crisp sound resonated, accompanied by the shattering of a young boy's heart. My sword. Chapter 52. Jing Yuan pondered thoughtfully, while Yanqing's eyes sparkled. The sword had shattered. Much like Yanqing's heart, splintered into numerous pieces. Yanqing gazed sorrowfully at the now fragmented flying sword, with only the hilt remaining intact, nearly succumbing to darkness and falling asleep. Heh. Xing awkwardly scratched his cheek, his gaze subtly shifting upwards, reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. This sword appeared exceedingly valuable. The pocket money given by GZ would certainly fall short of covering the damages. Puni observed the scene with a contemplative air, nodding slightly at Xing in affirmation. Undoubtedly, it was a fine sword, yet it must yield before the holy light, especially considering the little gray creature's inability to halt its momentum. Jing Yuan cleared his throat and chuckled, stating, "The shattering of a treasured sword in battle is the most favorable outcome. There is no need for such sorrow. The general speaks wisely." Yin Qing replied in a muffled tone, yet he wished to express that this sword was unlike any other. The youthful spirit is fleeting. Arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly, although a tinge of heartache lingered, Yin Qing nonetheless managed to muster a smile and cheerfully proclaimed, "Thank you, Miss Xing, for accompanying me in this duel." He felt that his swordsmanship had significantly advanced through this experience. Xing nodded repeatedly, affirming, "That is splendid, indeed." Yin Qing's words were genuine. Prior to this, there were scarcely a handful of opponents in the entire Luofu who could engage him in a contest. Among those few, many could only hold their ground against him for a brief period before inevitably succumbing to his prowess. Consequently, finding a worthy rival had become a challenge, compelling him to seek the general's availability for training sessions. During his recent confrontation with the Star Corps hunters in the Danding division, he had, after a long time, felt the weight of pressure. The adversary exchanged injuries in a bid to force him back, sometimes merely to provoke him into countering their strikes. The intensity of the battle left Yin Qing feeling constrained and frustrated. Fortunately, the unnamed guest, Miss Xing, stepped forward, allowing him to experience the pressure that comes from peers, which in turn refined his swordplay. Reflecting on his gains, he thought that although it was regrettable to have shattered his sword, it was not without merit. Just as Yin Qing was reminiscing about his accomplishments, he heard Puni say, "Now you may draw your sword." Yin Qing was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of elation. Mr. Puni had agreed to spar with him? Jing Yuan cast a slightly astonished glance at Puni. "Your talent is commendable. The insights gained from the recent battle need to be further solidified for stability," he remarked. Yin Qing nodded vigorously, exhilarated as he retrieved his most cherished flying sword. Jing Yuan was equally pleased by this development. Huang Quan observed with calmness. She, too, was capable of imparting the art of swordsmanship. Soon, both parties took their stances upon the arena. Puni appeared serene, while Yin Qing stood ready with unwavering resolve. "Be cautious," Yin Qing exclaimed, as his flying swords rained down like droplets, rushing towards Puni. Yet, Puni remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting the impending onslaught of swords. Clang, clang. The resounding echoes of metal reverberated continuously. It became apparent that a golden shield had mysteriously risen around Puni as the flying swords relentlessly struck against it, yet failed to make even the slightest dent. Was that the power of preservation? Jing Yuan, observing from the periphery, narrowed his typically languid eyes. He was all too familiar with the essence of preservation, as Luofu had engaged in a series of commercial collaborations with the Interstellar Peace Corporation. He could sense the formidable preservation energy enveloping Puni. It was no exaggeration to assert that even with his divine powers, he would find it challenging to disrupt. That was the strength of a commander. Could Puni be a commander of preservation? No, surely not, Jing Yuan mused, shaking his head in self-denial. If Puni were indeed a commander of preservation, the company's personnel would swarm like summer mosquitoes, buzzing from every conceivable corner. Furthermore, it was evident that the power of holy light surpassed that of fate. Thus, from whence did this preservation energy emanate? Jing Yuan fell into deep contemplation. Unbeknownst to Yin Qing, who was wholly absorbed in the exhilaration of the moment, he found immense satisfaction in the shift from tentative strikes to his full exertion. Each blow represented an extension of his strength. Although he had yet to breach Puni's defenses or even provoke a reaction, Yin Qing remained undeterred. This is a force capable of teaching the stars and vanquishing illusions. What he possesses is merely the surface. Moreover, Yanqing can sense that with each sword strike executed with utmost effort, a warm current surges through his body, rejuvenating him and empowering his next attack. This palpable enhancement captivates him deeply. Surrounding Puni, the holy light shimmers brilliantly. After an indeterminate period, just as Yanqing takes a moment to catch his breath, Puni's wings begin to flutter gently. The time has come. Buzz. The sacred light sweeps across the entire arena. Before Yanqing can react, he suddenly realizes, where is this? In the blink of an eye, it seems he is surrounded by the vast emptiness of the galaxy, devoid of any glimmer. Abruptly, he feels a wave of warmth, followed by a dazzling yet gentle light that is both soft and comforting. Instinctively, he looks up. Yanqing beholds a divine figure radiating boundless holy light, illuminating all realms. The wings are an extension of this being, the holy light its limbs. And as it slightly lowers its gaze, the all-encompassing holy light rests upon him. Yanqing, Yanqing. The calls echo in his ears, jolting him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he sees Jing Yuan standing before him, the very voice that had roused him. Noticing Yanqing's return to awareness, Jing Yuan smiles and asks, "What's wrong? Are you still savoring the earlier contest?" He had witnessed Yanqing's swordsmanship evolve from fluid elegance to a burgeoning personal style. This performance fills him with joy and deep gratitude towards Puni. General Yanqing feels a dryness in his throat, the previous scene vividly replaying in his mind. However, in the next moment, he begins to sense a transformation within his body. As a swordsman, he possessed an exceptionally acute awareness of his physical form. If one were to quantify it, he had previously reached a level of 1, but now he had transcended that, stepping into a realm of 1.5. Typically, one would progress through stages of 1.1, 1.2, yet he had directly leaped to 1.5. Elation surged within him as he eagerly sought the presence of Puni, and upon finding him, he promptly bowed in gratitude, expressing his thanks. "Thank you, Mr. Puni, for your guidance." Jing Yuan observed Yanqing's actions with a smile, nodding approvingly. His own martial talent had not been exceptional, and he had rejoiced immensely upon his own breakthroughs in the past, especially considering Yanqing's youth. In response to Yanqing's gratitude, Puni calmly remarked, "This is the result of your own diligent accumulation. I merely provided a key. The true merit lies within you." Yanqing vigorously shook his head, insisting, "Were it not for Mr. Puni's assistance, I would not have achieved such progress." Though his mind was filled with thoughts of swordsmanship, his eyes were perceptive. Recognizing the radiant light and the warmth within his body, clear indicators of his remarkable advancement. Yet, this realization also brought him distress. How could he ever repay such kindness? Jing Yuan shared in this concern, lamenting the severe talent gap in Luofu. Now that Yanqing had received such a boon, how could he find a way to reciprocate? At that moment, Shing curiously approached Puni, inquiring, "What were you discussing with Jing Yuan just now?" "We were discussing the eradication of the malevolent forces in the galaxy," Puni replied. Upon hearing this, Shing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he raised his hands in self-promotion, exclaiming, "This is my forte." Puni responded, "You alone would be overwhelmed." "I can assist as well," Wangquan offered softly. Puni nodded slightly, preparing to speak. "I aspire to assemble a coalition, a bastion against the malevolence that plagues our universe, ensuring that no shadows linger beneath the sacred light. I shall name it the Holy Light Alliance." Jing Yuan, listening nearby, raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting that the previous discussions would inspire such thoughts in Puni. Nonetheless, the name Holy Light Alliance seems quite fitting. Observing the radiant aura emanating from Puni, Jing Yuan pondered deeply. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of Yanqing, whose eyes sparkled with a glimmer of enthusiasm. As chapter 53 unfolds, Yanqing, eager to speak, was interrupted by Jing Yuan's deliberate cough, feigning seriousness. "Mr. Puni, I perceive that the overabundance of vile creatures in the galaxy wreaks havoc upon the innocent, embodying the very essence of evil. Whether these abominable beings truly belong to the realm of evil is a matter for the future to determine. At this moment, Jing Yuan considered his own racing heartbeat far more pressing. The notion of sweeping away the universe's wickedness ignited a fervor within. In his youth, Yanqing was particularly susceptible to the allure of fighting for the greater good. Upon hearing Puni's intent to form the Holy Light Alliance to eradicate evil, his blood surged with excitement, and he yearned to enlist at once. Jing Yuan cleared his throat and continued, "The Cloud Riders, too, strive to purge the galaxy of these malevolent entities, thereby preserving peace in the Milky Way. Furthermore, as a valiant member of the Cloud Riders, once you have garnered enough experience, you may lead a contingent against evil, whether under the banner of the Cloud Riders or the Holy Light Alliance. The essence remains unchanged." Yanqing nodded vigorously, fully aware of the responsibilities he bore. Yet, upon experiencing the sanctity of that holy light, he held no doubt regarding Puni's declaration to cleanse the universe of malevolence. The radiant light, whether directed towards oneself or others, is never without purpose. Alas, Yanqing yearns to wield a sword, enveloped in holy light, to rescue all beings in the galaxy. observing Yanqing's fervor unwavering yet somewhat tempered. Jingyuan released a sigh of relief within. How fortunate, indeed. The only remaining contender for the position of sword master of Luofu is this solitary sprout. Just then, as Jingyuan silently reveled in his good fortune, he suddenly heard Yanqing's voice. Glancing down slightly, he found Yanqing grinning broadly, eyes twinkling with mischief. This demeanor Jingyuan narrowed his eyes. Yanqing, if my memory serves me right, did you not receive your allowance just a couple of days ago? Yanqing scratched his head, occasionally glancing at the shattered sword scattered across the ground, smiling in a somewhat ingratiating manner. This sword, masterfully crafted by Master Gong's son, had proven exceptionally effective, albeit at a rather steep price. With his thumb and forefinger pinching air, Yanqing chuckled innocently. Meanwhile, Huangquan gazed at Puni, her lips slightly parted. When do you intend to assemble the Holy Light Alliance? I am always available to assist. Huangquan was uncertain of the precise scope of the Holy Light Alliance as mentioned by Puni, yet this did not hinder her willingness to help. The complexities eluded her understanding. But to vanquish evil, she needed only to wield her blade. And I too. I wish to join as the Grand General. Xing raised his hand, reminding them of his presence. Puni spoke softly. As it is an alliance, it must take shape. In this time of rampant evil across the galaxy, with malevolent spirits abounding, we must sweep through all with a force as thunderous as a storm. Puni held few requisites for the Holy Light Alliance. Anyone, as long as they possess benevolent intentions and engage in virtuous deeds, may join, regardless of whether one is a mechanic, a merchant, or a ranger. Anyone willing to combat evil is deemed suitable. From Puni's perspective, the Astral Express aligns with this criterion, as do the Sea Rangers and the Pure Knights. As the sun and moon traverse their celestial paths, the clock ticks steadily. Luofu has regained its former splendor, although the towering heavenly tree reappears in the public eye. None dare to act recklessly under the imposing presence of the Cloud Knight's blade. During this time, Puni meanders through the various celestial realms of Luofu. Both locals and outsiders are aware of a peculiar, ethereal race that traverses the land with effortless grace. In Jinren Alley, urban sophisticates elegantly savor the exquisite delicacies of the immortal ship, while the murmurs of nearby diners occasionally reach their ears. The flavor of this establishment you recommended is truly delightful. Is there more? Kafka inquired with a smile, glancing at the figure seated across from her. This place remains unchanged. And if one seeks similar establishments, they are abundant in the vicinity, replied Rin nonchalantly. The establishment where they sat had been in operation for nearly 2 centuries. A venerable old shop. While the immortal ship may not boast an abundance of options, such historic venues are plentiful, with some opting for simplicity, setting up small stalls that have endured for hundreds of years. Kafka listened quietly to Ren's words, letting out a soft chuckle. Her vacant gaze drifted towards the window, observing the throngs of tourists in Jinren Alley, likely drawn by the rebirth of the heavenly tree, which has spurred many outsiders to witness the wonders of the immortal ship. This influx has, in turn, revitalized the ancient locale of Jinren Alley. Suddenly, Kafka turned her head slightly. She spotted a familiar figure. Boss, the usual. Oh, you're still here. Bailu gazed in surprise at Kafka, who was smiling at her, and Run, who stood with arms crossed in silence. With her short legs in a lively trot, Bailu swiftly approached the two. Didn't you say you were leaving Luofu? Why are you still here? She inquired, perplexed. A minor mishap occurred, Kafka replied with a smile. Oh, I see. Indeed, plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes, Bailu nodded sagely. This sentiment was all too familiar to her. Previously, whenever she wished to venture out for a delightful meal, those around her kept a vigilant watch, and the Dragon Masters forbade her from stepping outside, as if the world beyond was fraught with peril. As the illustrious Dragon Maiden, what danger could possibly lurk for her in the vastness of Luofu? It was merely that the Dragon Masters could not abide her ease and comfort. She was indifferent to their concerns, indeed. Cradling a steaming cup of warm sheep's milk, Bailu sipped delicately, leaving froth at the corners of her mouth, the sweetness enveloping her senses while her tail swayed playfully. With a cheerful demeanor, she also observed Kafka and Run with curiosity. She felt an inexplicable familiarity with the two, not from a recent encounter, but seemingly from long ago. Oh well, it mattered little. Shaking her head slightly, she dismissed the feeling of recognition. Surely, those who assisted her in evading bothersome individuals could not be ill-intentioned. Yes. Kafka, resting her right hand on her rosy cheek, regarded the little dragon maiden with a beaming smile and suddenly asked, Why is it that no one is pursuing Miss Bailu today? Upon hearing Kafka's words, Bailu lifted her chin proudly, her tail swaying languidly as she replied, "Those fellows dare not provoke me now." At first, Bailu felt perplexed as to why the Dragon Masters had not sent anyone to urge her to return. However, after savoring the warm floating sheep's milk and indulging in the delicious emo rolls, her clever mind suddenly grasped the reason. It must be due to Puni. When she first encountered the stars, the Dragon Masters were quite anxious and persistently sought to capture her. Yet, once she gravitated towards Puni, those individuals ceased their pursuit. This realization only solidified her resolve to follow in Puni's footsteps. Those bothersome Dragon Masters could go away. Kafka tilted her head slightly, pondering the Dragon Masters. She did not hold a strong impression of them, but she had heard tales of their arrogance and obstinacy aboard the celestial vessel, describing them as a group of antiquated relics, resistant to change. It seemed that even these old fossils could adapt when confronted with the unknown. Her gaze fell upon Bailu, who was blissfully enjoying her meal. The chubby little face moved rhythmically as she chewed, and in moments of delight, she would swing her little feet. Unable to reach the floor, her tail wagging joyfully. The current generation of the holding bright dragon sovereign appeared to be under the control of the Dragon Masters due to a lack of power. With no obligations at present, Kafka felt quite at ease. Observing the adorable Bailu, a sudden thought struck her. "Miss Bailu, do you wish to grow stronger?" Chapter 54. Kafka's thoughts really? Upon hearing Kafka's words, Bailu immediately set aside the milk she was about to drink, her round eyes widening with excitement, shimmering with anticipation. To grow stronger was indeed Bailu's heartfelt wish. With sufficient strength, she could attain freedom and deter the bothersome Dragon Masters from controlling her. She had long been troubled by her inability to become stronger, feeling that her only ability lay in healing. Yet mere healing was insufficient to command the respect of those insufferable Dragon Masters. If, indeed, she could become stronger, she would undoubtedly suspend those detestable Dragon Masters from the great tree of the Danding division, leaving them hanging for an entire day. "What do you wish to do?" Observing the exhilarated Bailu, Rin inquired with a restrained tone directed at Kafka. Raising her eyes slightly to gaze at the ceiling, Kafka chuckled. "Of course. I wish to assist such a delightful child." "Do as you please, but do not let it be known." Stealing a glance at Bailu, Rin fell into silence. "Well, that matters not. After all, that fellow Jing Yuan and the diminutive Tabu are already aware of their presence in Luofu. As long as they do not cause a stir within the alliance, they can still roam freely aboard this vast celestial vessel. When can you teach me?" Bailu gazed expectantly at Kafka, inquiring. "Training is a demanding endeavor that necessitates careful planning. Perhaps tomorrow?" As night descended into tranquility, the two sat within the stone pavilion, and Rin spoke. "I must remind you, she, as this generation's dragon sovereign, possesses only half her strength, making it quite challenging to teach her how to grow stronger." "I understand." Kafka nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "But has not the other half of the dragon sovereign returned to the celestial vessel?" Rin remained silent. Observing the quiet Rin, Kafka continued to speak with her usual warmth. To the ordinary gaze, the Starcore hunters are viewed as ruthless criminals, yet within this collective, everyone regards each other as comrades. Kafka is well acquainted with the pasts of each member, and the history of Ren is particularly easy to uncover. The legendary 5 heroes of Yunshang were once a renowned group whose names echoed across the cosmos aboard the celestial vessel Luofu. She had noticed that since the arrival of the White Dew, Aaron's gaze lingered upon her far longer than it did on anything else upon their return to the Luofu, including Donheng. The past is never something one can easily forget. The journey here was both painful and nostalgic. It was time to rest, with an expression unchanging. Aaron rose and departed. Kafka smiled subtly, rising as well. "You forgot your sword." The following day, at the accommodation of the train crew, Donheng awoke early, descending the stairs to prepare for a day of delightful endeavors. "Hi," Kafka greeted with a radiant smile and a wave, while Aaron sat across with his eyes closed in repose, and Walter looked up at him. Surely he had not yet fully awakened. Donheng pondered for a moment, then made to ascend the stairs. "What are you blocking the way for, Kafka?" At that instant, Xing, rubbing her sleepy eyes and with tousled hair, yawned her way down the stairs. Upon opening her eyes, a large figure of Kafka came into view, causing her face to light up with surprise. Donheng sighed, following closely behind Xing as they descended together. As Donheng approached, Aaron abruptly opened his eyes, fixing a steady gaze upon him. "What brings you here?" After exchanging pleasantries with Xing as one would with a child, Kafka turned her attention to Donheng and softly spoke. There is a child who wishes to grow stronger, but she is somewhat unique. She may require your assistance." With a look of confusion, Dan Heng replied, "A child? I do not know any children aboard the Xianzhou." "It is Miss Whitedew," Walter interjected. "Whitedew?" Dan Heng's eyes narrowed slightly as he fell into contemplation. His impression of Whitedew was not profound, yet the images in his memory remained vivid. Moreover, he glanced towards Xing. "It is the season of Bailu." Xing nodded in a daze. "Wait. How does she intend to grow stronger? Isn't she a doctor?" Xing found herself somewhat perplexed. If my assumptions are correct, Miss Bailu is likely the current Luminary Dragon Sovereign. Shouldn't her quest for strength lead her to the Luminary clan? Dan Heng inquired with an impassive demeanor. Of course. Those old fools from the Luminary clan consider themselves the bearers of truth, alongside some irresponsible individual, Ren interjected, slightly intensifying his tone when mentioning the Dragon Master. The Dragon Master, Dan Heng murmured softly. While Dan Heng was not well acquainted with the Dragon Master, Dan Feng was all too familiar. To put it bluntly, the Dragon Masters are a group of antiquated individuals, clinging to power, filled with ambition, yet lacking the corresponding strategies. Typically, Dragon Masters without authority hold only the privilege of counsel before the Dragon Sovereign, who likely would not even acknowledge their presence. This has been true for every generation of the Luofu Luminary Dragon Sovereigns, but this time, some unforeseen events have transpired. Transformative dragon techniques. At this very moment, it was akin to that past moment. Time possesses a peculiar quality. Almost all wounds gradually fade with the passage of days and months. Yet, certain things remain extraordinarily stubborn, much like that visage. "Let us depart." After gathering his thoughts, Dan Heng spoke. "I shall go rouse march." Upon receiving the signal to embark, Xing vanished from the living room in a flash, only to be met with joyful shouts from upstairs. "What are you doing?" The expanse of Luofu is vast, with many uninhabited spaces, some of which were previously training grounds for certain individuals, now abandoned and ripe for inheritance. Here. Perched upon the railing, her slender legs swaying gently, the anxious Bailu suddenly brightened as she spotted a group approaching. She waved enthusiastically at the familiar faces of Xing and March 7 amidst the crowd. With her hands placed defiantly on her hips, her small face wore a puzzled expression. "What brings you here?" "Of course, we are here to accompany you on your journey to become stronger," Xing declared, giving a thumbs up with an air of camaraderie. "Oh, you rascal." Observing the antics of the two, Dan Heng remained silent, but then abruptly lifted his gaze towards a specific direction. "He has returned, and he even met with the Dragon Maiden," a despondent Dragon Master reiterated. "What should we do?" "We must acquire the Dragon Transformation Technique. It is the hope of our clan." All Dragon Masters shared a united stance on the significance of the Dragon Transformation Technique. In an era where the Chiming clan struggles to reproduce and faces gradual decline, the existence of this technique undoubtedly represents a beacon of hope for their continuation. Furthermore, possessing the Dragon Transformation Technique would grant them the power they have long desired yet remained elusive. With memories intact through the cycles of reincarnation, they vividly recall how each Dragon Sovereign wielded absolute authority. The Dragon Sovereign governs the paramount power of the Chiming, while the Dragon Masters manage various affairs and counsel the Sovereign when necessary. Yet, those brutes fail to comprehend human speech. The reason Jinmu was sealed within the Lin Yuan realm, a sacred ground of the Chiming, was due to a Dragon Sovereign's reckless disregard for the counsel of the Dragon Masters. He sealed Jinmu's mysterious roots in Lin Yuan, forcing the Chiming to retreat. Now, as he meets with the Dragon Maiden, who knows what his intentions are, during the absence of the Dragon Sovereign, the Dragon Masters, who have now completely seized control of the Chiming, cannot allow another uncontrollable Dragon Sovereign to emerge. Meanwhile, the esteemed Master Taibu, renowned for his exceptional skills, was diligently preparing for the tasks of the day. Chapter 55. Listen to the dragons roar in the long, joyful sky. Upon entering the Taibu office, the young Qingke was still savoring the thrill of yesterday's extraordinary game when he abruptly collided with an obstacle. Instinctively, he looked up, his mouth gradually agape with wonder. "Qingke, these are your assignments for today. Ensure they are completed before your shift ends," encouraged Fu Xian, gently patting the towering stack of documents that nearly matched his own height. Qingke instantly snapped back to reality, flustered and speechless. "But, Master Taibu, I am responsible for the library. Those who are capable bear more responsibilities. I have faith in you." Such faith is unnecessary. After a customary exchange of banter, Fu Xian, satisfied, made his way to the Qiongguan array. As the department responsible for charting the most suitable routes for the celestial vessel among the 6 immortals, the Taibu office was perpetually bustling. The Cheongwan array had been activated during significant events at Luofu. A faint light flickered from the mystical eye on Fu Xian's forehead, accompanied by waves of persistent pain. Yet, he had long grown accustomed to it. How curious! Why does today's divination suggest a stroke of good fortune for me? A deep perplexity clouded Fu Xian's brow. Each morning, before commencing his duties, he would perform divinations for various mundane matters, but today was an exception. During his calculations, inspiration struck, prompting him to seek a reading for himself. The oracle indicated that a stroke of good fortune was to manifest today, though the specifics eluded him, as if something were obstructing his vision. Could it be that the general, gravely injured in battle against the ethereal foe, required rest and was preparing to pass on his position? Ah, how perplexing! As Jing Yuan sat at his desk, dozing off, he unexpectedly sneezed, lifting his head in a daze. His expression one of utter bewilderment. "General, are you unwell?" Qing Lu, startled by this sudden outburst, inquired with genuine concern, fearing that Jing Yuan might be suffering from the lingering effects of the recent battle. "No, it's nothing," Jing Yuan replied, shaking his head and stifling a yawn. His eyes clouded with confusion. "How strange, why did I sneeze? Could it be because I neglected to cover myself with a blanket while sleeping last night?" He pondered the thought, dismissing it for the moment, and turned to Qing Lu, asking, "What are those dragon masters arguing about?" "It seems to be regarding the meeting between that dragon maiden and the nameless guest," Qing Lu responded. Jing Yuan suddenly understood and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Just tell them I am not here." Meanwhile, on the other side, "Ugh, this isn't working," Bailu lamented, clutching her head in distress. "What on earth are they babbling about? Turning around, throwing punches, lifting legs, none of it makes any sense." She continued, "And as for controlling the power of the dragon sovereign, if I could do that, I would have already shattered the heads of those dragon masters." After an arduous hour of being guided by those who could showcase their talents even amidst the galaxy, Bailu ultimately squatted down in defeat. Observing her disheartened state, March 7 scratched her head, feeling quite troubled. "This doesn't seem to suit Bailu," she remarked. Dan Hing spoke up. "The power of the dragon sovereign from the Luofu is typically versatile, capable of both offense and healings. Yet it appears that Miss Bailu has only inherited the healing aspect." "Haha," Rin crossed her arms, casting a dismissive glance at Dan Hong. "Perhaps there are alternative methods." Kafka leaned down and spoke softly. Typically, without a new script, the Stellaron's hunters would be enjoying their leisure time. While still at Luofu, she wished to uplift Blade's spirits. So she was determined not to give up on making Bailu stronger. Observing the sorrowful Bailu, March 7th approached Xing, nudging her with her elbow, and quietly said, "You should think of a solution too. Bailu seems quite distressed, and those so-called dragon masters appear rather excessive. If Bailu cannot grow stronger, she is bound to revert to her previous state once we depart." Xing nodded in agreement, acknowledging the dilemma. According to Dan Hong, the Luofu dragon sovereign was supposed to be an exceptional character, capable of both dealing damage and healing. However, an issue had arisen when Bailu inherited the account, resulting in her becoming a healer. Her eyes narrowed as she gazed at the diminutive Bailu, recalling the ample healing power she exhibited while treating patients. Suddenly, an idea struck Xing. "What are you doing?" Bailu raised her face to meet Xing's gaze, which shielded her from the sunlight. Xing placed her hands on her hips, a slight smile revealing her gleaming white teeth. "Actually, there is a way." "Really?" Bailu's expression shifted to one of disbelief. "Are you sure this will work?" Dan Hung looked conflicted, his right hand forming a fist against his mouth, uncertain of how to respond. The logic seemed sound. If it truly worked, perhaps there was hope. Kafka chuckled lightly. "Will it really be all right? I have an uneasy feeling about this." March 7th clenched her fists, visibly anxious. During their preparations, Bailu interjected, "You all are making me quite worried too. Rest assured." The star's palm rested gently atop Bailu's head, her thumb raised in assurance. It was precisely this manner in which the elder had instructed her, guaranteeing success. On March 7th, a reliable figure flashed in her mind, and she returned her gaze to the determined expression on Xing's face. "Your words have only heightened my doubts," Bailu thought anxiously. Her face tense and her tail equally taut. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes with a fearless resolve and proclaimed, "Let it begin." "I am ready." The crowd stepped back, forming a tight circle around the two participants. As everyone retreated, Xing brought her hands together and slowly lifted them. In the next moment, a radiant star core materialized, quietly resting in her palm, emanating boundless light. The power of the holy light transformed into ethereal star streaks, encircling the star core like a protective aura. Drawing from her experiences during the Yalalo era while gaming with the Silver Wolves, Xing recalled that such high-healing characters were typically intertwined with their own vitality. However, games and reality diverge significantly. In the realm of gaming, healers are often constrained by their roles and wield limited offensive power, yet in reality, any creature brimming with vitality is seldom feeble. This notion was corroborated by her own existence. Though she lacked healing abilities, her resilience was formidable. Hence, the reason Bailu refrained from attacking was not solely due to her strength, but more significantly because she could not harness the life force within her for other endeavors. What she needed to accomplish now was to draw forth the vast life energy residing within Bailu. Therefore, go. The holy light transformed into delicate threads, gradually flowing into Bailu's body. As the holy light entered her, Xing immediately sensed the surge of vibrant life energy as though it possessed the power to rejuvenate all things. However, this fragment of power exhibits a conspicuous deficiency, rendering it exceedingly lethargic. Xing carefully maneuvered the threads to engage with this half, sensing the external force. The Dragon Sovereign's power instinctively shielded itself, yet upon the brief encounter with the holy light, it was captivated by the inherent gentleness and ceased its movement. The Dragon Sovereign's power is devoid of life. It lacks a physical form. Hence, upon realizing that the holy light would not inflict any adverse effects upon it, it remained still, quietly cooperating. Time became an abstract concept as Ren embraced his arms, his fingers lightly tapping on his forearm, more focused than anyone else. Have we succeeded? March 7 inquired anxiously. Walter observed the scene in silence, prepared to intervene should anything amiss arise, yet the current circumstances appeared promising. Just then, the ethereal image of the star core in Xing's grasp began to dissipate, and she exhaled a long sigh, wiping away non-existent beads of sweat from her brow. How did it go? Kafka asked softly. I'm not certain. It should be a success, Xing replied, tilting her head as she gazed at the still-closed eyes of Bailu. Her expression filled with hesitation. Wait, why are you still asleep? Suddenly, she felt a sense of déjà vu regarding this scene. The group gathered closely, yet they maintained a respectful distance to provide Bailu with space. A potent vitality was emerging from within her. As soon as they approached, Ren spoke up. He possessed an acute sensitivity to vitality, particularly that which emanated from Bailu. It was gentle yet extraordinarily immense, and it continued to grow. Is this the vitality that has always resided within her? Danheng speculated. March 7 crouched down, tilting her head in an attempt to discern Bailu's expression from below. But Bailu hasn't woken up yet. Did you lull her to sleep? Absolutely impossible. If anyone is to sleep, it shall be I who slumbers first. Heh, you possess quite the self-awareness. The crowd buzzes with discussion. Seasoned players of the galaxy, naturally attuned to the absence of danger surrounding Bailu, seem to sense that her body is adjusting to the sudden surge of liberated vitality, just as they were prepared to wait a bit longer to observe her reaction. A radiant light suddenly illuminated the vast sky. Following this brilliance, an awe-inspiring roar erupted from its center. Within the halls of the Divine Strategy Bureau, Jing Yuan savored his tea in tranquility, occasionally listening to Qin Yu's reports on the movements of the Dragon Masters, embodying a serene passage of time. The table shook violently, causing Jing Yuan's teacup to dance. Crack! At that moment, while accompanying Huang Quan in picking peaches, Pu and I raised her gaze slightly, her eyes sparkling with clarity. Chapter 56. The Dragon Masters rise, ready for takeoff. A single dragon's roar cast a long-lost silence over Chang Letian. What has transpired? The cloud-riding maiden, her expression innocent and bewildered, was utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Just as she was about to inquire of those around her, she suddenly noticed that the members of the Jiming clan were all staring vacantly, their demeanor respectful as they bowed slightly, as if welcoming a personage of great significance. This bizarre scene left her utterly perplexed. At that moment, a voice commanded, "Everyone, proceed to the designated location and remain vigilant." Su Shang, why are you still standing there? Hurry and follow. Oh, here it comes. In an instant, the entire cloud-riding populace of Chang Lutian was in a flurry, both visitors and locals alike wearing expressions of confusion. Tai Bu Si, Qing Ke, I shall step out for a while, should any matters arise during this time. You will be responsible. Upon receiving the notification from Jing Yuan, Fu Xian decisively delegated the temporary management of the Taibu Sea to the bewildered Qin Quebec. What? Me? The Yukong, acting with remarkable swiftness, even outpacing Fu Xian, who had received the message first, had already departed. General, what has transpired? The gravity in her voice tightened Yukong's heart, prompting her to quicken her pace. After a resounding dragon's roar, a brilliant radiance illuminated the earth. Bathed in this luminescence, everyone felt a wave of warmth. The light sparkled, yet it was not blinding, exuding a gentle softness. How warm it is, murmured San Yuqi, extending her hand in an attempt to grasp the cotton candy-like glow. Dan Heng, observing the brilliance before him, fell into deep contemplation. In a moment of urgency, Ren unsheathed his ancient sword, thrusting it toward his own heart. With a sudden thud, the train crew was jolted into alertness by this unexpected act. Unfazed by their gazes, Ren drew forth his ancient sword, producing a chilling sound of flesh and metal that sent shivers down their spines. Indeed, this light possessed healing properties. Feeling the simultaneous activation of his self-healing abilities alongside the restorative powers, Ren nodded slightly, offering a silent affirmation. So you pierced yourself for this? San Yuqi could not contain her changing expressions, her mind roaring. Xing's mouth fell slightly open, silently giving a thumbs up. Tough one, I acknowledge you. The first cup of Starium Boba shall be yours. Setting aside the jesting for the moment, everyone turned their gaze toward the heart of the radiance, where a figure flickered in and out of visibility beneath the sacred light. The figure did not align with Bai Lu, yet amidst the shadows, another silhouette emerged, closely mirroring Bai Lu's stature. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from behind. What transpired here? Jing Yuan, along with Fu Xian and Yukong, arrived at the scene. Encircled by the Cloud Riders, ensuring that not even a single masked fool could escape. Jing Yuan's typically languid demeanor was now overshadowed by a grave expression. His brows furrowed as he gazed upon the holy light, inquiring in a low voice. Despite the gravity of the situation, upon witnessing the holy light, a sense of relief washed over Jing Yuan. Thankfully, it was not as dire as he had feared. He nearly succumbed to the dread of demonic shadows. However, this relief was fleeting, as the sight of two familiar individuals ignited a fierce blaze within him, surging upwards. Even Yan Qing, standing beside him, could feel the tension, instinctively tightening his heart. This was not the usual general. Something was indeed different. Meeting Jing Yuan's penetrating gaze, Walter cleared his throat and began to explain. The situation is as follows. In essence, Miss Bai Lu seeks to grow stronger, and you are assisting her. The flames within Jing Yuan subsided slightly. Walter nodded vigorously, feeling utterly helpless, as heaven and earth bore witness. He had initially assumed that Miss Bai Lu's quest for strength involved rigorous training to master certain combat techniques. He could never have anticipated that she would radiate light. And now, Miss Bai Lu. Yukong interjected. She is still in the process of gestation. The immense vitality within her is being drawn forth, and her body is adapting to this newfound power. Under Jing Yuan's piercing gaze, Dan Heng mustered the courage to speak, while Ren turned away in silence. He and Dan Heng were the most aware of why Jing Yuan was so anxious. The presence of the dragon, exuding a surprising aura, indicated that Jing Yuan had indeed cultivated an extraordinary composure since taking on the role of general, even without the Shihua dream body in hand. I have just cast an oracle. And Miss Bai Lu is indeed unscathed, added Fu Xian from the side. Gazing at the figure suspended in radiant light, Jing Yuan remained silent, mentally counting down. 3, 2, 1. Jing Yuan. A furious voice echoed from behind. Turning to look, he saw a noble figure from the Qi Ming clan, accompanied by several fierce guardians, storming towards him. Long Shirtao was enraged. Upon their arrival, Kafka slowly retreated behind the crowd, brandishing her blade. Jing Yuan, you must thoroughly explain what is happening. Please remain calm. Miss Bai Lu is safe, he replied. Calm? How can you expect me to be calm? Shirtao retorted angrily. Were it not for the consideration of the opposing side's Imperial Bao 7-day general, he would have seized Jing Yuan by his collar. The Dragon Maiden had already failed to grasp the power of the Dragon Sovereign, and now this incident had unfolded. Jing Yuan, do you intend to stand at the center of the alliance meeting? Jing Yuan slightly tilted his head, his gaze returning to its previous languor. Oh, so you all knew that it was the Dragon Sovereign. And you? Huh? Xing and March 7 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. This matter cannot be divorced from your involvement. Release the Dragon Maiden immediately. Shirtao pointed at Dan Heng, his gaze sharp. Dan Heng remained silent, merely glancing at Shirtao before lowering his gaze to the weapon in his hand. Shirtao was utterly beside himself, not only due to the encounter between Bai Lu and Dan Heng, but also because of Bai Lu's current state. Who knows if Dan Heng has returned the power of the other half of the Dragon Sovereign? The reason these Dragon Masters can wield the authority of the Dragon Sovereign is due to the incompleteness of that power. If Bai Lu possesses the complete strength of the Dragon Sovereign, coupled with the rigorous treatment they have subjected her to over the years, what kind of scene will unfold? Even someone with the intellect of that pink-haired individual could fathom it. Listening to Tauron's utterly dismissive demeanor towards everyone present, Fu Xuanyu furrowed her brow. This fellow is exceedingly arrogant. Just as Fu Xuanyu was about to speak, a familiar voice emanated from the luminous orb above. You all are quite noisy. As the voice echoed, the entire assembly turned their gaze upward. The next moment, the orb gradually dissolved, revealing a figure within. Bai Lu herself had not undergone any significant transformation. Two pairs of gossamer wings fluttered gently behind her, and behind her, an enormous dragon-shaped phantom coalesced, moving in sync with Bai Lu's actions. Amidst the cacophony below, Bai Lu slowly opened her eyes, beholding a multitude of familiar faces. The general, the diminutive Taibu, Xing, March 7, the seemingly fierce uncle, the gentle Kafuka gazing at her, and the sullen Taurian. Taurian. Bai Lu jolted, instinctively flicking her tail. Immediately, the dragon-shaped phantom behind her followed suit, and before Taurian could react, his gaze was filled with the sight of a massive dragon's tail. Boom. Just as Puni and Huangquan arrived, they witnessed a meteor suddenly shoot forth, embedding itself resolutely into the wall. Chapter 57, Dragon King Wave. Meanwhile, in the Starship Sea, a diminutive figure with purple hair traversed the Jade Realm Gate, stepping onto the ground of Luofu. Following the final trace's guidance, this must be it. Haida stood with his hands on his hips, slightly raising his head to gaze upon the ancient, yet technologically infused streets of Luofu. With a light scoff, Haida declared, "How dare you make this genius pursue you for so long? Now, let us see where you intend to flee." Meanwhile, Bai Lu's small mind briefly overloaded in the face of this intricate situation. The whooshing sounds behind her jolted Bai Lu's brain back to life. Instinctively turning her head, she sighed in relief upon realizing it was merely her own tail swaying back and forth. Though she did not comprehend why, she simply acted upon this instinct. Suddenly, Bai Lu noticed a blind spot. It was gone. Her tail, lively and animated, danced playfully before her, shaking with ease and contentment. Bai Lu's expression turned to one of delight as she scrutinized her tail, which boasted a pristine and tidy azure hue reminiscent of the ocean. It seemed as if the tail possessed a life of its own, joyfully swishing in front of her. Witnessing this scene, Jingyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, his previously racing heart calming as he rejoiced for Bai Lu. Due to her tender age and lack of systematic training, the Dragon Masters had placed a wooden binding lock on Bai Lu's tail to restrain the power of the Dragon Sovereign within her. To Jingyuan's knowledge, Bai Lu had attempted to sneak into the crafting bureau more than once in a bid to unravel this binding, yet she had not succeeded until today. Moreover, there were wings. After playing with her tail for a while, Bai Lu was elated to discover two pairs of wings sprouting from her back, delicate as gossamer, agile and natural. As she turned and lifted her gaze, she once again beheld a magnificent dragon-shaped silhouette quietly suspended behind her, exuding an overwhelming aura. Bai Lu's lips parted slightly, and her eyes sparkled with twinkling stars. Simultaneously, as she felt a continuous surge of warmth coursing through her body, Bai Lu sensed that she could vanquish 10 foes with ease. Unable to contain her excitement, she instinctively controlled her wings to flap and surge toward Xing's, her expression brimming with exhilaration. Was this success? Was this indeed success? Her fervent demeanor resonated with everyone present, save for the Dragon Master. However, Xing remained resolutely unwavering. With a slight narrowing of her eyes, she scrutinized Bai Lu from head to toe. In the midst of Bai Lu's anxious and expectant gaze, Xing slowly brought her index finger and thumb together. With a crisp snap, 3 pairs of silver wings unfurled behind her. "My wings outnumber yours." Such wings. Puni's thoughts began to meander slightly, as the wings behind Bai Lu reminded him of a clumsy dragon. As for the events unfolding at the scene, upon noticing the familiar aura of holy light surrounding Bai Lu, he understood everything instantly. Each ray of holy light bore its unique mark. While there were traces of his own influence, the majority emanated from Xing. Moreover, during this process, it merged with Bai Lu's inherent power, transforming into her current form. As for the dragon-shaped silhouette behind her, Mr. Puni, does Miss Bailu's appearance pose any risks? At that moment, upon seeing Puni arrive, Jing Yuan approached him with concern etched upon his face. Although Bailu appeared to be in fine form, even more lively than before, and able to allow Taoran to take flight without charge, the turmoil she had experienced left her heart racing with vigilance, fearful of any potential issues. Fortunately, there was a luminary expert at Luofu, which somewhat eased Jing Yuan's concerns. Everything is fine, Puni softly remarked. It is merely that the power within her has fused with the holy light, resulting in a novel force, drawing forth her immense vitality. Oh, this is the first I have heard of such a matter, Su Xian, who was listening nearby, exclaimed with surprise. Can the power of the dragon sovereign from the Chiming clan manifest in such a manner? After a moment of contemplation, Jing Yuan inquired, will this have any bearing on the inheritance of the Chiming dragon sovereign? While Bailu was in good health, Jing Yuan, as the general of the immortal vessel, bore the responsibility for the entirety of Luofu. The Chiming dragon sovereign was a vital force for Luofu. Previously absent, there had been a glimmer of hope. Yet should any unforeseen circumstances arise regarding the inheritance, Luofu would be hard-pressed to endure. Puni gently shook her head and replied, the fusion of these two powers will not affect the inheritance, and when the time for transmission comes, she can sever the power belonging to the dragon, thus allowing it to be passed on. Jing Yuan exhaled in relief. That is indeed splendid. Meanwhile, Yakong, who was also seeking answers, fell into contemplation upon hearing this. If, she mused, Bailu could indeed sever and transmit the power of the Chiming dragon sovereign, did that imply that after bestowing the dragon sovereign's power, Bailu would not need to undergo reincarnation, continuing to traverse the world in her current form? Precisely so. Yakong was startled by the sudden voice and instinctively raised her head, only to see Puni gazing at her quietly, making it evident to whom the earlier words were directed. Before Yakong could regain her composure, Puni gracefully moved towards Bailu. Puni, look, this is my creation. Upon seeing Puni approach, Xing's excitement surged. Her small face filled with eager anticipation. Puni nodded slightly, acknowledging, well done. Yay. To achieve this level with beginner's techniques is commendable, Bailu exclaimed, fluttering her wings as she flew before Puni, brimming with joy. Puni, I can fly now. And with this big fellow, the Dragon Master won't be able to manage me anymore. Bailu conveniently overlooked the fact that she had just knocked Taoran away. After all, the Chiming tribe was robust, and the Dragon Master's physical prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary Chiming. She reassured herself that it was nothing serious. She was a doctor and had the most authority in the room. Puni nodded slightly, and then remarked, your strength requires more meticulous control. I possess a technique that can enable you to discipline the Dragon Master. Most of the Dragon Master's misdeeds occurred within the Chiming tribe, and Puni was disinterested in the internal power struggles, unless the Dragon Master reached out to the innocent. However, Bailu had every right and sufficient motivation to manage this matter. Is it really possible? Bailu's excitement escalated upon hearing Puni's words. Just moments ago, Xing had spoken of Puni's formidable abilities. If she could master the technique Puni mentioned, wouldn't that mean the Dragon Master would have to steer clear of her? With a gesture for everyone to disperse and make way, Puni raised her gaze slightly towards the dragon-shaped phantom and began to instruct Bailu on harnessing the power within her. Under the guidance of Bailu, the forces converged in an orderly manner. Behind him, a dragon-shaped phantom began to radiate a shimmering green light, a fusion of Bailu's own dragon sovereign power and divine light. The energy surged, gradually coalescing within his mouth. Hiss. The pain was excruciating. Beneath the shattered walls, Taoran gritted his teeth and struggled to rise, baring his fangs in agony. He felt as though he were on the brink of undergoing a rebirth. Damn it! How could the Dragon Maiden possess such formidable power? Dan Feng's dragon sovereign force was not like this at all. This move was a technique passed down through generations of the Dragon clan, attainable only by one of royal stature. The power continued to accumulate, and Taoran grew increasingly alert. Faintly, he could hear Bailu's voice. Dragon King Wave. Chapter 58. Jing Yuan giggled, while Jing Yuan did not. A colossal wave of light surged forth with an unstoppable force. Taoran's body went rigid, his vision enveloped by the radiant green glow that symbolized life. The prompts of reincarnation raced through his mind. Boom. A torrent of red warnings brushed past him, the shockwave propelling him into the air, ultimately crashing into a nearby pool in full view of the onlookers. Bang. The ground of the training field trembled, waves surged, and the splashing water cascaded down like rain. Tao Ran bobbed along with the water's undulations, disheveled and covered in mud, looking decidedly unfortunate. Observing the pool, what had once been a petite body of water had transformed into a vast expanse suitable for boating. However, he had no time to concern himself with such trivial matters. In the face of life and death, a great terror loomed, and Tao Ran's mind was consumed by the overwhelming sense of crisis that had just unfolded. The Dragon Masters have long held their esteemed position, and due to the unique nature of the Jiming clan, they seldom venture forth in their celestial vessels. Thus, within the celestial vessels and among the Jiming, they are unequivocally the sovereigns. The peril of life is only encountered when one undergoes transformation and reincarnation, and even then, it is a burdenless conclusion to this life, with memories preserved for the next. When have they ever faced such peril? How remarkable! Bai Lu's eyes sparkled like stars. Her fists clenched tightly, brimming with excitement. Her gaze flitted between the dragon-shaped phantom behind her and Puni. An unprecedented thrill filled her heart. Though she possessed the innocence of youth, she now comprehended that she was no longer the person she had been yesterday. She had become someone capable of unleashing power. Mere Dragon Masters, behold as I hang you all upon the grand tree of the Dan Ding division. For an entire day, this formidable strength. Yan Qing's lips parted in astonishment. He could hardly fathom that the dragon girl, whom he had casually encountered, could unleash such immense power. Jing Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight, filled with myriad sentiments. With this newfound strength, Bai Lu would no longer be under the watchful eyes of the Dragon Masters. Rather, they would need to tread carefully around this young dragon girl, lest she teach them a lesson for their misbehavior. Previously, he had refrained from overt interference in what was essentially an internal matter of the Jiming clan, helping her relax as much as he could from behind the scenes. Now, it appeared that in the future, all he needed to do was avoid the Dragon Masters. Jing Yuan chuckled softly, even the annoyance he felt towards the two troublesome souls dissipating. Puni nodded slightly, turning to Bai Lu and speaking softly. Your current mastery is still insufficient. The technique known as Dragon King's Wave requires further practice. Once your foundation is solid and the timing is ripe, I have two more formidable techniques to impart to you. Indeed, Bai Lu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she nodded repeatedly, confidently pledging, I will study diligently. She had already devised a training regimen. Observing Bai Lu, who was bubbling with excitement and softly murmuring her training plans, Puni's demeanor was tranquil. The Dragon Master is not entirely benevolent, yet neither is he wholly malevolent. Most of his actions are confined within the clan of the holders of enlightenment. Unless malevolence runs rampant, Puni generally refrains from intervening in interspecies conflicts. However, it bears repeating that the Dragon Master is not a good person. Puni will not act against the innocent without just cause, and he does not constantly surveil the clan of the holders of enlightenment. Thus, Bai Lu's presence compensates for this, as she governs the dragon kin in the name of the holder of enlightenment, ensuring legitimacy and order. By the way, Bai Lu, the ethereal wings behind Puni fluttered gently, with holy light extending from them, radiating a divine and resplendent glow. Bai Lu lifted her gaze to meet Puni's. I wish to establish a holy light coalition to cleanse the galaxy of evil. Would you join me in vanquishing malevolence and upholding order? Jing Yuan, who had previously been smiling, now appeared serious. I would certainly be willing. Not far away, atop a distant peak, a solitary figure leaned gently against a stone pillar. Her satin-covered eyes gazing vacantly, her lips slightly parted as a gentle breeze tousled her hair, causing a tickling sensation upon her cheeks. This saga, which began with the dragon's roar and culminated in the Dragon King's wave, ultimately concluded with the lifting of the alert. Is this satisfactory? In a state of bewilderment, Su Chong followed Senior Yunqi's retreat, a large question mark hovering above her head. She shook her head. This intricate situation was beyond her comprehension. Never mind. Perhaps she would seek out Xiao Gizi after work to share her thoughts. Jing Yuan rubbed his face, feeling as though he had something to say, yet found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled deeply and murmured to himself, well, it doesn't matter. After all, the Chiming clan won't enjoy peace for long. Tao Ren seemed to be greatly affected, hastily running away without even glancing back. However, Jing Yuan paid him little mind. At that moment, Qing Yu, who had hurried out from the Shinsa mansion, noticed Jing Yuan's complex expression and approached him anxiously, exclaiming, General, the individual you instructed us to keep a close watch on has suddenly vanished. It is of no concern. She will return on her own shortly. Jing Yuan replied, already aware of her whereabouts. He shook his head slightly with a sigh. At the very least, he felt more assured regarding Jing Lu now. Suddenly, Jing Yuan recalled the hurried exit of Tao Ran, his eyes narrowing as he spoke. Fu Qing. Fu Xian instinctively looked up, contemplating the potential implications of Bai Lu's newfound strength on the celestial vessel. I have been quite occupied lately and am nursing an injury. I wish to temporarily entrust the affairs of Yunxi to you. Would you be willing to accept this responsibility? It was about time. Ahem. What I mean to say is, for the sake of Luofu, I shall not hesitate to take on this duty. Fu Xian declared, her expression serious, though the smile in her eyes remained unmistakable. I told you today that the omens indicated good fortune was on the horizon, and indeed it has proven true. My divinations never err. As Yukong contemplated the handling of documents upon returning to the Heavenly Vessel Command, he couldn't help but glance over at Jing Yuan, a resigned smile gracing his lips. The general was at it again. Meanwhile, Kafka turned her gaze towards Blade, a light laugh escaping her lips. Are you satisfied now? Miss Bailu's power is capable of self-preservation, even within the vastness of the galaxy. The attack known as the Dragon King's Wave was vividly evident to Kafka, as it was restrained by the holy light of Puni. Otherwise, the destruction it could have wrought would have been far more catastrophic. The galaxy remained perilously treacherous for her. To venture into its depths demanded more than mere strength. Kafka chuckled softly. Despite Blade's words, she could sense his body and mind were considerably relaxed. Even his mood had lifted significantly. Dan Heng observed Bailu engaging in aerial combat with the stars, a slight smile playing on his lips. The Dragon Master could no longer restrain her now. Moreover, the thought that had crossed Yukong's mind had also occurred to him. The legacy of the Dragon Sovereign's power would yield an unexpected turn. Bailu would become a remarkable exception. One who could continue to walk after inheriting the illustrious legacy of the Dragon Sovereign. Such an outcome was undoubtedly favorable. As for the Dragon Master's lack of amiability, did that truly matter? Suddenly, Dan Heng noticed March 7 deep in thought, thinking, what occupies your mind? He couldn't help but inquire. You see, March 7 opened her mouth, and Walter turned his curious gaze towards her. With her arms crossed, and her head slightly bowed in a contemplative manner, she spoke solemnly. Jing Yuan has a divine sovereign, so what should we call the one behind Bailu? The Dragon Sovereign? At this very moment, it echoed the sentiments of a time long past. With a heavy heart, Tao Ran returned to the Danding division. Upon entering, the oppressive atmosphere immediately enveloped the other Dragon Masters. In a distant corner of the galaxy, amidst the chaos of war, the harbingers of destruction wreaked havoc upon the world. The faction known as the Annihilation Gang pursued devastation, yet they were unlike true annihilation itself. Wails of despair echoed throughout the lands they traversed. However, today's lamentations were distinct. Members of the Annihilation Gang lay helplessly on the ground, leaning against walls and submerged in water. Fear was palpable in the air. Beneath a crumbling edifice, the leader of this small faction leaned weakly against a corner, gasping for breath, his gaze fixated on the cowboy before him, who remained with his head bowed. What kind of monster are you? His voice trembled. The Annihilation Gang was fragmented, consisting of various minor factions, of which they were but one. Yet, even as a minor faction, they had wrought destruction upon numerous civilizations. This solitary monster had cut through them with ease, single-handedly. The Sea Ranger paused, his steady voice providing clarity as he slowly raised his revolver. Bang! A single bullet extinguished the nefarious life of this villain. The cowboy gazed at him quietly, then suddenly lifted his head, grinning mischievously. What fun this is, he chuckled, the smile on his mask radiating brilliantly. From this moment forth, he would be known as the Sea Ranger. In the galaxy, there were those who punished evil and upheld righteousness, while the wicked aboard the celestial vessel faced their reckoning. In the Tabu division, Fu Xian spoke earnestly to the Dragon Masters who had come seeking him. The pleas of the Dragon Masters have reached my ears, however. This matter is inherently an internal affair of the Holding Bright sect. As the Grand Diviner of the Luofu, it would be inappropriate for me to intervene. Moreover, from what I know, the Dragon Masters are in no predicament. On the contrary, they exhibit remarkable vigor and robust health, surpassing even the diviners of the Taibu division, who spend their days seated in divination. The delicate Qing Ke subtly raised her head, sensing the implications in the Grand Diviner's words. After dismissing the visiting members of the Holding Bright clan, Fu Xian casually retrieved a star yam offered by Qing Ke and took a satisfying sip. The Dragon Masters have indeed faced their share of hardships. There was no trace of sympathy in her expression, only a sense of schadenfreude. The demeanor of the holding bright dragon masters is consistently austere and solemn, their speech and demeanor imbued with a haughty disdain for other beings. Fu Xian, as the Grand Diviner and occasional interlocutor with the Dragon Masters, had seen much of this before. Yet, out of respect for her position, she refrained from contesting their arrogance. Nonetheless, she relished the thought of the Dragon Masters encountering difficulties, perceiving it as a source of entertainment akin to the leisure section of an interstellar peace bulletin. Noticing Fu Xian had some leisure time, Qing Ke swiftly presented a report. Grand Diviner, here are the various metrics from the Cloud Riders that require your attention. Oh, let me take a look. Observing Fu Xian meticulously review the report, Qing Ke clenched her right hand behind her back, whispering to herself, yes. Since being entrusted by the general to temporarily oversee the affairs of the Cloud Riders, the Grand Diviner has shown considerable dedication, even pausing her own metrics for the time being. Today's tasks are complete, my esteemed companions. Your king has arrived. Meanwhile, at the Danding Division, Yanqing diligently works for the safety of Luofu. As a secret refuge for the revered medicine king, Yanqing often visits whenever time permits, remaining ever vigilant. Today, however, the Danding Division seems unusually crowded. Observing the throngs of people bustling about, engaged in incessant conversations, Yanqing wore a perplexed expression. Is it customary for the Danding Division to host such a multitude? The residents of the celestial vessel are renowned for their robust physiques, and few have ventured to the Danding Division in the past few centuries. Thus, it is predominantly inhabited by outsiders. However, he noticed a considerable number of celestial vessel inhabitants during his journey. The Cloud Riders were present to maintain order. Yet their demeanor suggested they were not solely tasked with this duty. It appeared they were also there to witness the spectacle. What could be the reason? Is there an event at the Danding Division? While pondering this, two lively figures approached, chattering excitedly. Shang, come quickly. There's a prime spot. Xiao Gizi, slow down, don't bump into anyone. The vibrant orange-clad girl exuded energy, even outshining the Cloud Rider girl behind her. Excuse me, may I inquire what is happening here? Yanqing hastily called out to the two. Guixin paused in place, speaking rapidly. I heard people say that several prominent figures from the Holding Bright clan are tied up in that great tree. Such a rare sight must not be missed. Are you coming, young sir? Prominent figures from the Holding Bright clan? Yanqing was taken aback. At the heart of the Danding Division stands a dragon tree, ancient yet still brimming with vitality. Its designation as the dragon tree is not without reason, and regardless of its origins, it is aptly named today. On the dragon tree, several bound figures from the Holding Bright clan struggled incessantly, their mouths muffled by cloth, emitting pitiful sounds. Nearby, an adorable dragon maiden effortlessly hoisted one of the dragon masters up the tree. Bailu, as a dragon maiden of the Holding Bright clan, your antics will bring shame upon your kin. Be quiet. Bailu, unyielding in her resolve, swiftly bound him and retrieved a cloth, which she crumpled with determination before forcefully stuffing it into the incessantly clamoring mouth. With a satisfied clap of her hands, she took a few steps back, placing her hands on her hips, her tail joyfully swishing with exuberance. Before her, several dragon masters were tied to the stout branches, two of whom had already relinquished their struggles, idly waiting. Thus, art had been manifested. Indeed, this was the essence of the dragon tree, Bailu chuckled. A bunch of insufferable rascals, proclaiming they would hang you from a tree, and here they were. Yanqing, passing through the clouds on his steed, gazed at this bizarre scene with an expression of bewilderment, particularly as he faintly heard the murmurs of the otherworldly maiden. Her words about gaining followers causing his lips to twitch. Miss Bailu, what is this? A schism within the Zijming? No, that was not quite right. Miss Bailu was the current Zijming dragon sovereign, and her actions should be about rectifying misconduct. Turning to see Yanqing, Bailu smiled. Ah, it's you, young Master Yanqing. It's nothing. I am merely a woman of my word. If I say they'll hang all day, then hang they shall. I, Bailu, the dragon maiden of medicinal herbs, am exceedingly trustworthy. Moreover, after my return, these dragon masters still dared to constrain me with notions of Zijming's honor. It is entirely within my integrity that they are not planted in the ground. Yanqing glanced at Bailu, then at the dragon masters who sought his help, decisively looking away. In truth, he held no fondness for these matters either. His curiosity was piqued by Bailu's earlier feat of lifting a dragon master with one hand. About that, hearing Yanqing's inquiry, Bailu raised her small hand, fair and delicate, exuding the unique charm of youthful innocence, and squeezed with vigor. My strength is extraordinarily great now. Even the massive stone in the Danding division can be effortlessly lifted with one hand. This extraordinary boulder, standing approximately 3 min tall and possessing a unique texture and considerable weight, is a remarkable sight. Yin Qing reminisced about it. And then a subtle change flickered across her expression. Afterward, Bailu turned to the Dragon Master and declared with a resounding voice, I do not concern myself with your trivialities. I cannot comprehend what you say. I have already joined the Holy Light Alliance, and I shall fight for justice. I have no time for your nonsense. Chapter 60, Sway Garden, Mirror Stream, Puni. The fragrant tea wafts through the air, soothing the heart and mind. Relishing this rare moment of tranquility, Jing Yuan felt a wave of happiness. Indeed, entrusting affairs to Fu Qing was a wise decision. After all, the Dragon Master would hardly find him during this period. The Danding division was bustling with activity, presenting a rare spectacle not everyone could witness. Having never endured such humiliation, the overwhelming stimulus caused several Dragon Masters to faint. Among the crowd, Heita stood with one hand on his hip, observing the unfolding farce with great interest. Has the atmosphere in Luo Fu always been this amusing? If memory serves, those seemingly decayed individuals were Dragon Masters from the Ji-Ming clan, and it was quite a sight to behold a young girl bring them to such a state, eliciting a chuckle. However, it is she. Heita's gaze settled on Bailu, who was engaged in conversation with Yin Qing, his eyes gleaming with profound curiosity. Not long after boarding the celestial vessel, he had detected a peculiar energy fluctuation, bearing a striking resemblance to what he had been pursuing. And he never anticipated witnessing such a dramatic scene. As she pondered, Heita suddenly fell to gaze upon her. Following the sensation, she beheld a girl clad in clouds, her eyes sparkling with clarity, leaning down to observe her. What is it? Have you never encountered such beauty before? Su Chong blinked in surprise, and then joyfully lifted her head, calling out to Gui Na Fun, Little Gui, she is real. Having accomplished all that, Bailu felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Before taking her leave, she cautioned the surrounding Qi-Ming not to allow the Dragon Masters to descend, lest they become further enthralled by the Dragon Masters. She specifically instructed the Cloud Knights in her vicinity, for the Dragon Masters of Qi-Ming held no sway over them. Particularly after Yin Qing, the valiant Cloud Knight, nodded in agreement. With a proud demeanor, Bailu raised her head, her tail swaying gently amidst her mane, and she felt an unparalleled sense of ease. Yin Qing, walking beside her, curiously inquired, Miss Bailu, to what extent do you believe you can achieve now? Yin Qing was quite intrigued, wondering how Bailu had evolved after their earlier encounter. The Dragon Masters of Qi-Ming were far from inept, despite their poor reputation. One could not deny that those decayed remnants possessed some skill to wield such authority. Coupled with the cloud chanting technique, their combat prowess was indeed formidable. Bailu, single-handedly facing multiple foes, managed to subdue them all without a scratch, igniting a sense of thrill within Yin Qing. Of course, Bailu began, only to be abruptly drawn to a figure blocking her path. The joints bore mechanical structures, and the other parts exhibited clear signs of machinery. A sentient machine? As Bailu scrutinized Heita, Heita too was assessing Bailu. With a calm expression, Heita spoke, Indeed, it was you from earlier. Come, show me your strength. The presumptuous tone caused both individuals to furrow their brows. Who are you to address me in such a manner? Bailu puffed up her cheeks slightly, questioning with displeasure. What do you mean by that, miss? Yin Qing also frowned, inquiring. She began to search her mind for any acquaintance aboard the celestial vessel. Who am I? Heita smirked, hands planted on her hips, tilting her chin slightly as she spoke. Before you stands the illustrious Lady Heita, a paragon of wisdom and beauty, the envoy of intellect. A genius who has sought the favor of the celestial deities on 2 occasions. How does that suffice? If it falls short, I can elaborate further. Bailu felt her head spinning, exclaiming in confusion, Why all this chatter? Just state your name. Yin Qing's expression shifted, a pang of alarm striking her heart. Lady Heita. Having spent time alongside Jing Yuan, Yin Qing's knowledge expanded daily. Each member of the Genius Club was a catalyst for the advancement of the galaxy, and Lady Heita was truly exceptional. Within the assembly of prodigies, her presence was uniquely significant. The brilliance of her mind and intellect was such that even the company dared not oppose her. It could be said that the company treated each genius with utmost respect. Under normal circumstances, Yin Qing vaguely recalled that Lady Heita had once openly referred to the omniscient celestial lord as a mere machine in a program, showcasing her temperament and cunning. To think such a formidable figure would come to Rofu. One could only wonder if the general was aware of her arrival. Achu. At that moment, the usually composed Jing Yuan unexpectedly sneezed. He found himself unable to remain seated, pondering. Strange, could it be that I truly have an ailment? The power of the White Dew has been liberated, and her healing abilities have ascended several levels. Perhaps we should take a moment to explore this further? Lady Black Tower. What brings you to the Luofu? Yanqing inquired earnestly, although he was unaware of the reason behind Lady Black Tower's presence at the Danding division. As a member of the Cloud Riders, he could not allow Luofu to lose face in her presence. Do you know where I can find someone with similar powers? Upon hearing Yanqing's words, Lady Black Tower's eyes narrowed slightly as she responded. Yanqing regarded her with a hint of confusion, sensing an undercurrent of hostility in her tone. Though he questioned whether it was merely his imagination. Is it just my perception? Why are you looking for Puni? White Dew asked the figure before her, who was only slightly taller than herself. Children are often perceptive. Despite her belief that Lady Black Tower was not malevolent, she could sense the faintly sinister disposition lurking beneath. Akin to the dark thoughts she could detect from the Dragon Masters after their evolution. While she was unaware of their specific thoughts, she was certain they were not benign. Well, I can find him regardless, even if you choose not to assist, as he is currently at the immortal vessel, Lady Black Tower replied nonchalantly. Yanqing exchanged glances with White Dew. As Lady Black Tower had stated, locating a target with a confirmed location was trivial for such a genius. Yet, if that were the case, why did she seek their assistance? Shaking her head, White Dew opted to conserve her mental energy and extended her hand toward Lady Black Tower. Then let us proceed. I shall guide you. She had just mentioned that she was an envoy of knowledge, a type of individual she surely could not contend with on her own. Though Bai Lu had never studied military strategy, she understood that being in the shadows while the enemy was in the light was a disadvantage. It was better to keep a close watch on this individual. She was incredibly astute. A wise decision indeed. Heita chuckled softly, observing Bai Lu's outstretched hand, and extended his own in response. In the next moment, Heita's expression shifted subtly. Just as he began to utter a word, Bai Lu leaned slightly forward, exerting her strength to sprint away. She transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing through the streets of Danding as if she were flying a kite, pulling Heita along with her. My hand is going to break. Be gentle. What on earth has this child been eating? This strength is extraordinary. A moment later, as the two vanished in the blink of an eye, Yanqing parted his lips to intervene, but by the time he reacted, it was already too late. He could only send a message to Jing Yuan inquiring about Heita's arrival. At that moment, and Sui Yuan, a swordswoman stood in front of Puni, her gaze unwavering yet unable to see, firmly locking onto Puni's direction. Who are you? Huang Quan inquired, her eyes lowering to the sword held by the suddenly appeared woman. In response to Huang Quan's question, Jing Lu looked towards Puni, her lips parting slightly as she spoke softly. I come to express my gratitude, and should you ever have an enemy, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall deal with them. Jing Lu was a swordswoman. Her sword was capable of severing the stars, and she never hesitated to repay kindness. Puni had assisted Bai Lu, and she too felt indebted. All she possessed was the sword in her hand, which she could wield to offer her support. As her heart remained restless, a steadfast figure persistently brought her solace. Calmly, Puni was about to speak when she suddenly heard a voice. I've broken my hand. I implore the Artisan Guild to assist you in repairing it. Chapter 61. Please, let me take a look. Following the sound, a small dragon person streaked toward her with the velocity of a comet, far surpassing the speed of a starship. Under the gaze of Puni and her companions, it approached rapidly, and in an instant, it appeared before them. Gazing at the familiar face, Jinglu found herself momentarily entranced. In her hand, she held an adorable doll. Albeit with a flaw, the doll's left hand was gripped by its right, creating a rather peculiar sight. Bailu chuckled awkwardly, slightly embarrassed. In her haste to escape moments ago, she had inadvertently exerted too much force, not anticipating that the doll crafted by the intelligent command would be so fragile, resulting in it being torn apart so easily. However, she quickly composed herself, cleared her throat, and pointed at the black tower, which was aligning its arm interface. Puni, this individual wishes to meet you. With a click. The moment her words fell, the black tower had already reattached its arm. My design is not a cheap trinket that can be easily damaged, it declared, slightly lifting its chin with pride. After asserting the integrity of its creation, the black tower turned its gaze toward Puni, the unique power radiating with a celestial glow. combined with the unprecedented race of the galaxy, heightened the Black Tower's interest in Puni. Furthermore, the stone slabs surrounding her hinted to it that they were not mere decorations. Otherwise, they would not be darting about in pursuit of Puni's figure. Are you Puni? Capable of crushing a star core with your bare hands? Hearing from the company, one wonders whether you have indeed encountered Aha. The gaze of the Black Tower fixated upon Puni, posing a series of inquiries. Each member of the Genius Club possesses an eccentric disposition, perhaps a common affliction among prodigies, yet it is not their fault. At this moment, Black Tower's curiosity regarding Puni reached its zenith. The joyous Aha could materialize in any corner at any moment, and Black Tower had a certain fondness for him. During the simulations of the cosmos, other celestial beings rendered speechless, much like the scholars of the Knowledge Society who struggled to grasp her insights, remained absent, while only Aha would unexpectedly leap forth from some obscure nook. Naturally, it would have been even better if Lira were present. Currently, Black Tower pondered, attempting to extract answers to her queries from Puni. She held a firm belief that Kiko would not deceive her, as her mind had yet to evolve into that particular module. However, Kiko too lacked a satisfactory answer to her own uncertainties, which left her rather displeased. Why the silence? Black Tower questioned, gazing curiously at Puni, who stared back silently. Extending her right hand, she waved, her lips parting slightly as she prepared to voice her soul's inquiries. In the next moment, a peculiar wave, imperceptible to ordinary beings, spread across the starry seas. In a certain corner of the cosmos, within a castle reminiscent of a fairy tale, countless adorable miniature Black Towers busily engaged in their activities. In one corner, a few tiny Black Towers were striking instruments, weaving melodies to extol the virtues of Lady Black Tower. Upon a soft flying carpet, a graceful figure rested her chin upon her hand, gazing suspiciously ahead, murmuring to herself, "How strange, not a word uttered. Could it be that my genius beauty has rendered them speechless?" As the words left her lips, a low hum resonated as the astute mind of the Black Tower keenly detected an unfamiliar disturbance within the castle. In the next moment, warmth enveloped him, and a dazzling yet gentle radiance, neither blinding nor harsh, suddenly manifested before his eyes. Instinctively, the Black Tower closed his eyes, waiting for them to adjust to the brilliance before reopening them. "You seem to have been searching for me," echoed a majestic and sacred voice in his ears. Once the Black Tower regained his composure, a figure bathed in divine light appeared before him. It was Puni. He instinctively glanced at his hand, which shimmered with a brilliance surpassing that of jade. A fleeting glance around the space revealed his raised brow. Where was this? Is this a realm of your creation? Have I been drawn directly into this space you conjured? Is it tangible? A flurry of questions erupted from him, as he was certain he had merely been waiting on the flying carpet for Puni's response, only to find himself here in an instant. It was evident that the luminous figure before him was the master of this domain, and he yearned to uncover one particular mystery. "How did you find me?" The Black Tower lifted his gaze to meet Puni's, his eyes brimming with curiosity, a testament to the genius's burgeoning intrigue for her. In gaming terms, his affection meter, already close to overflowing, was now bursting forth with hearts due to some unforeseen event. Perhaps that analogy was somewhat imprecise, but it conveyed his sentiment vividly. The Black Tower was undeniably curious, sensing that this setting was more conducive to dialogue. Puni calmly replied, "As for how I detected your position, the design of the puppet is remarkably intricate. Within it lies a constant trace of your essence. Haida is proud, and upon encountering herself, she is bound to have numerous questions, her temperament being somewhat abrasive. Puni, however, does not mind the demeanor of such individuals, in comparison to many members of the eccentric Genius Club are indeed more favorable in the eyes of the public. Within this context, Haida's moral compass shines brightly, akin to a flickering flame. Thus, Puni opted for a simpler mode of communication. While there are numerous puppets, there exists but one true essence. Haida pondered thoughtfully. The ability to locate oneself solely through the aura of a puppet, effortlessly surpassing the myriad systems she had designed, indeed confirmed she had made the right choice this time. Frankly, she now regrets not seeking you out personally. Haida's gaze was intense, her eyes sparkling brighter than violets, radiating brilliance surpassing that of a stellar explosion. She is filled with immense regret. The existence of the shattered star core is extraordinarily unique, yet due to her lack of direction, Haida chose to dispatch puppets to trace her whereabouts, planning to set off upon discovery. Now, however, she laments that she should have embarked immediately upon receiving the news. The enigma surrounding this being, which had never revealed itself in the galaxy for hundreds or even thousands of amber epochs, is far greater than she had anticipated. Have you truly met Aha? How did you get along? Puni reflected briefly, recalling Aha's belief that laughter is an essential trace of life's existence. It is not particularly difficult to inspire him to combat evil. Enter the Sea Ranger Aha. At least, he seems to have a fondness for the underlings of the storm who infiltrated the haunts. Well, I suppose I understand now. It appears you have shared quite a delightful time together. Before Puni could utter a word, Haida already donned an expression of understanding. Indeed, it was quite delightful. Puni nodded slightly in agreement. Hee, isn't it? Haida chuckled, inching closer to Puni, and then, hey, with a swift gesture, she grasped nothing but air. Looking up, Puni's figure had returned to its previous distance. TCH, so stingy, Haida pouted in displeasure. I do not mind addressing your curiosities, but you must exhibit the respect that is due. Puni spoke softly, his voice barely above a whisper, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Generally, Puni possessed a gentle temperament, particularly after enduring the passage of countless years. To him, Haida resembled a mischievous child, devoid of malice, driven solely by the purest curiosity. However, this did not imply that Puni would remain silent. Children may be playful, yet they must also comprehend the boundaries of propriety. Haida raised an eyebrow, familiar with this sentiment. Taking a deep breath, she slowly brought her hands together, and in the next moment, please, let me have a glance. Chapter 62. The little gray fur entering Puni had always believed that an equal attitude differed greatly from shamelessness. However, the mind of a genius cannot be comprehended through the lens of ordinary thought. For Haida, the concept of face was merely a tool employed upon discovering something of interest. After all, this notion refreshes like mushrooms sprouting after rain, promptly renewing at midnight, rendering anything used obsolete. Yet, this concept held little significance for Puni. His existence spanned eons. And from his perspective, Haida's antics appeared akin to those of a playful child. For the being known as Puni, a child's slight mischief is permissible. In the grand scheme of combating evil, such antics are trivial, far preferable to wreaking havoc upon the world. When the Black Tower regained her senses, she found herself back in the castle, still seated upon the flying carpet, maintaining the same posture as before. So, was my consciousness just drawn into another realm? This presents an intriguing subject. For the Black Tower, creating a space, including a balanced ecosystem, poses no challenge. However, the significance of the figure she encountered far surpasses the mundane task of world building in her mind. It is because she sensed something profoundly important emanating from Puni, divinity. The Black Tower murmured softly. Indeed, it is divinity, the fusion of the divine and the human, giving rise to a unique existence like hers. Having met the machine head on several occasions, the Black Tower was intimately familiar with that sensation. To be honest, she felt indifferent towards it. After all, the star gods always dwell above, gazing down upon the mortal realm. Perhaps from their perspective, she is not perceived in the same light. Yet from the viewpoint of the masses, including the astute Black Tower, they are invariably radiant with divinity. This includes Nanak, who has obliterated countless worlds. Even this star god remains suffused with divinity in the eyes of mortals, despite his divine essence being destruction, restoring tranquility to the universe. Yet today, she encountered an entity that embodies both divinity and humanity. What could this possibly be? The Black Tower pondered, gently biting her index finger, her delicate features scrunched in contemplation. Ah, how intriguing. To draw someone in only to cast them aside after use is truly excessive. This simply cannot stand. It cannot simply be left at that. This genius is determined to unearth the mysteries that lie beneath. In the eyes of the illustrious Lady Black Tower, no challenge is insurmountable. The moment she re-engaged with the device, she swiftly locked onto her target. Just a quick measurement, merely a brief assessment. Is that too much to ask? Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Lady Black Tower clasped her hands together, her cherubic face gazing pitifully at Puni as she gently swayed her upper body. Coupled with Lady Black Tower's unparalleled beauty since childhood, this display exuded an irresistible allure. Huang Quan, who had been lingering beside Puni, tilted her head slightly. Her gaze filled with bewilderment at the unfolding scene. Had something just transpired? To their eyes, it appeared that Puni merely exchanged a glance with Black Tower, after which she transformed into this captivating figure. Unfazed by their scrutiny, Black Tower remained indifferent. Her focus was solely on her boundless yearning for the unknown. How could the trivial glances of mere mortals possibly sway the magnificent Lady Black Tower? Puni, unperturbed, understood that the most effective way to deal with Black Tower was to prevent her from advancing even a single step. For Black Tower, the concept of inching forward simply did not exist. Without standing at the very heart of the matter, all her actions were rendered moot. This is the remarkable progress of a genius. At that moment, a soft cough resonated from behind. Black Tower turned to the sound, spotting a white-haired figure who had just uttered the noise. The general of the Ruofu? Black Tower raised an eyebrow. The leaders of the various factions across the galaxy each possessed their own intricate web of relationships, and Black Tower had considerable knowledge of this formidable general. After all, the conflict between the celestial vessel and the abundant folk was nothing short of cataclysmic. A clash so monumental that it could not be overlooked even from a distance of several hundred light years. Gazing upon that striking visage, Jingyuan let out a long sigh within his heart. It's nothing, really. Just a genius here as a guest. Nothing to worry about. He then noticed the unwavering gaze of Jinglu fixed upon Bailu, causing Jingyuan's spirits to sink. The more he observed, the more he yearned for retirement. Setting aside his unrealistic fantasies, his attention flickered between Puni and Haida. The purpose of Haida's visit was glaringly evident. To be frank, had it not been for Puni's intervention in resolving the greatest existential crisis of the Xianzhou and assisting them in overcoming their past tribulations, even the progress of the demon shadow would have been severely hindered. Jingyuan's response to Puni would have been akin to that towards Haida, albeit with an extra layer of caution. However, this could not serve as an excuse for him to remain passive while yet another formidable target emerged on the Luofu. Haida raised an eyebrow, sensing that this Xianzhou general seemed to be emanating a palpable aura of darkness. Observing Puni, who remained unfazed, Haida realized that her persistent efforts today would likely yield little fruit. Her intellect served not only for research but often enabled her to make astute decisions. For instance, her gaze slowly shifted towards the dragon maiden, who appeared to be reveling in the spectacle. The power she exuded seemed to share a common origin with that of Puni. Within the castle, Haida suddenly sprang to her feet. No, this time she must take matters into her own hands. This was a war devoid of smoke and bloodshed. So proclaimed Haida. She was utterly convinced that Puni possessed something that had eluded countless amber ages, a mysterious entity that was exceedingly tempting to her. Hence, she resolved to strike immediately. However, Haida's actions did not perturb Puni in the slightest. A mischievous child with a commendable moral compass, indeed. Naturally, if she were to fret and nibble on her handkerchief while shedding tears over certain issues, Puni would remain unfazed. Puni is currently devising a plan to witness the malevolence that lurks among the stars and to take action against it. His temporary stay atop the Rofa serves this purpose. As the nascent harbinger of order must undergo growth, and once a certain level of maturity is attained, examination becomes essential. As for the target of this scrutiny, the bountiful aberrations, under the gaze of the underworld, Puni slightly raised his head, his eyes seemingly transcending endless light years, capturing the diverse forms of bountiful anomalies. Puni has never forgotten the malevolence that must be dispelled. Order. The cosmos craves order. What are you up to? Bailu asked, her arms crossed, watching with trepidation as the Black Tower approached step by step. Please, just conduct a measurement. The Black Tower, with eyes deliberately adjusted to appear pitiful, wore an expression of imploring innocence that sent shivers down Bailu's spine. Understanding that this little dragon was the current incarnation of the enlightened dragon sovereign, the Black Tower was momentarily taken aback, but soon her desire to measure Bailu reignited. Puni was currently beyond her reach, and it seemed she would have to wait for his main body to arrive before anything could unfold. However, the little dragon before her perfectly aligned with her intentions. The enlightened dragon sovereign held some interest for the Black Tower, but not enough to warrant great concern. Bailu, on the other hand, was a unique case, as she had fused the powers of the enlightened dragon sovereign with Puni's essence. Such a flawless specimen lay before her. It was imperative to act. Yet, Bailu shook her head repeatedly. No. The teachings of the enlightened ancestors forbid me from following strange uncles. On the other side, Jingyuan helplessly observed the scene where the Black Tower was coaxing the little girl. He felt powerless against this renowned genius of the universe. Yet establishing a good rapport with Lady Black Tower was of utmost importance given Luofu's current predicament. However, he could not idly watch as the Black Tower toyed with the unknown little dragon. So, what sudden purpose does this entail? a small gray-furred creature with clear, innocent eyes slowly approached. Chapter 63. His radiance is more sacred. What exquisite craftsmanship! Is this truly the method employed for resolution? The Black Tower, magnifying glass in hand, meticulously examined every detail, moving up and down, left and right, occasionally exclaiming in awe. Xing, with a look of innocence, raised his hands high, staring in bewilderment as the Black Tower scrutinized his chest with the magnifying glass. Jing Yuan stood by, observing quietly. Indeed, the best way to engage this genius was to present her with matters of interest. "Show me the star core, little ghost," the Black Tower urged eagerly. Gone was her initial astonishment of, "How do you possess a star core, little ghost?" Now, her sole desire was to see the effects of this intricately sealed star core. Upon hearing the Black Tower's request, Xing's eyes brightened. Meanwhile, the Dragon Masters, having narrowly escaped another of Bai Lu's reprimands, gathered together with somber expressions. This could not continue. Allowing her to act recklessly would only lead to a repeat of the Dan Feng era. One Dragon Master slammed his fist on the table, his expression filled with rage. As exalted Dragon Masters, when had they ever endured such a profound humiliation? Even during the era of the Crimson Maple, the Dragon Masters would never have resorted to such a humiliating act as to be bested by a mere child. This is a disgrace to the entire Qi Ming clan. The crowd seethed with indignation, when suddenly, Tao Ran's calm voice broke through the tumult. The previously enraged assembly fell silent in unison. Not merely out of respect for Tao Ran's stature, but because at that moment, he lay reclined in his chair, one eye half open, his gaze directed mostly at the ceiling. This peculiar scene compelled them to halt their outcries, for in his current state, he wielded little authority to speak. The Dragon Maiden, wielding her potent abilities, had made her move. Yet, it was precisely this power that allowed her to escape the clutches of the Dragon Tree. Now endowed with such strength and supported by that individual and Jing Yuan, her past methods would no longer suffice. The crowd fell into a contemplative silence. They all grasped this truth. The residence of the Dragon Masters was not merely guarded by a handful of Qi Ming, and those who could heed their commands were likely indifferent to the Dragon Sovereign, Bai Lu. Even amidst such stringent defenses, Bai Lu's arrival could not be thwarted. A testament to her burgeoning power. The binding chains of the wooden locks had vanished, the most effective restraints dissolved, heralding the unstoppable return of the Dragon Sovereign. Nonetheless, the Dragon Masters harbored a sense of reluctance. During the absence of the Dragon Sovereign, they had fully seized control of the Qi Ming, and although they lacked significant power in her absence, life aboard the celestial vessel continued as usual. Moreover, they had never ceased their pursuit of the Dragon Sovereign's strength. Abundance. Tao Ran suddenly interjected. To address the reproductive concerns of the Chiming clan, the esteemed Dragon Master of Lufu has long established ties with the bountiful lineage. The Alchemy Division, under the auspices of the Luofu Chiming, has become a sanctuary for the secretive teachings of the Medicine King, a privilege afforded by this alliance. It now appears that this collaboration can deepen further. If memory serves, the formidable foe of the Fox tribe is currently imprisoned in the Abyssal Dungeon. One of the Dragon Masters added, "It is time to make contact. Surely the waning Buli yearns for the return of their leader." Meanwhile, aboard the Astral Express, upon hearing of the Black Tower's arrival, Kazuna was momentarily taken aback. Yet, recalling the inquiries she had sent forth, the surprise quickly faded. She held a certain understanding of this prodigy. Her curiosity burned brighter than the stars themselves, and anything that piqued her interest would draw her into relentless exploration, day and night. However, the train was about to depart. Kazuna felt a pang of distress. Typically, the Astral Express halts for 7 days along its route, and despite the unforeseen events in Luofu, the train continued its journey unimpeded. Moreover, according to the timeline, Pinaconi, who had extended the invitation for the grand celebration, would soon arrive as the festivities commenced. At that moment, the grand symphony was of little importance. The Black Tower? At the sound, Kazuna instinctively turned to see that the Black Tower had somehow boarded the train and was approaching her. Simultaneously, in Changle, stars floated in the sky. With one hand gripping a baseball bat and the other shielding his eyes from the sun, gazing upward. How high they soared. Outside the train, Walter gazed contemplatively at the deep pit below. The train had not recently acquired any heavy instruments. After sitting down, Haida expressed his dissatisfaction, lamenting that such a significant event had not been communicated to him in a timely manner, causing him to wander aimlessly across the galaxy until he finally caught up in Luofu. "I apologize," I did not anticipate that Puni would venture into the starry sky. Jeezy chuckled lightly, offering Haida a cup of coffee. Regrettably, it is merely a puppet. This is merely a formality. How I wish it were a real person. Setting aside the trivialities, she continued, I came to seek information regarding that luminous individual. Surely, you possess some insights. Haida spoke directly. Jeezy was unsurprised by his inquiry. It was the only matter that could compel this genius to traverse great distances in haste. However, Jeezy admitted, I do not know much about Puni either. We merely encountered him on the pioneering path while traversing the starry sea, and we have only recently established contact. I am entirely ignorant of his origins or homeland. She shook her head slightly. Puni remained enigmatic. To this day, they had no knowledge of where he hailed from. Wait, Jeezy suddenly realized something amiss. It seemed they had never inquired about Puni's place of origin. Never mind, I did not expect to obtain valuable clues from you. Haida, too, was not surprised. If the fusion of divinity and humanity could be easily discerned by Jeezy, then what need would there be for her genius? Nevertheless, Jeezy shifted the topic, and Haida sat up straight. I have heard from Walter that the stone slabs surrounding Puni serve as his self-imposed seal, designed to contain his excessively powerful abilities. Sealed? The Black Tower raised an eyebrow. Is this not the mechanism of the ultimate boss in a game? The following day, the arrival of the Black Tower had little impact on Puni. However, it caused the heart rate of a certain general to surge. Dragon King Wave. With an unmatched might, the attack descended upon the ancient sea, stirring up tumultuous waves. Star, equally unwilling to yield, took her stance, raising her bat high as infinite holy light converged before it. In the next moment, she swung the bat fiercely, the luminous orb charging into the ancient sea, creating a wave even more massive than before. Hooray! Watching the contest between the two youngsters, Puni nodded slightly, sensing the initial formation of their efforts. Thus, they could proceed. As she contemplated, Bailu and Star had already dashed to Puni's side, their little faces alight with excitement. Puni, what is today's activity? I can hardly wait. The two had learned the night before that Puni would take them out to combat evil, and they had been unable to sleep with excitement. With Star nearly resorting to borrowing Jeezy's coffee for a boost, but thankfully, she had held on. Upon hearing their enthusiastic voices, Puni slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes traversing countless light years to a world ravaged by the scourge of abundant pests. This time, there was no need to hold back. She would unleash her full power. Puni's thoughts were simple. One day she might leave this world, but the holy light she left behind would continue to protect all beings. The holy light shimmered, and Huangquan couldn't help but glance over, gazing intently at Puni. She felt an indescribable sensation emanating from Puni at that moment. If she were to describe it, the previous Puni had the emotions of living beings, albeit faint, while now, as they set forth to eradicate evil and allow the holy light to safeguard life, she radiated an overwhelming presence. His radiance shone even more brilliantly, more divinely, as if he were not himself, but rather a deity. Yet, this distinction bore little significance. Huang Chuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, a rare display since leaving his homeland, causing his melancholic demeanor to dissipate like snow under the sun. Just as she stepped resolutely onto the path of her aspirations, her determination remained unshaken in this moment. A beam of light surged skyward, capturing the attention of many who wondered where it might lead. Most, however, paid it no heed, while those privy to its secrets observed it in silence. At least for Jin Yuan, witnessing that ascending light brought an unparalleled tranquility to his heart. Grow, flourish more swiftly, to the point where tragedies ceased to unfold entirely. Meanwhile, the eager Black Tower, ready to experiment with his ideas, stood transfixed before the desolate ancient sea. The winds of ancient sea howled fiercely, yet they could not stir Black Tower's heart. Where had everyone gone? Chapter 64, The Wild Sea Ranger. The galaxy stretched infinitely, with sacred light traversing through. In the blink of an eye, stars light years away came into view. The sacred light gradually came to a halt, and the gazes of the crowd fell upon the planet ahead. Lush and vibrant, it presented itself as a veritable cradle of life, particularly abundant in vitality. Yet, this abundance was not without its price. Civilizations crumbled, and beings vanished. The bountiful anomalies, being anomalies, reveal their true nature. The blessings of abundance are relatively common among the wanderers of fate. Many renowned healers tread this path, including numerous physicians from the Celestial Vessel Alliance, who have long sought to eliminate these bountiful anomalies. However, The offspring of abundance diverges significantly from the ordinary pathwalkers. The winged ones, after receiving the bountiful blessings, devolved into savage beasts that derive pleasure from the act of killing, while the steppe wanderers are resolute in their pursuit of the winter wolves. Striving to ascend to the stars, they have transformed into beasts, ensnared in the vigorous vitality bestowed upon them by abundance, unable to extricate themselves from its grasp. Thus, the celestial vessel relentlessly chases the fallen creatures of abundance, rather than the path of prosperity itself. An unpleasant odor permeates the air. Bailu wrinkled her delicate nose and furrowed her brow. Possessing the healing powers granted by the radiant dragon sovereign, her immense life force was drawn forth, enhancing her sensitivity to the essence of life. Within that star, she sensed an unsettling aura. "Then let us cast them all away," declared Xing, brandishing her bat with determination. Puni gazed toward that star, its concealed malevolence causing his holy light to flicker, yet he restrained himself. For within that celestial body resided a lone ranger who shared their mission. This marked the inaugural battle of the Holy Light Coalition against evil, and it was a matter to be handled personally. "Go forth, there stands a fellow ranger. Join forces with him to eradicate the darkness," Puni gently urged. "Is there truly a master among them?" Xing raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover someone even faster than herself. "No, as the galactic bat hero, I cannot be outdone." But wait, she was currently acting under the banner of the Holy Light Coalition, thus she should be the Bat General. With a snap of her fingers, Xing realized that she could produce a sound with her thumb and any finger, attributing it to sheer strength. Following the sound, a radiant light flickered, her silver wings shimmering, and her hair, cascading to her ankles, rose without the whisper of wind. In that moment, Xing exuded an aura of subtle sanctity. Behind Bailu, a resounding dragon's roar echoed as a colossal dragon-shaped phantom materialized, elegantly framing Bailu at its center. Two pairs of wings fluttered gracefully, and in a fleeting moment, it seemed as though Bailu's tail and the dragon's horns had elongated. The two figures, one ahead of the other, transformed into shooting stars under the watchful gaze of Puni, surging forth towards the distant celestial bodies. Puni remained suspended in the starlit sky, its whiskers gently undulating, extending sacred light, revealing divinity amidst the cosmic sea. Within the confines of a planet, a cowboy hunt was unfolding. He marveled at the unexpected multitude of wolf cubs encountered on the journey to Puni. Bang! A single shot bore witness to the passage of time. As two of the Bewley people met their demise under its impact, one of them even being conjoined. The cowboy chuckled softly, while the gasping Bewley man fixated intently on the ranger who brought death upon their kin. Clad in cowboy attire, his exposed physique gleamed with a metallic sheen, for he was indeed forged from steel. His long hair, a striking blend of black and white, exuded a sense of wild abandon, while his shark-like teeth instilled dread in the hearts of every Bewley. They were a small tribe, marooned on this planet, which was infested with the bounty of a parasitic species. They had hoped to find an opportunity to escape. Yet little did they anticipate being targeted by the madman before them. Just one man. Alone, he had shattered their entire tribe, even daring to proclaim, "A mere small tribe dares to retaliate against me." Posha regarded the dwindling Bewley with disdain. He was en route to Puni, simultaneously pursuing an imposter masquerading as a sea ranger. As a cowboy, he had always preferred taking shortcuts, unaware that this particular detour would lead him to a planet besieged by the bounty of a parasitic species. He was taken aback. These contraptions had dared to launch an assault on his spaceship, narrowly escaping his retaliation. How could he endure such indignity? Although he had approached for resupply, he hadn't provoked these ruffians into action. Nevertheless, he had no time to linger. The grand symphony of the treasures he cherished was about to commence, and he needed to hasten to gather. Thus, farewell. The dark muzzle of a firearm was aimed at a humanoid figure, and Poshio was poised to pull the trigger. At that moment, a thunderous rumble resounded. The earth quaked, quite literally. Instinctively, Poshio glanced over his shoulder, towards the source of the tremor. His keen cowboy vision allowed him to discern the unfolding scene. The summit of a mountain was being lifted, and the one lifting it. "Get out of the way," Bailu exclaimed, hoisting the peak over her head, shouting towards Poshio, who was encircled by the humanoids. This was truly astonishing. With no time for quips, Poshio swiftly maneuvered past the obstructing figures, delivering a kick that sent one tumbling. In the next instant, shadows descended from above. Boom! A tempest arose from the ground, with mountains tumbling down. Poshio, having barely distanced himself, felt his cheeks quiver under the approaching tremor. His eyes wide in disbelief at the spectacle. Are children nowadays this formidable? Remarkable. So you are here to assist that fellow Puni in purging this planet? Poshio inquired, slightly raising his gaze to regard the two sudden arrivals, his eyes narrowing with curiosity. Forget it, that short one is inconsequential. Even when flying, he merely aligns with my line of sight. What do you mean by a gray-haired flyer? That is a symbol of strength. Xing raised his thumb with a proud smile. True strength does not stem from mere words. So what if you can fly? Bosho scoffed. Although momentarily taken aback by the little dragon man's entrance, Bosho, having navigated the cosmos for many years, quickly regained his composure. However, one thing perplexed him. What on earth is this Holy Light Coalition? Bosho pondered. Could it be that during my journey, something novel has emerged in the universe? The so-called Holy Light signifies the eradication of evil and the maintenance of order, an embodiment of justice. Xing declared, hands on hips, brimming with determination. Bosho raised an eyebrow. This notion sounded quite appealing. After all, isn't that precisely the role of a Sea Ranger? Glancing at the time, he noted that there were approximately 2 system hours remaining until the spaceship's resupply was complete. All right then, allow me to observe how you all conduct your affairs. Bosho was eager to see if this suddenly emerged group truly executed justice, as they claimed. If they proved worthy, he might gain a like-minded companion once he completed this assignment as a Sea Ranger. Beyond the sky, Huangquan parted his lips slightly. Sea Ranger. A genuine Sea Ranger, he mused, his eyes glimmering with a newfound brilliance. Chapter 65. Home Run. Another imposter posing as a Sea Ranger. This reward is for you. Bang. With a resounding gunshot, the colossal and bizarre creature collapsed like a small mountain, its blood nourishing the earth, causing the surrounding flora to flourish wildly. Reaching the height of Portio's calves in an instant. Casually kicking aside the entangling weeds, Portio spared not even a fleeting glance at the bountiful monstrosity, having already sent more than 20 such creatures to their doom beneath his firearm. His efficiency was nothing short of astonishing. Each of these creatures could incite chaos in a civilization incapable of interstellar travel, yet to Portio, they were merely a minor inconvenience. Nevertheless, Portio found himself somewhat dissatisfied with his own effectiveness. For at that moment, a comet streaked across the sky. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed from afar, causing the ground beneath his feet to tremble, a sensation he was all too familiar with. Turning his gaze upward, he beheld a majestic dragon relentlessly unleashing its radiant fury upon this forsaken world, each strike sending tremors through the earth, reducing the bountiful monstrosities to mere dust before they could even approach within a kilometer, including the hapless steppe dwellers caught in the onslaught. Bailu bent low, exerting all her strength. With a heave, a massive stone slab, several dozen meters in size, was wrenched from the ground, and with a twist of her waist, she sent it crashing down upon the creature feigning death, much like a frisbee tossed during a leisurely walk. Is it truly possible for a child of the Holding Bright clan to be so ferocious? Even Portio, accustomed to grand spectacles, couldn't help but wince at the sight. The Holding Bright clan, one of the 3 principal races of the Celestial Vessel Alliance, was rarely seen beyond their own realms. It was said that their physical prowess was remarkable, yet he had never anticipated it to manifest in such a manner. If there were only one, it would suffice. The light sphere ascended high, and as it obscured the sun's radiant glow, a bat materialized atop it unbeknownst to anyone. Bang! A home run. The light sphere descended in a flawless parabola, landing amidst the bountiful relics, and then it erupted with a thunderous roar. As the brilliance dissipated, the once menacing relics were utterly obliterated. Standing at the pinnacle of the mountain, the stars resembled an unyielding baseball machine, unceasingly hurling these sacred projectiles towards the bountiful relics. She referred to this as efficiency. In fact, the peak upon which they now stood was mere flatland just half an hour prior. The Sacred Light Alliance. Portio bit down on a bullet, murmuring the name he had heard just half an hour ago. He knew not what the others looked like, but these two suited his taste perfectly. Dealing with evil must be executed in such a decisive manner. He was utterly enamored with this efficiency. This planet, entirely engulfed by bountiful relics, pulsated with radiant light in a mere span of 2 hours. The brilliance of the sacred light piercing through the atmosphere as if it were a colossal, flickering neon sign. Occasionally, one could hear the soul-stirring roar of a dragon emanating from within, witnessing silver comets streaking across the sky. through the efforts of these two figures. The unhealthily vibrant green diminished at a visible pace, replaced by the earthy hues nourished by the vitality radiating from the demise of the bountiful relics. Bang! When the last stepper succumbed to the fervent hospitality of the bat and dragon claws, this world was irrevocably liberated. The stars and Bai Lu gazed with exhilaration at the realm they had forged with their own hands. Particularly for Bai Lu, this marked her first journey away from the realm of raw food to such distant lands. With the noble aim of liberating a world besieged by the abominable entities of abundance. The sensation was simply sublime. A gentle breeze tousled their hair as Poshio ascended to the mountain's peak, surveying the verdant expanse below. While purging the abhorrent creatures, vast terrains were altered. Yet with the demise of these vile beings, the vitality they once harbored began to nourish the land anew. Poshio could not deny that they were quite adept at dealing with these loathsome entities. However, liberation from the clutches of the abominable was still a far-off goal. Observing the lush vegetation, Poshio recognized that the blood of the abominable also bore the traits of abundance. If left unchecked, this planet would soon give rise to more unsightly horrors. At that moment, a resounding hum filled the air. Clouds parted to reveal radiant light illuminating the earth. The sacred illumination descending from the heavens spread instantaneously across the world, boundless and omnipresent. Wherever the divine light reached, the presence of evil dissipated entirely. The blessings of abundance are the purest, yet their manifestations differ across individuals. The malevolence inherent in the abominable was no less than that of the legions of destruction. But at this moment, such distinctions held little significance. The sacred light had the power to purify all filth. What was this unexpected turn of events? Bathed in the divine radiance, Poshio suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility within, a serenity that would allow him to confront that scoundrel Osvaldo with calm determination. Expending all his ammunition without hesitation, a long-lost warmth enveloped him. Raising his head, the cowboy's keen vision discerned a figure gracefully descending amidst the holy light. It was a sacred presence, as if every term associated with illumination in the world coalesced into this singular form. The figure's beard and wings resembled the branches of a divine tree, while the intricate patterns etched upon the stone slab spoke of extraordinary lineage, towering in stature. Accompanying this figure was a woman with an expression of serene detachment, yet Puni felt an undeniable gaze directed at him. "Puni, please verify the completion of the mission. Not a single one is missing," Bai Lu proclaimed proudly, her tail raised high. Puni nodded slightly, as the holy light heralded joyous tidings from this realm, simultaneously purifying the lingering essence of malevolence. Indeed, during the battle, Xing and Bai Lu's attacks contained the essence of holy light. They were competent in combat. But as for purification, alas, they lacked the skill points. After offering encouragement, Puni turned his attention to the side, where Posha stood. "I am Puni, and it is a pleasure to meet you here, the righteous ranger. Are you their leader? I must say, your efficiency in handling matters is quite commendable. The Sea Rangers would certainly appreciate it." Posha responded with a light chuckle, agreeing wholeheartedly. The Sea Rangers are known as such precisely because they cannot turn a blind eye to injustice. I have been quite impressed with the efficiency and style with which Xing and Bai Lu operate. I have truly come to admire them. However, Posha pressed, "Do you require my assistance?" His gaze flitted between Puni and Huang Quan. The cowboy's intuition was sharp. He could stake his last bullet on the certainty that they had come seeking him. Puni cast a glance at Huang Quan, nodding slightly. Huang Quan spoke softly. "I am Huang Quan. How precious." Upon hearing the name Poshio, a flicker of recognition crossed his face, and he cast a wary glance at Huang Quan. His journey to Pinacone was not solely for that reason. The primary objective was to locate the imposter masquerading as the Voyager of the Sea. As for why he was certain Huang Chuan's destination was Pinacone, the Voyager of the Sea was never lacking in intelligence. Observing Poshio's reaction, Huang Quan preemptively explained, "I have been in search of the Voyager of the Sea, yet his presence has vanished from the galaxy. Thus, I opted for this approach." Upon hearing Huang Chuan's explanation, Poshio narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. "The Voyager of the Sea? The stars have twinkled, and it seems as though I am gazing upon a rare creature," he remarked, turning his gaze towards Poshio. "I heard from Kiko and the others that the Voyager of the Sea has not been seen for quite some time." Poshio waved his hand dismissively. "That is because we are currently engaged in an important matter. The Voyager of the Sea is quite busy. A creature of flight with gray fur." Having said that, he lifted his gaze back to Huang Quan. a toothy grin spreading across his face. You certainly do not resemble the person I once knew. It appears much has transpired during this time. Well, I have heard rumors of another impostor of the Voyager of the Sea emerging in the galaxy. Once I am done with your affairs and have attended to my own, I shall seek him out for a conversation. Puni pondered momentarily. This being, who should not exist, was astonishingly human-like. This was something Poshio had never anticipated. Very well, speak quickly. What is your purpose in seeking the Voyager of the Sea? Chapter 66. The next journey will not be tranquil. I have a friend. Huang Quan spoke as he retrieved a bullet, cradling it in his palm. Gazing at this profoundly familiar projectile, a sense of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. In his final moments, he entrusted me with the task of delivering this bullet to the Sea Ranger. Puni regained his composure, joining the others in observing this bullet of great significance. He had previously witnessed Huang Quan extract it while recounting his journey, during which he sensed an ineffable power emanating from this hunting star. Now, as time elapsed, that power became increasingly apparent in his eyes, shimmering incessantly. This object truly felt like a priceless treasure to him. Boshu's eyes widened slightly, fixated on the bullet in Huang Quan's hand. He considered himself accustomed to grand spectacles, having seen various artifacts belonging to the aristocrats of the Interstellar Peace Company. Yet those were merely scenarios prompting him to draw his weapon, utterly incomparable to the present moment. While he had initially approached Huang Quan's explanation with skepticism, the appearance of this bullet dramatically elevated his trust in him. After the initial shock subsided, Boshu composed himself and inquired earnestly, "Who bestowed this upon you?" Tiernan, a Sea Ranger. Indeed, only a Sea Ranger could possess such a thing, particularly one as treasured as this. Boshu murmured to himself, the name Tiernan stirring a vague recollection within him. As he pondered, a coherent thread began to crystallize in his mind, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of destiny. Just as he felt when he first pulled the trigger, he sensed that he would be intertwined with gunfire for the rest of his life. Tiernan, a wandering Sea Ranger with the prowess of a hunting star, compelled those who were not Sea Rangers to deliver this artifact into the hands of a Sea Ranger, Pinaconi. Oh, how intriguing the situation had become. Podius suddenly lifted his gaze, staring directly at Huang Quan. I take it you will be heading to Pinaconi? Huang Quan nodded slightly. That was the place Tiernan had long cherished. Regardless of the circumstances, she would go there to witness the celestial gathering he spoke of. Podius chuckled softly, turning toward the direction of the docked spaceship, adjusting the brim of his hat. Then, let it be in Pinaconi that you deliver it to me, allowing the owner of this bullet to behold the world he once safeguarded. The hunting star would resonate with blessings, indeed. Huang Quan lowered her gaze slightly, quietly observing the bullet in her hand. In that moment, she felt as though she were locking eyes with Tiernan, listening to him recount tales of the past. As the two concluded their exchange, Puni observed Podius's carefree silhouette and called out, "Please, hold on." Podius paused, glancing over his shoulder. "Noble Ranger, would you consider joining the Holy Light Coalition to eradicate the evils of the universe?" Xing and Bailu smacked their foreheads in realization. We need to recruit more people. This is something to remember. Podius raised an eyebrow, turning to face Puni. Is this an attempt to undermine the hunting rangers? The Holy Light Coalition will not interfere with the lives of its members. It merely requires them to stand against evil when the time calls for it. Puni replied calmly. That sounds quite enticing. As Bosho chuckled lightly and turned to leave, his voice echoed, "Once I finish this task, should your coalition still be purging evil, I would not mind joining. I could also divulge a rather nefarious target." Pam, adorned in her chef's attire, appeared puzzled. Why are the Star passengers so unusually quiet today? Based on her understanding of Star, at this hour she should be either punishing March 7th or being punished by her. Such silence was utterly inconsistent with her usual demeanor. Wait. Suddenly, Pam's expression turned serious. According to the parenting guide, when children are quiet, they are undoubtedly scheming. The fragrant and crispy Pam pie of the train conductor. At that moment, March 7th, engrossed in her selfies, spoke up. I heard her say yesterday that she would be off somewhere with Puni to execute justice. She should be busy now, right? That's good. The conductor's food is safe. Pam sighed in relief upon hearing March 7's words. Just then. But I'm not well. Upon opening her eyes, Pam was greeted by the familiar visage of March 7th. Her hand trembled, instinctively swinging the broom towards March 7's not-so-intelligent head. Hey, don't scare the conductor like that, Pam. Pam puffed up her cheeks in frustration, wielding the broom she had just earned, continuing her earlier cleaning with indignation. Sister Kiko. Kiko, helplessly setting her book down, opened her arms to embrace March 7th. What is it, little March? She went out to play without taking me. March 7th lamented Star's disregard for friendship. How dare they leave me alone on the train, treating me as if I were invisible. Jizi chuckled helplessly. The cultivation of Xing by Puni was evident to all aboard the train. This journey was undoubtedly a step towards further development, and they wholeheartedly supported Xing's growth. Every decision made by the nameless traveler garnered blessings from their companions. Moreover, Xing's mission to eradicate evil was a task that aligned perfectly with the purpose of the nameless traveler's journey. Gently caressing March 7's back, Jizi's delicate face softened. She understood March 7's sentiments. It wasn't discontent with her companions, but rather a desire to show off. True friends must be chastised, and one must never miss an opportunity to display their flair. Just then, Sister Jizi, a gray-haired figure, burst through the train door. Rushing towards Jizi with excitement, Walter, who happened to be passing by, stepped back and stood at attention. Oh no, I'm going to be flattened. After a brief yet routine checkup, it was confirmed that Xing had sustained no injuries, much to everyone's relief. Although they knew she had gone with Puni, the concern for a companion was an indelible trait of the nameless traveler, with the exception of the former nameless traveler who had been expelled. March 7 eagerly inquired, so, did you clear an entire planet of its bountiful pests? Of course, you can trust me to get the job done. Xing patted her chest, brimming with pride. It seemed that Miss Bai Lu had matured in her mastery of power. Dan Heng nodded in agreement. By the way, Jizi, Uncle Yang, Xing continued, drawing everyone's attention. When we passed by, there happened to be a living sea ranger up there. If it had been dead, that would have been excessive. On March 7th, San's lips twitched slightly, yet he could hardly dwell on the peculiarity of the individual before him and promptly pressed for answers. How could the Wanderer of the Seas be present here? Wasn't it said that the Wanderer had vanished long ago? The curiosity of the few was piqued. It is worth noting that the Wanderer of the Seas shares a profound connection with the train. The Wanderer's ability to traverse the worlds and uphold justice is largely attributed to the silver tracks laid by the train. Furthermore, in past journeys, the nameless traveler had fought alongside the Wanderer of the Seas on numerous occasions. However, ever since the Wanderer mysteriously disappeared ages ago, various speculations had run rampant. Yet they had never emerged to clarify the circumstances. Who would have thought that a mere outing would lead to an encounter with a long-lost wanderer? Ahem. It is indeed a long-awaited reunion. Did the other party have any news regarding the Wanderer of the Seas? Walter inquired, genuinely intrigued as to why this group had abruptly vanished. It is known that even the formidable sovereign of annihilation, Juro, had been challenged, and successfully so, sending ripples across the universe. The whereabouts of this formidable group cannot be ignored by any curious soul. I cannot speak for the others. Sen shook his head and then added, however, I know where he intends to go. Pinaconi. Pinaconi? The moment the name crossed her ears, Kazuna raised an eyebrow. The Wanderer of the Seas would not venture to Pinaconi for mere pleasure. Her instincts warned her that this journey to Pinaconi might not unfold smoothly. Chapter 67. The starry train must depart post-haste. This is a decree from the train's conductor. Yet, it was unexpected that the destination of the underworld would also be Pinaconi. San mused for a moment, suddenly recalling something. By the way, Kazuna, Uncle Yang, have you ever heard of the name Turnan? As Jizi and Walter had yet to ponder their thoughts, a fleeting shadow suddenly darted past them. Upon closer inspection, they found Pam had already leaped onto Xing's calf. Her eyes wide with excitement as she gazed up at her. Tielnan, you just mentioned Tielnan, didn't you? Before Xing could respond, Pam scampered over to the conductor's private storage compartment, rummaging through it with fervor. After a cacophony of sounds, she emerged with a ledger, vaulting onto the table while brandishing the book. Is this the one? Teal, Nan. Even if you show it to me, I would know if it bears those three characters. Xing squinted as she leaned in closer, her expression tinged with skepticism. But it should be correct. There are many with the same name. Yet any name appearing in Pam's ledger ought to be quite distinctive. Wouldn't you agree? Where did you learn this name, Pam? A twinkle of excitement sparkled in Pam's eyes. Huangquan mentioned it. She said Tielnan entrusted her with delivering a bullet to the Sea Ranger. Huangquan also said that Tielnan was once in Pinaconi. Faced with Pam's intensely probing inquiry, Xing dared not confront the conductor's authority directly. Otherwise, Pam might just dispose of all the boxes in her room during the next cleanup. Upon hearing Xing's response, Pam was instantly enlivened, standing atop the table. raising the ledger high for all to see, exclaiming, "The conductor officially announces that the train is about to depart for our next stop, Pinacone. Isn't it a bit too early to set off?" protested March 7, raising a hand in objection. "This is dictatorship. We refuse the conductor's tyranny. The Star Dome train belongs to everyone." Ahem, Pam, what exactly is happening? Does the name Tielnan hold any special significance? Observing that the situation was spiraling out of control, Pam prepared to exercise her authority as the train conductor. Jeezy cleared her throat and hurriedly inquired. Walter also spoke up to pause the discussion. "The Harmony Festival has yet to commence, and there remains some time until the train departs. It would be prudent for the conductor to introduce us to this Tielnan, so that we may assist if necessary." Under the persuasion of the group, Pam's fervor momentarily subsided, and she nodded. "Very well. I had intended to share this with you after we dock at Pinacone, and the timing is indeed fortuitous. The tale is as follows: Tielnan, Ragvork, Lazalina. These are the stories of the nameless guests who have already disembarked. The legend of the nameless guest continues to unfold new chapters. It is no wonder Pam was so animated earlier. I would have felt the same." March 7 nodded, a look of reflection on her face. "Considering the situation, if I were to be apart from the entire crew for an extended period, hearing news of them would undoubtedly evoke the same excitement in me as it did in Pam. Perhaps I would even employ my clever mind to arrange a reunion. Now, we must visit Pinacone without fail." Walter spoke, his eyes shimmering with a spark unique to the elderly. This connection that transcends time is imbued with a profound sense of destiny, igniting his very soul. When the train arrives at Pinacone, let us seize the opportunity to seek information about these three nameless guests. In the meantime, you should bid farewell to your friends on the roof. Jeezy turned to Xing and March 7, speaking softly. Afterward, she discreetly glanced at Walter, who nodded slightly in response. "Hooray! Departure. In such haste. I must check on the garments I ordered for Pam. They are not yet complete." With a commanding voice, Kiko instructed the two little ones, who darted through the train door and vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Pam eagerly delved into the memories of the nameless guests. Within the observation carriage, Kiko and Walter were finally able to continue their previous exchange of glances. "If my intuition serves me correctly, it seems that Turnan may have encountered misfortune," Walter remarked solemnly. Kiko nodded slightly and replied softly. "A nameless guest elder entrusted Miss Huangquan with the delivery of an item to the Sea Ranger. I can only surmise that Turnan subsequently joined the ranks of the Sea Rangers. The nameless guest collective is indeed a peculiar one, comprised largely of retired members from various major factions or individuals from other forces who have chosen to join their ranks. In extreme cases, should you hear a dog on the roadside proclaim itself a nameless guest, do not be astonished. It may possess greater seniority than you. Turnan's actions easily lead them to such associations, yet they also sense an ominous foreboding." Outside, the stars shimmered brilliantly, and the Jade Gate glowed softly, continuously accepting vessels from across the galaxy, yet this could not dispel the unease that lingered in their hearts. One can only hope that events do not unfold in the direst manner. Just then, a familiar figure boarded the train. Huangquan gazed at the two within the observation carriage and softly inquired, "Is it convenient for me to travel to Pinacone?" A gem radiating a gentle holy light rested against her fair neck. Within the confines of the Divine Strategy Pavilion, upon learning of Bailu's return, Jingyuan breathed a sigh of relief, now smiling as he listened to the detailed account of Bailu's exploits in the Milky Way. Among the elements he yearned to understand, there was much more that was, indeed, impressive. Jinglu smiled gently, absorbing Bailu's adventurous narrative, her demeanor soft and serene. Observing Jingliu's transformation from her previously aloof self, Jingyuan felt an inexplicable sense of resignation. According to protocol, Jinglu should currently be confined alongside the merchant in the shadow prison, where they could quietly deliberate their impending expedition to the illusory ridge. However, upon hearing news of Bailu, Jinglu had arrived. For this former swordmaster, mentor, and steadily stabilizing contender against the forces of darkness, Jingyuan felt compelled to appease her concerns. Yet, he could also fathom her unease as a member of the Changxing lineage. The Ming clan was perpetually coveted by many ambitious individuals within the Milky Way. This mission, aimed at eradicating evil in a remote area away from the immortal vessel, left her apprehensive. What Jingyuan did not anticipate, however, was that this time they were set to purge an entire planet of its bounteous corruption, and along the way, they encountered a wandering ranger of the seas. Indeed, venturing forth was essential. Beside them, Yanqing listened intently to Bailu's experiences, his eyes gleaming with fervor. In the vastness of the starry sea, the holy light continued to traverse. The Milky Way was rife with malevolence. Merely obliterating a single world's corruption was insufficient. The realm demanded greater order. As the holy light flickered, they arrived at their destination. Yet was someone present? Puni cast her gaze downward, observing the tainted world, where a sharp silhouette unleashed its power, and wherever it passed, the corruption vanished at a visibly accelerated pace. Swift as the wind, fierce as thunder. Now that there are those here who purge evil, let the next target be chosen. Puni slightly raised her head, her gaze traversing the vast distance, landing upon a sphere that incessantly emitted a mournful wail. Chapter 68. The Devouring Realm of Rahu versus the Holy Spirit's radiant flash. Throughout the annals of celestial vessel history, there have been several instances of catastrophic falls. Each occurrence bore distinct causes. Yet if one were to select the most loathed and detested of all, it would undoubtedly be the living planet before Puni, the devouring realm of Rahu. Unlike the previous two fallen vessels, the celestial ship named Sangcheng met its demise amidst a cacophony of relentless, anguished cries. The bounteous blessings granted to the inhabitants of the celestial vessels allowed them to enjoy extended lifespans, regardless of the extent of their physical injuries. As long as life persisted, they could instantly recover. Such a blessing is indeed beautiful, but when subjected to eternal torment, what remains is despair. Upon the surface of the colossal, living planet, countless beings aboard that Sangcheng celestial vessel wailed helplessly, their bodies incessantly shattered, only to be restored again and again by the bounteous blessings, trapped in a ceaseless cycle of life and death. Here, death is not the end. Thus, it is evil. Puni's gaze fell upon those beings, imperceptible to the outside world, and the holy light shone brilliantly. Upon detecting immense malevolence, the holy light flickered. In an instant, an infinite cascade of holy light poured forth, weaving threads of redemption, purity, and radiance. In this moment, no words could encapsulate the beauty of the scene before her. Under the illumination of the holy light, the tormented beings found peace. Their once hideous faces returning to tranquility, descending into a slumber akin to that of an infant. Boom! Beneath the radiant glow of holy light, the previously dormant devourer of worlds trembled visibly, awakening once more. As a bounteous creation, the devourer lacks self-awareness, yet possesses the primal instincts of living beings. At this very moment, it sensed a looming danger, and the instinct for survival compelled it to revive and seek refuge in a safer locale. Simultaneously, aboard the celestial vessel Yaotian, the devious fox-like figure, with eyes narrowed to mere slits, fanned themselves with a feathered fan while listening to the frontline reports of their generals' victories, shaking their head in resignation. Among the 7 heavenly generals, only Yaotian's general leads the charge in battle, taking the forefront. It is not that the other generals lack similar valor. Rather, they are burdened with the overarching strategy, leaving little room for direct engagement. Unlike Yaotian's general, who readily delegates tasks to those nearby, claiming, "I am a warrior." Just as Jiao Qiu found himself in a state of exasperation, a piercing alarm erupted, startling everyone present. Yet, they could scarcely afford to be distracted by such trivialities. Jiao Qiu's expression turned grave as the Yaotian celestial vessel activated numerous alarms, including an automatic alert upon detecting a formidable foe. He hurried forward, positioning himself beside the operator, intently observing as they locked onto the target's location, eager to discern which enemy of the alliance posed a threat. Upon recognizing the display on the screen, Jiao Qiu's pupils dilated in shock. In that instant, his mouth moved faster than his mind. With a resounding crash, a massive axe cleaved through the colossal figure of the steppe dweller, instantly bisecting it. Today's triumph was secured. Lifting the hefty axe onto his shoulder, Fei Xiao wore a confident smile, embodying the spirit of victory. Once more, a troop of step-away humans was eliminated, and turning back, she promptly sent news of the victory to Sister Yukong. At that moment, the jade pendant in her arms began to resonate. Fei Xiao retrieved it and opened it, ready to inform Jiao Qiu of another resounding success. However, Jiao Qiu was quicker, exclaiming, "General, we have detected the devourer of realms." What? A jolt surged through Fei Xiao as she swung her heavy axe down upon the half-lifeless step-away human lying in a pool of blood, attempting to quell her astonishment. All departments, activate. Exert every ounce of strength. Swiftly returning to Yaoping, Fei Xiao immediately took charge of the various operations and dispatches within. Yaoping, A celestial vessel profoundly influenced by the Interstellar Peace Corporation was rife with internal power struggles. During her idle moments, Fei Xu would often engage with these factions, testing her wits against them. Yet, in this critical juncture, those who once opposed her now dared not utter a word, dutifully fulfilling their responsibilities. "General, the connection is established," whispered the hooded Mose, stealthily approaching Fei Xiao. Nodding in acknowledgement, Fei Xiao hastened into the war conference room. At this moment, the generals of the other celestial vessels had already projected their presence, sitting upright and solemn. Fei Xiao was the last to arrive. There was no time for explanations. Yao Ping had just tracked the whereabouts of the Devourer of Realms and was en route to the target. Even the usually flamboyant General Rong Tao, known as Yao Guang, wore a serious expression on this occasion. The living planet, Devourer of Realms. Before this, there existed a vibrant celestial body known as the Mirage of Jidu, which, in collusion with other adversaries, inflicted severe damage upon the Fenghu immortal vessel, currently in a state of recovery. The Chiming clan aboard the Fenghu has suffered greatly, as it is the most populous gathering of chiming among the 6 immortal vessels. Now a long-sought active celestial body lies before us, drawing the attention that none can afford to overlook, or rather, none can resist the urge to obliterate it. Yao Qing shall first pursue the Devourer of Realms, while Zhu Ming will hasten to arrive at the utmost speed, unleashing the Zhu Ming fire with all their might. The diminutive General Huoyan, who has always presented himself as an affable elder, now reveals a fervent intensity akin to flames. The longest-lived among the immortal vessels will not allow their fervor to cool. It is well known that the vitality of active celestial bodies is unparalleled. Whether the Zhu Ming fire can utterly annihilate such life remains an uncertainty, necessitating the preparation of various hidden cards. Xian Quan spoke gravely. The current plight of the Fenghu immortal vessel is significantly linked to the Mirage of Jidu, and the Fenghu, having suffered deeply, possesses a comprehensive understanding of the vitality of active celestial bodies. It is no exaggeration to assert that these bountiful creations possess a life force more formidable than that of countless prosperous beings combined. While it may not be overly challenging to shatter them with overwhelming force, the complete eradication requires careful deliberation. Regardless, we must exercise utmost caution should any issues arise. "We shall retreat immediately," Jing Yuan advised. Upon hearing the words of the assembly, Fei Xiao nodded and confidently remarked, "Rest assured, tracking before the hunt is Yao Qing's forte." In the midst of their conversation, Yao Qing had already entered the phase of transition. In pursuit of this formidable adversary, Yao Qing propelled herself forward at full speed, disregarding the energy consumption and potential damage to her instruments. After all, those matters could be tended to by the artisans of the manufacturing department. Her sole focus was to behold the devouring realm Rahu. Having traversed countless star systems, a unique celestial expanse finally came into view following a tense final jump. A desolate planet lay quietly amidst the cosmos, its visage eternally recorded in the archives of the Xianzhou think tank, leaving the assembled generals breathless, particularly upon witnessing the traces of life emanating from the celestial city, Xianzhou above. No one could suppress their astonishment. Wait. Suddenly, Jing Yuan realized something, drawing the attention of the crowd. If Yao Qing was capable of detecting the energy signatures of devouring realm Rahu, why did it appear in such a subdued state? Fei Xiao shared the same bewilderment. She was certain that Yao Qing's Taimu division had indeed captured the distinctive energy responses of devouring realm Rahu. It should not be so tranquil. Just as the assembly grappled with their confusion, a radiant holy light illuminated the heavens, soothing the myriad realms of existence. Concurrently, a majestic and divine voice resonated throughout. Holy Spirit Magic Flash. Chapter 69. The will of thousands of beings imprints the starry sky. The sacred radiance enveloped the starry expanse. In an instant, the entire star system was bathed in holy light. A system chosen by devouring realm Rahu to conceal itself naturally lacked civilization. Desolation and solitude reigned as the prevailing themes of this celestial realm. Yet today, following the passage of this divine illumination, the once barren world found itself first immersed in holy light, shining forth across the myriad realms. The formidable entity known as the Devouring Realm, sensing an acute threat to its very existence, ceaselessly emanated waves of abundant power in a futile attempt to resist. Yet, much like a fawn whose spine is shattered by a ferocious tiger, its desperate aspirations for survival were abruptly interrupted. No, should the fawn be fortunate enough to encounter a hunter-esque protection, it might still grasp at life. However, beneath the resplendent holy light. No wicked being holds any hope of survival. The body of the demon star melted away like ice under the sun, and the surging vitality bestowed by abundance became as ludicrous as the flimsy cover it sought to provide. In an instant, the vast demon star vanished without a trace, leaving only the remnants of the holy light that poured down in its wake. The figure converging in the holy light stood towering amidst the sea of stars, as time and space lost their balance in the moment of proximity. At this juncture, the ancient existence of the Holy Spirit revealed its divine majesty as the center of the universe. From time immemorial, it has always been thus. A host of celestial generals beheld this spectacle, rendered speechless for an extended period. Those present were accustomed to grand scenes, having occasionally witnessed the imperial bow's luminous arrows streak across the sky, landing steadily in the realm of abundance, a single arrow purging the cosmos. Yet, that was the star deity, the imperial bow's command. Prior to this, when confronted with a living celestial body deemed a demon star, every celestial vessel was compelled to exert utmost vigilance. In the absence of other celestial ships, none dared issue a strike command. The tragic fate of the Tsang city remained vivid in memory, becoming a knot in the hearts of every general. Countless compatriots perished, bound by the demon star due to the blessings of abundance, never to find peace in eternity. Whenever they recalled the name of the imperial bow and the 7 celestial generals above their heads, it felt as though it mocked them mercilessly. Now, the root cause of this emotional turmoil lies before us, extinguished completely, leaving not even a trace, evoking an inevitable sense of disconnection from reality. At this moment, amidst a myriad of sentiments, everyone suddenly perceives a dazzling brilliance akin to countless stars illuminating the sky, reminiscent of myriad divine arrows cleaving through the heavens, resplendent and captivating. Yet this time, the radiant light bears no threat. Instead, it emanates from the tender gaze of compatriots. Marshal Hua instinctively stepped forward, bridging an infinite distance, his ethereal form locking eyes with the myriad figures, momentarily entranced. Even the composure of the celestial ship's commander faltered at this juncture. Those are the souls of the perished from Tsangqing's celestial vessel. Their current appearances are, in unison, all stood in solemnity. The Holy Spirit, radiating divine majesty, loomed in the celestial expanse, while countless souls, celestial ship dwellers, fox folk, clad in luminescence, gazed upward in gratitude towards this sacred entity. Puni lowered his gaze slightly, his wings of light extending the divine radiance, and in a fleeting moment, it seemed that all beheld a vision of these luminous wings connecting innumerable worlds. Though such reflections may stir sorrow and regret in many hearts, the truth remains, they have departed. The celestial beings undergo cycles of rebirth, yet they succumb to mortality. The fox folk, living for 300 years, face the same fate. The celestial ship dwellers, though immortal, may fall into the shadows of demonic realms, ultimately meeting death. What stands before us now are souls, liberated in that fleeting moment from their corporeal forms, their essence revealed through the divine light, coming forth to offer what they can in this moment. Cloud riders, a soldier at the forefront bellowed, and all the souls bathed in sacred light pounded their chests with their left fists, standing tall and resolute. In this moment, whether celestial beings or foxfolk, children or merchants, their identities converge into one, the cloud riders who perished alongside the celestial vessel of Tsang City. All within the radiant celestial vessel of Yaoqing. The ethereal figure of Hua uttered a command, prompting 7 individuals to bow solemnly, their hearts filled with unspoken emotions. Regardless of circumstances, the sanctity of this Holy Spirit would be irrevocably etched into their hearts, reaching the very depths of their memories, enduring through eternity. As for the departed demonic star, what of it? Sensations stirred within, as the spirit of Tsang City cast a glance towards Yaoqing, offering a slight nod, thereafter imprinting its essence upon this galaxy of light. Countless beings, bathed in the sacred radiance, ascended with smiles, composing a magnificent symphony in the starry expanse. Puni raised her gaze slightly, quietly observing this resplendent cosmos born from the elevation of souls. The intricacies of soul and will are indeed wondrous. When will reaches its zenith, any life can leave a profound mark upon the world. Perhaps in the near future, this celestial tapestry will transform into a legendary tale passed down through generations. At that moment, a starship glided cautiously to Puni's side, and Fei Xiao emerged in his true form, followed by the figures projected into this starry realm. The group exchanged glances before Hua stepped forward, observing Puni as she beheld the starry sky, her expression sincere. "May I inquire, what does this celestial expanse hold?" Puni tilted her head slightly, generously revealing the truth. "This starry sky possesses its own will. At least from this moment forth. It is imbued with the will of countless beings." As the crowd heard these words, their expressions shifted, and they collectively gazed at the resplendent brilliance of the starry sky. The radiance appeared almost like a flowing liquid, continuously streaming through this celestial expanse, known as the Milky Way. After this moment of awe, Hua turned to Puni, solemnly expressing, "I, Marshal Hua of the Celestial Vessel Alliance, extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, esteemed Holy Spirit." Unrelated to any other matter, this was a tribute to Puni, rooted in his image and actions. As the Marshal of the Celestial Vessel, Hua understood the necessity of maintaining her own stature and external strategies. However, to Puni, the revered spirit who had granted redemption to countless suffering souls, her respect was genuine and profound. Puni accepted this homage with grace. His past experiences in executing justice and upholding order had taught him that the best solace he could offer to those he aided was simply to accept their reverence. It was through this acceptance that they could express the indescribable emotions swirling within their hearts. Jingyuan watched Puni, whose presence perpetually radiated divine light, and felt an overwhelming urge to voice a multitude of sentiments. Yet, observing the back of his own marshal, he reluctantly relinquished the right to speak. Nevertheless, he couldn't suppress his inner excitement, realizing that Puni had ventured forth to spread justice and maintain order. What astonished him was that this time, the target of such righteousness was the Alliance's eternal foe, and furthermore, he had liberated the tormented souls of Tsangqing, who had endured years of suffering. As his gaze embraced the shimmering sea of stars, Jingyuan felt an impulse to close his eyes in this enchanting atmosphere. Fortunately, Hua's voice drew him back. "If it is convenient, might you accompany us to the Yaoqing celestial vessel, so that we may express our gratitude with the utmost ceremony?" Puni gently shook his head. "There is no need for such formalities. If gratitude is to be expressed, let it be through the joint preservation of order within the galaxy." Puni's actions were never motivated by any form of appreciation. He simply believed it was the right course of action and thus pursued it. Nothing more, nothing less. Chapter 70. The ashes in the opposite direction. Upon revealing all he knew about Puni, Jingyuan concluded the projection and returned to the floating city of Luofu. He remained somewhat dazed, as the shimmering sea of collective consciousness lingered in his mind, reminiscent of their shared past. However, the sheer distance traversed was indeed astonishing. Jingyuan exhaled deeply, his expression one of profound reflection. While others may be oblivious, how could he, situated in Luofu, remain unaware? Accompanied by Huangquan and Bai Lu, the three swiftly journeyed to a world plagued by the encroachment of the abundant devourer. After cleansing the area, they returned to Luofu, only to detect the insidious emergence of evil and promptly ventured forth to execute justice. Ultimately, their sights were set upon that treacherous star. The distance they covered was nothing short of millions of light years. The sheer force demonstrated by such a rapid traversal of vast expanses was awe-inspiring, and in a heartbeat, they vanquished the formidable foe, the devouring Rahu, with divine radiance. Throughout this endeavor, they preserved the souls of countless inhabitants of the Tsangqing celestial vessel, ensuring that many would forever be etched in that starry expanse under the brilliance of the holy light. The magnitude of this power left Jingyuan, the esteemed general of divine strategy, both shaken and in awe, elevating Puni's stature and his perception to unprecedented heights. In the face of a formidable entity destined to eradicate the malevolence of the universe, how could those individuals possibly resist if the celestial beings do not intervene? The mere thought of it elicited an involuntary chuckle from Jingyuan. How could they resist? Perhaps by risking their lives for a fleeting moment of glory. What are you laughing at? Such a lack of decorum? At that moment, Fu Xian approached, her delicate brows furrowed in confusion as she regarded the suddenly amused Jingyuan. Could it be that the general has finally lost his sanity? Ahem, it's you, Fu Qing. I was just about to seek you out, Jingyuan remarked, turning his attention to Fu Xian. The news of the eradication of the activated celestial body is too significant to withhold from the immortal vessel, especially concerning Puni, the divine spirit who has caused countless heroic souls to close their eyes in reverence. Such an event must be recorded in grand detail. It is not merely a trivial matter. Aside from routine reports, there are complications arising from the Dragon Master. Fu Xian, with her fists resting on her soft waist, wore an expression of helplessness. As soon as Bai Lu departed from the Divine Strategy Bureau, she rushed straight to the Alchemy Division, and the newly arrived Dragon Masters have already been summoned again. According to Bai Lu, I previously stated I would be on duty for another day. Promises must be upheld. Jing Yuan chuckled lightly, responding directly. This is an internal issue for the Qi Ming. Furthermore, the Dragon Maiden is the current Dragon Sovereign of our lineage. I have no grounds to intervene. Even if this situation had been foreseen, it was imperative to promptly elevate Fu Xian to the forefront. Otherwise, those individuals would have created further chaos. Nevertheless, it is best to keep them subdued, so as not to disturb Miss Bai Lu's elegant enjoyment. With a grand gesture of his hand, Jing Yuan could hardly contain the mirth illuminating his face. Huh? Fu Xian tilted her head slightly, her expression one of bewilderment. Is this really the same Jing Yuan, who was once meticulous in his dealings, always practicing Tai Chi rather than engaging in reckless confrontations? Observing the expression on Fu Xian's face, Jing Yuan could intuit her thoughts with ease. Yet, Jing Yuan remained remarkably candid in this moment. Setting aside Bai Lu's identity as the Dragon Sovereign, her adeptness in managing the internal affairs of the Holding Clarity was noteworthy. Presently, she had inherited the radiant power of the holy light from Puni and was entrusted by Puni with the formidable task of purging the malevolence of the galaxy. Were this under the auspices of the immortal vessel, it would not be an exaggeration to say that such meticulous guidance would be reserved for a direct disciple. Although Puni was not of the immortal vessel, the heritage of power is not merely based on titles. Now, with the Holy Light Coalition under her banner, should the Dragon Master dare to act recklessly, they would not need Jing Yuan to intervene. General Fu Bo, far away in the immortal vessel, would lead 100,000 Cloud Riders to impart a lesson to the Dragon Master on what it means to be a Dragon Sovereign and a Holy Spirit. The inability of the Holding Clarity to reproduce? When the time comes, several Dragon Sovereigns would personally visit Luo Fu to reduce those beings to ashes. The ashes would be cast in the opposite direction of the scale abyss. Fu Xian blinked, sensing a momentary breakdown in the calculations of her mystical eye. Jing Yuan had truly lost her mind? Shortly thereafter, under Jing Yuan's summons, all the high-ranking officials of Luo Fu became aware of Puni's remarkable deeds. Many among them had encountered Puni in Luo Fu, where her distinctive presence was strikingly evident to both locals and outsiders. I never anticipated that the Demon Star would face reckoning at this moment. Yukong's lips parted slightly, her eyes reflecting the excitement shared by the people of the immortal vessel upon hearing this news. It turns out you are not insane after all, Fu Xian murmured softly, realizing that it was not Jing Yuan who had lost her sanity, but rather herself. With the imperial bow raised, the brethren of the Tsang Chung immortal vessel could finally rest in peace. Yan Qing's eyes sparkled with fervor, lamenting her absence from the scene. Jing Yuan then began to speak. The Marshal has resolved to transform that expanse of starry sky into a fixed trade route for the Alliance. It will not be long before we can personally venture into the cosmos and encounter the will of the Tsang City. While that celestial realm may not be ideally suited for navigation and commerce, this poses no challenge for the formidable Xianzhou Alliance. It embodies a unique sentiment belonging solely to the Xianzhou. They would never allow Tsang City to remain in solitude. Fu Xian nodded slightly. Acknowledging the situation, it is only fitting. However, how should the Xianzhou repay such immense grace? Yukong furrowed her brow. As the captain of the Heavenly Vessel Department, she possesses a keen sensitivity to the value of various matters. Consequently, she is acutely aware that merely eliminating the devouring realm Rahu would scarcely suffice in compensation, let alone liberating a being of the Xianzhou and inscribing its will upon the stars. The Marshal is equally troubled by this dilemma, with no recourse but to ponder deeply. Upon hearing Yukong's words, Jing Yuan emerged from his previous contemplations, letting out a resigned sigh. High-value items. Fu Xian instinctively reached to touch the mystical eye upon her forehead, shaking her head repeatedly. No, that cannot be removed. If it could, she would have long fashioned it into a detachable accessory. However, one certainty remained among all present: a statue. Time is of the essence. Immediate execution is required. After clarifying matters with Fu Xian and arranging subsequent affairs, Jing Yuan sought out Jing Lu. What is it? The chilling aura enveloping Jing Lu, now devoid of Bai Lu's presence, seemed capable of freezing the very air. At least in the presence of Jing Yuan, her icy demeanor was unwavering. Jing Yuan wasted no words, smiling as he stated, that star has completely vanished. What? With a furrowed brow, Jingliu's satin-clad eyes fixated intently on Jingyuan. Her heart seemingly gripped by an unseen hand, her breath momentarily suspended. The malevolent star, the devourer of realms, had vanished completely from the Milky Way, liberating the denizens of Tsangqing from eternal torment. Jinglu gazed silently at Jingyuan, her tightly clenched fist the sole testament to the tumultuous emotions surging within her. She understood that Jingyuan had no intention of deceiving her, nor was there any need to do so. So, who was responsible? Her voice, somewhat husky, carried an undeniable authority. Puni, Jingyuan replied with unwavering resolve. Puni, Jinglu murmured, her subsequent words so faint that even Jingyuan could scarcely discern them. He remained silent, choosing to withdraw from her line of sight. What she required in this moment was his absence. Well, after all, this apprentice of mine has always been rather inconspicuous. Chapter 71. The Night of the Tarot. Such a lively scene. The petite doll-like girl stood on the bustling streets of Chang'an, gazing upward with a cheerful expression as she observed the throngs of passers-by, her confusion evident. Was it a festival aboard the celestial vessel today? The Black Tower was unaware of the holidays celebrated in Luofu, yet there were countless ways to discover this information. On the descending steps, a young girl clad in azure leaped playfully, her buoyant movements echoing her joy. Ah, Lord Taibu truly understands us. This holiday is perfectly timed. Delighted. As she approached a splendid gaming table, Qinghe suddenly noticed a shadow cast upon her face and slowly lifted her gaze. A charming little figure loomed above her, quietly observing. With slightly parted pink lips, as if on the verge of speaking, stepping onto the final stair with an inconspicuous grace. The azure sparrow lowered its head once more to meet the gaze of its companion. Is there something amiss, my lady? Is Luofu celebrating today? Not quite. The azure sparrow replied with a slight shake of its head. I heard from Lord Taibu that the malevolent star wreaking havoc across the galaxy has finally been vanquished. The esteemed figures above are elated and have granted us a holiday. A malevolent star? Heita pondered briefly, recalling her faint knowledge of such a celestial body, notorious for devouring entire celestial vessels. It was certainly a matter of interest for Wanmei. However, had there been any significant developments concerning the celestial vessels recently? She had not detected any. Upon hearing Heita's inquiry, the azure sparrow shook its head once more. It is certainly not the celestial vessel. Luofu remains unaffected. Lord Taibu mentioned that it was Puni who resolved the matter, and the celestial vessel intends to erect a statue in his honor, hence the festivities. At this point, the azure sparrow could not help but express its sentiments. The fearsome reputation of world-devouring Rahu had reached her ears since her school days. It was indeed a formidable entity. As a member of the celestial vessel, she harbored thoughts of eliminating such a menace, yet she was aware that it was a challenge even for the generals. Thus, it was prudent for one as modest as herself to refrain from overthinking the matter. Who would have thought that such a malevolent star would be dealt with by Puni? Reflecting on the figure that had inadvertently increased her workload under Lord Taibu's command, the azure sparrow chose to adopt a magnanimous attitude. Well, let us consider it my contribution to Luofu. Ah, I see. Heita nodded slightly, comprehending the situation. Wait, Heita suddenly realized. You went that far without taking me along. Interstellar Peace Corporation. Recently, various departments within the company have been exceedingly busy as the grand festival approaches. In preparation for the family gathering, multiple departments are coordinating efforts, and several bottles of lubricant have already been consumed in the process. Reclining comfortably on the soft sofa, Zhang Zhang rests on Topa's even softer thigh, her little head bobbing gently. Time flows serenely. Suddenly, without warning, Topa rises, prompting an exclamation from Zhang Zhang, who instinctively glances down. What happened? The other young woman in the room looks at Topa with a puzzled expression. She resembles a mermaid from a fairy tale, her gentle demeanor seemingly inherent, and the patterns visible on her exposed skin reveal her identity as an intelligent machine. Pearl, one of the 10 of Stoneheart, holds a rank of P45. Topa remains silent, directing the screen towards Pearl, who swiftly absorbs the information presented. The details on the screen are straightforward: the demise of the living planet, devourer of worlds, and the entity responsible for its destruction, along with the Celestial Vessel Alliance's declaration of an eternal commitment to cleanse evil alongside Holy Spirit, Puni, destined to arrive despite the distance. Pearl's eyes widen slightly, though brief. The significance of this announcement is profound. The Celestial Vessel Alliance, the sole top-tier force in the galaxy capable of summoning divine reinforcements, has openly allied with an individual. Yes, just one person, rather than aligning with a faction. Puni. Pearl softly murmurs this name, a blend of the unfamiliar and the familiar. If her memory serves her correctly, this name has been mentioned by Topa on numerous occasions. Topa's expression is grave, a sense of relief washing over her heart. Fortunately, during her time on Yalalo number 6, she had adhered to reality's unyielding grip. Otherwise, the thought of the repercussions would have sent shivers down even Topa's well-trained heart. The activated planet, known as Devouring Realm Rahu, was the primary culprit behind the downfall of the celestial vessel, a magnificent entity in its own right. Yet now, it has been resolved by Puni, with the Celestial Vessel Alliance's statement emphasizing that this feat was accomplished solely by Puni, thus elevating its significance to an astonishing degree. It is said that the Celestial Vessel possesses a treasured artifact named the Alliance Jade Token, which, when utilized, summons the Alliance's unwavering support. The ramifications of this announcement are comparable to that of the Jade Token, potentially mobilizing every operational vessel for assistance, leaving both individuals astounded by the implications. However, how far does the eradication of evil extend? Just moments ago, the Yangqing Celestial Vessel had dispatched 3 proclamations of victory, having eradicated the bountiful anomalies on 3 planets and achieved a triumph over an antimatter legion. The door swung open, and Emerald, with her long legs, gracefully entered. Speaking as she approached, the one who had been preparing to confront Topa discreetly retreated behind the sofa, shrinking back. Emerald, hands on her hips, addressed the 2 present, stating that the company's stance regarding that individual would soon shift. The ability of one person to obliterate a creature capable of devouring an entire celestial vessel is indisputable proof of their supremacy in the galaxy. Previously, the company was uncertain of Puni's level, but after this event, such uncertainty would be dispelled. To truly comprehend the situation, the company must be ready for the extent of potential losses. Puni, however, remained indifferent to the turmoil sparked by her actions. He merely did what he deemed to be right, nothing more. After a brief excursion, Puni returned to Luofu. Guiding Bailu towards greater strength was a task he had appointed for himself, something he took pride in completing. However, he did not anticipate encountering someone upon his arrival. A figure, resplendent in pink against the night sky, was lost in thought, gazing at the stars. The celestial dome of Luofu, indeed genuine, revealed its true starry splendor once the heavenly veil was lifted. Tonight, the stars shone exceptionally bright. Mr. Puni, you have returned. Upon seeing the descent of the radiant light, Su Xian's slightly unfocused eyes instantly sharpened, and she instinctively stepped forward to offer her greeting. She was taken aback by Puni's unexpected return at this moment. Yet, her composure as the Grand Diviner allowed her to quickly regain her poise, and she spoke softly. I have long been aware of your magnificent feat beneath the stars, Mr. Puni. I regret not expressing my gratitude sooner. In her capacity as the Grand Diviner of Luofu, she conveyed her thanks on behalf of the countless souls aboard the liberated celestial vessel of Tsanqing. Puni maintained a serene demeanor, having grown accustomed to such interactions. Though Su Xian's current state intrigued him far more. You seem melancholic. Upon hearing Puni's inquiry, Su Xian momentarily hesitated. Then her expression shifted to one of resignation as she sighed. Indeed, I cannot hide this from you, Mr. Puni. To be honest, upon learning of the demon star's demise, I felt a disorienting void. The bond between Su Xian and the demon star rendered her speechless upon hearing of the world-devouring Rahu as destruction. During the bustling hours of the day, one finds solace in the busyness of affairs. However, as night descends and the stars twinkle in the vast expanse, memories of the past surge within, evoking a profound sense of reflection. Chapter 72. The symbol of Fu Xian. An indelible enmity exists between Fu Xian and the malevolent star. At that time, the Fenghu immortal vessel was besieged by the bountiful allied forces, with the Jidu Mirage closing in, leaving Fenghu in a perilous situation. In this critical moment, she conceived the audacious idea of personally entering the battlefield, employing the Canyon Mirror to summon the gaze of the Emperor's Bao and the deity of fate. However, such a formidable instrument could only be wielded by her master, Jingtian. Ultimately, they triumphed. The luminous arrows of the Emperor's Bao cleaved through the heavens, rendering the conspiracies of the bountiful alliance into mere wisps of illusion. Yet, Jingtian perished in that battle, leaving no trace of his remains. At that time, I often found myself in heated debates with him, and later, I fled to the Luofu Mountains, never imagining that our reunion would be so tragically fleeting, leading to an eternal separation. The starlight is resplendent, mirroring the sentiments within Fuxian. Yet, amidst this brilliance, there remains an indelible shadow that cannot be erased. Ironically, as a diviner, she harbors a certain skepticism towards fate. To be more precise, she opposes the notion of inevitable misfortune, unable to accept that a diviner who peers into destiny should succumb to the depths of fate's abyss. There is always an impulse to defy the heavens and alter one's fate. Even now, she embodies this sentiment. The diviners foresee destiny, yet repudiate its foreboding outcomes, unwilling to embrace the tremors of impending calamity. With her divine eye operating at its zenith, she endeavors to uncover every glimmer of hope amidst the shadows of misfortune. Fate is capricious, an enigma that eludes comprehension. Fuxian's heart is heavy with melancholy. Puni quietly listens as Fuxian reflects upon her past. The nature of destiny is perplexing and elusive. In the presence of higher beings, predicting an individual's future is not an insurmountable challenge. However, the future derived in Puni's view is, in fact, far from accurate. If a person's fate is death, and no one in the world can save them, does that imply they must confront death with equanimity? Not necessarily. Everything in this world cannot reclaim that life. What lies beyond the world? Similarly, the vast universe may predict an individual's destiny, yet if that person receives aid from beyond the cosmos, who can truly delineate their subsequent path? Much like those beings who claim or are referred to as deities are often intricately intertwined with certain concepts. Should all manifestations of this concept be obliterated, the deity would naturally cease to exist. The so-called fate has never been observable. It is merely a deduction made within known parameters. Puni has always held this belief. Is this Mr. Puni's interpretation of destiny? Upon listening to Puni's insights, Fuxian appeared contemplative. This truly reflects his character. Fate is indeed peculiar. When one desperately seeks to escape it, reality often propels one toward it. The interplay of the bright moonlight and holy luminescence enhances its gentleness, as Puni softly remarked. Yet the wonders of life cannot be encapsulated by the mere notion of fate. Possessing sufficient strength allows for the possibility of confronting destiny head-on. Puni has always believed in the miracles of life. Just as the evolution of fairies is influenced by myriad factors, when emotions reach a critical juncture, the radiance of evolution emanates from within, showcasing the allure of life. Sufficient strength. Fuxian thoughtfully pondered Puni's perspective. Indeed, strength. Had he possessed power comparable to that of the heavens at that time? Could he have allowed the situation to veer toward peril? A single additional hunting order could have reversed that scenario. Throughout history, numerous tragedies have arisen from the inadequacy of those ensnared. Should there come a day when she ascends to the position of general, or even if she does not occupy such a rank, if she could acquire power comparable to that of the legendary 7 celestial generals, what could possibly threaten her dominion? The more she contemplated, the more brilliance shone in her eyes. Su Xian was no ordinary individual. She was simply too earnest, too youthful. Her innate talent and divination allowed her, at such a tender age, to fulfill the role of the Grand Diviner of Luofu and ascend to the esteemed rank of the 6 sovereigns. Yet, this very prowess also confined her. The art of divination is exquisitely intricate, but if she could harmonize it with other disciplines, could it not yield even more astonishing results? Of course, this was no simple task. Otherwise, it would not be left for Su Xian to explore. Beneath the luminous starlight, that night, Puni and Su Xian conversed extensively. Having just concluded a journey, Puni was indifferent to alleviating Su Xian's inner melancholy, just as he vanquished evil in the galaxy as an embodiment of justice. Assisting others in unraveling their inner turmoil was also a continuation of the sacred light. That night, Su Xian spoke at length, her emotions, long compressed within her, finding release amidst the gentle moonlight. On the following morning, the warm sun illuminated her eyelashes, causing them to quiver slightly. Su Xian slowly opened her eyes, squinting against the sunlight that streamed into her gaze. Where am I? The newly awakened Su Xian felt somewhat disoriented. Recalling only that she had spoken extensively with the unexpectedly encountered Puni the previous night, unaware of when she had succumbed to slumber, she felt no apprehension. She was within the jurisdiction of the Grand Divination Office, where outsiders could not intrude, and with her own formidable capabilities, she felt secure. Her initially bewildered gaze gradually cleared, her mind awakening in tandem with the rising sun. After the conversation last night, she slept particularly soundly. to the extent that even the pain inflicted by the Eye of Law had vanished. The bewilderment in her eyes dissipated in an instant. Fu Xian instinctively reached for her forehead, and upon touching the Eye of Law, she exhaled in relief, only to be followed by confusion and then a dawning realization. Could it be Mr. Puni? The only person she could think of was the one who had conversed with her for an entire evening. But could the treasures bestowed by the celestial god truly achieve such a feat? Fu Xian appeared dazed. The reason the Eye of Law brought her pain was due to the conflict between the treasures granted by the Scholar of Knowledge and the Blessing of Abundance, which were relentlessly at odds. Initially, she had sought ways to alleviate the discomfort, but she had long since given up. Now, with her legs splayed outward, Fu Xian gradually straightened her upper body, struggling to regain her composure, until, taking advantage of Lord Taibu's absence, she thought. Enjoying the scenery while having breakfast, that was the essence of life. Lord Taibu, a robust green figure, carrying a bag of steaming breakfast, approached the high platform, only to be captivated by a familiar pink figure. Trembling in place, running was out of the question. It would be impossible for her in this lifetime. With her hands clasped behind her back, Qingke tried her best to maintain an adorable and innocent demeanor, offering a slightly awkward smile to the one who had already noticed her. Qingke, Fu Xian stated flatly. Yes, please bring over the breakfast. I shall deal with it alongside you. Yay? Here it comes. Please take your time. I have some sweet water to help alleviate your fatigue. There was no time to ponder the reasons. Qingke hastily rushed to the high platform, presenting the breakfast offerings like a sacrificial tribute. Observing Fu Xian leisurely consuming the meal, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. However, why was Lord Taibu present? Astonishingly, he did not seem to hold her accountable for her tardiness today. Could it be? As she gazed at Fu Xian's serene countenance, doubts began to swirl in Qingque's mind. In the distance, the observatory steward, preparing for work, peeked over the wall, his head poking out. Qingque was sharing breakfast with Lord Taibu. Could it possibly mean something more? A tremor of realization coursed through her. Chapter 73. The conductor's efforts today. The streets of Luofu were teeming with exuberant crowds, a veritable spectacle of life. Dear patrons, you may be unaware, but the living star, devouring the world Rahu, is a malevolent force responsible for the demise of countless souls in Sanqing. A crime so heinous it ignites a fierce desire to crush it with one's own hands. But just yesterday, you won't believe what happened. What happened? Do tell. Oh, stay tuned for the next installment. Curses. The audience, incensed by the storyteller's irritating grin, began to hurl the nearest objects at him. Hey, that's my star Taro Boba. Show some mercy. A pink-haired girl struggled to lift her star Taro Boba, making her way through the throng with great difficulty. March 7 glanced back, her heart racing, and gently patted her chest. That was a close call. She almost couldn't escape. Everyone is so excited. Danheng, do you know what is happening? Xing stood beside March 7, sipping her star Taro Boba, her expression one of astonishment. This was her first time witnessing such a gathering. Was Luofu celebrating a festival? Unaware of the significance of today's festival, Danheng shook his head slightly, equally perplexed. Could it be that a new celebration had emerged during his absence from Luofu? It seemed unlikely. The perception of time for the long-lived differs from that of the short-lived. For the former, unless it is a specific holiday, a considerable duration must elapse before the occasion for a festival arises. As fate would have it, we are headed to the Divine Strategy Bureau. We can take this opportunity to inquire with Jing Yuan, Danheng suggested. Ah, indeed. March 7th dawned on him, his right hand extending at a 45-degree angle, brimming with enthusiasm. Off we go. Wait, where has my star Taro Boba vanished to? Dudlu. At the Divine Strategy Bureau, the general had already departed for the construction division. Qing Su smiled, observing the trio's bewilderment, and inquired, Are you all truly unaware? The three shook their heads in unison, large question marks hovering above them. Noticing their genuine ignorance, Qing Su softly explained, The matter is, in the construction division. Gazing at the imposing stone statue before him, Jing Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Master Gong Shu's craftsmanship remains profoundly trustworthy. Roar. Such a significant undertaking naturally demands utmost diligence. This is the fruit of my tireless labor from last night. Oh my. A colossal statue stood majestically in the center of the construction division square, entirely crafted from the exquisite stone unique to Luofu. The construction division had poured its efforts into this creation, transforming the immense material overnight. The lifelike wings, sculpted by the ingenuity of Xianzhou technology, captured every intricate detail of the ornate patterns on the stone. It exuded an air of grandeur and sophistication, showcasing craftsmanship that could only be described as extraordinary. In times gone by, creating such a statue would have required skilled artisans months of meticulous labor. However, to meet the pressing deadline, numerous activities at the construction office were suspended, and the statue was completed in merely a day and a night. This indeed exhausted the craftsmen. Nevertheless, the masters of the construction office were quite pleased. In their words, "Isn't this what my craft is for? Let anyone who dares to exclude me feel the wrath of my hammer." Jing Yuan chuckled softly, his gaze resting upon the freshly completed stone statue. His expression filled with nostalgia. The celestial beings possess a perception of time that starkly contrasts with that of the ephemeral. Yet this very notion cements their relentless pursuit of vengeance. The blood feud of the celestial vessel is eternally etched in the hearts of those who seek retribution. And although it is not the celestial vessel that strikes back, the long-awaited revenge is still fulfilled by allies connected to them. A joy that swiftly permeates the realm of the celestial vessel. With this thought, the accumulated gloom within Jing Yuan dissipated significantly. Despite the unforeseen challenges that arose during this period, the outcome was favorable. Such a plethora of happiness combined even gave him the illusion that the manifestation of his darker self had been postponed considerably. This is indeed the essence of a life well lived in one's later years. On the Starry Express, Pam cradled a hefty album, nearly half her size, and turned its pages with great care. The album contained an array of photographs, staged, candid, and some captured from stealthy angles. Pam's figure could invariably be found in a corner of each image. Tap, tap, the sound of her heels striking the floor echoed, followed by the soft creak of the sofa as she settled into it. Huang Quan sat beside Pam, her height allowing her a clear view of the contents of the album. At that moment, the album revealed a scene of a lively party. Most of the faces were unfamiliar to Huang Quan, save for Pam, who remained a constant presence. Her gaze gently fell upon a slightly curled photograph depicting two individuals seated at the bar, one of whom was a familiar figure to Huang Quan, who was engaging and hearty drinking with the person beside him. Although his appearance had slightly altered since their last encounter, his unforgettable visage confirmed his identity. Tielnan, the maritime wanderer. The train at that time was even more boisterous than it is now. Indeed, the presence of just March passengers and star passengers could easily rival a multitude of others, Pam remarked softly while observing the vibrant party photograph. Huang Quan reflected momentarily. Indeed, in terms of bringing life to the atmosphere, these two individuals could easily outshine a crowd. I recall that this photograph was initially placed quite nicely, but Tielnan had indulged a bit too much, and when it was freshly printed, it was promptly pressed beneath him. The train conductor had to exert considerable effort to retrieve it from beneath his belly. At this point, Pam's cheeks puffed slightly, and her ears flicked gently, evidently recalling the exhaustion from that day. Those rascals disembarked together one day and failed to communicate with the conductor for quite some time. What an inconsiderate bunch they were. Pam lamented. Huang Quan parted her lips slightly, but Pam did not afford her the chance to speak. Shaking her head, she continued her monologue. Oh well, perhaps they were simply too busy. Let us forgive them this time, for the conductor is indeed magnanimous, especially since Tielnan had left the last pot for him. With a soft rustle, another page of the album was turned. This particular page contained photographs that were impeccably preserved, devoid of any creases, indicating that they had been meticulously cared for. Suddenly, Pam inquired, what became of that fellow Tielnan? Huang Quan's gaze lowered slightly. The floor was immaculate, as the conductor always ensured the cleanliness of the carriage before perusing the album. He had joined a group to confront a perilous target and emerged victorious. Is that so? Truly, that is his style. He has always been reliable while serving as the train's guardian. Pam nodded in satisfaction. Now aware of Tiernan's fate, she wondered about Lazarina and Ragvok. Once they located them, she intended to have them present a plethora of train pots to the conductor. At that moment, a voice called from the other side of the train, Huang, could you please come over and assist me with some items? Certainly, Huang replied, gently rising. He cast a final glance at the downcast Pam, pressed his lips together, and made his way toward the source of the voice. The carriage fell into silence, while Pam meticulously scrutinized the album, gazing at the group photo of the once anonymous travelers. It depicted 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, smiling radiantly. With a soft thud. Chapter 74, Danheng, expressionless certainly. As the colossal statue of the Puni settled in the most prominent square of Shanglishan, the revelry surrounding the celestial vessel truly unfolded. Meanwhile, in the distant Pinakani, deep within the realms of dreams, a delicate figure draped in purple gracefully descended from a magnificent crystal chandelier. Luofu, the demon star, Holy Spirit. With a delicate touch upon her crimson lips, a hint of regret flickered in the eyes of the black swan, the reminiscer. What a pity it is. At such a pivotal moment, the allure of Luofu beckons, yet Pinakoni holds her back. The reminiscence-rich environment of Pinakoni is like water to a fish for the reminiscer. Yet this realm has historically been guarded fiercely by her family. While visitors may indulge in leisure, other forces attempting to encroach upon this sanctuary are met with a firm rebuttal. It is even more inconceivable to allow their free entry during the Harmony Festival. To avoid missing this grand celebration, the Black Swan arrived early in Pinakoni, only to reluctantly forego this magnificent event. Thus, she resolves to uncover what treasures her family has concealed within this splendid dream. Luofu. The revelry persists, with children playing games filling the streets, all clamoring to become cloud riders. Are you prepared to return home and test your father's 2-meter-7 spear? How lively it is. Star's lips parted slightly, her eyes reflecting the vibrant street scene, overwhelmed by the bustle. Beside her, the welcoming Xianyuan Lian walked gracefully, chuckling lightly. Initially, we were troubled about how to orchestrate this grand festivity, yet to our surprise, everyone spontaneously began celebrating in advance. Danheng pondered for a moment and inquired, "Does this celebration have a name?" Xianyuan nodded slightly, stating, "After much deliberation, this sudden festival has been aptly named, the Blessing Festival." The lively orange-haired girl held a selfie stick, her laughter ringing sweetly in the air. Dear family, Shaogizi has also witnessed history, as it is indeed remarkable to see that Luofu has added yet another festival, a rare occurrence in a century. It is said that a hero aided the celestial vessel in vanquishing a formidable foe, leading to the establishment of this festival. To be precise, it happens once in a millennium. Just then, a girl clad in azure, her eyes sparkling with clarity, burst into the scene and interjected, "Shang Shang." Upon seeing her, Gizai's face immediately lit up with joy. "With such a lively festival, shouldn't you be busy? What brings you here?" Su Shang chuckled softly. "I am not a newcomer anymore. The higher-ups thought such a splendid festival should allow us to unwind, so they granted us newbies a day off. As soon as I stepped out, I saw you standing here motionless, and I decided to come over." Yay! The streets were alive with celebration, yet in a certain part of Luofu, the usual ambience persisted. "It's quite bustling outside," remarked the petite fox girl, recalling the throngs of people she encountered on her way to work. What is this? Do you wish to join in the fun?" Suddenly, a brilliant green flame shot up and appeared before the girl, the flame intriguingly possessing human features, enticing her. "I say, with such a splendid festival, you ought to go out and enjoy yourself. Just look at you, remaining here like this, lacking any semblance of youth, resembling an elderly person instead." Upon hearing this, the fox girl shook her head vigorously. "No, I cannot. The Ten Kings office has rules. We cannot go out at will." "Ah, you stubborn one. Rules are rigid, but people are vibrant. Do you truly believe you still possess any youthful spirit in such a state? Listen to me. Sneaking out for a stroll won't attract any notice. Where to?" The pale-skinned, clever girl emerged expressionlessly from an unknown corner. "This esteemed gentleman. I certainly urge this timid soul to muster some spirit and refrain from slacking off." With her crimson eyes glancing at the seemingly unaffected tale, Shui spoke softly. "Today marks a momentous occasion for the immortal vessel. The demise of world-devouring Rahu calls for celebration. You shall be granted a day of rejuvenation. So take the opportunity to rest well." "Eh?" Upon hearing of this unexpected holiday, Hua's little face froze in confusion. Just as she was about to speak, she was forcefully shoved from behind by the tail. "Hey, you ghost. It's rare for this female judge to show kindness. If you miss this chance, there won't be another." "Ugh, got it. Tail sir, stop pushing me, or I'll fall." Moreover, for the people of the immortal vessel, being 100 or 80 years old is hardly considered elderly, Hua murmured. Watching as Hua was pushed and dragged away, stumbling and tumbling, Shui remained expressionless. "Sister." A gentle call brought her attention back. A tall woman, pale and wearied more than Shui, smiled at her. "Has Hua gone?" Gazing slightly upwards in the direction Hua had departed, Hanya spoke softly. Shui nodded slightly. She always applied herself diligently and would never relax for no reason. This moment of respite would serve her well, as remaining overly tense was of no benefit to her. Hanya opened her mouth slightly and said softly, "Actually, sister, you could also take a break. It's rare for Luofu to be so lively." Shui gently shook her head. The liveliness of the mortal realm held little relevance for them. Huahua is manageable, but they truly do not belong in this realm unless required by their duties. Let us depart. There are still many escaped Suiyang yet to be recaptured, and unsettling news has emerged from the Suiyuan region. Noticing Shui's silence, the dark crow's eyes narrowed slightly. Yet she soon dismissed the thought as Shui walked further away. "Sister, I have arrived. Suiyang, an essence from beyond the heavens, has the power to stir the myriad emotions of humanity. It escaped during a tumultuous period when the furnace of creation was destroyed, causing considerable chaos. However, they have recently been quite subdued. After all, if it weren't for that luminous individual, would I truly need to be so apprehensive?" Upon exiting the Ten King's office and traversing the passage to the Danding office, the tail continued its incessant murmuring. "Tail, it seems you harbor a fear of that person? Who fears him? I merely choose not to engage." At Huahua's words, the tail's demeanor instantly grew agitated. "What nonsense! He is the illustrious Suiyang, the mightiest of them all. How could he fear anyone?" Suddenly, a tremendous wave surged from the seaside, accompanied by the distant sound of a dragon's roar echoing in their ears. "Tail, why have you fallen silent? Go. Step aside and keep to yourself. You are merely here for leisure, so stop overthinking." After a day of revelry, the Starry Sky train was ready to depart. "Puni, we are leaving. Are you truly not coming?" Star inquired with a pitiful gaze once more. Puni's response was calm, "Safe travels." To him, the significance of the ceremony paled in comparison to nurturing a few righteous souls. Perhaps in a moment of leisure, one might wander about, searching for suitable wild seeds. Bai Lu, however, yearns for an outing. Jing Yuan, standing nearby, remarked, "Parting is always so hasty. I cannot detain the nameless traveler on their journey. So I wish everyone safe travels." After his words, he turned to March 7th and added with a light chuckle, "Should trouble arise, I shall await the signal for an alliance at Luofu." Just as March 7th was about to speak, Dan Hung interjected, "Certainly." Chapter 75, Sunday. The observation carriage. Xing, with a furrowed brow, leaned forward, squinting at the purple frame suspended in the air. "What is this?" Just as Heezy was about to respond, Xing pressed his face closer to the frame, nearly pushing his head inside, when he was abruptly interrupted. "Step back, you're in my way." Black Tower's face suddenly appeared within the frame, which retracted, lifting at the bottom and thudding against Xing's head with a resounding smack. Overwhelmed by the sudden pain, Xing held his head, his expression one of confusion. "Black Tower." Observing Xing's predicament, Heezy stifled a laugh and clarified. "Black Tower has heard you wish to collect star cores and is eager to know the specifics at the earliest opportunity." Xing nodded in realization. "No wonder I haven't seen you before." The Black Tower within the frame smirked lightly. "I am not like those who seek only pleasure." For Black Tower, the pursuit of the unknown takes precedence over indulgence. More accurately, exploring the unknown is her form of entertainment, and Xing fits this notion perfectly. Ordinary individuals need not speak of harboring a stellar core. Even a mere proximity could result in a perilous encounter with the creatures of the rift, or render one incapable of approaching at all. Yet, this diminutive gray creature is exceptional, containing within it a sealed stellar core, and even its artificially crafted antennae conceal another. The dual core power it possesses is truly formidable. In the vast expanse of the galaxy, it appears that only this singular gray creature exists. What captivates the Black Tower even more is the divine light energy residing within the celestial body. This force astonishingly has the ability to reverse the notorious invasive nature of the stellar core, cloaked in an enigma that the Black Tower finds utterly irresistible. Regrettably, she has yet to achieve a breakthrough on the Puni side, and can only hope for a solution upon the arrival of her true form. Fortunately, the Dragon Lady from Rofu and this small gray creature provide ample diversion for her during this period. At that moment, with a cough, Pam, one hand grasping a ledger and the other propping up a clothing pole, proclaimed in a clear voice, "The train is about to depart. Please ensure you are seated." Next stop, Pinacone. With that, Pam, using the clothing pole, gently lowered Black Tower's picture frame onto the sofa. "This new passenger is kindly requested to take a seat," Pam added, before making her way to the front of the train. Black Tower, framed within the picture, raised an eyebrow as she observed Pam's retreating figure. Moments later, the passengers settled into their seats, with March 7 standing at the center, her small fists clenched, motivating herself fervently. The train's lights flickered, and suddenly, a spatial vortex erupted ahead of the train. In an instant, the train unleashed the accumulated energy of its ventures, swiftly entering the transition corridor. Gazing in the direction the train departed, Jing Yuan smiled softly, reflecting on the unceasing journey of the Starry Express. Puni gazed along the trajectory forged by the train, clearly perceiving their swift approach towards a magnificent hotel standing resolutely amidst the galaxy, a vision that words could scarcely encapsulate. Beside him floated a jade talisman, distinct from the allied jade tokens. This particular talisman, regardless of time or place, would summon unwavering support from any vessel capable of movement. According to Jing Yuan, the Celestial Vessel Alliance was deliberating on a title for him. However, Puni paid little heed to this. His greater concern lay with the growth rate of Bailu. Meanwhile, in the Pinaconi Dreamland Hotel, two extraordinary figures stood in quiet contemplation. One gentleman, his gaze slightly lowered, focused on the scene below. "What troubles you, brother?" The young lady beside him perceptively inquired, sensing a shift in his emotions. Her verdant eyes, with their lake green depths, complemented her elegantly tall figure. Adorned in a gown of predominant gray, white, and purple, embellished with music-themed embellishments. Most striking were the celestial halos above their heads and the wings at their backs and ears. "I am well, Robin," he replied, merely reflecting on the increasing bustle of the Dreamland Hotel. "The Harmony Festival is approaching. You must remember to rest adequately." Sunday offered a gentle smile, her voice soothing. Upon hearing her concern, Robin nodded slightly, momentarily reassured. Yet, thoughts of the forthcoming grand celebration cast a shadow over her expression. Meanwhile, Sunday found herself preoccupied with another matter: the mysterious guests listed on the hotel's reservation information, which left her feeling quite troubled. If it were merely an ordinary nameless guest, there would be no cause for concern, for the nameless guest is renowned for their warm-hearted nature. However, this particular visitor possesses a subtle distinction. Contemplating the gray-haired woman listed in the registration information, Sunday felt the weight of an invisible halo upon his head. There is no doubt regarding the family's intelligence-gathering efforts. While they may struggle to collect overly confidential information, in the case of Luofu, that gray-haired woman directly harnessed the power of a star core, clearly marking her presence within the family's intelligence records. While this alone might be manageable, the troubling fact remains: she is dual core. The explosive energy of a single star core is already formidable enough to cause headaches. The prospect of dual cores converging is a scene that even Sunday finds hard to fathom. As he pondered this, vibrant hues suddenly caught his eye. Is this the Daydream Hotel? How magnificent! The Starry Express departed from Luofu. The frequent visitors of Shanglishan, the pink-haired girl and the tall gray-haired beauty, were notably absent, rendering the laughter of Shanglishan somewhat diminished. Fortunately, Luofu has never lacked a cacophony of voices. Gradually, tranquility enveloped the area. The Starry Sea is never devoid of protagonists. Just as Luofu settled into calmness, a sudden flash of holy light within the galaxy disrupted countless nefarious hearts. Observing the increasingly adept techniques of Bailu, Puni nodded in approval. Practical experience is indeed the swiftest path to growth. Her strength steadily surged, though not significantly, it was sufficient. Clenching her small fist, Bailu's gaze remained resolute. This marks the third annihilation of the Oblivion Gang under Puni's guidance, following two civilizations beleaguered by abundance, interspersed with an encounter with an interstellar pirate. The efficiency is unparalleled. Upon completion of all tasks, the sacred light traversed the sky, descending upon the celestial vessel. As soon as it landed, Bailing eagerly waved at Puni, exclaiming, "I'm off to play." Puni nodded slightly, and then, with a swift motion, Bailing vanished from sight. Onlookers could only glimpse a fleeting blue streak in the air before it disappeared entirely. Puni's demeanor remained calm and composed. Bailing's love for play is inherent to childhood. Especially after being under the strict supervision of the Dragon Master, it is only natural for her to relish this newfound freedom. Puni welcomed this exuberance, for he had ample time to spare, and witnessing the radiant smiles of children is beneficial for both body and spirit. Thus, Puni drifted leisurely towards a secluded grove. The ancient and serene garden stood in silence, its entrance adorned with the word Sway Garden, etched deeply into the wood. Flanking the entrance, soldiers, distinctly different from the Cloud Riders, stood fully armed, guarding the gate. Chapter 76. Floating Smoke. Where does the light come from? Is that you? Upon noticing someone approaching, the ghostly guards on either side were prepared to expel the intruder. However, upon recognizing Puni, they immediately stood at attention, their solemn expressions visible through their masks. Puni's image had long been circulated among the 6 celestial vessels, especially within the unique department of the 10 Kings, where even the lowest-ranking members could instantly recognize him, leaving little room for error. After exchanging nods with the 2 guards, Puni stepped through the gate. Due to the solar year, Sway Garden had previously been sealed by the 10 Kings, and while it was seldom visited due to its eerie solitude, the concern remained for those who had lived too long and found themselves idle. As the sun languidly traversed the skies, enveloped in uncertainty, Puni strolled serenely along the pathways of the Sway Garden. The garden lay in stillness, illuminated by the flickering glow of fireflies. Occasionally, ephemeral figures materialized, but Puni paid them no heed. This garden, a celestial retreat crafted by the adept artisans of the Fox tribe centuries ago, was once a sanctuary for weary travelers. However, as the original visitors faded into oblivion, the Sway Garden succumbed to decay. These phantoms were mere manifestations of lingering regrets, devoid of malice. Perhaps, one day, they would exhaust themselves and dissipate, or maybe, due to the prolonged lifespans of the celestial beings, their obsessions would eventually dissolve. It remained uncertain. In a secluded corner of the garden, the tail suddenly perked up, instinctively glancing about. Huahua tightly clutched her command flag and whispered, "Is something amiss, Lord Tail?" This time, the tail did not frighten her, instead resting the tip of its tail against its chin, eyes narrowed in contemplation. How curious, it mused. Why did it feel an acute sense of impending danger? Could it truly be attributed to these ineffectual beings? As the tail lifted its gaze, the flames flickering in the air were all manifestations of the celestial beings. Not every celestial being possessed the freedom to converse. Those that seemed on the brink of extinguishment were the norm. Not far away, Shuei observed Huahua, who was huddled in apprehension, and shook her head slightly. Although Huahua exhibited remarkable talent in this realm, her temperament required further refinement. The celestial beings in the Sway Garden had retreated due to unknown factors. Yet Huahua remained in such a state, which was unacceptable. As a judge of the 10 Kings department, the adversary she would face in the future would be far more formidable than these feeble celestial beings. Huahua, being still young and not having actively joined the 10 Kings department, was somewhat excusable. The raven spoke up. Shuei was well aware of what the cold crow had mentioned, and moreover, Huahua's childhood experiences had established that her aspiration to become a competent judge was no simple feat. Slightly raising her head to gaze upon the rugged trees and stones of the forest, Shuei softly remarked, while the remnants of the past still linger, "Let us swiftly apprehend the fugitive Su Yang." Numerous Su Yang had escaped from the furnace of creation, and many notorious individuals bore names. For instance, do you wish to capture me? Perhaps return after a century of practice. Ah, Tail Grandpa, Fuyun, do not presume I fail to recognize you. Stand still. The sudden commotion diverted the attention of both individuals, revealing a large eye frantically fleeing through the air, while a tail struggled in pursuit. Hindered by the constraints of a seal, merely observing as Su Yang darted away, Huahua quickly rose, followed closely by the cold crow and Shuei. What transpired just now? Lord Shuei, Tail Grandpa was searching for something nearby when that Su Yang suddenly emerged. I could not stop it, Huahua lamented, her little face downcast and ears drooping. Shuei gently shook her head and replied, "This matter is not your fault. Our immediate priority is to capture it." After the great Su Yang fell, fragments scattered, giving rise to various named Su Yangs. The speed at which that particular Su Yang escaped indicates it is no ordinary being. It is understandable that Huahua could not perceive the sudden attack. The Su Yang cannot escape the array that suppresses it in the tranquil garden, so there is no need for concern. As she spoke, the cold crow summoned her magical artifact, a brush. Coincidentally, the Azure Star, a celestial body of considerable renown within the Milky Way, is graced by the presence of a prodigy. Orbiting this illustrious planet is a space station known as the Black Tower, which maintains a rhythmic trajectory around it. Miss Aista observed that one of the compartments of the space station seemed to be experiencing issues. This compartment? Pondering the highlighted area on the projection, Aista furrowed her brow in contemplation. If her memory served her correctly, that compartment had been lent out long ago, personally entrusted by Lady Black Tower herself. Shall I assemble a team to investigate? Alan inquired. After a moment's reflection, Ista gently shook her head. Perhaps not. That compartment was borrowed by Lady Black Tower. I should inform her first. Throughout her interactions with Black Tower, Ista gradually grasped a significant truth. If Black Tower was unhurried, it was indeed a reflection of genuine calm. If she appeared anxious, it did not necessarily indicate urgency. The distinction lay in the degree of interest Black Tower held in a particular matter. Should the issues arising from that compartment be of grave concern to Lady Black Tower, then those aboard the station would be of little consequence. If even the esteemed herald of knowledge, Black Tower, regarded the situation with utmost seriousness, their involvement would be futile. The compartment was equipped with emergency measures. Should circumstances turn dire, it could simply be jettisoned. After all, replacing it would cost little more than a handful of sweet confections. Alan nodded in agreement and turned to make the necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, Black Tower, meticulously observing every movement of Bailu, pondered the reported issues with the station's compartment. Let me see. It appears to be this one. Understanding dawned upon her. She recalled that Ruan may have placed some items within that compartment. It was merely a trivial matter. What is referred to as a breeding command's copy is, in essence, merely a larger insect. Whether it can survive even a minute is questionable. With the contingency measures she has established aboard the space station, should it dare to act presumptuously, it would swiftly be crushed. Rather than concerning herself with an insect that cannot endure beyond a minute, she is far more invested in the diminutive dragon before her. Behold, a heart shattered like stone, she exclaims with fervor. To capture me, floating smoke, you shall have to wait for your next lifetime. A wisp of ghostly flame flits through the garden, its form reminiscent of a specter, exuding an air of utmost arrogance. Had it not been for that scoundrel, I would not have revealed myself so swiftly. Floating smoke mutters under her breath, vexed. She cannot fathom how that disgraceful fellow is rummaging about so carelessly, as if he were an omniscient entity. However, it is fortunate that his madness is confined to this moment. With a sudden release of breath, she instinctively recalls the scene from the garden not long ago. How could such a petite garden attract so many formidable beings? One, in particular, exudes an aura that is terrifyingly potent, remarkably suppressing the very essence of the sun itself. Had there been a general from the Luofu, he would have dared to confront him, yet he is not foolish. Challenges may be accepted, but sacrificing one's life is an impossibility, not in this lifetime. As she revels in her swift escape, Floating Smoke suddenly notices a light before her, momentarily squinting her eyes, unaccustomed to the brightness after her time in the garden. Where does this light originate from? Chapter 77. I am the most courteous one. Thud. Puni slightly bows her head, observing a small object rolling in circles upon the ground, untouched even by the holy light. As the vibrant green flames surged through the air with an imposing presence, Puni turned to behold its fierce dance. It soared boldly for a distance before executing a seamless 180-degree turn, a maneuver so fluid it could rival that of legendary aviators. At least, the panting Huahua trailing behind was caught off guard, her eyes widening as the fiery entity hurtled toward her. With a thunderous impact, she stumbled and fell to the ground, her body collapsing like a duck in disarray. Instinctively, her right hand clutched the tail she had just learned to maneuver, her gaze filled with bewilderment. Tail. What on earth just happened? She pondered, recalling only that she had been following Tail Grandpa when suddenly, she was struck. Shoo! Tail Grandpa raised his face. The tip of his tail pressed to his mouth, casting a warning glance at Huahua. The brief lapse in her thoughts rendered Huahua incapable of grasping the complexity of the situation. Suddenly, she noticed something approaching her and focused intently. What she saw was the very entity they had been pursuing, Suiyang, whom Tail Grandpa referred to as Floating Smoke, rolling toward her in a comical manner until it finally halted at her knees. Then, Huahua heard Tail Grandpa lower his voice, speaking with palpable irritation. Floating Smoke, get out of here. You disgraceful creature should be the one to leave. How could the proud shard of Suiyang, known for its fierce demeanor, end up in such a state? Aren't you the most combative one? Now is your moment to display your might. His large eyes rolled in frustration, glaring at Tail Grandpa. Hey, this is my territory. I shall do as I please, and you have no say in my actions. As the snow-clad figure and the cold crow arrived simultaneously, they were momentarily struck into silence by the unforeseen scene before them. Fortunately, the entity responsible for it stood right in front of them. Judge Shuei of the 10 Kings, I have the honor of meeting you, my lord. Judge Hanya of the 10 Kings, I have the honor of meeting you, my lord. As Hanya spoke, she discreetly tugged at Huohua, whose icy palm prompted Huohua to spring into action, hastily standing up and tossing aside her tail. I am the apprentice Judge Huohua. I have the honor of meeting you. My lord. The timid voice of the fox girl resonated harmoniously with her appearance, growing softer as she spoke. With great caution, she lifted her gaze to meet the gaze of Puni, whose presence starkly contrasted the serene surroundings of Sin, causing her heart to race with anxiety. Though she had never encountered Puni, she was acutely aware of the deeds attributed to Puni, who held a unique status in Luofu. If one were to describe it, it would be akin to the notion that she might never meet a person of such prominence in her lifetime. After all, the judges of the 10 Kings typically collaborated with the Earth Balance Division and the Cloud Riders to apprehend criminals, spending their idle moments within the confines of the underworld prison. Such a dignified and revered figure was clearly beyond her reach. The thought intensified her nervousness. Oh, please, Tail Lord. Step forward quickly. Puni regarded the peculiar gathering before her, a mere soul of a marionette, an undead being who had fortuitously returned to life, and a fox girl endowed with notable talents in a particular domain. I sincerely apologize for not attending to my lord while pursuing the criminals, Shui expressed, casting an apologetic glance at Puni. Had she been dealing with a local of Xianzhou, she would not have felt the need for such formality. However, Puni was a guest from beyond the heavens, having eradicated the formidable enemy of the Xianzhou alliance, making her an esteemed guest worthy of utmost consideration, even for a judge of the 10 Kings. Moreover, originating solely from her already fragile emotions, Puni's efforts to eradicate the demon star could be deemed a rightful act of vengeance, thus earning her the respect she deserves. Puni gently shook her head and remarked nonchalantly, "It matters not. Is there a matter that requires your attention, esteemed one? If it is convenient, I can handle it myself." Henya spoke softly. Under ordinary circumstances, the 10 Kings' office would have dispatched individuals long ago, yet this situation was evidently extraordinary. Puni cast a fleeting glance at the two Suyang present. If one were to assert that there were matters to attend to in Sui Yuan, it would be the scattered Suyang. However, to Puni, they were even more insignificant than fireflies and the bright moon. Furthermore, this fell within the purview of the 10 Kings' office. Such a feeble existence was perfectly suited for nurturing newcomers. Puni would not act impulsively. Once Puni departed, both the coiled tail and the drifting smoke let out a simultaneous sigh of relief. After regaining her composure, the smoke's large eyes darted about, attempting to sneak away. But in the next moment, two cold faces, expressionless, brandished a demon-slaying cone and iron chains at her, while the previously derisive tail wore an equally unfriendly gaze. "Can we reach an understanding? You must first perish once, and I shall agree." As soon as the words left his mouth, the tail leapt into action, ensnaring the drifting smoke with a series of close-quarter techniques exclusive to Suyang. After the tail had dealt with the situation, Hanya skillfully produced a hidden moon gourd, placing the incapacitated smoke within. "Master Tail, it seems you are quite fearful of that esteemed one from earlier?" Observing the tail's countenance, which radiated satisfaction, Huohuo whispered, "Tch. Let me be frank, that fellow and Soyang are simply incompatible in every aspect." The tail flicked disdainfully, and it spoke, in human terms, it would be restraint. "Yes, restraint. That fellow's aura is perpetually restrained. Otherwise, do you think floating smoke would collapse to the ground upon merely approaching? Does he enjoy it? Just like how Tsang Yue he can subdue Soyang." Huohua, seemingly pensive, glanced at the Tsang Yue he in Hanya's hand, her expression turning enlightened. That's even more formidable. Regardless, I have no desire to stand alongside that individual. I can barely exchange a few words before feeling entirely prickled. As she spoke with vigor, the tail suddenly sensed a chilling presence closing in. Following the sensation, she turned to see Shui wearing her characteristic icy demeanor. Her gaze fixed intently upon her, lips parting slightly, her expression grave. "One must not be disrespectful." The tail immediately furrowed its brows defiantly, thinking, "If I cannot handle that glowing fellow, how could I not manage you? Just watch me." Hanya, expressionless, raised at Sanyuehi. "I am the epitome of politeness." Upon departing from Sui Garden, the night sky was adorned with twinkling stars as Puni glided slowly towards the astronomical observation platform, the prime location for stargazing at Luofu. As she approached the area, she discovered someone had already arrived ahead of her. Mars, the wolf star, the 7 killings. The names of the celestial bodies flowed from her lips, her gaze resonating among the stars. Many of the stars she mentioned had yet to appear in the night sky, for not every star system resembles another. Yet, she was still able to strategically arrange the stars from her memory amidst the celestial expanse. Seemingly encountering a bottleneck, she propped her fist against her chin, her expression one of bewilderment. At that moment, she caught sight of a familiar figure approaching her direction. The brain briefly processed the information. The stars could wait, but the visitor was of greater importance. Fu Xian turned to look at Puni, who was similarly gazing back at her. Compared to the beginning, there was an unusual charm about her. Chapter 78. The stars constructed in hand. Fu Xian smiled at Puni, harboring immense gratitude within her heart, not merely for the insight of the mystical eye, but more so for the guidance Puni had offered at that pivotal moment. Were you just exploring the stars? Puni inquired softly. Fu Xian nodded, not concealing anything. After your guidance that day, I contemplated various possible directions and ultimately concluded that the path of formations suited me best. This inspiration had indeed stemmed from Puni, and Fu Xian expressed it freely. However, Fu Xian slightly shook her head and sighed. Despite employing the mystical eye to calculate numerous possibilities, the results remained negligible. Attaining power within the vast universe is no simple endeavor. Though Fu Xian possessed some strength, she was far from powerless, yet the prospect of rapid growth appeared bleak. A traveler of fate must walk their destined path to gain strength, yet unless one's resolve is exceptionally firm and aligns closely with their fate, it is likely that despite vigorous efforts, the rewards would be minimal or even non-existent. Fu Xian believed that her strongest domain remained divination, and thus she pursued this direction. Ordinary celestial navigators, even if they wished to grow stronger, would not be overly anxious, for their innate talents were already considerable, and with their lengthy lifespans, gradual progress was attainable. Yet Fu Xian desired more. She aimed to ascend to greater heights. Puni's gaze fell upon the mystical eye between Fu Xian's brows. Then she slightly lifted her gaze to the stars in the sky. The stars shimmered. The twinkling stars are separated from Luofu by countless light years. Many of these celestial bodies are essentially remnants of a bygone existence, casting their final glimmers upon the world. Even though this lingering radiance transcends the duration of most earthly phenomena, to Puni, the stars possess a formidable power, perhaps until they awaken their own consciousness. This stored energy merely serves as an ornament, yet it is far from non-existence. Thus, perhaps you might consider engraving the stars within this gem, Puni gently suggested. Upon hearing Puni's counsel, Fu Xian raised an eyebrow, instinctively contemplating the possibilities. The notion of inscribing the vast expanse of stars seemed akin to dreaming in broad daylight. However, it was indeed nighttime. Moreover, this divine eye was bestowed by the esteemed Boisji. Fu Xian's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. It appeared to be feasible. Yet, where to commence? As previously stated, Fu Xian was no ordinary talent. Attaining the position of Luofu's great diviner at such a young age was not merely a matter of connections, but rather a testament to genuine skill and knowledge. The divine eye upon her forehead began to shimmer, and Fu Xian gently closed her eyes, her hands coming together as intricate talismans began to materialize between them. Meanwhile, the initiator of this endeavor floated nearby, quietly observing her with an expression of serene contemplation. Puni found joy in two pursuits, challenging the strong and nurturing the young. The former stemmed from personal desire, while the latter was a hope that, in her absence, there would be those capable of safeguarding this realm. Fu Xian, endowed with talent, insight, and youth, naturally fell within this scope. At this moment, she was on the brink of enlightenment. Puni was eager to witness what revelations Fu Xian might uncover. A person who comprehends reason, possesses knowledge, and commands power is undoubtedly adept at upholding justice. Their influence extends beyond the mere reach of their own strength, as they can harmonize all available forces to broaden the horizons of justice. However, at present, Fu Xian remains rather inexperienced and still has much to learn. Long ago, she encountered an elderly sage within a library brimming with the vastness of knowledge, and it was there that she came into possession of a mystical eye imbued with the power of wisdom. For someone as naturally gifted in divination as Fu Xian, this boon was akin to acquiring wings. Yet, no matter how astutely she might divine, facing the harshness of reality renders any resistance futile. Following guidance from Puni, Fu Xian began to focus on harnessing the powers that had previously eluded her grasp. What kind of power can a diviner cultivate? Calculating the future and analyzing the past are tasks she finds rather effortless. Suddenly, she recalled the Cheongguan Array, a formidable formation requiring multifaceted coordination to activate. She began experimenting with various celestial bodies to substitute for each node of the Cheongguan Array. The greedy wolf represented the core, the breaking army served as the processor, and the comet rendered the exterior increasingly enigmatic. A myriad of stars manifested in her hands, each one a celestial body constructed through intellectual calculation. They were as large as marbles, yet their mass was tangible, not to be compared with true stars, yet they sparkled brilliantly. Fu Xian's own strength was insufficient to sustain them. She extended her wings and gently tapped the mystical eye. In an instant, her expression relaxed considerably, as a continuous flow of fateful energy infused the celestial bodies, allowing her to depict intricate details with meticulous precision. Puni retrieved the Eye of Law, showing no surprise at the current situation. This mystical eye, bestowed by the esteemed Bo Shi, inherently harbors immense cognitive power. On ordinary days, Fu Xian utilized it for various divinations, making full use of its capabilities. However, due to Fu Xian's own limitations, many aspects of this eye remain unexplored. The eye connects to wisdom, and what Puni accomplished was merely a slight enhancement in the channel of transporting the power of fate. Ultimately, it is Fu Xian's own comprehension that plays a more significant role. The night breeze was slightly cool. In the private residence of Jing Yuan, he reclined in a chair, embodying the demeanor of an elder, with an eye mask resting on his forehead and a blanket draped over him. As the night wind blew, he pulled the blanket closer, feeling quite comfortable. Yet, thoughts of the morrow diminished his contentment. Alas, work awaited him. Jing Yuan sighed. Delegating the affairs of the Cloud Riders to Fu Qing had indeed afforded him some respite, but even the most pleasant of times must come to an end. Today, Qing Su had already pressed him for attention, showing little regard for the well-being of the elderly. Fu Qing, however, was commendable. He could withstand the pressures of the Dragon Master while simultaneously rescuing himself from perilous situations. As his thoughts meandered, Jing Yuan's gaze suddenly caught sight of the stars in the sky, shining even brighter. An astronomical phenomenon. Observing the incessantly twinkling stars, he blinked. Oh, he must note this down and inquire with Fu Qing tomorrow. With that thought, he turned over and fell into a deep slumber in an instant. Meanwhile, in Pinacone, the arrival of night plunged its inhabitants into even greater revelry. As darkness enveloped the outside world, the number of dreamers surged. In this golden hour, a banquet began to reach its zenith. Huang Quan delicately sipped the peach juice at the corner of her mouth, its sweetness gliding down her throat. Initially, she had been moving in tandem with March 7 and the others, but a sudden turn had successfully separated them. The crisp sound of glass clinking resonated distinctly in her ears, prompting Huang Quan to glance sideways, where she beheld a figure adorned in purple. This enchanting lady, amidst such a lively scene, found solitary indulgence rather unbefitting. Would it not be more delightful to share a dance with me? The woman veiled in purple, the rememberer, raised her goblet with a charming smile, extending an invitation to the black swan. Those alluring eyes gazed at Huang Quan, overflowing with vibrant hues. As her gaze drifted downward, a radiant gem caught the eye, exuding an irresistible allure. Though they did not touch, the black swan sensed an intense aura of the unknown emanating from it, an enigma that particularly intrigued a rememberer. In the center of the dance floor, the two statuesque ladies strolled gracefully, their steps steady. What do you wish to know? Huang Quan inquired softly. She was well aware of the significance behind the black swan's gaze, a look she had encountered numerous times before. Upon arriving in Pinacone, I was informed of the demise of the underworld Fire Duke from the Obliteration Gang. The black swan smiled subtly, guiding Huang Quan's movements. Through extensive inquiry, I have concluded that the orchestrator of these events is none other than the recently audacious Holy Spirit, and shortly after his appearance in the galaxy, a purple figure began to emerge in various narratives. As the music swelled to a crescendo, their dance became increasingly swift. At last, in a fleeting moment, the black swan locked eyes with Huang Quan. What she saw was a glimmer of void,